I'm in traffic court. It's so sweet. All I say to the judge is, I look at the other two sides. I look at the cop and I look at the prosecutor. I said, we're here to discuss that I broke the law, right? Yeah, good. We're here because I broke the law, right? Good. The judge was like, we're here because I broke the law, right? Yeah, good. Wonderful. Let's go. So then they start reading the charges. That's a code that you're saying I violated. That's a code. I thought we were here to discuss that I broke the law. This is the law. I said, yeah. I throw them their own book. I said, what's the difference in your book? Like in the Code of Virginia, 1950, what's the difference between law and a code? So, that, like I said, they read the difference between a code and a law. I said, gotcha. Because you said we were here to discuss the fact that I broke the law. So, did you just make a false claim in court? Are all you folks just committing, just making false claims and saying that I broke the law? They're like, well, you know what I meant. I was like, no. You said that we're here to discuss the fact that I broke the law. I did not break the law. And I said, are you sure you people are going to be able to prove that I broke the law today? Really? Okay. I can prove in 2 seconds I didn't. So they start to read. I said, whoa, I object. I said, that's not the law. They said, yes, it is. I said, that's the code. I said, what does it say? The Code of Virginia. Where are you pulling that from? It's a code book. It's not the law. What's the difference between law and a code? Here you go. Is there anybody harmed or injured? No. That's a code then. One is the law, one is the code. I said, so are you committing false claims in court? Are you guys committing perjury? You just feel like coming to court and saying whatever you feel like saying? You're lying? I thought you guys swore up and down that we were here to discuss the fact that I broke the law. Oh, I guess I didn't break the law, did I? Then I guess there's no reason for us to be here, is there? Oh, man, they hate it, man. I catch them with their own words. I brought them over to the common law side by just saying something simple. Are we here because I broke the law? Is that what you're claiming? Are you claiming I broke the law? Yeah. Well, the only problem is only a man can make a claim. So I guess we're over here on the common law side now. So who's here to make the claim? They're like, oh, geez, this guy got us like in 2 seconds or less. It's like, yep, I'm done, sir. Anything else you need? I love it. I've been doing this for 20 years, 30 years. I don't know. I'm 50 years old now, so I've been doing this since I'm a little kid. Just getting him in and out of court so fast, it's scary. No 100 pages of paperwork.
Dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely 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 dangerous to our democracy.
This is a dangerous groups that we're dealing with now. We live in a time where just standing on basic rights is heroic because we're all so used to giving them up day to day that, like, when somebody comes forward and says, no, we have these rights and I'm going to stand on them and I'm going to be unwavering, this has now become heroic. This has become, like the founder said, telling the truth in a world full of lies is a revolutionary act, right? I'm not one of these folks like they claim who wants to overthrow government. I understand spiritually, government would only be necessary for a population of folks who have proven they cannot govern themselves based on natural law and God's law. And that's exactly what we have. So I'm a proponent of folks who are able to govern themselves, who understand the foundational principles of the law of this land, that they be left alone. They say these are the most dangerous folks on the land. Why? Because they're talking and standing on what they're saying. They're not doing nothing to nobody. They're just revealing to everyone we have God-given rights and they're willing to stand on them and die for them. And that's the most dangerous man on the planet right now. Right now, the rest of the slaves, the ones who self-identify as trustees, whether they know it or not, part of the United States federal corporation, federal body politic, they have a duty and obligation through contract to uphold the policies and codes. Because now, again, there's two classes of being. There's a privileged class of being under the law, and then there's a protected class of being. Most of us have opted into being a privileged class where we get privileges and benefits in exchange for essentially our rights by contract. So majority of folks are entering into a contract. They have made themselves a part of a corporate body politic, and therefore they have an obligation to fulfill that contract. If they want to correct that status and that standing and that presentment, and therefore renegotiate on that contract, right, and go back to being a man or woman on the land, then they're not subject to policy and code. They're only subject to the law of the land and essentially God's law, right? A set of laws that's in our conscience. It's discoverable. We can come to know it and do it, and we will create a kingdom of heaven out of that. But because we do not seek the truth and be set free, we are born into a certification program where a legal person is created, an all caps entity is created, and we spend the first 18 years identifying as that entity everywhere we go, taking our birth certificate and our social security down to DMV, getting ourselves a license for a right we already have. A license is synonymous with doing business and commerce. At a certain point, they created a group, a corporate capacity, where everybody opts into in order to be kept safe, right? This is sort of the movement of the idea, in my mind, of the republic into a demosocracy, where, okay, you identify as this member of the corporate body politic, you're agreeing that you want to be kept safe. And we see this now, where folks are going to their government to be kept safe and being given benefits and privileges. You have a split now, bifurcation, where the republic has now become a demosocracy in a lot of people's minds. There is no more faith structure. There is no more family structure. The state has essentially been moved in as our cosmic parents on every level. They've taught us through the public schooling system funded by the state that we need them. And if you don't accept that premise, then you are an extremist. You're trying to threaten everybody else's safety. So we see the tiptoe and march toward complete collectivism and mob rule and demosocracy, all backed by a technocratic component where everybody is tracked, traced, and surveilled. And if you don't follow policy and code, then you're deemed to be essentially an enemy combatant. As far as the Declaration of Independence goes, policy, statute, and code is only given the force of law through the consent of the governed. So we're being compelled to follow statute, policy, and code, but we have not been given full disclosure and notice, and we have not signed the contracts properly, right? So these folks are running around overthrowing God's law and the law of the land. They're not even banging on original principles. They're just out here harming themselves and each other, doing whatever they want to do. This is ubiquitous. All classes of society has lost their original mission statement and does not follow their principles and their own policy and code. They've just become completely reprobate, ego unbound. They're going to do whatever they want to do because they're going to chase money and they're going to chase status and power, and they've relinquished their original status and power straight from the supernatural. Any man or woman born on this land that does not uphold the original principles, precepts, and philosophy of law, because ignorance of the law is no excuse, you are damned to a form of spiritual judgment. I don't care if you think it's funny, you think it's a big joke. I'm telling you, the karmic and dharmic law of this realm, if you continue to create and stand on wrongdoing and defend it and enforce it, you're going to bring about demonic conditioning in this realm. You've already seen it. I don't know where you folks have been. We're already there. And you're damn well down with it. Most folks think it's just dandy.
It's about we the people. The people are sovereign in this country, not a king, not a class. The people are sovereign in this country. The people are sovereign in this country, not a king, not a class. The people are sovereign in this country, not a king, not a class. Senator, we talked a lot about federalism in this last few days. The people in this country are sovereign. As Lincoln said, it's a government by the people, for the people. The people in this country are sovereign. As Lincoln said, it's a government by the people, for the people. So the people are sovereign.
People are saying is no, we do not consent. What you're looking at, by the way, is Germany. Germans come out to support the farmers, and they are like, no, we do not consent to this. We are not going to be a part of this. You can't do this to us. If you guys remember, back in 2020, they came out in large numbers like this to tell the leaders that we are not going to stay the way you want us to stay. We are free, independent human beings, and we are ready to do whatever it takes because if you guys are not doing your job. Now they're doing the same thing. They're coming out standing up for the farmers and their rights. And this needs to be everywhere. The mainstream media is not sharing this. I don't know why. I do not know why they refuse to report this. Because these are millions of people standing right here, and this should be everywhere in the world, but no. Except on social media. And it's still being censored. Why? Why are people not sharing this?
Let's do the world a favor. Let's go rip out some of these fucking garbage signs promoting the destruction of health and society itself. Let's just go do the world a favor here. Since no one else is gonna, you know. Tired of seeing this shit. I'm tired of zombies, you know. I'm tired of people thinking that an injection of literal metal and poison and aborted fetal cells and synthetic mRNA, aka the false messenger. Let's just take these. They don't need these anymore. Oh, I'm on camera? Oh, am I? Really? Because I don't really care, honestly. I honestly don't care. Nobody should be promoting poison. I've already had detectives at my house. I don't really care, dude, honestly. I just, this shit's gotta stop, dude. This shit's gotta stop. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this tyranny. I'm tired of this totalitarian technocratic takeover leading towards a total transhuman fucking, dude, I'm tired of this, man. So I'm gonna throw these in my car and I'm gonna burn them. I'm gonna burn them.
Coming at ya! Coming at ya! We're back, folks. Brian O'Shea's out of jail. $ Brian O'Shea. Comedy. If I'm not mistaken, I hope I got that right. If you want to help with his tow fees, I'm assuming that he has. We're going to watch Virgil's video, because I never did get around to watching it. So we're going to check out Virgil's video, Young and Fearless. But first, why don't I roll that clip that I had? Let's see if I still have that clip. Hold on a second here. So let's listen to what TBE has to say here. He seems to know a lot about the topic. Well, I think it was around the 4-hour mark. Let's see here.
Nuking shit out here.
It's literally
Bright guy here, guys.
Doing
bright
it
guy.
was March break and whatnot, so I was just busy with the kid and hanging around the house and whatnot.
I like on my last stream I had the most people I've ever had in my chat. That was funny. It's because of all the Paul and Slade people spurging in my chat. Fuck them niggas, man. Fuck that. Fuck that nigga. Fuck his niggas. Fuck his whole ideology. Fuck his whole community. Fuck those people. Period. Point blank. I'm nuking shit out here.
It's literally a dystopian. It's like a dystopian story come true, right? One guy on the internet, like
enslaved by
really getting in trouble.
Enslaved by toilet bowl truth
from internet relationships. People you've never met.
Yeah, exactly.
This is off of YouTube. This honestly, this is history in the making.
Yeah, like
enslaved by UN truth. Would be a better one.
Bitch ass fucking. They call themselves they're unslaved, but they're sitting around following orders from this dude, trying to get approval from this dude. Like, oh, I'm getting pulled over. I'm not. Some other kid that's on there, some other kid that follows Paul and Slave. He's like a young kid, and he filmed something, and he went on panel and showed it to them. It was fucking so cringe. Like, dude, look what I did, and like it was fucking so terrible. Like, what is going on? What is going on with people? They've lost their identity, tying themselves to some fucking dude on YouTube, man. Some dude cult following bullshit, dude. I don't want any cult following here. There's really no point to my channel, honestly. I just live stream bullshit all day. Not all day, but you know when I do.
I think it's just fucking hilarious by comparison. There's that Jackie Chan guy that always comes up onto Paul, or comes up every once in a while, but it's like.
Let's listen to that one more time here. Let's just rewind that again one more time, just so in case you missed it.
What is going on with people? They've lost their identity, tying themselves to some fucking dude on YouTube, man. Some dude cult following bullshit, dude. I don't want any cult following here. There's really no point to my channel, honestly. I just live stream bullshit all day. Not all day, but you know when I do.
I think it's just fucking hilarious by comparison. There's that
There's no point to my channel. I just live stream bullshit all day. You heard it here first, folks, from Mr. Toilet Bowl Face. Sorry, enslaved by toilet bowl truth. Something like that. We're gonna continue here. Shout out to the Goy Slop King, Toilet Bowl Earth.
Jackie Chan guy that always comes up onto Paul, or comes up every once in a while, but it's like
these like strange fucking characters that fucking come on all the time. It's just like,
and by comparison though, like
this is fucking gay, bro. These dudes are gay. They're either fucking gay, they're maladjusted autists. Who the fuck else knows what the fuck's wrong with these people?
Oh yeah, it's basically the convalescent home of the internet.
They're fucking psychopaths. So who knows what the fuck who you're talking to on these fucking things? It's fucking.
So I'm guessing he's talking about Virgil there. So again, we're gonna watch Virgil's video. We're gonna. I could be wrong, but that's who I think he's talking about. You know, a young guy. He said kid. I wouldn't call him a kid. I don't think he's a baby goat. But yeah, right to travel success here. Looks like his 2 videos, even though he's still only at 100-something subs, went semi-viral. So kind of interesting to see. 5,500, 2.3 thousand. Mine back in 2020 had about this. I think about a little over 2K. So yeah. Anyway, we're gonna watch this. I wish I could play my own video, but hey, you know, YouTube will be YouTube. Big tech will be the big tech. Google will be Google, and cops will be cops. So let's check this out. Shout out to Virgil at Young and Fearless. Let's show TBE, EBT, CBO, and all the other tards. BENTARD, THORP, TARD, all the tards. All right, listen and learn and discern the obvious truth here. Okay, that should be inherently apparent and just intuitively available for you to access if you were actually connected to the Most High at any given moment. But obviously, you're of the lie. It seems to me, and many others. Let's continue.
How's it going, officer? I just wanted to park on some private property where I feel safe and comfortable, sir. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I just wanted to find the most a parking spot where I felt comfortable. You know, where that. I was just wondering. I was like, yeah, no, I didn't want it to make it seem suspicious or at all or anything like that, sir. Officer.
Well, you obviously know the reason I stopped you. There's no plates on the vehicle. I understand what you're gonna say. You have a driver's license?
Okay, so it is to my understanding it's been upheld by the Supreme Court, and it's under the law of the land, under common law, that we have a God-given right to travel on the public highways untaxed, without license, registration, or plates on the vehicle, as long as I'm driving privately. I'm not engaged in commerce, officer. Okay, you know, I want to be calm and cordial and respectful to you. I don't want to be belligerent. I don't want no problems, sir. Right. I don't want no problems with you, officer. All right. I don't want no problems. I'm just driving back. I mean, not driving. You see, this is legally terms. These are legally terms. I'm traveling home. I was from another location. I'm just traveling home right now. I'm not engaged in commerce. This property right here is not engaged in commerce. I'm not engaged in I'm not traveling with any goods, products. I'm not an Uber driver. I'm not a taxi driver. I'm not a bus driver. I'm not engaged in any of that. So I know my rights, to my understanding, that I'm not required to have any license, registration, or insurance in order for me to travel from point A to point B. It's been a God-given right that's been upheld in the Supreme Court and the law of the land. And if you want to press charges with me, officer.
I just thought because you had no plate.
Yeah, I know. I completely understand. Yeah, no, I've been. No, right. Right. I completely respect you that you haven't made it jump to any conclusions, because I've already had this experience many times with many other officers, and my experiences have not been pleasant. So I'm just trying to articulate myself to the best of my abilities, and I want to demonstrate to you that I don't think I'm above the law. I know that as long as I'm not creating any loss, injury, or harm, or I'm not in a danger to the public, and I'm not doing anything bad, and there's no evidence of me in a commission of a crime or a bad committed crime, or ain't no evidence of me committing a crime. I know as long as there's nothing of that sort, I know that I'm fine, and it's well with my rights to travel from point A to point B, officer.
I hear you. But you also understand where our beliefs are different. Not our beliefs, but my requirement to enforce the law, and your beliefs on how you interpret the law, right?
Well, I mean,
you probably ran into this a bunch of times, right? Driving around with no plates. I'm just saying, I have a thing to do, just like you are saying that you understand the law one way.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the thing is, what do you want to do here? Because I want to talk to you as a man. You know, I don't want to act like this. The suit that you have on is creating any kind of clout or judgment. I want to talk to you respectfully as a man. So it's to my understanding, and I have continued to do it. And regardless, if you want to put some charges on me, I will end up.
I'd rather not write you a ticket.
Yeah, because I don't want no harm done to nobody. I have no ill will intent. I'm in good faith, clean hands.
Okay.
What did you want to ask, officer? What did you want to ask, officer?
Get your name and date of birth. Run your VIN. If everything's clear, I'm going.
Okay. Now I already had many bad experiences giving officers my name.
Okay.
And when I say my name, I do understand that nowadays y'all like to use our legal fiction name and put liens against that name, which is a public charge.
Okay.
And you know, that way that takes a lot of time, energy, and a lot of quote unquote labor out of my time and day, and it's depleting me, and it's wasting and draining me. And I understand that this is all a business game. This is nothing strictly business, nothing personal. I completely understand that. I would prefer not to provide you any form of identification, but if it isn't horrible, I've left the VIN uncovered. You can run the VIN number. This car is not stolen. I have no problem with you running the VIN number. This is private property. I purchased it.
Has it ever been registered before?
No, I have not registered it. Okay. So I've maintained it in private means.
Yeah.
For private means. I've not registered it. I've not gotten license for it. And I'm not in no contract with the state of Colorado to give you jurisdiction. I don't have I don't even want to say I don't have a license, but I don't have that contract for y'all to subject me to that jurisdiction.
Okay.
So you're more than welcome to run the plates. Okay. I mean, not the plates, the VIN number.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
This car's not stolen. I purchased it privately. Other than that, I feel very uncomfortable providing my personal information, especially if I know that it will be used against me in the court of law, especially with all the bad experiences that I had with policy enforcement. I just feel very comfortable not providing information.
Anything, but I have to figure out who is driving the vehicle.
And that's the thing.
I understand you're saying you're not driving?
Yeah, this is not a vehicle.
It is a vehicle.
No, a vehicle is classified as someone property engaged in commerce. This property is not engaged in commerce, officer. Okay, this is an automobile. It was first considered an automobile, and once people decided to register it, it became a motor vehicle. So this is not a motor vehicle. I classified this as an automobile, private transportation through private means. No, it's okay. It's okay. And so it is to my okay. And I'm sorry to ask, but what was your name, officer? What was your name, officer?
I'll give you my card.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And you're the sheriff, right? You're a sheriff, right? Oh, you work with the sheriff. Okay. Sheriff deputy.
Let me check what the VIN comes back to. Okay, I'll be right back.
Sounds good. I got pulled over again for having no license plate on my automobile. I was not infringing on the public. I was not an endangerment to the public. I was not swerving lanes. I was not speeding. As you can hear, the officer said, he simply pulled me over because I did not have plates. Now, I explained myself to the best of my abilities to this officer. I can provide this officer with a lot of documentations proving that there's court cases proving that we have the right to travel from point A to point B without license registration and documentations. License registration and license plates, registration, insurance. I'm sorry, y'all. My mind is a little clouded right now. I'm shaking a little bit, but it's okay because I'm controlling myself. But this officer does definitely seem a lot more calm, cordial, respectful, and polite. So I respect that. And let's give faith to the Most High that I will get out of this clean hands with no problems.
All right. I'm not even going to try to push the issue. All right, you're driving with no plates. It's a simple $25 ticket if I were to ticket it. I'm not going to sit here. You have your beliefs. We have our laws we have to enforce. We're just going to put it as, what is it? Agree to disagree?
Agree to disagree.
The reason I stopped you was you had no plates. Okay? That's the reason for the stop. There's my card.
Got it.
All right? You have a good day. Keep doing what you're doing. All right?
Thank you, officer.
Who'd have thought? Wow.
Okay. I know everyone just witnessed that. The last time I got pulled over by policy enforcement, they issued me a ticket because I gave them my legal fiction name. This time, I made it through clean. No license, no registration, no insurance, and I pulled it off. And I think the police officer left. Let me go ahead and show you what I have on my plates right now. That's what I have. If y'all enjoyed this, follow, like, comment, and share this. Much love. Namaste. Peace.
So, what do you guys think of that one, huh? TBE, EBT, aka Enslaved by Toilet Bible Truth. because a lot of what you believe comes from that Bible, and clearly it belongs in a toilet, considering what it's done to you guys. I mean, it's just sad for the state of humanity and manhood and just the future of anything positive or redeeming for the future of humanity. Why am I echoing, man? What is this? It's fucking YouTube tab. We got El Perro in the chat. I did tag him in the info. So, but yes, he is indeed a hardworking, polite, and educated young man. Freedomfromgovernment.com for those plates. Yeah, I've wanted to get one of those myself. I never have, but that could change. I don't know what Malika Dulce is, but I'm guessing it's Trent's wife or something. Is that Trent Goodbody's wife? Hey, El Perro, what's up with you, man? Why don't you click the link anymore lately? You only go on other fucking panels. What's that about, man? It's kind of weird. It's really strange. But there's another one here from Virgil. I think I had a short also from. Let me see here. I know I got a new one. It's only a minute. I mean, it's not new at all, but newly downloaded. Feel free to hop up and click the link,
officer,
sir.
and I want to put this officer on camera. This is Ricky Valdez. They just pulled me over. No license, no plates, no nothing. But that's fine because you don't need that to travel from point A to point B. And this man was willing to listen to me and understand what I was saying, and he could tell that I'm not up to no good out here. You know, and this is what the human experience is supposed to be about.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
You have a good day, my friend. You take care of yourself.
I appreciate you, Mr. Valdez.
Thank you. Be safe, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's how you do it, folks. That's how you do it right there. And I hope all you motherfuckers, look, I can't get this window up now. I'm all nervous and shit. But I hope all you motherfuckers are watching. I hope you're all watching, okay? All you people who told me that go ahead and try that shit with the police and see what they do. Well, I just tried it. No license, no registration, no insurance, no nothing. Okay? They told me many times that the first guy, we're going to arrest you, we're going to do whatever. No, whatever. Stick to it. Stick to your fucking truth. Supervisor.
So yeah, I wanted to watch another one of Mr. Virgil's videos because I hadn't seen the other one. But let me see what else I had here. Yeah, so just TBE being a fucking completely clueless dunce, to say the least, to put it lightly. Him and Cock Body Online, Cock Buddy, or Cuck Booty, or whatever the fuck his name is. You know, covering my restream of or simulcast or whatever of O'Shea's pullover, and I guess we'll watch this for whatever reason. We'll watch it. We'll entertain it. Enslaved by Toilet Bowl Truth. Head in the toilet. What do you need to do? I don't know the timestamp.
This is fucking gay, bro. These dudes are gay. They're either fucking gay, they're maladjusted autists. Who the fuck else knows what the fuck's wrong with these people?
Oh yeah, it's basically the convalescent home of the internet.
I had this homeowner's insurance for like 15. But only if they, only if they like
covenant with the beast system because I own a driver's license. It's fucking absurd.
Totally absurd, dude.
The idea that you're more free because
ticket. They eventually.
Shit's fucking amazing, dude.
And Brian O'Shea.
Fucking incredibly.
I didn't see the initial. I didn't see the
they
initial.
said the one I saw. Not even his own car. He's in his mom.
Forgot the gift jokes from the Fraser show.
Oh yeah, St. Patrick's Day. I'm fucking wearing green, bro. I'm totally not a cultured slave. Fucking ridiculous.
And brutally murdered on October 7th. No woman should ever endure such horrors at the hands.
Oy vey. Oy vey, folks. Oy vey.
Yeah, oy vey is right.
Yo, what's
Oy
up?
fucking
What's
vey
up,
is right.
What up, dog? Yo, is this the fuck Israel stream? Am I at the right place?
Yeah, I think so, man. You're at the right place. Welcome. We'll share our stories.
Everyone send your shekels. Get chalked up. Cash out, PayPal. You got your green on today. You're gonna get pinched. You gotta have your green on.
Oh yeah, no, we venerate St. Patrick's in the Orthodox Church. So we were
Donate to Cock Booty Online and help him support slavery and the slavery genocide campaign system today.
We respect St. Patty's.
Cash out Cock
My wife had her little green leggings on St. Patty's Day. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Hell no.
Yeah, dog. What's going on out here in these streets, bro?
Fucking nonsense. That's why I'm getting the fuck out of here for a while. It's just when you get
Toilet Bowl Truth, enslaved by Toilet Bowl Truth, realizes that he's not willing to do what's good and what's right and stand up for simple, obvious rights and freedoms. If not in, like literally in his life, he can't even lie and admit that what he knows is true. Whether or not he's executing or standing on those rights in his life. I mean, even if you're not actively exercising certain rights and privilege, rights and freedoms, I should say, doesn't mean you can't stand on them, or rather can align with them just because you're not standing on them or exercising them, right? But I think because they're so identified with the churchianity, the churchism, the religitardism, the Christardism, they just can't see it. I guess. Didn't Jesus walk on water? Isn't the law of the sea, Admiralty Maritime law? Is that not what that is? Or did he actually walk on water? Or did he do both? I mean, let's continue because this shit's just disturbing.
When you get food poisoning, I'm at the point where I'm getting screen poisoning. Straight up. I'm like it's interesting that when you, I don't know if anybody else has had dreams, but me personally, I was talking to my wife about this. That it's funny that I've never had a dream about my cell phone or about my computer, seeing anything on a computer or being on a computer in my dreams, or even a watching TV dream, which I find funny because I think that it's something I guess the subconscious mind can't really replicate in the dream sort of scape, I guess. So it's like a non-activity in the human brain. So it never registers in the dream world. So really what I'm doing, I'm really just sitting here. I'm really doing nothing. I'm about as inactive and sedentary as it could possibly be, So when I'm going to dream, I don't dream about anything I've ever done on the computer. It's strange.
Right. That makes sense. I think you're not doing nothing. I think everyone's kind of, you see a lot of it. I've been detoxing a lot lately, barely going on. I quit I don't even have internet service right now. So I just have the phone. I got away from that. I'm going to get it, I think, pretty soon next week. But
oh no, Paul and Slave ran you off the internet. Paul and Slave ran you off. Remember, did you hear fucking Paul and Slave? Dude, ran Chalk Body off the internet pretty much is what he was saying.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's just sickening. It's the internet jumped the shark last year. I think, you're feeling it. I was feeling it. Our boy Legend, shout out to Legend, aka Niles. Yeah. Niles jumped off the internet.
Damn. I mean,
more than I think that's 2024 is the year. I think a lot of people, it's not even so much that it's a bad vice or anything. There's just nothing on it anymore. You know what I mean? It's just boring. It's loops.
It is. It's I have access to a whole fucking library of stuff. I can keep myself occupied out here. This is just really fucking poison, man. It really is just it's spiritual poison. Yeah, that's why I never got the fucking joke. I never got the gift jokes. Oh,
spiritual poison. Spiritual poison is when you know what the truth is, but because you've been denying that it's the truth for so long, it begins to infest you from the inside out because you're literally living the lie. You are the lie. So of course you're going to be sick. Does it make sense?
Joe, now I understand. Finally, fucking Niles. Hell no, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Hell no, bro. He looks like the governor from fucking Walking Dead. I'm not fucking.
He looks like my best man from my first wedding. My best man. He's my best friend for a long time, but it looks like his brother. Looks just not just like him, but very, very similar. Did you see Paul today? Maybe we can get into Paul, and then I don't have to stream later. I was gonna stream about Paul and Brian later.
Yeah, no.
No, sir. I did not hear what happened with Brandon, but I'd be curious to know. I would imagine the medic knows what you're talking about, but I'm not familiar. I'm also curious to know if you're young and fearless, but maybe you want to stay anonymous. I don't know. I don't think you are, but let's continue.
Oh, you can still do it.
Tell me what happened.
I really don't feel like it. You know what I'm saying? There's not that much to say, really.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, so if everyone's Paul enslaved 2 days ago or something, that Brian O'Shea dude, his little what do you call it, his little mini me or whatever, his stand, he put there was like a traffic stop, and then what does he do? So Paul's out here teaching these guys to be men, and what Brian O'Shea in his mom's car, not even his own car, he's in his mama's car, right? And he calls Paul, like, Paul, the police are messing with me, and he hands the Paul's live, so he hands the phone. He has Paul basically talking to him like he's a lawyer to the police, and the police are, Brian's doing the whole loss, injury, harm shit. The police right away when they hear that loss, injury, harm, the police are like, oh shit, here we go.
Oh yeah, the whole loss, injury, harm shit. Yeah. How do you not grasp that? Like what? Oh my god.
Here's another one of these motherfuckers. You know that they're like that. And then so anyway, it goes through, and basically they're like, say O'Shea doesn't have tags for the last 4 or 5 years, asking him to produce some kind of ID and everything, and Paul's just chimping like, hey, you don't have to do that, you're not under their jurisdiction, all the same bullshit tropes. And what happened at the end? They drug his ass out of the car, of course, right? They drug him out, and he was back on Paul today, like he's talking about he got out, and now $400, he needs $400 to get his car out, and this and that. I mean, it's a fucking stupid LARP. Anyone that believes that shit, it's just so fucking dumb that I can't believe there's people out here that believe it. I really have nothing against Paul at all. It's just more the dumbasses that believe this fucking stupid shit.
Well, I mean, he believes it, so I mean.
Does he? I think if he believed it, okay, here's the thing. So here's what he said today. He said, and the chat was hyping him up too, but Paul was actually saying this like Brian, you got a lawsuit on your hand, you got $1 million on your hand here and everything. Okay, if that's the case, Paul, then you would be doing this shit every day. You'd be going out and getting these false arrests you'd be making $1 million a day if you could do this shit. At least one time do it.
Right.
If I knew I could like bait these cops into fucking trampling my rights and go just go into court with no lawyer and get $1 million, fuck, dude, you'd be doing that once a week. Be worth the paperwork, be worth the time and headache, all this shit.
Yeah, I never heard why he got pulled over. Billboy says it's because he smelled like weed. I didn't see the initial.
The one I thought said that because his tags are 5 years expired, so he's rolling on some like 2019 tags. And then he's wondering why he's pulled over and shit.
I mean, I guess it is. I guess.
Can you pull it up? Because I don't know if I don't want to drop out. The Brian O'Shea, the snitch link that proves he's a fucking snitch.
Oh yeah, let me pull it up 1 second.
Almighty Popes. If you go on the Discord and search Almighty Popes, so in the.
Where did you post? You posted in Landfill. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
I think it was in 4K. I think, but it's if you just search.
All right, yeah,
or you can go on Google and search in quotes Almighty Popes and then plus sign and then quotes again Brian O'Shea with the O like apostrophe Shea in quotes and it'll come up.
I like totally fucking snitched on a murderer.
I was saying that in Paul's chat today that this guy's a certified snitch on the record, and then they're like hating on me like drop the link. Well, I can't drop the link. I'm just in the chat. Only a mod can drop the link. I was telling them what to search, but.
He's a freaking rat snitch, bro. He snitched on this guy that killed 2 young girls, bro. He's a snitch, man. Scum.
Okay. Maybe like. So basically, what he did is he snitched on a gang leader and said he was involved in a shooting that he wasn't involved in, supposedly. So he bared false witness and then later recanted his story and said that the police coerced this confession out of it by giving him alcohol and pornography when he was 17.
Okay.
So he bared false witness on a man. Now you could take it another step further and say later when he retracted that, you could say even the gang pressured him into the retraction. You could say, did the gang offer him money or protection or something to retract this false confession? Either way, the man's testimony is for sale. This is a low integrity character.
Okay, so this is the link you sent me, Almighty Popes. Where am I? Is there
just Control F and find and then just search Brian Bryan. Yeah, go back and then find on page. You gotta go find on page Brian.
Where the fuck do I do that?
Control F, I think.
Okay, here we go. Nice, thank you. All right,
and then read it.
All right,
can you make it bigger so the motherfuckers can see? Right. Yeah, there we go.
Where the fuck was I? Hold on, I lost my fucking spot. Here, 1 second. There we go. It's gonna be right around here. Okay. So it's right here. Let me see if it's there we go. All right, cool. It says in recent developments, Matthew Sopron was exonerated of the murder charges of Carrie Hovel and Helena Martin and was just released from prison in December 2018 after testimony from Eric Anderson and Brian O'Shea. Later revealed they were coerced by Chicago police to admit that Matthew Sopron and Wayne Antusis were the ones that ordered the shooting. Brian O'Shea was the first to confess long ago that he was coerced at a young age, but recently Brian Anderson came forward admitting that Matt Sopron did not order the shooting and was not even aware. Chicago police were eager to convict the leadership of the Almighty Popes and even provided Begeck and O'Shea with alcohol and even let them watch pornography at the police station as long as they pinned everything on the leadership of the Popes. This was a horrible injustice. Even though Sopron had a leadership role with the Popes, he did not deserve this punishment for this crime. It was also incorrect that Sopron and Antusis were the overall leaders of the Popes. At that time, Lorenzen was still in charge, but also did not have any part in ordering the shooting. The shooters acted on their own at that moment and may even say Nicholas Morphin didn't even know the shooting was going to happen.
Let's get something on the record here. because I did a little search myself, and you want to know how old this shit, how long ago this was, just for some context. Look when this is from, ladies and gentlemen. 1995, dude. Okay, 1995. I was like 3 years old. This was literally fucking almost 30 years ago, dude. Okay, so just so we can get that on the record for some context here, let's get back to the Truth or Slop open panel that is apparently the last stream that this guy's gonna do for a while. Hence, digital exodus, because he's probably so scared of the obvious truth staring at him in the face that he's a slave and he doesn't want to accept simple truths. He's getting sick. I get it. You know what I mean? I also get the electromagnetic frequency exposure and that whole thing, you know, radiation and whatnot. And that's why you ground. That's why you put your feet on the ground every day, folks. You know? And that's why you limit your screen time. And if possible, don't have what do you call it? Don't have portable devices on you. Of course, everyone does with the smartphone, but maybe I'm speaking from my throne here in my head. You know, maybe I'm being a little egoic here that I haven't had a phone in 6+ months. But yeah, it helps, right? Anyway, let's continue here. Listen to what the Truth or Slop has to say.
Then Brian Anderson just pulled out the gun and started shooting all on his own as Morphin could only watch. Wayne Antusa still sits in prison and should be released as well.
Fucking Truth or Slop.
The language of it, but I think some people sat in prison for a long time because of this guy's false testimony.
Yeah, it says Brian O'Shea was the first to confess long ago.
He's the fucking sing.
There you go.
And then you got him in Vegas, supposedly getting this most recent thing where they pulled him out of the car. And then I thought if you're in on Friday, you're in until Monday. So how the fuck's he out already? Now it is possible in Vegas. They're running court every day because it's Vegas. You know, maybe.
Yeah, who knows? I don't understand how he's out. Obviously,
either way though,
it's that soft fucking magic. Ooh, soft
magic, bro.
Say the
so
magic words.
you are on the King's roads, and you just think that the King's pirates can't fuck with you if you just know some magical words or the right way to say it. I can see why that type of ideology is appealing to these people, because they don't have to change anything they do at all. They don't have to change their behavior. They just have to change certain words they say to certain people in a certain.
Hey, Young, if you have a link for that you're talking about, I'd be curious to check that out. That sounds interesting. You know, I'd like to know more about it if possible. So, shout out to Jimmy. What's good? Shout out to the chat.
You don't actually have to do anything.
There's this other video where Paul is playing on his show about some guy. He's like parked in a spot that says you can't park this like the fire hydrant parking spot. And like he goes through this whole thing where he's this quote unquote American national, and he's not going to give him his name. He's not going to accept the parking ticket. He eventually ended up moving, which is what the fucking cop was trying to get him to do in the first place. And then like it's like this whole fucking big win. How was that a fucking win? What did you do? They made you move your fucking dumbass. That's it.
Right. That's if you go on the most recent Brian O'Shea one, he admits today on Paul's stream that he signed some shit at the end of the whole thing. That's how he got out. He refused to sign those paperwork, but eventually he signed some. If you go to Paul and Slave's original viral quote video, where everyone knows him from, there's like refusal of ID and everything. He cucks at the very end and gives the ID, cuts the camera and admits, he tells the cop, okay, I'll give you this. And then the camera cuts. So he gave over the shit. And these cops, man, in most of these situations, these cops are being very fucking, very lenient, in my opinion. They're being real cool. They know the drill. They know what these guys are saying. They've dealt with it before. They probably deal with it all day. And they're trying to kind of navigate that too, because they really don't want to escalate either. They know this is a dumb motherfucker. I can just slightly manipulate him a little bit, and I'll eventually get the ID I wanted, the name. So Paul didn't, I don't think Paul gave the ID. I think he said he was going to give his name and date of birth or whatever the information the cop was asking for. So he cucked.
It really just seems to be under this veneer of rights and freedoms, but really it's all about chasing a fucking false bag. You know what I mean? It's all about chasing some imaginary bag they're going to get from suing. What lawyer is going to go defend your fucking dumb ass?
Well, you don't need a lawyer. Apparently, you just go in there and fucking represent yourself.
Right. Sorry, I was I was muted there. But yeah, totally. That's exactly what it's about. It's about chasing the bag. That's all. That's totally what it's about. You know, that's totally what standing on God-given rights and obvious freedoms is about. It's about chasing money. Yep, you hit it on the head, sir.
Right.
Fucking incredible.
I forgot about that.
I mean, the idea that Brian O'Shea has more freedom or something because he didn't pay for his fucking registration, which is not even his own fucking car, is ridiculous. Brian O'Shea spending the weekend in fucking jail has more freedom in fucking jail. He has 3 hots and a cot. He has a fucking shower. he has some form of like protection around him while he's in fucking jail, compared to living in his fucking car in like an idiot like him and Mitch.
I mean, that's the thing. Like the destitute, they go out and commit crimes so they can have some place to fucking stay.
Right. I mean, why wouldn't you, bro? If you're struggling for a meal and, you know, and some shelter and shit, it's the smart thing to fucking do, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, you know, it's fucking wintertime. They go to fucking CBS, go try to steal some fucking lipstick or whatever. Cops come, they take them.
Right. But the idea that you're more free because you're chained to this fucking car, you're like Axel from Twisted Metal 2, the guy with his fucking hands in the wheel. Like, you know what I'm talking about? You're like trapped in this fucking car, and an idiot like Mitchell has a dog with him. A dog, even if you have a small yard for a dog, that's fucking mean. You need like a big yard or some acres for a dog. So he's got a dog trapped in there with him. The idea that these motherfuckers are more free than somebody like, say, EBT, who's actually making bank. I know me and you probably do okay, but we're not making that EBT money. And I'm not even saying this dude's like a millionaire or anything, but he makes good money. But with that money is the ability for him to take his family on vacation. He's able to, you know, do like he was able to get into some kind of league that he's able to pay for the type of console that would be that situation basically. So
you're roboting just a little bit. You're roboting just a little bit. You're roboting just a little bit, my friend.
My bad. Is it still roboting?
Yeah, you're good. That's perfect. Go ahead. Repeat what you're saying though, because you were roboting during.
I was just saying the idea that they are more free chained to their car than EBT or someone that makes a very good wage, someone that can take their family on vacation, or someone that could pay a lawyer to get them out of a situation. It's absurd, bro. Like,
you know, let me just say this, and this is just a universal sort of truth. There are no masterless men. Okay, you're gonna be under somebody's fucking thumb just because you don't have any property and you're all alone on the streets. Unfortunately, you're still under somebody's fucking jurisdiction. Okay, there are no masterless men in this world. You got to choose your master. For me, it's Jesus. I don't care about a license. I don't care about no fucking money. I don't care about these perceived fucking I'm tethered or I've signed some covenant with the beast system because I own a driver's license. It's fucking absurd. Okay, I have more freedom than fucking Mitch and O'Shea put together. Okay, because I have actually the ability to go help people. What can they do except find the next fucking parking spot? You know, what help are you to anybody? You're
actually like a hindrance on society.
You're fucking dead weight, and you choose to be. That's the fucked up part. You choose to be like that. It isn't like the destitute that fall on hard times and they end up like that, or you know,
right.
Lord have mercy, somebody that falls into, which is the most common, that people fall into homelessness through drugs and alcohol. You chose to be there under some weird delusion.
You're morally superior than the people that have like a house or some shit. You act like now you're morally superior because you're not in a debt contract.
You have a mortgage. You answer to the king.
Like, mortgage.
Yeah, mortgage. This dead is in the name, bro.
Yeah, it's fucking retarded, bro. It's like cope for like you can't hold down a job or some shit.
Oh, like Goober, like this must be like huge for like DUI fucking people that lose their license in a DUI. They end up being a fucking soft sit. Like, wait a second, I don't need a driver's license. Like, fuck that, bro. Freedom.
Yeah, and where the fuck does it end? The no driver's license? Can we be having 6-year-olds driving tractors down the road? Can you have a 6-year-old driving a tank? Like, there has to be. You're in a fucking
a 6-year-old driving a tractor. That's his illusion to allude to that. A 6-year-old driving a tractor is how he's trying to defend his point. This is amazing. It's amazing, an incredible attempt at just
society. There has to be some kind of like common rules and regulations that everyone must adhere to.
Right? Is there not? There's not people that no loss, injury, or harm, though, bro. No loss, injury.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, we get into an accident. Well, we're gonna have to figure that out. Or if
right, exactly. Like when someone hit my fucking bumper. And I said, yeah, there's no reason we need to get anyone involved, right? He's like, yeah, no. I mean, I don't even think I paid my insurance this month. I'm like, well, you know what? I don't even have any right now. So let's just settle this. I mean, what are we doing here? And we shook hands. That's what we did. And we went about our business. Because I technically turned when he had right away. And he technically was the one who could have slowed down or swerved around my bumper. But regardless, we were both in a way kind of at fault, so we walked away, and we I had to put the bumper back on my car, and that's what it was. That's kind of like just how things can be sometimes. It can be so simple. You don't need to actually depend on a conglomerate to settle your issues when they're so simply dealt otherwise. Do you guys even want to keep listening to this? I mean, it's just painful to sit there.
I don't have an answer for that part.
Right.
They'll just do Brian O'Shea hits my car and kills me. Now my wife and kids don't have a provider. How does that get handled?
Yeah, Brian
he's just going to pay the bills for the rest of his life until he's fucking dead, or what?
Right. So Brian O'Shea doesn't have a license because he has a right to travel, and he kills you. He kills you and leaves
kills the breadwinner.
So
yeah.
What do we do there?
Basically, when we asked Paul about that before, the answer was basically the the person that caused the harm, basically just he didn't say these words, but basically the person becomes a slave to the other person, and they owe the whatever, you know.
So we're doing more
slavery. So slavery.
So slavery. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the answer to an injustice where someone was completely a derelict with their responsibilities is slavery. Okay, I got it. Okay,
But only
write
if
that
they,
down.
yeah, only if they like kill somebody apparently. So just don't kill anyone while you're driving, you'll be okay, I guess.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and
Fucking absurd.
the
And then
excuse-
they flip it to weird bootlickers, and we love paying fees and we love paying taxes and all this fucking crazy. They just straw man that right on top of you. You love to kiss the ring and all this shit. Like, of course, like these fees and taxes, of course, the shit's, you know, absurd and shit. All these different fees and costs.
I mean, not to go on a not.
Right. So I mean, you might as well just keep paying them, right? I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I get it. It makes sense if you don't think about it, right? Yeah, think about that one for a second.
To go on a tangent here, but I attribute a lot of this sort of egregious fees and taxation to capitalism. I feel like it's just another thing they try to milk people out of. I think it's some weird like.
Well, listen, commie.
Convergence. It's a convergence of two systems together, like the government and capitalists. You know, get the buck as best as you can type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Part of it is like the fees of insurance or anything built into that cost is the uninsured drivers and shit like that. So these people, exactly like O'Shea, are causing these fees and stuff to go up. Now, not that all of a sudden if everyone had insurance and everything, that the cost wouldn't go up, because you know what I'm saying. We know it would.
I think insurance is sort of a tricky subject because.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Meta. Yeah, it sounds probably about accurate.
A lot of the times the insurance companies are working their hardest not to pay out and take care of you, which is like completely counterproductive. I mean, it's the whole, we're required to have a thing, but the thing that when we need it to provide for us, it doesn't come through. Like they're fighting tooth and nail, and that goes through it. Then the whole insurance thing is a fucking, that's a whole nother conversation altogether.
Yeah, I agree, and it looks like it's like getting worse and worse out here, especially for homeowners insurance. I keep getting these videos pushed to my feed of like people in California and Florida like getting their homeowners insurance canceled. Like these mother.
All right, just a quick one. You made me think of it, sir.
Judgment
It's your fault.
is to be made. We are to condemn the false judgment with righteous judgment, you idiot!
This is what I'm talking about, Jack. You're finally getting it.
The fuckers are literally flying drones over people's houses, and if they see like a little bit of clutter in your backyard, like, you know, you just use your yard and there's like a rake out and like a little bit of shit out, like they're straight up canceling your homeowners insurance and shit like that. So yeah, I agree, it's a whole different conversation than that. But
yeah, I think because who regulates insurance companies is the government, and there's a sort of like a tandem. There's like a corrupt sort of tandem thing going on where the government and the insurance companies are like, okay, this is what needs to be required. This we can charge these people. We're not legally liable for this, that, and the other XYZ, and it comes out the insurance companies will always be on top. See, there's a problem there, and I don't agree with that. Certainly this sort of thing is going to exist in a lot of the economic sectors of America.
it's absurd. The one that I was just talking about, the guy had this homeowner's insurance for like 15 or 16 years, never made a claim ever, and they flew a drone over his house, and it was like there was some light clutter, and they wouldn't show him the pictures or anything, and just dropped him, and he has no way to appeal. He has no way to see the pictures or anything. So these insurance companies are just straight raking the money in, and then there's no legal challenge for this guy to even do anything about it. They can just drop him like a fucking hot potato. That's bullshit.
Yeah, agreed. It says, Mr. Miyagi says it doesn't sound moral to pay someone to be liable for your actions. How do you feel? What's your thoughts on that?
Can you say it again? I couldn't really hear it.
It says it doesn't. This Mr. Miyagi fellow, he says it doesn't sound too. Was it too moral, or I don't know? Does he mean it doesn't sound moral to pay someone to be liable for your actions?
I gotta speed this shit up, dude.
Oh, is he saying you're paying insurance to take care of the liability? I see what you're saying, but a lot of the problem of this does go to what you're saying. Your commie capitalistic stance is a lot of these things aren't actually owned by people. The house is not actually owned by you. The car's not actually owned by you. So you're forced to have the insurance in that aspect of it.
Right. Exactly.
So I can kind of see that someone's loaning you the money, and what they need recourse for if your house burns down. Why they loaned you fucking $250,000, and you could just burn your way out of it. You know what I mean? There's got to be some reason for them to be able to loan you the money. So I get that side of it. But yeah, again, this is a whole separate can of worms from the whole sovereign citizen bullshit. Magic fucking words. I live in a fucking non-free land, the kingdom of Shaitan, who's been here forever. But if I know some magic words, I can Obi-Wan my way out of any fucking situation.
Yeah, once you come down to Old National and Metropolitan here down in Atlanta, and you try that shit with a fucking city cop down here, they'll pull you out immediately. They don't tolerate that shit. I got no time.
Yeah, they know right where you're going. As soon as you say lost injury harm, as soon as you say some fucking shit like that, they immediately know what the fuck you're talking about. And these idiots in the comments are like, oh, they think Paul's his lawyer. I saw people commenting like they actually thought that the police were scared because they thought Paul was actually a lawyer. No, motherfucker, they were just fucking around. They were humoring O'Shea. They knew exactly what the fuck was going on.
Yeah, we can replay it if you want.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of fucking dumb at the same time.
It is. Hold on, let me find it. Let me find this shit.
What's up?
So, what's Layla doing?
She's
Layla.
getting ready to get them kids a tub.
What's up, TBE?
Yo, what's up?
We're gonna go to the Layla Mary channel, drop a thumbs up on her show.
She's got you on your knees, I bet it, bruh, cause you's a beta boy, beta.
Drawing.
Yeah, that was I had no idea she was such an artist.
Yeah, she's a beast, dude. It makes me feel like shit. Like even my thumbnails, like damn, these thumbnails are shit compared to someone that can take a pen and just draw it all out.
Yeah.
I've always wished I could draw.
I'd love to see how she would her rendition on Orthodox icons. I don't know if she's ever.
Beta. Layla's got you on your knees because you was a beta.
So the next one she's gonna do is actually there's like you might have seen it. I don't remember where it's at. There's like a church that has the supposed bones of Mary Magdalene. Have you seen the shit? Like the bust. It's like encased. It looks like it's crazy looking, dude. It looks so metal.
Oh yeah, we've seen that. Yeah, I've seen
the church. That's what she's gonna draw. I don't know if it's next, but one of the next things she wants to draw.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, she's a beast. Her dad. She has a bunch of her dad's artwork here in the house. I think she showed it on another video she has. Her dad's he had did an entire series of drawings on the Book of Revelation before he passed away. Dude, they're amazing, bro. He's like he passed away, but his style is like that fantasy art style from like the 70s and 80s, like that.
Beta. Layla's got you on your knees. What's up, JG? This is corny, right? I mean,
they're fucking lame. So they're as bad as Bro Sanchez. I just had to watch Bro Sanchez for 20 minutes.
No one's making you watch Bro Sanchez, all right? I watch Bro Sanchez sometimes. I'll be honest, but it's hard to get past the gotta talk like this every time I tell you anything. Gotta be talk like this. You know what I'm saying, man?
The guy's insufferable. He's worse than Tommy. He's way worse than Tommy.
Well, it's different than Tommy, but much different. I wouldn't say he's worse than Tommy.
He's worse.
In some respects, I guess I could see that.
1,000 times worse. The way he carries himself, it's like, what the fuck, man?
At least this is more honorable than Benton going all the way out the window and claiming Paul and Brian orchestrated staged it. That's just that. I don't even know if that was a lack of honor or a complete just delusional mind. Like he might actually be completely delusional and actually think that's the case. Although you're probably right, it is probably more. Benton's not retarded, even though I got him as Bentard in the title. He's not completely retarded.
Yeah, he's hating. That's his way of hating. He's just saying nonsense.
All right. Well, I think that people want to continue to hear this for whatever reason, just to hear the utter, complete ignorance coming out of these two. It's fascinating to watch. So
that heavy metal comic book cover type. Oh, dude, this shit's crazy.
Yeah.
So she grew up like learning from her dad, who he's bro. Shit's like she's got a sketchbook of his dude. Like it's.
I say arrogant ignorance. But
it's insane, bro.
Are you talking about the same day, RT? He says, "Don't forget, O'Shea was parked in a local park during the daytime with his car windows covered so he could sleep." So of course,
that was the previous one when the cops harassed him and then let him go.
Right.
So the new one was I believe he was driving and then he got pulled over for stabs and then so this man then Paul's trying to like raise men and 50 years old.
You're roboting just a little bit.
Damn it!
You're roboting just a little bit. Hold on, let me find it. This one.
It's all the bullshit. It's all the fucking bullshit from because you're spewing all that bullshit out, literally, that it's getting into the mic. Like if I just held this here, and just spewed bullshit, this little tiny hole right here would be caught up in no time, dude. So yeah, I mean, your shit's caught with bullshit. Sir.
All right. Well,
it's like lube ass with the bacon grease, except yours is just literal bullshit, verbal diarrhea.
Out. We can. He's pulling out a Taco Bell. He got himself a fucking delicious chalupa. I guess while he's figuring out his thing here.
Because of this? Biggest phony ever, man. TBE. Biggest phony.
This is a good clip, though.
I know. ¿Sí lo estás grabando? Okay.
Yeah, the fucking the cashier behind the counter's like, damn, why is he just exposed me? You telling me somebody just casually went up there and fucking put that on the fucking debit machine? No fucking way. Give that to your manager.
Give it to your manager.
Yeah, the manager's the one that put it on there. Get fucking.
I mean, probably, honestly, he's probably not wrong there. I'll give him that.
Didn't know what to do with it.
Then again, it wouldn't be hard for someone to slip it on. I mean, either way, I could believe either way. So
Get fucking
It's
real.
probably staged.
It's so fucking.
Yeah, these motherfuckers are in on it. These workers.
Oh yeah, man. There's no fuck. Look how fucking well that was put in there. This guy had to go to a lot of work to get to remove this.
Yeah, the workers are like, wow, that's crazy. No way, dude.
No way, dude. How did you do, dude? Are you on YouTube? Are you on YouTube? Do you have a YouTube channel? Whoa, bro. That's so crazy. He's got to unscrew it. Huh? Come on, dude.
Hey, Christos, I had to
Wait,
leave,
go ahead.
Christos. I had to leave, man.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Give it to your manager.
Yeah, I'll be right on that. You know, after they left, they probably put it fucking back on. They're like, fuck that. Get this guy out of here. We're gonna put it back on. We're gonna hide it a little better this time.
Yeah, I put the link to I put that link to the O'Shea in your backstage.
There we go.
Archie's Jones in the sea.
Okay, here we go. All right, let's share it. All right, let's do it.
Now I won't have to stream tonight.
There we go. Now you don't have to stream it. You can do it here.
Perfect.
All right, let's just go big with it, and this will be down here. This will be funny. Let's do it.
Right.
What you're saying and doing, you know it's not true and honorable. You know it's not the law of this land, and you know it's the bane of our existence. We're going to slavery and genocide. We're already there, dummy.
Hey, real quick. He goes.
Let's just go big with it, and this will be down here.
So he's mirroring my restream here, or simulcast, if you want me to be politically, whatever, technically correct here. And what's up with these optics here, right? Get chalked up. Why doesn't Get Chalked Up have a moderator wrench? What's going on over there? TBE feeling a little, maybe they're not friends. Maybe they're not as cool as they seem to be. Why does EBT have a wrench? Why does all these other characters have wrenches, but not Cuck Body Online? Sorry, Cock Booty Online. Shout out to Slow Boy Whiteboard, but yeah, what's up with that? TBE doesn't have a wrench there, man. Not love you enough, sir? So let's watch them watch my restream. So I'm going to be restreaming a restream of my restream, or simulcast rather. So the simulcast restream panel versus panel optic conception is real, folks.
This will be funny. Let's do it.
Right. What you're saying and doing, you know it's not true and honorable. You know it's not the law of this land, and you know it's the bane of our existence. We're going to slavery and genocide. We're already there, dummy.
Hey, real quick. He goes from fucking tabs on the license plate to slavery and genocide real fucking quick. 0 to 100 real fucking quick.
Yeah. Are you saying like these truther sophist types don't hyperbolize things? Oh yeah. Okay. That's not their fucking habit. I got you.
Do you realize we need to unite right now more than ever? Do you realize that?
I don't need to talk to you.
Okay. You don't need to talk to anyone in your life. I'm sure your wife has the same report of you, your children, your friends, your family.
Yeah, this is talking about this man's wife. Like, what the fuck?
This is what you do everywhere in life, huh? Just bullshit yourself and everyone else and never take accountability for what we're all creating together or separately. It's pathetic. Do what you got to do, sir. Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. Do what you're paid to do. Take rights under color of law, and let's get on with it.
As long as he provides a driver's license, registration, and insurance.
He's not required to provide a servant of the people anything. The fact you believe he is why we're already in slavery and lost our rights and free choice.
Dude, these idiots watch this and I'm like, wow.
That has to do with anything.
Yeah, I don't get
wow. He's yelling. It must be true.
Other than
I suspect you don't know much in life, sir, and I'd be willing to love you and care for you and work with you if you were also willing and able.
You what?
I said, I suspect you don't know much in life, but I'd be willing to love you and care for you and work with you and create a new outcome for all of us.
That's a good way to start shit. Just call him stupid, you know, in a
talk shit about his wife.
Yeah, talk shit about his wife, call him stupid in a floral fucking language. Okay, I guess that's cool.
If you were willing and able.
All he has to do is provide the 3 things that we've been asking for.
All he has to do is do what you say, and then you're not going to take his rights and freedom and cause harm to them. You're such a nice guy. What do we owe you? Beyond the tax dollars. What else do we owe you for all your...
Say what?
I said, no, Brian better do what Paul says, not what this guy says. Paul's going to get this motherfucking guy killed, bro.
Yeah.
He's going to get Brian O'Shea killed.
Who really sounds like the authoritarian in this?
Yeah, dude, 36 hours in jail, man. That's fucking, oh, man. Doesn't get worse than that. Jeez. And jail in the States, 3 meals a day and a bed to sleep in and air conditioning, man.
Yeah, but Sean, you gotta admit, Paul was kind of out of pocket.
Right, cops being pretty cool.
Say what?
The cops being pretty cool.
What did you want to say, Cornball?
Yeah, bitch. You gotta admit that Paul was kind of out of pocket with what he's saying. It's like it's a serious situation, and then Paul's just kind of, spurging on these cops.
How would you handle it, sir? Okay. All right.
Well, actually, at this point,
So kind and great.
And that's all that needs to be.
Right. It's all it needs to be. A false choice. Do what you say or else. That's the bane of our existence in America. So continue with it. Continue with it and see where it gets all of us. I've already accepted my outcome in faith. So keep doing it and see where it gets all of us. You'll have to live it just like I will. I'm prepared. You're not.
Okay. I can't hear everything that you're saying right now, but
I'm gonna probably cover some of it, Jen, in a little bit. Benton stream. So.
Yeah, and you feel what I'm saying more importantly, because we're one self on the highest level. You know, I just spoke the fucking truth for all of us. The truth you won't live, that you run and lie about. You run from it and you lie about it. And you laugh and giggle because you know it's all over for you and the rest of us, huh, sir? The rights are gone, the freedom's gone, policy and code runs our life, and you got a senilic retard up there as the president.
We have law-abiding citizens, and we have people that try to take
sure. Statute, policy, and code is not the law, sir. That's
wait. What was this guy saying? What was the cop saying? Hold on, watch. Hold on. Trying to make out what the cop's saying.
I think he said we got like law-abiding citizens, and then we have some people that try to like skirt the law
or take shortcuts. Yeah.
And the rest of us, huh, sir? The rights are gone, the freedom's gone, policy and code runs our life, and you got a senilic retard up there as the president.
We have law-abiding citizens, and we have people that try to take
sure. Statute, policy, and code is not the law, sir. That's why there's a legal society and a law society. They're mutually exclusive. You don't know the difference.
Fighting to the statutes.
I'm sure you are, and you're enforcing statutes on man and woman. Men and women are not part of corporations. We don't have to follow policy. You do. Enforce them on your buddies, not man and woman who you serve and protect.
It's all about law-abiding citizens.
You don't understand the difference between legal policy and the law of the land. You don't understand the difference. There's a clause in the Constitution, public safety clause. There's dual jurisdiction, administrative law and constitutional law. One is corporately defined. One is the law of the land under God. You probably wouldn't know it because you're not a godly, faithful man. You probably don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about because you've never lived it. You were born into slavery and indoctrination. You're a child of the lie and a servant of the devil. Let's be real about it. Who'd you
You're a
vote?
servant of the fucking devil for asking somebody for a fucking 5-year-old expired tabs to show some kind of something. Can you show me an ID? Can you show me a fucking insurance? You look like you're riding out here dirty.
And, and I've said this before, and I've given Paul credit about believing in God, but what God is that exactly? I don't know who that is. Who is that?
I think it's just whatever he wants it to be that day.
Yeah,
the dial says.
Yeah, it's just strange to me. Like, I'd be more on board with him if I knew who the fuck his God is. It's just his feelings, his thoughts and his feelings.
Well, he keeps going back to, if you listen to him here, he'll go do it and say it a couple more times as he says that, like, we are all one, basically. And he says that like 3 or 4 times, I believe, in this whole video.
Yeah, it's just sort of oscillating between
we're not all one, dude. I'm not one with a fucking pedophile predator and shit like that.
Yeah, we're individuals. Unfortunately, we're different people.
Yeah,
we're not one self experiencing things. No, sir. We're individual people experiencing.
Hold on, I'm in another tab here.
Sorry. Vote for to be your daddy. Who you voting for this year to be your daddy? Another egoic narcissist or a senilic retard? Which one? Pick one. More corruption, huh? More circus freak show like experience for all of us. Yeah, it's funny. Let's get a laugh at it. The world we live in. It's a big circus joke freak show at this point, huh?
Is that a yes or no? We're waiting for the sergeant anyways. All right, we'll wait for the sergeant.
Believe it or not, sir, this is why I show loving care.
Say what?
The cops here are just treading water and kind of humoring them. They're just waiting for their superior to show up, so they're just kind of fucking around. And then the idiots in the chat are like, wow, they really think Paul's his lawyer. They're scared. Like, no, they're just fucking humoring the situation. They probably get back to the car.
Yeah,
they probably get back to the car and are like, fucking look at this dumb fuck here on the phone.
Right? But it's for all of our own good. We need it now more than ever. We're losing it all, sir. Whether you want to accept it or not.
It's like,
hey, Sean.
All right, what were you gonna say? Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, do you
hear
think this was? Yeah, do you think it was helpful?
I think maybe Paul could have came at it a little from a slightly more diffused, if that's a appropriate word, position, but maybe turned it up at the end as opposed to starting up fired up, and then again, I mean, this interaction here went much different. I'm sure If you haven't seen this one,
good officer, and I want to put this officer on camera. This is Ricky Valdez.
No,
They just pulled me
I've
over.
se-
No
I-
license, no place, no nothing. But that's fine because you don't need that to
I've
travel
seen-
from point A to point B. And this man was willing to listen to me and understand what I was saying, and he could tell that I'm not up to no good out here. You know, and this is what the human experience is
Very
supposed to
cordial
be
flight.
about.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
You have a good day, my friend. You take care of yourself.
I appreciate you, Mr. Valdez.
Thank you. Be safe, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Sean.
Thank
Sean,
you.
we've all seen what he got.
That's
fired
how you do it, folks. That's
oh, maybe
how you do it
not.
right there. And
I
I
mean,
hope
maybe
I hope
there could
all
be a
you
few in here that
motherfuckers-
haven't. I don't know.
I can't get this window up now. I'm all nervous.
Well, maybe. I mean,
I hope all
you
you
just showed that to
motherfuckers
me like I
are
didn't see
watching.
it. That's,
I hope you're all
Yeah, I got
watching,
some people
okay?
in here that
all
aren't
you
from.
people who told me that go ahead and try that shit with the police and see what they do. Well, I just tried it. No license, no registration, no insurance, no nothing. Okay? They told me many times that we're going to, the first guy, we're going to arrest you, we're going to do whatever. No, whatever. Stick to it. Stick to your fucking truth. Supervisor.
why doesn't he do it anymore?
Why would you continue to just do it? For what purpose? What would be the purpose behind just going out and doing that?
Because he's living on truth. He's truly
Right.
authentic. He's ready to go to jail for everyone's
Like
rights
for
and
me,
freedom.
for instance, right? I'm not doing it right now, and it's mostly because my car's been sitting in the driveway for months, and I'm fixing it at a very slow pace. You know what I mean? So, and
Yeah,
I'm
but I'm
finding
saying,
work.
so-
I'm finding work locally that doesn't require me to. Then again, with the car, I'd be finding a lot more work than I'm finding. But again, it's something that I'm working on. So I don't know what his situation is. I don't know if his. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
his car is
so-
actually. I'm pretty sure his Nissan also, like myself, is not functional right now. It's not drivable. Sorry, it's
He
not
doesn't-
movable or drivable either. But go ahead.
We've all watched for like a year and a half, 2 years. He doesn't drive or move anymore. He got famous for
Right.
what he got famous for. We were all intrigued by it because we wanted to fight against the power, but he doesn't tell us how to do it. Or we're all cowards and infidels if we don't do it, but he doesn't do it anymore or ever. He just sits around
So
all
you
day.
think because he's not actively
Yes.
getting into more interactions with police where he potentially might go to jail, that means he's no longer standing on his information, like living his information?
No, not yeah, exactly. Not what he was known for or what he does. If he really did, then he would just go drive around and keep doing it. But he doesn't want to go to jail anymore. It's not fun.
Yeah, don't you think maybe there's more value in staying out and helping educate people on the information and being more of service in that venue than
Exactly,
just
but
doing the same thing he's already done and proven works
okay, so
over and over again?
but inspiring other people to go do it when he doesn't do it anymore.
Kaiser, you're
Kaiser,
talking
brother.
too much, man. You're in your head. You're talking too much, man.
Yeah, we're gonna continue here. Shout out to 18 in the chat on the 18th with an hour and 18 minutes into the stream. We're gonna continue here. All right. I think you got some more to learn.
my head.
That's what I think. I think a little bit. I mean, I've just because I don't have any anymore anyway, have any right to travel videos, successful or not. And I actually only had two successful videos. I didn't have one where I got taken away. So just because I lost a channel and don't have those, I mean, does that mean I'm not? Because that was, and it was 4 years ago. So does that also, I mean, both those things, there's no proof now. And even if I did have the proof, you'd say it was 4 years ago and I should do it again. So is that your logic basically, that if, because something's old, it's outdated and therefore null and void? I mean,
No,
I don't
it
get
is if you're actively saying that you're doing your information and you're not
right, but
doing
if
your
you've
information.
actually done something that someone else hasn't done, then where's the?
Well, sure, I've done a lot of things a lot of people haven't done.
Well, then maybe you have the
6
right
years,
to
it doesn't mean shit now. Like, what are you doing right now? What are you doing today? You want to talk about results? You want to talk about what are you doing now? Cool. What the fuck does that mean? Like, you got famous for something and now people are wanting to follow you or inspired by you, but you don't even go do it yourself anymore. You ride as a passenger with someone else. Yeah, Paul is more valuable not in jail, of course. He knows that, so he's not even doing what he says anymore.
Pizer, if
That's
he was
why.
in his own car, he'd be doing it, man.
You don't think he'd be of value in jail as well? With his knowledge and the information that he could probably help people to get a better comprehension on, or any comprehension on, they might not have any on.
Dude, most of those people
Being a fucking law library in and of himself in many respects.
So what good is that gonna do?
My point is, you're saying he just doesn't do it anymore because he's avoiding like the plague going back to jail, is what I'm getting out of what you're saying. That he's scared to go back to jail or something.
So what do you think he's doing?
Well,
I think he's fucking doing a broadcast every day, and he's making a living doing it. I don't blame him at all for what he's doing. I mean, shit.
Okay,
if anything, I might be a little jealous because I haven't attained that for myself yet.
Yeah,
So,
but
you
it's
know what
not
I mean?
about
Like,
it's not about that anymore though. It's about entertainment.
I see how it's about
People
entertainment a lot,
followed
too.
him. I followed him 2 years ago because of what he stood for.
So you think Paul should basically only be about rights and freedoms? There shouldn't be any basically like comedy, entertainment, news, current events.
No, I like all that shit, dude. That's all. That
Okay, so what am I missing here then? What am I failing to comprehend that you're trying to convey here?
What did you follow in the beginning? What inspired you?
What are you talking about, Pie Face? He deals with it every time he gets pulled over. What do you expect him to chase police down? Just shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Gross. Well,
Yeah,
you heard
Pizer's
it from that.
got an angle, man. Pizer, you got an angle, and just stop
I
with the
don't have
angle.
I don't have an angle.
You do have
Yeah,
an angle.
Tribe. I think that did happen actually. I think Paul did have an interaction on the road with Jen last week. Yep. Well, it was it was probably last week. Yeah, a week and a half or something like that.
No, what I've
If
realized.
you didn't have an angle, I wouldn't be saying you have an angle.
What's my angle, dude? I don't have a fucking angle. I was inspired. I'm not anymore. I don't think he walks what he talks anymore. He did before. Now he's making money. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody else. He doesn't want to help anybody else. He doesn't want to give them information.
Got pulled over, he would do it, man. You're in your head. It's like you don't want him. It's like you're like, no, he won't do it. He's not doing this. He's driving with somebody else. He's going soft. Like that's all in your head, man.
Yeah, see the lackeys. So I was part of that too, like Salty Siren, all the little. They're just a bunch of bullies. They're a bunch of like they like to make fun of people, but they don't do shit in their own life.
All right, well, Pizer, how about this? You goofed up a little bit, so let's just move on here. All right, just take the L and we'll move on.
Take the L because I'm calling out real shit, and then I have a bunch of lackeys talking shit.
You're not calling out real shit. You think you are. You have an angle. That's all it is. You have a theory.
There's no angle, bro. I don't have an angle. I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't make money off this.
Dude, are you drunk?
I work 10 hours a day. Does
Are you
anybody
drunk,
else? Does anybody else?
Does anybody else work 10 hours a day? Is that what
I
you're
work
asking?
No, probably not. No, so JG just got out of a mental institute. I don't want to fucking call out fucking people.
That was a joke.
What the fuck ever, dude.
Well, there you go. Pizer. You're very
Is Salty's analysis correct here, sir? Is your goal essentially just sucking Glow Snake's eggplant?
Salty's just she's like from Mean Girls.
Yeah. Look at that picture.
She's got.
What do you want to do to that picture, Pop? Let's be honest here. What do you want to do to that picture, sir?
All she does is talk shit about everybody. She's like a
If you
fucking
even
mean
just had
girl.
that
And
picture
every
in a physical
no,
form,
I'm
just
just
with
saying,
a
like
Polaroid, what would you do?
Salty was like one of the lackeys that she just runs around and talks shit about everybody. She's just like a fucking insecure piece of shit that has nothing else going on.
That's you.
That's me. Okay, that's cool.
Just fuck with you, Todd. Let's move ahead here.
You know, I do have you up on
hashtag
channel.
bullies. No, there is a bunch of fucking people that just talk shit. I've seen it because I did it in the very beginning. I thought it was funny to make fun of Jack Talcott, blah blah blah. I thought it was like a joke. It's not a fucking joke. For all gay men, but it's just a bunch of fucking
I think we
like,
can speak for all
weak
gay
ass
men.
motherfuckers.
What was that one more
I'm
time?
not gonna
Hold
speak
on.
for all gay men, but
I think we can speak for all gay men.
I'm not gonna speak for all gay men, but
I think we can speak for all gay men.
Look at this chick in the back with her nice ass
I'm not gonna
titties.
speak for all gay men, but
I think we can speak for all gay men.
So that's a clip taken out of context. Cool.
Taken out of context. Is it?
Speak for all gay men? What does that even mean? I can speak for all gay men?
I think it means what Salty's saying right here, sir. What do you have to feel? What do you? I'm not saying that. She's saying that. How do you feel about what she's saying?
Sucking glove snakes? I don't even know what the fuck that means.
You fucked
Glow
up there,
snake's
Pop.
eggplant, sir. Stop bullying a full-grown man. Yeah, Salty. Come on now. It's not nice. That's not nice of you, aka retarded.
Yeah, it's hilarious because when you just talk shit to people,
I think that Paul is going soft and he drives with someone else because he's scared the police will pull him over. I think he's scared, man. That's you, Pizer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you were at in 2020, dude. I don't know what you complied to.
I didn't
seems
comply to
most
shit.
people-
I didn't even wear a mask. I never fucking took a test or a shot ever. Because I'm not a
So
bitch.
then-
like most of you fucks.
Okay, so where's the misunderstanding there? That's what we're all confused about. I think that's what you're confused about. I'm not confused about it. I think I know what it is.
No, you're confused about someone talking shit to everybody always when they were a loser their whole fucking life. You know, I wasn't never a fucking loser ever.
So then why are you triggered if someone calls you a loser?
I'm not.
Right.
Go ahead and continue with the clown show.
Dude, you're the clown. You're literally clowning up this fucking live.
Well, I don't
Okay,
know. What is his avatar? What's your avatar? Let me see. I don't get it. I don't get it. That's actually kind of a cool avatar, isn't it? A bunch of rocks. I mean, I actually like the avatar, on another note, but anyway.
Yeah.
Spiraling again, you little bitch boy. Mean girl. That's you, right? Right. Says
Hey,
the
Sean, is
Let's get
Pizer
back to it.
corny? Would you say Pizer's corny, Sean?
Yeah, I would say he's corny. I mean, I would say you're corny as well, but regardless, yeah, I would say he's corny.
Yeah.
For sure. Christos
Awesome.
just dropped out. All right, whatever. Let's get back to it.
I'm not going to speak for all gay men, but
I think we can speak for all gay men.
Right. All right, let's get back to it for real though. So listen to what toilet bowl. Yeah, enslaved by cock body toilet bowl truth.
Why am I corny, Sean? I'm gonna put Pizer here.
You're corny, you're horny, you're fucking you're JG, dude, Hashtag just gay.
It reminds me of that fucking overshared clip, and it was on Instagram. It was shared on Instagram all the time. That fucking newsroom with Jeff Daniels, where he talks about how America used to be the greatest country, and look at it now, and it's like this big diatribe. That's how I feel when I'm hearing this this spiel that he gives. That's just me.
Yeah, I love the like fucking 32-bit rate MP3 fucking.
Yeah, you hear it.
You're just gay, see? That's your name from now on. All right,
Yo,
let's continue.
Sean,
Like
don't play games with me, dude. Right? You're a little.
I appreciate you putting up with my loud voice and obnoxious presentment, and I appreciate you listening to the facts I'm presenting.
I was like, please kill this guy. I need a viral video.
Yo.
Please kill Brian O'Shea. I need 1,000 more subscribers.
Please, just fucking gun him down in the streets, please. And my donations are down. Just gun him fucking down.
Right.
Yeah. Even though he couldn't use the fucking footage anymore, you know. Oh, I guess he could. Who knows?
Bunch of weak trolls in the fucking chat.
You gotta love the options. Founder of
You
Age
idiot.
Incorporated here.
shit.
Founder of Age.
He's got to know what he's fucking dealing
Hey,
with.
Zook, if you're here again, click the link, man. Or Shively, Salty. I know Salty's always got fucking issues.
Yeah, Salty won't come up because she's a fucking dumb bitch.
She supposedly doesn't have a good laptop, but there's two
Well,
more
yeah,
spots.
supposedly,
if anyone
but
wants to
she can't even get her own shit together ever. All
She
she does is
got
talk.
saying
All she ever does is like talk
calling him a.
Get it out. Get it out.
She's probably like about 40, 50 pounds overweight.
I bet she's not, dude.
And
I bet she's
ashamed of herself.
actually fucking.
She's probably
I
like
bet she
ashamed of herself.
I bet she looks fucking good.
So all
I had
she
to
does is
guess.
talk shit. All she
Just
ever
to
does
go
is
out on
talk
a limb
shit.
and say that she
Like a
looks.
little like a little troll mean girl that's got nothing going on in her fucking life. Fucking
That's
loser
you.
fella.
That's you.
That's me, bro. I got my own fucking place, bro.
That
You
doesn't
don't
mean
got
shit.
nothing, bro.
You have any thoughts on Mr. Shively's comment here, sir?
Who's the sir?
That inspired you, Mr. Fry. You scared goofball. Do nothing. Okay, Shively doesn't do it either. He just donates money. He has a big ass fucking ranch. He doesn't roll around with no fucking. Ask Shively if he rolls around with no tags, no license, no insurance. Answer that, Shively.
You just asked.
Do it.
Now he can answer.
Shively, say that, bro, and then shut the fuck up. Just because you got money and pay Paul, you don't fucking roll around and do what he does, and he doesn't even roll around and do what he does. None of us do. Brian
What about
did.
this comment here from Latham?
Brian
I'm not
did.
familiar with this Latham, but they seem to be familiar with some of the lore, so they might be a sock account or something. But they said that you were held accountable, and ever since then.
None of us.
I was a fan of Paul. I still am a fan of Paul's the way his words are, and a lot of the things that I resonate
what
with.
changed? Is it possible that you got a little triggered from him kind of coming to hold you accountable, like he's held me and everyone else
Hold
accountable?
me accountable for? No, because when I went out with Paul, he called me. He said, "I do nothing. I don't have results."
Right.
He said, "I have."
Do you recognize any truth to that statement?
No, he said I have some fucking dyke or some friend telling me what to do in the back. He's giving me advice about family relationships when I have all that shit, bro.
I guess five.
I don't need advice. I love my mom. My mom is here. My dad is here. I talk to them every fucking week. We had a great relationship. I never got in trouble growing up. I didn't drink till I turned 21. I wasn't a fucking heroin addict loser fuck that manipulated, fucked up everyone in my entire life and then had a revelation because I almost died twice to come to an epiphany to tell other people how to live their fucking life. I never had to go through that because I actually lived true in what's right and was authentic my entire fucking life. I was never a loser, sleazy, lying, inauthentic piece of shit. I've always been a fucking true dude that did everything for everybody. So I don't need to fucking tell people how to live their fucking life because I've done it the right way the whole time. So just because he had a revelation because he was a fucking loser and has no fucking mom, no dad, I have the spirit of my mama because my mama's fucking got a good spirit. His mama didn't.
All right,
How about
Pfizer,
that?
you got results.
How about
Pfizer,
that? How about his
you
mama didn't have a fucking good spirit? And my mom does. and I talked to her, and all you fucks are all fucked up. You want to tell people how to have a relationship? You got Salty Siren talking shit. She's like a fucking lonely little bitch that's never gonna have anybody. She's a mean
Pfizer,
girl, loser. Fucking go ahead on with it.
if you know you have results, who cares what anybody else says? I got results. I don't care what anybody else says, man. Right?
Because people are talking shit right now in this moment.
All right, well, just
So
do.
I'm
Just
gonna back it up.
it, man.
I don't need fucking people talking shit about me, which people did. And I know, yeah, maybe I'm caught up, and maybe I do get caught up into this bullshit.
You do.
Look, I have like equity and all this other BS, but it doesn't make me like a better person than anybody else. You know what I mean? It's just achievements. That's all it is. You know, no big deal.
All right, shall we continue, gentlemen?
Yes, cornball.
I think maybe Jeff will get better if he is a little more open to the truth, so to speak. Here's the thing, right? If I really wanted to, I could take some inspiration from this guy right here.
But
I think we can speak for all gay men.
Right, and I could do. I mean, you asked me how much to kick him. I mean, I guess I could try that. I've never done that. You know, I've never really sunk to that level. But apparently, people do really well with that model. So, all right, $5 to kick Pi for an hour, or I guess 10 for the rest of the stream. I don't know. I have no rubric to go by. Like maybe I could go by Slow State's rubric. What does he do? He does it even more than that, right? I don't know.
$7, Meta. $7.
$7. It's fucking random.
Yeah, trying to be funny here, bitch.
What's going on here? Oh, there we go. All right, let's continue this truther slot.
Do more, you know. Oh, I guess he could. Who knows? You got the topics. Founder of
Anti-truther slop the space.
It's incorporated here. Founder of Age Piss. You got to.
Dude, the chat is literally calling him a martyr for this. He didn't do anything. They're calling Brian O'Shea a fucking martyr. He got yanked out of his fucking car at the end of it. That's not fucking martyr.
Oh yeah, let me show you how they spelled martyr. By the way, just to show you the fucking, this is how the fucking wet brains over there are spelling martyr. It's amazing. I love it.
Literally.
Martyr.
We need more martyrs.
I'm a quickie martyr. That's what I am.
I need a martyr.
Amazing.
So a martyr is the guy that just runs and hands Paul the phone and says, "Please talk to these authorities for me."
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Hey, Sean, change my name, man.
You can change it yourself.
I'm a martyr. I'm driver's license martyr. I'm a martyr. These guys are like, this is great. This is what we're doing tonight.
Hey, I will say this, bro. Like for Brian O'Shea being a stand-up comedian, this is the first time he's made me laugh. I'll give him that.
Fucking Brian. No, he makes me laugh at the end when it's fucking.
People web brain and TBE's only fucking 5 panels, drunk as shit, acting like.
Yeah, let's
go to when the superior. Go to when the superior shows up.
Okay. Let's see where oh wait, no, it isn't. It's a short interaction. Yeah, we can bleed this out a little bit. Come on.
Just one last time before my sergeant gets here. Are you going to provide any of that information, asshole? I'd rather speak to the sergeant. Okay, no problem. So at the moment, then, no, you're just waiting for the sergeant. I'm waiting for the sergeant. Okay. If there's no injured party, and there's no loss, injury, or harm in this situation, there's no injured party to go to court. There's no person that I've injured or harmed that caused no loss, injury, or harm anymore. So what's going on right now is just wrong. Like if you can't feel that in your gut, in your spirituality, and understand that, I feel
what the fuck is he talking about?
Yo, bro, can you feel it in your spirituality, bro?
Bro, it's like you don't. This is what they say over there on Slava. They go, "You don't have to do this." That's like their mantra over there. You don't have to do this, man. You don't have to do this. It's like
basically they just want to do whatever they want, I guess.
Yo,
but you can't tell me what to do, demon. And he does say there's no loss, injury, or harm here. And I called him out on their chat tonight. There was loss, and the loss was Brian O'Shea's mom's car got confiscated.
Got fucking yoinked.
By Brian O'Shea's choices. It's not by these cops. It's the choices Brian O'Shea made that the car got confiscated. So Brian O'Shea's mom's, because it's not his car. If it was his car, I could see there's no loss. It's not his car. It's his mom's car. It got lost.
All right, who's going to pay the towing fee, you fucknut? Oh my gosh, dude. Retards, dude.
Yeah. obviously, if it's not registered, that means it's not insured. So if Brian O'Shea, after he smoked his fucking third doobie, after watching OTW News, plows into some, doesn't see a red light and fucking hit somebody else's car, possibly killing somebody, what's going to happen there? You know what I mean? Not let's just say nobody dies, but the other person's car is totaled. How the fuck is this? How the fuck are they going to be compensated for this
You're
guy's
just gonna pay him back, bro. That's their answer. He'll pay him back.
Just pay him back. With Brian O'Shea, who doesn't have a job, and doesn't have any fucking money,
Doesn't have any fucking money.
Loss, injury,
Doesn't
and
get
harm.
shit from fucking stand-up comedy.
So in a sense, insurance prevents loss, injury, or harm to some degree. We'll say let's just grant it works properly as it should.
To be fair, Meta, Angela can be really fucking annoying, but yeah.
It prevents loss, injury, or harm in this regard. See or no, Poppy? Yeah, sorry, officer. I don't have anything that legitimizes, that legitimizes my responsibility with this car here. I'm apparently just allowed to go anywhere with this heavy piece of machinery that can go up to 120, 40 miles an hour. I should be able to manage that on my own accord because what? Dual jurisdictions? What the fuck?
Because you feel it in your spirituality.
Dual jurisdictions? What the fuck is that even anyway? I mean, legal, lawful? What is this, bro? I mean,
dude, I'm feeling rights and freedoms, why don't you feel my vibe, officer, and my spirituality, please? And listen, we're not bootlicking here. I certainly don't fucking side with the fucking the cops here. The cops have problems of their own. And this is
they're asking for a minimum requirement from people to just be able to drive these. Like we're talking about, like literally Somalians can operate these things. Like they just want to make sure like you got the bare minimum shit you need to be in here.
How come these cops don't follow the law of the land? Why they go around forcing polishing code on people when the law of the land says they're not supposed to do it? The Supreme Court says they're not supposed to do it. Why they do it? Good question, huh? Yeah.
Should I play the Carl Lentz clip one more time? I feel like I will after this. After we review this fucking nonsense. By the way, my restream or my simulcast that they're covering, that they're reviewing, it didn't actually start at the very beginning of the interaction, but I'm pretty sure I started it within like a minute or two, maybe a couple minutes. Anyway, let's
be in here.
Yes, it is, Mr. Jimbo. We're gonna watch some more of it. Here we go.
There's no injured party. So when we go to court, as you mentioned, there's no injured party that's going to show up. So this doesn't make sense. I guarantee the judge in traffic court will not worry about that. Yeah, but what about you as a man? Do you have a conscience right now that you pulled over another man operating his property and there's no lawsuit? There's no injured party.
Not his property. It's his mom's.
Right. It's his mom's property.
I'd at least have a little shred of respect if it was his own shit.
But I mean, did his mom just give it to him? Did his mom just give it to him?
The mom probably feels bad for him. Dude's like fucking homeless.
Well, I guess it is his at that point.
Well, it's not registered in his name.
Right. Which is then
because
now.
He won't register it. Because he won't register it. So she probably did give it to him and he's listening to dumbass Paul. Like, well, I don't need to register shit.
Yeah. Technically, it's not his anymore. It's still hers. So, yeah, it is hers.
Now he's passing the fuck off to his mom, the responsibility of it when it gets towed and shit. Now it's not his mom's name.
I mean, if it's towed, it's in the fucking pound and it's going to stay there until they auction.
Yeah, you need insurance to get it out. Dipshits.
Until they auction that fucking bitch out, they got to pull out all the piss smelling fucking things. They got to fucking, I don't know what they do for car auctions. I've never actually been to one, but I imagine they clean those things out, man. Wait till they find the cum rags in that fucking car. the Taco Bell napkin cum rags, the printout pictures of Paul Enslaved from his visits to the local library. He's been printing out pictures of him.
Oh my God, bro.
Optics are high. Snafu's talking about, oh, Brian, you're going to be rich if you do this right, dude. Come on, Snafu. You out of your fucking mind, dude. You out of your fucking mind.
It's like a fucking payday, bro. You're not going to get a fucking dime in this situation. You're a fucking dipshit.
Shit. You're not going to get fucking nothing. And you look like, not you, Snafu, but the whole situation. You look like a fool if you're trying to you chase a fucking bag because of some fucking stop.
And the cops know exactly that's what you're trying to do. That's why they're handling this shit with kids' gloves here.
Yeah, and it's like, how are you perceiving this to be a win when the cops are just like, really just like treating you like a fucking child at this point who doesn't know what he's doing, that needs a little guidance, a little adult guidance, apparently. I don't know.
O'Shea didn't know what he was doing.
Sorry about that. Here, let's listen some more.
I have my own personal vehicle, correct? I don't know. I do have my own personal vehicle. I have to have insurance, registration, and a valid driver's license. Where do you think you do not have to have it?
YouTube channel, Paul Enslaved.
It's called I'm not a slave, I don't have to have one, versus I am a slave, I do have to have one. You see the difference? Right.
Hold on. What does he say?
What makes you think you need to have those?
Yeah.
Haven't you ever watched Paul Enslaved, dude?
It's like it's so profoundly complex information. Like, hey, oh, I'm not a slave, so I don't have to identify with slave credentials, right? Versus, I'm not a slave and I don't have to. It's just like, who could comprehend this information, brothers and sisters?
Come on, man. The Supreme Court clearly ruled on this.
Come on, man.
What is it, Joe? Cuckbody Biden?
This dude.
Biden online.
Dude, you got to listen. On when Monday comes around, there's a guy named OTW News. Click on the link, click the StreamYard link, and then we'll tell you all
You
about
can
it.
come on up, and we'll teach you, bro.
Dude, we'll teach you, no problem.
Hey, wait, real quick. This is the same guy that fucking believes mountains are melted buildings. Okay, Brian O'Shea said that changes his life, that mountains are melted buildings, and he believes that. So when I say these conspiracies and shit like this is a slippery slope and could possibly be dangerous, and people make fun of me, well, look where it leads to. Fucking dipshits making dipshit choices.
Brian O'Shea, it seems to me, is a groomer's fucking wet dream. Okay, this.
Oh
man,
yeah.
You could lead this man anywhere you want. It's like he's like literally a panel prostitute at this point. I don't even.
He's floating in the wind, a godless person floating in the wind, going any which way the wind blows. Same as Bex, who you'll hear her on here defending this in a little bit, just like Bex. Well, the chameleon will just say anything, anywhere she is, just blows with the fucking wind.
That's exactly what I said. Like wherever she lays her head, she shapeshifts to the beliefs of the people. It's fucking bizarre, absolutely bizarre. But apparently, Ragman says Brian has court on May 21st. No charges were dropped. Of course not. Of course, nothing was dropped. Who believes that? Who believes that they were just like, okay, we're just going to impound the car and just let him out?
Well, we don't have jurisdiction. You're right. So.
Oh yeah, we forgot. We're administrative judiciary, not the Constitution.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we forgot about that.
Oh yeah, shit. You're gonna expose the whole scheme, and no one's gonna buy insurance after this goes viral. So we forgot, you know.
Wowie. What's up, butthole? Butthole winker. Then wait till they tell the cops you don't have to pay for stay.
I'm starting to think Butthole Winker might actually be extra fluoridated water that used to come in here anonymously. I don't have any facts to back that claim, but it's just a feeling.
Yeah, we're just going around and around and talking to my sergeant. Brian O'Shea is going to tell the cops, he's going to be like, Word Wizard can teach you how to pay your bills. The USPS stinks. Your bills getting a little high?
Dude, if we're talking about broke fucking beta bitches, if you can't afford fucking registration and insurance, like who in the fuck are you calling broke exactly?
Bro, in Florida, the shit was, I swear to God, it was like $20 and the license lasts for like 7 years for your license. Like, look at that. Look at how much time, and he was locked up for 2 days. He could have spent $20 and fucking avoided this whole situation for fucking 7 years.
Yeah, it was 2 days. It was Friday night.
Friday night and Saturday night. Spent 2 nights, had to show his butthole to some stranger. They had to look up his butthole with a miner's helmet on. But you're a fucking slave if you spend $20 for fucking 7 years of a driver's license.
Yeah, if this shit happened in Atlanta, he wouldn't have probably been out till fucking Tuesday. That's how shit runs around here. He's lucky it's Las Vegas and they have all types of fucking ridiculous crime happening 24/7. You know, like he's lucky that he got out. I mean, I have no experience with the Las Vegas courts, but I'm just saying. I imagine that's why he's out as soon as he has. Okay, Jimmy Shively's up in here. What's up, Jimmy? Says that's why your insurance scams are supposed to cover you, but y'all just don't get it at all. O'Shea isn't doing it all the way correct, but he's got a better understanding than you two.
I tune out right there. When you say understanding, you're a fucking dipshit. Get the fuck.
Yeah, it's just totally. I mean, the fact that understanding means you stand under someone's authority. I mean, that's just fucking dude. That's like made up and just sovereign citizen mumbo jumbo.
Out here, next.
Jimmy, come on, Jimmy.
Fucking what to do when you say understanding.
Come on, Jimmy.
Yeah, O'Shea knows better than us. A guy lives in a fucking car with bottles of piss all over him. We're sitting here with wives and fucking obligations, making money. We can go out to eat. We can do whatever the fuck we want. We can leave. We can go on a vacation.
I thought, like taking care of your responsibilities and doing.
I thought that was the man thing to do.
Craziest belief, you're vaccinating your fucking foods,
right? I thought, but it's all about some weird, ambiguous state of freedom where you choose which responsibilities you don't need to adhere to. It's fucking wishy-washy and nonsense.
There's nothing to it. It's all based on bullshit.
All right, let's listen to some more of this hilarious interaction.
Really? If you can't provide a reason why you think you need those, because you haven't thought about it. Going around and around. Yeah, we provided the reason.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse, sir. This has been ruled on over and over again. Just because you presume what you've been told or shown is the absolute truth does not mean it is. To presume that he has to follow what you don't know is ridiculous. Again, the whole point of the Constitution and the whole point of the law of the land is to protect people's right to freedom of movement. If we can't move freely and we can't speak freely, then we're not free. We're enslaved. There's no other way to see it.
This is not true, Jimbo, but we can get into that here in a little bit. Oh yeah, hold on a second. Let's address this in the fucking chat. Yeah, complete. What is this? Why get married to end up divorced? Why bring more slaves in the world? That's 100% anti-natalist. Again, more fucking.
They all have the same copes.
They do. It's fucking insane.
They're like robots, just spitting out scripts, but they think they're like have their own original thoughts and shit like that.
It's weird. So weird how the Gnostic fucking thing is still just carrying along. You know what I mean? Like, it's a prison. You know, it's a spiritual prison. That's why people have this. People, hold on. Let me try to finish my thought because I'm always so scatterbrained. But when people always have this thing that's like, it's so anti-material. This is why a lot of these fucktards on Slavia, a lot of these fucktards at Flow State and Talcott, all these fucking people all have this thing where like the church is not a building. The church is not a building. Well, it's clearly like this. It's this sort of anti-material bad. You know, we're soul stuck in a body sort of thing. It's just it's not. It has nothing to do with anything that we created. It's a pagan Gnostic thing. You know, like they hate material and stuff like. But in our tradition, in the Christian tradition, God sanctifies material. You know what I mean? God makes material good. You know, it just makes sense.
You're in their heads with this.
Pretty much exactly what you said. The reason why almost all of us here in the chat are here is because we went in like a conspiracy rabbit holes and everything. And this is a giant propaganda program put in place by these governments to push Gnosticism, Gnostic heresies and stuff like that. That's the new age modern one world order religion.
What the fuck is this guy talking about right now, dude? Literally, is anyone following this?
They're Jesus fags.
Fuck are they talking about?
And shit.
Yeah,
It's gonna be some fucking Gnostic shit.
If there really is truly a test, like Koof was a test, this is it. The test is the truth or gauntlet. It's either you just like discern your way out of this madness and sort of like think on your own. Isn't that what these fucking truthers always espouse about? Like think on your own. You're gonna find that you're either gonna find yourself on the right side of history, as they call it, you know, or you're gonna be regurgitating and parroting things that have been said fucking since the days of Christ and after. You know what I mean? But that's just me.
But literally, any of the shit these people say about like these Bible gotchas and shit like that. Literally, you can just do a cursory search of any of them, and there's tons of topics like debunking all these fucking things.
Right. Exactly.
Like, I don't claim to be some fucking biblical scholar or anything. I'll look these things up. I hear people say, and there's like easily the top search can show you like why it's fucking the shit you're saying is debunked.
Yeah, I mean, Orthodox Christians. I mean, we believe that man is a union. It's a union of both body and soul. It's not some soul trapped in a body. You know, I'm a body as much as I am a soul. You know, this is what we teach.
Nothing but
the physical stuff has a spiritual side to it. You know what I mean? And church buildings have a spiritual character to it. You know, but I mean, I can debunk that whole church building stuff. I don't have to go into that. I mean, I could literally level that shit fucking like it's nothing. But
right. But then God gave man dominion over everything too, and this is the same thing with this registration and insurance. That's your dominion. You're responsible for that vehicle, and you're responsible to take care of it. And part of that responsibility is, what if you fucking smoke somebody? Like Brian O'Shea obviously doesn't have 500 G's cash if he takes out the breadwinner of a family to just cash somebody out and walk away to live the next day like nothing happened. There has to be some types of protection in place in the society for a situation like that.
Agreed. Let's listen to some more of this. Go ahead. Wait, what does that say?
Did he just say he needs protection from society because he's not enough of a man to take care of his own affairs?
Yeah, let's rewind that one more time, sir. Good catch. The slavery, the Freudian slavery slips just keep coming out. You know, Freudian slips. Yeah, these guys are enslaved by toilet bowl truth. That's what I'm going to start calling this gang, because they get all their shit out of a book that's been changed, remixed, and rearranged so many fucking times. They don't even bother to discern where the lies and truths are in the text. And
mind control victims.
That's one way to see it, sir. That's one simple way to put it there. Dare I
Also
continue this?
Hello, Pineal Power. I just want to say
Good to
hello
see
as
you,
I
sir.
came in. Yep. All right.
Hi, low. Yeah, we're not in hell here. We're not gonna hell, but high low, sir. Hey and hi, and how you doing? And if I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Which I can't play that clip anymore because they'll hit me for copyright strike. So sorry, Mr. Jim Carrey, but let's continue here. Shout out to Snafu Crew.
Wait, what does that say? Ammonia throws off.
Now they're closing me in on the vehicles now. Like they're worried I'm gonna escape or something. You just talked to your sergeant.
Oh, Jimmy.
Listen, Brian, at the end of the day, all we can do is have a conversation from a common sense perspective and the facts of the matter about the foundations of law. At the end of the day, they're going to do as they believe to be what their duty is, whether they're correct or not. So at the end of the day, you got to surrender in faith that these men are going to ascertain the facts of the matter and uphold the spirit of the law and understand the difference between the spirit of the law and the letter of the statute, policy, and code, right? Which oftentimes is our discrepancy. These beings have discretion. They can do whatever they please if they deem you to not be a direct threat causing loss, injury, and harm to the public. So again, if we want to enforce policy, which at this point is illegitimate, it's been ruled on, they can go ahead and do that, right? You're not interfering with their job as they see it. We're just trying to get everybody right to be accountable to the same standards of what the law of the land is supposed to be on a free land.
When and if your client goes to court, then he'll be able to say all that.
Go ahead. Oh, that was on the. I thought someone here said.
There should be no.
That's the same shit of why they want you to have a license. They want everyone to have the same minimal standards. So the same shit he's saying would be the same argument that they'd be making for why you need to have a fucking license. And what Paul's really doing, he's appealing to these guys to just, hey, do you mind? Just kind of let them go. Use your discretion and let them go. That's really what he's doing there.
Common sense is not part of the judicial system. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And in Paul's defense here, I'll give him this: that cops are not lawyers. Cops don't know the fucking law. That's not their job, is to know the law. Unfortunately.
Right, so let's keep fucking defending the system that they work for. I mean,
why they call them law enforcement?
Wait a second. Wait. Cops don't know the law. Wait, who said that?
Wow.
That here, I'll rewind it for you, sir.
Oh no, it was them saying it. I just wanted to establish something here, right? When it comes to these kinds of situations here, I'm pretty confident to tell them that I know the law in every situation and how it applies to me in any instance I may find myself in, right? Because ignorance of the law is no excuse. And if these guys that are supposedly paid by taxpayers to be law enforcers, I think it's incumbent upon them to be fully aware of the law and who it applies to in every situation they encounter, because they're armed and dangerous. And I yield.
So
all right, let's continue.
Yeah, they should know the law. They call law enforcers, right? They should live up to that name. Otherwise, don't call them.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse for ignorance of the law is no excuse for us. How is it an excuse for them when they're charged with enforcing the so-called laws?
Yeah, they should know it that much more, right? Even more than us,
It's called a fiduciary duty, and they're not exhibiting that. So it brings into a cause of action now when you're dealing with people that are, from what I've seen here, he's just willingly admitted his intent to not follow the law. Immediately, that kind of takes him out of that official position right now. He's acting on his own accord, not within the letter of his job descriptions and his duties.
Yeah, they've admitted by their own words, right? That's not for us to decide. That's for the court.
Well, remember, a crime is based on the intent, not the facts, right? So in that respect, you could say that he's engaged in criminal activity under color of law, perhaps, in one extreme. The other ones, he's causing a loss, injury, and harm to Brian without any exercise of due process. We're supposed to have a Fourth Amendment right, unreasonable seizures of property. And here, I don't see where they had a warrant. They had no probable cause. They witnessed no crime. There's no reason for the government to seize his property without his consent. The problem, Brian didn't express that. You have to invoke that you do not consent them seizing your property, and etc. And if you don't actually tell them that, then it's presumed that you're complying with whatever their official code or policy is, right? Because you never contested it, so you've acquiesced. If you don't exclude yourself from their contracts, you've included yourself just by your behavior. It's minimal contacts. They trick you.
Right. Pretty tricky. I wonder where that presumption comes from, though, because aren't presumptions supposed to be a function of law? You're supposed to get it out, and as long as you have the proper elements matching up, they can go ahead and presume it as fact.
Well, you start with a presumption. The presumption can lead to a claim for a cause of action. The cause of action gives you standing. Then at the standing, you're going to present, facts. Then you have to prove those facts, apply as evidence, relevant to that subject matter. And then the court or the judge or the jury is supposed to apply logic, reason, and conditions of customs to the situation at hand and come up with a judgment that's going to provide remedy if there was any loss, injury, or harm.
Right. Wonder where they get these presumptions from,
Well, take your guess. I mean, usually it's about money, collecting revenue.
True.
I mean, they're clearly not here for safety. They want him to have his car on the side of the road. They pulled him over in an unsafe area. They got 3 cars blocking traffic, causing all kinds of distractions for drivers out there that are, that might be engaged in commerce, driving heavy loads, and, these guys right here playing their little reindeer games, collecting fees and fines on the side of the road. I mean, that's not the place to do business. It's not the place to do court. It's not the place for them to be doing anything with the tax dollars other than provide safe passage and render aid when necessary and when lawful.
Right, I agree.
I mean, it's just their duty. Am I asking too much?
So, Paul experimented on slaves and created COVID-19 says that the cops are treating him with the gloves because he might get money because if they handle. Wait, what?
Oh, no. The gloves, guys. Remember, if the eyes are the windows of the soul, the hands are the windows to intent, and they have black gloves on, that means they're about to go hands on. Word to the wise.
Right. Yeah, I've had if I remember correctly, one time when I was actually not riding around at the time. I was outside of the car, and they came up to me, and I think at the time, I think I just had my plates expired. Everything, my registration expired, plates expired, whatever. I think I even had a license on me, but I just refused to provide it. And regardless, they tried to pull the well, there's been some vandalism in this area recently, and you wouldn't have happened to have been here. Like they tried to connect that I might be linked to some fucking spray painting or some shit. And obviously I'm just gonna ask, am I suspected of committing any crime? Like, do you have anything to convince me that you think I've been involved in any crime? And obviously they didn't. And then they just were asking me for my information. I just told them I know my rights. I don't have to provide you any information. Will you give me your name at least? And then maybe I'll consider it. And he wouldn't even give me his name. So the other officer did, but not the one who was talking to me. I think he was just kind of pissed.
Yeah, they pull that script on a lot of people, Sean. I was just riding my bike one day, mind my own business. A cop pulled me over, and he's all yelling at me. So when's the last time you've been on speed? When's the last time you did speed? I know you've been on speed. You gotta tell me when the last time you done speed, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was all so. It's like they pull the script on everybody. Oh no, I can't assume that, but I mean they pull that on a lot of people. Just assuming.
Oh, they do. Hey, the best thing you do with those kind, especially if you're on your bike, you're like, brother, let me tell you about what I learned from Jack Talcott, is that we gotta live in love, brother. It's all about love. And he'll be like, all right, have a good day. I gotta go.
Right. You freak him out. Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's certain things you can pull from someone like Jack Talcott. He could be both repulsive yet disarming at the same time, which is great when you want to get rid of people. Think about it. He is validation of that. We make fun of him, but the people literally turn their heads. The bums walk the other way. Churches lock their door when they see him walking up. It's very effective what he does. So there's something to learn from everyone.
And on that note, we'll be right back, folks. This will be a short one. Shout out to 22 in the chat. We'll be right back.
In the moon, that's you.
That's you.
That's you. The torch and the tune, that's you.
That's you.
The voice in the street, that's you.
That's you.
The memory I meet, that's you.
That is you. Hey, Rant, from the chat, a good point. Trust God, love others.
I trust God. And I'm just gonna say this from deep within my soul, right? I'm not gonna say God told me, because that would be crazy. But every fiber in my body is telling me that you are full of shit.
I love it. Face those feelings within you, because
yeah, come on up, Salty.
You're lying.
Because you won't.
You're lying.
Jack. That's you, Jack. That's you. Let's continue.
Oh, we're lying to you. You're actually
Jack.
Lying.
Jack.
I love
Jack.
you, Rant.
Jack, that's you.
That's
brother. Here's what I know.
Those are your words, right, Jack?
Many people blame me for what they.
Jack, is that you? Is that your words?
Is what my words? I'm sorry.
That's you. Are those your words?
When it's appropriate, I say that.
All right. Well, it's appropriate now. That's you, Jack.
Please explain.
That's you. You are the liar. Call me the liar. I called you a liar. You said, no, you're a liar. No, I'm telling you, you're the liar. That's it. It ends there.
Please, I think...
Any further lies distributed by the Jack still lies.
You would continuing your persecution, so let's discuss your...
No, I'm done with the persecution. You are a liar.
Let's discuss...
And I don't care what you have to say, because you are going to lie more and more. And more and more to cover up the lies.
Already. And look at what you're doing. You're bloviating and speaking over to make sure that only your truth is known.
Jack, I'll let you go on a 20-minute rant, and you'll just say, oh, the divine nature of the spark of truth, of the toe jam, of the football, of the stadium spring foot. Look at my finger. Everybody focus. Hello? Divine spirit in all of us. Don't you agree? Like, come on, Jack.
Hey, Rant, back to where the conversation was before you distracted and deflected. That's you.
Oh, yeah. Coming at ya. Shout out to Catholics, man. I mean, just shout out to
another classic.
You know, I mean, just beautiful, man. True mastery. The clip god, as I call him. I call him the clip god. God of all clips. God of all video editing. What do you think? Should we get back to it?
Latham let's get back to it so I can get fired up. That's why I came up here. I couldn't bear to watch this stuff without getting some of these points out here, because I think it's valuable that we're watching this again. It's really for us to all do the simulation in our minds of how this could go for any of us. Because this, let's face it, these pigs, right? These are the kind of guys. These are all guys here that interact with Brian.
That's arguable, but continue.
Well, supposedly they got facial hair, let's say, and you could clearly tell that like in high school and stuff, they were definitely not the in crowd on one extreme, and maybe they were just like losers on the other, and they didn't have friends, and the few people that did interact with them surely made fun of them by both their behaviors and their looks.
To be honest, to me, this guy here on the screen looks fucking just like he oozes misery. He looks miserable. His face, it has a stress and just a pain, like a deep seated just
all of them.
Pain.
Listen, they took this job because instant friends. They get in there and all of a sudden they're in the Brotherhood of Cops. They go to barbecues and there's other people there. I mean, who goes to a cop barbecue except for cops, right? No one wants to be around these fuckers. They're losers. So it comes that they're sitting there all day and nobody wants to talk with them. It's just like Calcott. They turn their heads when they see cops. Everyone's trying to avoid eye contact with them. But now they feel all tough because they got the badge and they got the city name on their little, tin plate. And they got their, their guns and all the other stuff around, the little G.I. Joe kits. So they feel like all of a sudden they're real men now, big boys. And they go around, but no one wants to play with them because they're losers and they're dull and they're no fun and they got no skill and they mess everything up they touch and they stink. They smell like, bacon grease. So no one wants to be around them. So what do? They pull you over on the side of the road under threat of force. That's the only way they can get people to interact with them. And even then they're like, they want to talk with you. It's like, no, I plead the fifth. They still want to talk with you. It's just pathetic, desperate. I think they're like desperate, lonely losers, lonesome losers, and they're like just got such a pathetic presentment, and that they're desperate. They just want interaction. They just want you to talk with them and write them a love letter on their little citation thing there, so you'll show up another day and have a date at court with them. I mean, it's just so pathetic. It's really what it comes down to. If you look at the social dynamic of it, they're like desperate little losers with no social, prowess whatsoever, that they have to use threats of violence just to get other people to do the minimal contact of interaction with them.
But Tribe, isn't that everybody? Every boss you've ever fucking had?
No, they don't come around with guns and sirens to fucking make me interact. And I choose to work at a place if I decide to work somewhere.
I'm sorry.
No, it's different. Like,
Holy
they don't.
shit.
You think they just come around with guns and tell you what to do and get on the ground?
Dude, they literally ambush you on the side of the road. They ambush you, then jump out, leap out, cut you off.
So every power hungry person in the world, if you work in a cubicle and you have a boss that tells you what to do, and they're your daddy every day, it's the same fucking power hungry bullshit. You don't think that those people have the same mindset?
Dude, I think ever since 2019, those jobs are gone. I think everyone's working at home now. Those kind of old jobs. Nobody's working in cubicles. Office buildings are empty, man.
So you don't think people are working in cubicles anymore? Is that the dumbest
thing
you've
man,
ever said?
if you here in Florida, it's like
probably
80%.
The dumbest thing you've ever said, Tribe.
It's probably 80 to 90%.
People aren't working in cubicles anymore.
Here in Florida, you're looking at 80 to 90% vacancy rate at these office buildings. So who the fuck is working in cubicles then if they're empty?
Show me the stats. And
I don't think you get out much in the real world, dude. Listen, you live out there and do what you do. I get it. That's cool. But I mean, other people live in different situations that are totally different than where you are. So maybe you don't have the full view of the way things are outside of where you live in your area. That's all.
Trey, would you agree that the police are high on the indoctrination mind control spectrum? They're top tier.
What do you mean by that?
The police officers are literally under mind control and they're indoctrinated. They're the top tier.
Oh, yeah, man. Dude, they don't have enough intelligence to act independently. Of course they're controlled.
The problem with police and stuff, especially like lieutenants and these types, they never take things back to their logical root, right? They never question what they're enforcing. They never take it back. Okay, where did this come from? How did this come about? What's the history behind this? They never do.
They have to have a broken mind. They have to break them down by, psychedelic experience in a negative way, observing violence and death and harm and that kind of nastiness, evil in front of their eyes and make them say it's part of their thing. And once they see it, they can't turn around. It's like, you can't turn around now, and they're stuck. So that's why you see this misery in their face, because they really don't want to be there, but they made the wrong choice and they can't get out of it. And it's a life of misery until they die. So they really have no value for your life, let alone theirs. If you catch my drift, that's why they go around expressing violence as their power instead of using logic, reason, or a care of really protecting the posterity of this nation and the people that they're really charged with serving now.
And a lot of these guys have families and mortgages and whatnot, and they're trapped. There's nothing else they could do outside of getting a government job. Maybe they could, but I mean, most of them, no. They just know they're one thing.
Listen. I mean, if you just go back a little bit in time, there are some pretty stupid dudes that you would consider like retarded, yet they could drive a horse in a carriage better than you could and do it their whole life, and nobody gets hurt or injured, and it always gets there on time, and the horse communicates fine with them. I mean, how many people today, you look out here, they can be geniuses and still get kicked by the horse on first sight because the horse looks at them and says, "You're a dumb fuck. Fuck you. You're not going to tell me what to do."
Right. Everybody's got their areas of specialty and what they're good at and their skills, their gifts and talents. You're right on that.
And unfortunately, now the way the society is structured, there's so few pigeonholes for people to fall into that if you don't fall into one of the specific pigeonholes for you in society, you're an outcast, and then you're going to be labeled autistic, retarded, ADHD. They get all the names for the imaginary diseases, and they'll come up with the same chemical with various variants just to trick you into thinking that they can solve a psychological or a social issue with a chemical because it's profitable.
Mind control.
Various variants. It's very precarious. But let's continue. Let's continue this truth or slop, folks. Quality content here from totally not mind and heart controlled slaves. Totally not that. Definitely not anything but that. Where are we at here? Let's continue.
In Paul's defense here, I'll give him this: that cops are not lawyers. Cops don't know the fucking law. That's not their job, is to know.
Oh, wow. So let's just fucking do everything in our power to fucking defend our faulty position on the topic that we know we're wrong on. Right.
Law. Unfortunately.
They should know the law, but they're posers.
Right. Exactly.
Right, exactly. He just agreed with you. See how synchronistic that was, JG? He actually agreed with you.
Like all constitutional fucking enforcers out there. Like, what? No. It's a simple job.
Constitutional enforcers, huh?
You're a simple knob.
When we get to that point, it'll be a judge.
It's a simple job. You're a simple knob, sir.
Dread type system where the cop is the judge, jury, and executioner right there on the spot. So that's why you don't want it to be the cop is also a lawyer, because then he's also the judge right there on the spot.
Right. Imagine AI fucking half human, half AI fucking cop soldiers like rebuking you live while you're pulled over.
Yeah, that's literally the mod, not the Sylvester Stallone one, but the more modern Judge Dredd. He's got an AI thing in his fucking
right.
He's got like the headset on or whatever, and it's just documenting the crimes right as he's going. And it's like everything's going real time in his little screen, and he's able to get the sentence like recommendation right in his fucking eye goggles. Okay, sentenced to death right here.
When and if your client goes to court, then he'll be able to say all that, and there should be no issue the way you're trying to sound. So
I understand that, sir, but what you need to understand is after the court day comes.
To be fair, it was more like 20, 30 minutes ago, not 10 or so. Salty, but
and I didn't. And there was no meltdown. It's just a bunch of fucking trolls talking shit.
Hey, back to the subject
leave
matter
that up
here.
to judge. I mean, leave that up to Jeeps to judge.
Hey, wait a second, guys. I just want to point something out here because this was slick. This is pretty slick what they just pulled here, and he even pulled around Brian and Paul on this one here too, because he said, "Oh, we can figure that at court." At that point, he's already made the presumption. This is how they do it, guys. Pay attention. He just made the presumption that there's a case at hand that's going to be settled in a court. The way I see it, there's been no charging document. There's been no affidavit. There's been no magistrate. There's been nothing, no summons, anything. There's no such case. There's no such court yet. There's no such date yet. There's no such anything. And at that point, sir, I'm not contracting with you on the side of the road. So what are you referring to? And then you have to get them to say these things because what they're doing, they're making presumptions. And if you don't challenge the presumptions, they stand. They're not rebutted. You have to learn to rebut their presumptions, but better than that, what I learned from watching these things, because I'm speaking not because I have answers, because I'm analyzing this situation here, because this is a complex situation. This isn't like the last one that he dealt with, and this one's got various players. We have 4 players in this one so far, right? So that makes it how can any of us think about this, navigating 4 different pigs like this, all with the intent to do something. One of them with black gloves, which tells you that he's ready to go hands-on with you, and he wants to. He's ready. So now,
people will just keep going. Sorry.
How do you diffuse the situation or de-escalate? You have to really, at this point, there's no negotiating out of it because they've made a positive determination of what they're going to do next.
Right. You can't negotiate.
You have to have a positive determination of how you want them to act next. So if they're going to act like they're officers of the court on the side of the road, you have to be the better officer of the court now and establish the fact that they can't have a hearing on the side of the road. They have not established any kind of paperwork, right, that can establish any kind of jurisdiction yet. And you're not contracting with them. You got to make that clear, because they're just contracting with you in the private sense then with that municipality. It's just they happen to have guns, unlike other people who contract use with a pen, you know? And I'll yield.
Yeah, I mean, you know, people are just going to keep consenting until the cops are going to be upgraded, and they're going to be like some shit out of fucking RoboCop, much like Latham here. I don't know if Latham is getting what's going around. I do think it is contagious, though. They might have caught the Talcodius virus here. So, you know, it's going to be a matter of time, dude. It's going to be a matter of time. You know, it's going to be just a who knows how long. Could be any.
No, because
At
it's
any
all a bunch
point.
of bullshit. Because everyone
Any
talks.
day now, Ty. Any day now, the cops are gonna look like some shit out of fucking RoboCop. If we don't stand up,
I am Telbatus of Boardcott. Resistance is futile. Your life, as it has been, is over. From this time forward, you will service only me. You will be assimilated.
Excellent.
Man, I like
Excellent.
those Jack films or whatever, you know. And
I'm an amazing broadcaster. I'm an amazing, incredible broadcaster. The most amazing pineal-powered broadcaster of hell. I'm improving, sir. I'm improving. Let's continue on this truth or fucking slop digital exodus. No wonder he's getting offline. Good, man. Thank the Lord.
And the dismissal happens, you are then subject to have to compensate for deprivation of rights under color of law, right?
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, folks. I'm gonna, you know, I'm psychic, right? Toilet Bowl Alert's gonna go offline for a little while, and much like Cuck Buddy Online, sorry. And he's gonna come back with some newfound truth, and he's gonna realize probably once again that Paul's on the money, and most that align and resonate closest with him are on the money as well. And they might actually start this is going really far out there, but they might actually start putting out some content that promotes such ideas, similar to what we're trying to convey here. Let's continue.
So again, I'm not necessarily saying that that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying that honestly, as we know, the court system is there to air grievance. It's a grievous event when we have code enforcement depriving rights, freedom of movement, for some belief of public safety, when there is nobody on the other side claiming anything. This is absolute fraud. It's illegitimate. You should know it, because I do know it. So you're a man first and foremost outside of that uniform. So your discretion is going to be what's going to be looked at, right? And just simply saying, well, we have a belief and we've been trained isn't good enough.
Hi, Officer Messina, Las Vegas Metro.
How are you, sir?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Well, we're blessed. I think you're ready.
Here comes the good cop.
Okay, yeah, what happened is,
Bad cop routine.
yeah, what happened is they were talking about it before this copy code. They're like, yo, you gotta check this out, bro. He's got some fucking jailhouse lawyer on the fucking phone. Go fuck with him.
Hey, there's another character.
We're gonna make him feel like he's gonna be fine. He's gonna drive away. We're gonna make him feel.
Yeah, they're like, go fuck with him.
This is the good cop here.
Video's going off there. We're blessed. I think that we'd be doing a little bit better if the rights of the land were upheld, freedom of movement as such.
Well, let me check the chat here. Let's see what's going on here.
What were you going to say, Tribal?
Oh, I was going to say there was another character who used to come on Paul and Slave. And he acted, I can't remember his name. He was kind of the bald guy, and he's really annoying. And he disappeared.
I think I know you're talking.
Butthole Winker?
No, a while back. Pineal knows what I'm talking about, because you know who I'm talking about, right? Yeah, I think he became a Muslim. He was like the recent Muslim.
Right. Khalid or something like that. Khalid,
something like that. But this cop looks like him.
I can't remember.
He had that
but yeah, he
smile.
went super. He has a super like fucking. He has a big crypto channel, I think. You know, whether or not how it's organically grown or not, I don't know. But
Yeah, but he looks like this guy though. Another character. This is like surreal. All these people for the miscreants from Paul's broadcast have all assembled here to harass Brian O'Shea live. It's weird.
Who is that, Salty? Who is that guy that used to come on to Paulie's show? Do you know?
Yeah, I forget his channel or his name.
Killing me. I can't remember his name. It was something simple too to remember.
Anyway, well, yeah.
John Vance. John Vance.
Oh,
that's
him.
Right,
oh,
Vancey,
him.
Not to be confused with Vancey. Vancey does not like to be confused.
Okay, right.
with
You're right.
him.
I was thinking of someone else. Yeah, that makes way more sense, actually.
Latham. Who's Latham? Latham is going to be an old timer, and I don't know who that is.
Who?
Latham or Latham?
Oh, I don't know either. I'm not sure. But
Old
I gave
timer
them a
there.
wrench because they seem to be. They know some. They
Oh,
have a lot
yeah.
of context. It must be a new name that they made a new channel with, using a different channel. I'm not sure. Or maybe they've just been around. Maybe they've just been around and don't engage in chat so much, and now they are on my end. I don't know.
Hey, salute to the retention time, and I'll yield.
Yep. My schedule tomorrow is to wake up and show off my $1 billion farm. It's mine, not mine. I'm definitely not in debt for that. I'm going to get obliterated because I don't hate my life. Then I'm going to whine about Paul and talk shit about everyone because I'm totally not insecure. Holy shit, you guys.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
you. That's everybody else in the chat that has no life. That can't come up and talk shit in real life.
And then I'm going to end the day by
I'll
going
show,
to Jesse
I'll show
Howe's
my fucking face. Get
and
those
dance with
motherfuckers
everyone
up
and
here.
totally act like I'm all loving
No.
life.
Yeah, get them up here. Get them all up. All they are is a bunch of
Holy
chat
shit.
fucking loser fucks.
Then twerk for dollars
What-
at the gay strip club. Holy. Any thoughts? Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah.
Your THOTS, sir? All right, let's continue.
Is that funny, Sean? Is it funny to you?
It's a little funny. Come on, is it not funny? You're not gonna.
When you're
not gonna laugh?
ADHD fucking doing nothing
For
with
all
your
gay
fucking
men,
life,
but
do you want me to go in on you?
I think we
Like,
can speak for all gay men.
yeah, that's
I go
out
on
of
myself,
context.
sir.
Like,
I go
do
on
that
in myself.
Do that full fucking.
I think we
clip,
can
bro.
speak for all gay men.
speak
Yeah,
for all gay
okay.
men, but
That's all you got.
I
They
think we
like
can speak for
so-
all gay men.
make fun of
Stay
gay people now
negative.
that I'm not fucking
Shout out,
gay. So
shout out to Slow State. Stay negative, folks. Stay negative. All right, let's continue.
This time being has some issues with marriage and having
What is 144.22, sir? I'm missing. I must be. I don't know.
children. I don't know what's going on here.
Well, the marriage is never going to work unless the man is subject to
I
Christ,
fucking love
in
it.
my opinion.
This is
Right, because marriage is
still
a sacrament of the church.
Right, and you're not. If the man's not submitting to Christ, why would the woman will never submit to the man?
Exactly. They're just waiting on their boss to carry legal issues for themselves. What's being said has zero effect. Exactly.
Yeah, they know this guy's fishing for boss. Dude.
Latham
They deal with this shit
loser,
all fucking day, every day.
salty, gay bitch. What else is there? You want to put me in the back? Someone's gonna have to put me in the back because all these fucks need to go.
Well, if anyone donated to get
They
rid of
won't
Pfizer,
donate.
you
They
have to
won't
tell me
donate
because
they're all losers. They're all losers that have no fucking money. They just talk shit. They have nothing.
I don't actively
to offer.
check. I don't actively check the Cash App like when I'm streaming. So if someone
Yeah, well,
did
they have nothing to
contribute,
offer. None of them.
well,
actually.
they might have contributed to
No.
remove you from panel.
No,
So
they
if someone
probably
did actually
haven't.
contribute, hold on. If someone actually did contribute to remove him from panel, then you have to let me know because I won't know.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
not
remove
checking.
me from panel because I'm the most entertaining thing you got. You got
I
a bunch
mean,
of fucking
you
loser failures.
somewhat. Yeah, you bring some entertainment. But
Yeah, I do.
Are you saying you're totally
I
not
made
about to
everyone
spiral
laugh
again?
all the way in. Yeah,
Is
let's
this you
have
saying I'm totally not about to spiral again? Are you
let's have a
actually about to
let's have a meltdown. Let's have a meltdown. Salty Siren's the best. She's
is
probably
Let's
the
finish John Vance. Let's get
Pretty
John
attractive
Vance's
in
cameo
several
over
ways.
with, and then you can melt.
all right. I'll melt after that.
All right, shout out to John Vance.
He goes, when your client goes to court and quote Paul could be in
Salty's a
jeopardy
fat
for creatively
bitch.
holding himself out to be practicing law without a license. Interesting. Okay, whatever. They're just kind of fighting in the chat.
All right. Anything else?
That's pretty much it. I mean, we didn't contact you. We're not in need of your service or protection at this time. But there's some beliefs
He could look like a happy merchant, honestly. He kind of has. He kind of has
those little
that look.
hands.
Yeah, if you put those hands,
Yo,
that would have been fucking great.
where's the nearest tunnel? What tunnel did he come out of?
He did kind of
Is that
pop
a
out of
neck
nowhere,
beard?
though. That was
Yeah,
dope.
right. Damn, bro. I'll give it to Paul. He's got the gift of gab. He's able. That's why I see, like, why I guess some of these people
Yeah, and he's got a heart and fucking balls. You get it? No, you don't get it. Fuck.
fall for it because he's just like pedal to the metal, get scalped.
Or you do get it, and that's why you like seem confused because you're embodying confusion or trying to when you know the truth. You do know the truth. I don't think they're retarded. I don't. So.
Shit, you know.
It's a you know.
I mean, they're a little retarded, obviously, but
linguistic.
All right, they're very retarded. They're very retarded, but they're not completely 100% retarded, right? We can agree on that.
Painkillers. It's an NLP oxy.
That might be up for debate.
You know, people love hearing that good shit. You know what I'm saying? Even though they don't
Right.
even live it. You know what I mean? They don't live that shit.
He doesn't live it. Brian O'Shea lives the life more that Paul talks about than Paul.
It's just a bunch of Larry Merchant shit. Motherfuckers just talk a good fight. Like that's all you. I mean, that's it. You Larry Merchants out here. Who cares? And none of it's applicable because none of it makes any sense. It's a standardless, weird, whiffy waffy in the middle gray area Taoist, whatever. It's non-applicable. Period. It's unattainable standards. It's aloof, and you think you've acquired it, but you haven't.
And some claims that are being.
One more time, just for fun. This is the third time I'm playing this now, but you know it's a minute long, so get fucked. I guess whatever.
And I want to put this officer on camera. This is Ricky Valdez. They just pulled me over. No license, no plates, no nothing. But that's fine because you don't need that to travel from point A to point B. And this man was willing to listen to me and understand what I was saying, and he could tell that I'm not up to no good out here. You know, and this is what the human experience is supposed to be about.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
You have a good day, my friend. You take care of yourself.
I appreciate you, Mr. Valdez.
Thank you. Be safe, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's how you do it, folks. That's how you do it right there. And I hope all you motherfuckers, look, I can't get this window up now. I'm all nervous and shit. But I hope all you motherfuckers are watching. I hope you're all watching, okay? All you people who told me that go ahead and try that shit with the police and see what they do. Well, I just tried it. No license, no registration, no insurance, no nothing, okay? They told me many times that we're going to, the first guy, we're going to arrest you, we're going to do whatever. No, whatever. Stick to it. Stick to your fucking truth. Supervisor.
Stick to the truth. Stick to the truth, folks. Let's continue. Why does it do that when I can't play it again from the other? I have to go back to the tab. All right.
It does take guts.
He made that in order to move.
It does take guts, man, but it's also easy. And again, there's going to be most likely a time that's going to come where I'm not going to get let go. Maybe I've been lucky. I don't think I've been lucky. I think it just comes with the execution and it comes with how you hold yourself, how you can, maintain yourself. And I wasn't even really that well spoken necessarily, especially on any terms or any words and terms. Very, very little. This was like years ago. The example I'm thinking of in my head, the one that did go that did get some views and whatnot, couple thou like Virgil's. But again, you never know what's going to happen. It can change at any moment. You could have been successful 10 times, and then it just one time you get a bad officer or whatever. Someone having a bad day. It's the end of the week or month. They're down on their quota, whatever. You know what I mean? So you might have to go to jail. It's just the fucking reality of it, dude.
Definitely doesn't help.
Fucking boo-hoo. You know what I mean? Boo-hoo. Worst case scenario. What? 36 hours at fucking 3 meals and a bed. I mean, what did Christ have to go through? What did Christ have to endure?
Death.
If Christ walked on water, is it possible that he walked on water? He walked on the law of the sea.
Yeah,
he walked on
here's the
Admiralty
thing.
Maritime law. I mean, is that
Here's
not?
the thing, man. If they didn't rat him out, if the people didn't ask for him to be crucified and all that stuff, they would let him go.
Pilate wanted to let him go, and the people said, "No, crucify him."
Yeah, you can't blame the Romans. They said, "What do you guys want to do? We got some thieves here, or some kill, whatever they had there, and we got this guy here claiming he's your king, saying it's your king. What do you want to do?" And they said, "Crucify him." Of course, the only people saying that were the bankers. They're pissed that he turned over their tables and they're changing money in the temple, but that's another story. Of course, they pay a few people to rabble rouse too. They went there, they paid Judas, some silver, and they went in the crowd. They said, "Hey guys, if you tell them to kill this dude here, we'll give you, some more shekels."
And that's
Yeah, I'm
something
sure
that the bankers are the small hat guys, right?
So the bankers are the bankers, or the money changers. They'll wear whatever hat they need to, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's a whole other topic, man. I want to get back to the right to travel thing that Pineal is focused on here, because I'm learning a lot from this, and I think we can all discuss this. And as we do it, we do that simulation in our mind so that we can be better prepared. Because what you just said there, Pineal, is coming to terms with the fear. And what I've learned from Jack Talcott is that you have to live without fear. But the only way you can live without fear is by being properly prepared, right? Because being prepared means that you've done your research, you have the knowledge, you have the skill as much as possible, and an understanding of the situation, right? So that if it ever occurs that you're put in that kind of predicament there, that you'll have what's necessary to negotiate your way out safely.
Yeah, you're spot on. Even Paulie will tell you that. You should be prepared as much as possible. He lives it.
But that's the best way to combat fear, because it's basically not being ready for what's about to happen. That's what makes you fearful. If you're prepared, then you don't have to really, it just ends up being work or not, whether it occurs or not. But you're not like afraid of it in that way. But yeah, it's I'll tell you what though, we got these goofballs here, that are talking over here, and you're saying that they're just, they're not ignorant of this stuff and they're not totally retarded, which we know that, a little bit, it's probably happened over time to them, but it's not like they don't know, they don't have knowledge of what we're talking about here with the cops and all this stuff, and they're pretending like they don't really know when they contract with their registration, and that the fee in Florida might be $20 for your license, but to keep that, you're gonna have to pay for insurance and registration every year, and and stick with their fines and fees and everything else they want in between, which he conveniently forgot that caveat. So it's not an air of knowledge that they have here to make them sound like ignoramuses and retards, and they're clearly blind to the truth, but it's not because of that, and it's not because of their ignorance, but it's because they're psychologically vested interest. And you know what that is.
Yeah,
the root of it all is what Jack Talcott refers to. It's their fear of their independence. Because they don't have what it takes. They need the daddy government. Like they kept saying, who's going to protect you? You heard that earlier? That's just an expression of what's really driving them inside, deeply, psychologically. And what is created from that fear of independence is consequently their fear of rationality and reason, like we're talking about here. And the whole principle of our country is supposed to be built on independence and liberty, right?
Right.
And they don't get it. Life, liberty, and property in your pursuit of happiness. That's all the government's supposed to be here to protect. The government's first duty is to the people, not the people serving a government. You know what I mean? The individual liberties come before the government too.
True. That's how they set it up, social compact and all that.
Well, all the power is inherent in the people by decree of God. Thus, none can exist without that power that's derived from them, and that's an American maxim. So they can't come and say that the government has power anywhere else but from the people, but that's from decree of God. But it's from the people. It's like the people are giving power because God said, okay, give the government the power, right? But it's through the people. But the main objective of the government is the protection and the preservation of our personal rights, our private property, and public liberties, and upholding the law of God. Law is the rule of right, whether you believe in the God and the Bible, all that stuff or not. Law is the rule of right, and natural law is just articulated in the concepts of God and the Christianity and such that are really the foundations for the religious backgrounds of our government here. But that being said, that's for protection of the people, to protect those life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That comes first. That's antecedent to all power in government. And the law is not to be violated by the government either.
Well, I guess before we can continue, we could go over this then really quick. One thing, you're not the investor. Nothing to invest. All right, we got a lively chat tonight. The chat's lit, as they say.
Yeah, they want to call me out because I've had 3 businesses, have an investor. I'm on 20 acres, but they're just a bunch of fucking haters. Why don't people like? Why don't they celebrate that? They just want people to fucking. I mean, wouldn't that be your life? Like your 2 wells, solar, off grid, have a farm, your own vegetables, fruit, not reliable on anything else, have awesome neighbors, but everyone wants to fucking hate and talk shit like I'm a fucking failure. This chat to me is like the epitome of just fucking loser failure drinking haterade. Oh, it's not your money. You're not the investor. Well, guess what? I have people that invest in me because they believe in me 3 fucking different times. So
what happens if you don't pay your investors back?
Wait. Why am I so good that people believe in me 3 different times in my entire life? I'm 43 years old. I've had 3 different people invest over $2 million into me because they believe in me.
Because you're honest and you keep your word, you know? You're probably
I
honest
do.
and you keep your word.
Well,
Yeah,
they wouldn't believe in me if I didn't do what the fuck.
That's right.
So can you just answer this
And
question
so
then
people are
from
fucking
Latham?
hating on me. Why are people
Jeff?
hating on me for living my fucking dream?
Jeff, can you answer Latham's question?
This is
Latham.
How about a meltdown? I'll have a meltdown.
Jeff,
This
answer
is
Latham's
fascinating
question.
to me why people on this line
All right, Jeff, can you answer Latham's question, please? Instead of spiraling, answer Latham's question here. I'm curious to know your answer.
And this is what I get? Like,
sir, I've just backstaged you. Can you answer Latham's question, please, sir?
am I unmuted now?
Of course.
What happens if I don't pay my investors back? Well, then we just lose the business.
You just lose the business.
It's one of my best friend. It's one of my best friends. Like, he's either gonna sell the place and get his money back, or we'll keep going if I make him money. It's that simple. Like most people are fucking retarded. They don't understand how business works. They don't understand what an investor does and what it takes. I had this 20-acre property. There was nothing there. There was just a well. One well. I designed everything. Every bed, every greenhouse. I built it from the fucking ground up. I fucking thought it all through. I put all the numbers on paper. I owned a bar before this. Like, I've done so much shit. And it's fascinating to me that fucking these little fucking trolls in the fucking comments want to say, like, you don't leave your information. Jeff Pies, you fucking gay faggot. Fuck you, dude. Nobody knows how hard it is to run.
I think we can speak for all gay men.
Yeah, that's all you got. I'm not gonna That's speak for all funny. gay men, but
I think we can speak for all gay men.
That's it. So you're just gonna cut me off. That's it. That's funny, I guess. I guess that's funny to you, Sean. Just fucking eat mangoes. Do nothing. Live at your fucking parents' house and do fucking shit. You could come work for me, bro. You could come work for me, bro. I have
I'd be working for you,
I have 8
working for
employees
someone
under
else, would I
me
not?
at my place. But I don't
Right.
fucking. I'm not arrogant. I don't act like that.
Jeff,
I'm a leader. I'm a leader, not a fucking follower. I'm not a boss. I'm a leader.
Everybody
and this
works
is
for somebody
fucking
else.
fascinating to me how people will fucking dissect and take people down for no fucking reason. What is the purpose of this? This funny, like, salty siren? Who the fuck is this bitch?
You got to take it easy on the triggering here. It's a business venture. Like any business venture, there's risks associated, and that's your business. You know, it's a private business venture.
Yeah, it is my business, and it means a lot to me. I've worked my ass off for fucking 4 years.
Hey, the first rule of good business is to mind your own. And I just recommend that to everybody, you know, that's getting too emotionally involved in your business right now.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be fucking involved with all a bunch of troll loser fucking failures online when I have a 4-year business I've been working on that I built from the ground up. And I've been struggling. It's been
Jeff,
fucking
I don't
hard.
see business advice here. What are you going to get out of these interactions? I've seen no one give you any good business advice here. They don't even know what happens when you default on the business. Like everyone knows that there's risks associated. If it goes down, the ship goes down.
I failed, then I learned.
Yeah,
right?
and you go on to the next venture. You know, I mean, you go with your experience.
So why are people rooting for me to fail? Why do people think this is funny? Like, why wouldn't they ask me questions instead of like trying to tear me down?
It's the same reason. Hey, Jeff, the same reason these guys are making fun of Brian O'Shea. They have fear of independence and their fear of rationality. They don't see the rational reasons why you do the things you do, the skills you're acquiring, regardless of what happens.
And so, when do I talk shit about other people or make fun of people?
You shouldn't talk shit about others. You should mind your own business.
So, when has over 2 years? It's just funny how so many people can just turn on a dime. It's just like high school bullshit. I'm over it, dude. I'm done.
Listen,
dude.
some people are fixed, or you know, they're stuck in a certain mentality, and
they have no. Most people have no idea what it's like to own a business. Tribe, have you ever owned a business?
Yeah.
Do you work? Okay, so you know
several,
what it's like.
And I've worked. Listen. I've worked for people. Listen. Okay, here's something a lot of these people don't understand. When you first start working in your life, when you start working actual jobs and stuff, when you're young, hopefully, you ain't get paid shit, and you're gonna get taken advantage of, and you know this because the whole purpose of that is so you have a hunger to learn the ropes of the business. You're in the corridor. You're going to see how things are happening because you know you're not getting paid for what you're doing. This is how you learn, and you learn how things operate in the business world. And from that point on, now you've figured ways to make your own value instead of wait for other people to pay you what you think they should pay you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because
I know.
If you learn early on that you don't get paid based what other people think your time is worth, you're not trading your time for money, right? And you learn that, you should learn that early on by not trying to put a value and try to enumerate and try to objectify something before it's come to fruition. You know what I'm saying? In business, everything is about speculation and about ideas.
Yeah, and it doesn't work the way you always plan it out to be. Like, so, dude, I made more money at 21 years old than I do right now. Everyone can make fun of me for it, but it's because I built something I believed in, and I've been working my ass off, and it fucking sucks. And I work harder. It means more to me than anything else on this earth. So I'm proud of it, but I don't make much money right now. So hate all you want, you motherfuckers and the trolls in the chats. Say all you fucking want. Cool. I don't make a lot of money. I don't give a fuck. Does it bother me? Yeah, because I wanted to be did I have another on my business plan? Did I want it to work out differently? Fuck yeah, I did. The market changed. The weed game changed. And here I am. I'm getting through it.
Than these other people making fun of you who work for somebody else. If that's what you're doing, you know.
I wake up every day at my house. I live on my property. I don't have a boss. I am the boss. I roll out of bed and I fucking grow weed. Okay? I have an investor. My only boss is my fucking investor, which is one of my best friends in the world, and he believes in me, but he wants to fucking sell the place. This is scary. This sucks for me. Whatever. But I did it. How many of these motherfuckers do it? No one has the balls to even do it. Y'all all go to fucking real jobs, work for fucking people. I don't work for anybody. I work for me. It's just annoying to me to see these fucking little loser trolls talk shit, dude. I'm sick of it. I mean, I guess I shouldn't even get online. I shouldn't even bother with it because I'm about to get to the busy season, so I probably won't be anymore. And this is probably tonight set a switch off in my head that I won't even fucking do it. It's retarded. I see a bunch of people talk about everyone else, talk shit like little high school children about what they're doing in their life, and they won't do their own fucking shit. I come here to entertain and make people laugh, or I come here for laughs, and then this is what I get.
All right, well, this ain't funny. We gotta move on with this thing here because we gotta reset,
right.
and then we'll come back with some jokes, man. Final, please. We gotta finish this up because it's getting late.
You think so?
We gotta get back. Yeah, we can do a cult flicks and then get back to the video. We gotta catch Brian's the official ending so we can get the complete analysis for your audience.
All right. Good idea.
We gotta fit the docket here.
Oh, he ran. He ran for real. Come on, man.
Oh, jeez.
Meta thinks you're a dumb fuck. Your thoughts?
I don't know what that was, what you just mentioned, and it's insignificant. So we'll move on. I don't know what that thing is.
All right,
bot.
Jeff. You know
I
we
think it's a
know
bot.
you.
Anyone
know
that
we
hasn't
love
been
you,
up here
brother.
is pretty much a bot in my eyes because AI is more interesting than their comments.
Well, I don't know why that happened, brothers and sisters. I love you, Jeffrey. Please get out of your imagined disagreements and confusion, brother. Let's continue here. Let's listen to the truther slop from Enslaved by Toilet Bowl Truth and Cuck Body Online.
Freely on America, we need a whole bunch of papers, please.
Come over here. Hello. You said I'm trying to get a rise? What was that? Did you say I'm trying to get a rise?
I like.
Now, admittedly, this may be where Brian could have maybe not done this. You know, maybe tried to not do this whole part here. This triggering attempt here might have been better not. But what do I know? You know,
Like that Max Pawn. Max Pawn luxury.
maybe that's why I have been successful in the past, is because I haven't done this. I'm probably not gonna change that in the next coming in interaction with enforcement. So
Where the fuck is that? EBT told me he was pulling out of a Taco Bell when they pulled him over. I don't know if that's true or not. But Max Pawn. Optics
That I am trying to get a rise.
I did not.
Did the other officer say it?
I don't know who said that. It wasn't me.
I just heard it.
It was not me.
And you guys were having a conversation. Can you please come on this side?
No, I'm not going to.
So Crypto says Paul is free to move out of the USA whenever and start his own republic. I'd recommend he starts in Cuba. Fascinating.
Fuck you, you fucking smelly asshole. Fuck you. Don't tell me what to do.
So you said it, then, buddy. No, smile face. You said it, right? I'm just trying to get a rise. That's what this is all about. Is me trying to get a rise.
By the way, shout out to all the anti-enslavia people in the chat. You know, all the CBO, EBT, TBE crowd that aren't commenting. Shout out to them.
All this. Not willing to go to jail for what's true. You think I want to go to fucking jail when there's no loss, injury, or harm? Smiley faces?
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, we're all just doing this for clicks and views. We're all just doing this because it's
There we go. There's the duper's delight right there.
fun. We're not doing it. Yeah, we're all just doing this for clicks and views.
Smiley faces?
Paul keeps saying
Yeah,
we.
we're all
Who the fuck is we? He keeps saying we. He's home and the fucking Cougars taking care of him in a warm fucking home, paying his bills. Brian O'Shea is surrounded by men with guns. Who the fuck is we, Paul?
It's interesting. He says we, but then it's on his broadcast. It's I and I. And
Right.
It's we here, but I and only I on his broadcast. Interesting optics there.
just doing this for clicks and views. We're all just doing this because it's fun. We're not doing it because it's fucking true and it's right. And after this, there's nowhere to go with it. I mean, you guys were here for the last 4 years. You know what fascism looks like. You know what tyranny looks like.
Oh, here we go. From license and registration to COVID protocols. Okay, let's do leaps and bounds over here.
Yeah, total false equivocation. Definitely no parallels there. Right. Slavery mandates and dictates are totally. I mean, where do they not see the connect? I don't get it. I don't get it. Religitardism, is that their excuse? I don't think that's good enough.
Again, exaggeration.
To me, it's not lack of discernment even necessarily. I do think it's a willful ignorance. it's both, maybe. I don't.
Let's just exaggerate every little thing.
It's again their
Mommy,
fear
daddy
of independence. They need to have daddy government tell them when to register, how much to pay, where they can drive, when they can come home, when they got to go on curfew, what to put in their body, when they should get the news report and the daily download of propaganda. You know, they're good slaves. Don't mess up their
you're right
nice.
there. They are good. Yeah, they are good in that respect.
They don't mess up that cush setting. Hey, you know what, Pineal? Why don't you just follow the rules so you can have a cushy life like them and die a fat slave? And I yield.
All right, let's continue.
Told me to take the trash out. It's slavery. Like, okay, we can play the exaggeration game, exaggerate anything in our lives to be some egregious offense against us, but it's not. It doesn't coincide with reality.
Right.
You know what one world order looks like. So where are we going?
The reality in this situation is, if I'm right, I believe that's what they said, is that the dude has tags that are 5 years old on the car. So obviously you're gonna get pulled the fuck over, dipshit, if your tags read 19.
He's like, I mean, dude, cops around here, they'll pull people over if your shit's a month old. Like, I don't know how this guy survived driving around with a 4-year-old.
The cops interact with them and they realize, okay, well, this guy is possibly retarded. Actually, like, they feel bad for him.
Yeah, I kind of got to agree with Snafu Crew in the chat. RT is a fool. RT is an idiot. Yeah, it's hard to disagree there. Yeah.
I think they show him a lot of mercy.
I mean, this is the thing, though. It's like, okay, to some degree, it can be discretionary for the cop to be like, okay, I'm not gonna fuck with this guy, and I'm gonna be a quote unquote compassionate whatever, and let this guy go. What if he fucking ends up doing some fucked up shit? Then it's on this fucking cop who let him off, and now this motherfucker's out of a job. That's loss, injury, and harm. Right? Oh, right. But it's because they fired him. They're not being real and authentic because they fired the cop for letting this dipshit go. Okay, so it's just like, it's a fucking mess. Okay, and the reason why they don't want a mess like this, or a way to alleviate a mess like this, just show a fucking driver's license and registration. It's not a fucking big deal.
It's not a big deal, dude. Just get the shot, bro. Just wear the mask, bro.
Dude, I can't believe this is like the end game.
Yeah, this is not the hill to fucking die on.
This is fucking insane and retarded.
The hill to die on is the mark of the beast.
That's you.
Right.
It's not this fucking petty bullshit. $20 for 7 years.
Hey, toilet, bull face. That's you, toilet.
I'm sure there's some fucking soft sit channel out there saying the driver's license is the mark of the beast. It wouldn't fucking surprise me.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
At this point, it wouldn't surprise me that it's just go to these links. Oh shit! Here we go. They're now in my chat. There we go. Okay.
Shout out to Medic.
Here we go. We're getting gaslit. Here we go. We're getting gaslit, and we're telling we don't know the law.
We're getting gaslit to read the Constitution and the amendments, bro. We're getting gaslit, guys. We're narcissists telling us to educate ourselves out here, bro.
You read it? My fucking screen is all cracked. I need a fucking new screen.
Go read the Constitution and the amendments, as you can be counsel and not be an attorney. Get educated.
I think they're talking RT.
Yeah, you're talking RT, not me. Here we go. Pineal. It says the reality is you both seem to lack the spiritual discernment. Excuse me. Okay. Of the obvious reality that free men and women have the unalienable right to move freely without acquiescing to the
unalienable rights. To be specific.
Yeah, well, no one accused him of being literate or erudite. So
just tell me where I'm wrong here, please.
You're right.
The reality both seem to lack the spiritual discernment. Excuse me. Okay. Of the obvious reality that free men and women have the unalienable right to move freely without acquiescing to the dictates of other men.
Okay, dipshit.
Who?
Travel is not your fucking operating a motor vehicle. Traveling is walking out fucking down the road or riding a bike, dipshit. That's what the fucking Supreme Court rules on.
Yeah, exactly.
Wrong.
Did I say it is wrong? But regardless, did I even say that in the first place? No, I didn't. I didn't say
these
anything.
People, listen, these guys are clearly they're motivated by their fear of not having to have. See, here's what their ultimate fear is. Let's just take it to its logical conclusion, because again, they're afraid of rationality too. So let's just be the rational ones here. Let's show that we've got the courage to face facts as a logical being would see them. They're so afraid that if everyone could live the way we're talking about, or like, oh gosh, like they did about 100 years ago, right? Is that there was none of the DMV, which is a private entity, and all these other licensing agencies and such, that if you cause loss, injury, and harm, like in any other situation, if you're walking and you knock someone with your cane, right, you would have a claim. They would typically pay you. If not, then you could remedy it through the courts. And since 1933, really, the government's really supposed to take care of all that stuff anyways, because they took the gold. So you could really say that in the worst case scenario, even the government is supposed to step in and remedy wrongs like that just to avoid violence. Because that's the whole point of it, is to keep everyone, pretty much peaceful so we can all experience life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's their role, not to ruin that. So in that respect, well, I get a little lost in the weeds there, but you can kind of see where these guys tick me off, because they just don't get it. They don't get that the whole point of this is that we're not supposed to be living where they've got all these nitpick crap. They sit on the side of the road and ambush you just because they're such losers. No one would want to. Who would want to talk with this guy? If you saw him on the street, you would want to talk with him. If you saw him in a bar, you wouldn't want to talk with him. If he's your clerk at the grocery store, you probably wouldn't make much eye contact other than just to make sure he gave you the right change. And I yield.
All right, let's continue.
Travel is not your fucking operating a motor vehicle.
I didn't say travel. I didn't use that word, first of all. I said move freely.
Traveling is walking out, fucking down the road, or riding a bike, dipshit. That's what the fucking Supreme Court rules on.
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
Idiot.
Dumb.
There needs to be a minimum standard for these people to get behind a wheel, right? And whatever it is, whatever they decide on, you can't have a 6-year-old driving a fucking
whatever they
You couldn't have a
decide on.
6-year-old driving a tractor.
A 6-year-old driving. Here we go. I already mirrored this earlier at the beginning, so I think we're back to where we started earlier when I showed a couple minutes of this. But go ahead, Tribe.
So again, they decide. It's like, can't a reasonable man decide that if I'm operating a vehicle and I do something really stupid and I damage something, and then, hey, you just damaged this and that, now I'm going to make a promise to pay. I'm going to take care of it. I'm either going to pay you on the spot, or I'll take care of it one way or another, but there's going to be a bond there now. It has to be remedied. And if it can't be remedied directly, then we have to involve the courts, because the government's here to make sure that things don't get out of hand. Because the logical conclusion is you start to involve family and friends, and then you have clan against clan. And you have these kinship wars going on, with gangs and such. So that doesn't work good for commerce. It doesn't work good for peace. It doesn't work good for prosperity. So the government steps in and says, no, we'll settle it in the court with juries, right? So your peers are there to decide. Get 12 of them there, so it's as unbiased as we can get, and that's it. And once that's determined by a jury, there's no second look at it, and that's the law of the land here. These guys, this guy here looking down at the ground, I don't know what he's looking at, because there ain't much down there with him, but he doesn't get it. He's sitting there with that shiny little piece of tin on his breast, and all that gadgets and gadgets and radios and fire weapons and all this other kind of stuff that he's not really man enough to hold on to. And now he thinks that he's supposed to be protecting what our ancestors set up for us and our posterity. He's there to ruin it for his own little measly salary, for his own miserable life, for his own pathetic existence, and his own freaking pretentious exhibition of fake power. I'll yield.
Well said, sir. I don't disagree with anything you said.
Car down the road or drive.
Right, exactly.
Where does it fucking end if there's no minimum standards?
Right, exactly. Why not let 5-year-olds drive cars, Pineal? Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, don't start talking about Jesus. You're fucking clueless, Pineal.
Oh my fucking god!
Christ walked on water, aka Admiralty Maritime law of the sea.
Notice how everyone wants Christ on their team.
Right. The Christ of being said, no, he
right, including you.
Didn't say
Christ
any of
consciousness,
that.
dude.
He didn't say any of that. You're fucking fools.
You'll get it one day, God willing, or you won't.
For trying to misinterpret the words of Christ.
There has to be the driver's license is just that you have a bare minimum standard that you can operate this vehicle. So in Minnesota, where I lived, you needed to take like a certain number of hours of driving or whatever and test. So what these Somalians would do is they would go to, I think it was Colorado. The Somalians would all go out to Colorado where they didn't have that, and they would just get a Colorado license and then come back and then transfer and get a Minnesota license. So they didn't have to do that. So they did that, the bare minimum, just to within the legal system to get that and to be legal and not be driving dirty out here, right?
And there's a fed up Southern girl in the chat, in case anyone was wondering what I was talking about earlier. There she is. You see the picture? There she is. Anyway.
Oh, cool.
Paul.
Well, hey,
Just,
these guys, again, total idiots. They don't seem to understand what's going on in this situation. Licensing has nothing to do with minimum requirements. If you you live in Florida, Pineal, license doesn't mean these people have any skill at all. It means they paid, like you said, the $20 or whatever, and that's it. And they stood in line because there ain't no skill involved with getting a license. It's a contract. Let's just call it what it is. But these people are too stupid, so they're regurgitating the same party line. You know, you might as well just watch the evening propaganda noise. I'll yield. Yes, it's past your bedtime, Jeeps. You're this little much for the adult conversation this late. You shouldn't be listening.
Tribe getting spiked. You can't have where's the line if you don't have that? Where's the fucking line to have? Again, like I said, so you're gonna have a 6-year-old driving a fucking flatbed truck or what? How about a 6-year-old drives a fucking plane? Yeah, they can't answer it.
Because they're gonna appeal to. They're gonna go. It's common sense. Nobody would ever do that. Common sense. Appeal to common sense fallacy. No, it's not common. Like you think it is. Sorry.
No, it's a $20 for 7-year driver's license. That's at least where I'm at. I know it's different in every state. I just paid $20 in the last 7 fucking years. So
okay,
listen, you broke bitch. Go get a license.
Let me just say this. Let's give Soft-Sits a state the size of Kansas, and let them free reign all the things that they talk about, free traveling with cars and whatnot, and give it maybe 6 months. So they're gonna have some system where people are accountable with their cars and who's allowed to drive cars. It's just like it's eventual.
All right, you got to pause it here.
Give them 6 months, maybe a year. I don't know how long it would.
We live in Florida. Last time I checked the statistics, 50% of the people on the road didn't have a license, right? And out of the 50% of the people that did have a license, over 80% didn't have insurance. So how good is this little registration licensing scheme working in real life? You know, and also the insurance rates are there to prove it because everything is settled by private claim through insurance carriers. I'll yield.
That's wow. That's
it might be even sooner than you think.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like people running into each other. Let's just assume the infrastructure of Kansas is there. And we give it all to them. We give the infrastructure to them. Let them uphold it and upkeep it. Blah blah blah. That they would eventually, in some shape or form, develop a system where people are accountable for who's driving a car and whatnot. Believe that. Bet that. 100%.
Yeah, Jimmy Shively, dipshit. It doesn't say the operation of a motor vehicle. It says travel, you fucking dipshits.
Exactly. All the rights to travel decisions are directly against what these types claim.
Okay.
They just take sentences out of context. Thank you, sir.
100% EBT. And that's what I wanted to do. Is I didn't have time, but Paul pulled up this obviously sovereign citizen website because he didn't show like the top of the website. And there was like a headline talking about the times the Supreme Court ruled you don't need a driver's license. So it's clearly designed for sovereign citizens. So I was going to actually go find that website and go into their sources and go through it with a fine tooth comb because I 100% guarantee it doesn't say exactly how it's being spun on that fucking bullshit bullshit site to sound like. You want to continue with the video? Fuck these idiots.
Let's go.
You'd be wise to verify that, by the way.
Really going to come.
You really would.
I'm down.
I've seen this video. I have to take this little pop out for a second. Just I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
The like man to man, uniform side.
Okay, I'll explain it one last time. There's just a simple vehicle stop. Okay, I just asked for a driver's license, insurance, and registration because the tags on his plate expired for what? 4 years? 5 years? 2019. That's all. That's why we
I get that, sir. And he's had multiple interactions since where we've ascertained that we have a freedom and a right to move freely without having impositions imposed upon us, right? Many of which could be a detriment to his livelihood okay? Because he's on a different path right now with his life. He's an aspiring comedian. He's living in that car. That car is essentially his domicile at this time. So we could argue he has domestic authority to move that property as he sees fit until he is a direct threat to the rest of the public, which I don't believe we have a valid claimant who's stating such. So I appreciate your efforts. I understand why he would be stopped and be contacted. But again, we now have officer discretion, just as the many other officers have, to let him continue on freely until we have a report from the citizenry that he's up to no good. And I believe that that is equitable. I believe that's common sense. And I'm not encouraging anyone to not keep an eye on him while he's in your town or on your land, so to speak, if that's what you feel necessary.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I get what you're saying. My sergeant should be here any minute. And then either you or your client, who I still don't know his name, he can explain it to my sergeant and see where that goes.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Yep.
You guys in the chat are fucking dipshits. Brian O'Shea was locked up for 2 fucking days.
My partner explained it sufficiently, so we're just gonna wait for a supervisor to get here, and we're gonna take it from here. And if there's anything I can do for you, we're right here on Decatur and Flamingo.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
You seem to have a good humor about you. You seem to have a pretty peaceful and positive countenance. So I appreciate you being patient with us and seeing where this all goes, right? We mean no harm, right?
That's John Vance.
No, I appreciate your kind words. That's actually very nice of you. So,
It's gonna be John Vance, man.
John Vance. Yeah.
It's gonna be
really. It's John Vance's dad. It's
So
John
so
Vance's
listen,
older brother.
this fits in. Hang on, Pineal, you'll like this. This fits in that whole script that this whole thing was faked, and they got these they couldn't find real actors, so they got Flow State, and they got John Vance, and they put him in these little costumes here, and they cast him to do this whole thing with Brian O'Shea. This is actually they'll release it later, say this was all staged and act, and he's like now a screen actor. This was like his he'll use it in his resume.
It's a play. It's a performance. Don't you get it?
No one recognized it but me. That's John Vance, and the other guy was Slow State. And hey, the first guy is actually Mexican Jesus. We haven't seen him in a while, so no one knows. He's grew his beard out a little bit like that, and his hair.
He's probably playing a new role. You know what I mean? They're always swapping roles. You know, like Conscious X called it out. Mexican Jesus is probably now. I don't know who's been on panels lately. Is there any like new Mexican or darker complexion folks that kind of came out of the woodwork? Because that's probably
I know,
Mexican Jesus.
but Fabio, we need Fabio. That guy.
Oh, Fabio came around like a month ago, dude. He dropped on.
I saw him.
He actually came on one of my. I think it was my stream. Fabio came on, but I think he also popped on Paul's too, like within the last month. Both mine and Paul's. Pretty.
Yeah,
sure.
I saw him when he came on. He was really disappointed when he came on Paul's because it was he had bad timing to come on, and he was really disappointed he left. I forget who was there that repelled him. But
yeah, next up, Benton's going to be saying that it was this whole thing was OTW's new AI adventures and works that he put together here for Paul.
No, this ain't
fucking incredible. The level of delusion.
AI isn't this bad. These guys are ugly, man. AI definitely would have better looking cops and stuff in here. You know, this is like I don't think they've designed. There's certain filters or prohibitions in it that limits it from doing it censored to have something that's repulsive looking generated by that stuff at this point for the public.
Yeah, you know, maybe someone's got to
torture.
Someone's got to give this. Speaking of OTW, someone's got to recommend the stream to him tomorrow to review instead of a fucking Talcott Slow State Z panel. Maybe actually squeeze some value out of a restream for once.
Yeah, and you had the Jeff Pizer entertainment for my dullness and all you.
Right. You had a little drama there too. Drama entertainment. So dramedy. All right,
Speaking of OTW, whatever happened to that one guy? Paulie plays a clip of him once in a while. He said, "I brought out the demon in him." Rah! Remember that? Who was that guy? Was it Aaron or something?
That was Aaron Gauchi. Yeah.
Aaron Gauchi. Yeah. Whatever happened to him?
I don't know. He was around too, not too long ago. But
okay, he's an interesting
I would
character.
play the short if I had it, but I don't have that short. I don't think.
Okay, didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, let it up out of you, Aaron. That's what we call him. Let it up out of you, Aaron. People are acting like Paul got him into trouble, but Brian knew what he was doing, and he knew what Paul would bring. It was wanted, and frankly, it was needed. I agree, sir. Sometimes you have to kind of go through the ringer a little bit. to come out the other side.
Yeah, that guy was he was doing some things that annoyed Paul too. I think I don't want to get into the details about it, so I think it gave him a little extra gusto for going after that guy because he was a fraud. You know what? Yeah, that clip you could probably give it. You know, it's speaking more about the Aaron guy more than it is Paul. You know which clip I'm talking about.
Get up out of here, Aaron.
That's a great clip, man.
That's a good one. And the Zach Hubbard is a great one too. The Sky Gazer.
Well, you know, I covered that on the Saturday Night Live surprise stream. The one that keeps getting fucking throttled. Once it was over 6, almost 700, it went down under 5. It went over 5, under 5, over 5, under 5, and it's back over 5 again. It's fucking laughable. Fuck the numbers, though. I'm done. And the detraction from this as well. Let's continue, brothers and sisters. Let's continue.
So I thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good, if nothing else, to see a man, if he's going to be in uniform, to at least have a smile on his face, you know, have some light in his eyes, and see the humor in all of this that we call life, right? The day-to-day grind, so to speak.
Hey, you're right. You got to take life one day at a time.
But yeah, I think we're good to go, man. I appreciate you listening and being available and being patient, right? I know this is a rather unorthodox, maybe unconventional interaction.
By the way, you sent this message, Latham, at 3:33 my time, so Illuminati confirmed. They probably are all in on it, and you hit the nail on the head. It's a conspiracy.
Yeah, we don't get
It's an unslavia conspiracy.
too many of these, but hey, we appreciate your ability to stay calm and keep your client calm. We appreciate that. So I'm pretty satisfied that we'll have a satisfactory outcome for all involved.
All right. Appreciate you, sir.
All right. You have a good day, sir.
You as well. Blessings.
Paul's gonna get
All
this
right, Brian, you're pretty much going to have to just stay in a faithful space. I mean, I wasn't as calm as I could be, like he said. I mean, we know I have a passion for the truth, and I'm trying to incite or compel these folks, rather, to do what in their heart they know is true and what's right, and to use some common sense and a common ethic and observe the common law. So at this point, you're pretty much going to have to let them make their decision on how they want to go forward, you know, and see where this goes, right?
Right. I appreciate it, man.
Listen, there's nothing I really can do for you. I'm speaking on the truth as I see it. If it works in our favor, then, you know, that we'll let it be that, right? But ultimately,
Like Jimmy said, the right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport his property thereon by horse-drawn carriage, wagon, or automobile is not a mere privilege, which may be permitted or prohibited at will, but a common right which he has under his right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
the truth is the truth. What's right is what's right. And what we all think and feel about it really doesn't much matter at this point.
Right, absolutely, man.
I almost want to ask them, like, you know, is there anything they even disagreed with that you said? You know, is there any?
No, they
anything...
agree with everything I'm saying. They know what I'm saying is true and it's right. They think they have a job and they've been trained to do certain things. And that's where the disconnect happens. Man to
They hear
man,
this shit all
you
the
see it
time.
with me and Valdez and others.
They
Right?
know
We all
it's
know what's up right now.
I think he's here. I think that's his part. Yeah, it's our sergeant.
How many police officers are there?
There she is.
Looks like
Isn't 3 or 4? Yeah.
Tumbleweed. Willing to win. Back.
4 and a sergeant.
That's a lot.
All there for you, Brian. It's so special, man.
It's a good opportunity for them to learn.
And on that note, another good opportunity to learn, like Ageless Timeless Being said, people do well to have some real life experience where they get hassled and bullied when they've made no code violations and realize what they are submitting to. I would argue even when they have made code violations, because a lot of times the code is bullshit. So,
hey, what I would say is this: the problem is that by observing it over and over, and seeing the same kind of outcomes, the same kind of observation of seeing the same nonsense over and over again, it also desensitizes us and gives us a state of normalcy that it's normal for them to do this kind of stuff to the people. And that's a problem too. What I like doing is what we're doing right now is we're seeing something where Brian is taking it to some logical extremes in their eyes, not in any, he's driving no different than any other car on the road. It just happens to be he has a tag that has certain numbers on it that they don't like. Worse needs your gematria crap, you know? It's like you see a tag that says 666 on it. You're like, oh my God, it's Aleister Crowley. No, they see a tag that literally has the wrong date on it. To them, they're like, oh my God, look, the wrong date on a piece of tag on their car. Pull it over. It's a threat to safety.
Right.
You know, so that nonsense is normalized. 100 years ago, you would be not even thought of that you could do that to the people, like the government doing that to the people. It's like the only reason they would be doing that is prohibition, and that's where it all started. And even after they legalized it, it never ended.
You're spot on
Go
that.
figure.
They broke people down over the years, and repeat a lie long enough. A lot of people think it starts to become truth. You know, so that's how these things work out. So you get desensitized. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, but leave it lie long enough and it becomes truth. Indeed.
And it's not even a lie. It's a necessity. It was prohibition, and we have to stop the cars because they might be carrying booze, you know, and they, you know, because of the temperance movement, all that crap, you know, they were able to push those laws through, literally. And that even after they legalized alcohol, they still kept those laws in place, and they used it for everything else. They had to make a war on drugs and everything else, but that's the only reason we have licensing even to this day. And, you know, there's other examples of things that are similar to that. You know, it goes back to England and even the formation of the colonies breaking away from England here because of the fact that people were tired of the stupid taxes. Because in England, there was no taxes until they had to go to war. And they go to war, we need to raise tax for war. So we're going to put a tax on candle wax. And now, you know, they're taxing candle wax. So, you know, you got to get wax your candles. You have enough money. So you're like freaking making candles out of bacon grease. Your house smells like a fucking fryer. You know, stupid shit like that. And to the point where over here in America, they're like, no, there's a tax on candle wax. It's like, dude, it's our own fucking wax here. Why would we pay the king a tax on wax we're getting from bees right here on our land? And that's where it kind of started. That's where the people were like, this ain't working. And the esquires there, they're working for Britain. They're like, yeah, but they said we had to pay this tax. They're like, no, we ain't going to pay it. And you're going to tell them we ain't going to pay it. So some of those esquires had to decide, like, you know, we call the founding fathers or whatever, but they were just the guys that were agents for the, you know, the crown, and they did the court stuff, and they were esquires. So they had to write the documents for the people that as they demanded. They went back and forth for years. And when it was these guys had their heads on, they're going to get, you know, the kingdom, like that kind of shit. They're working behind the scenes. And of course, you know, the secret societies had to help them. But it was really at the will of the people that were here, and they had nothing to do with any of that. They were just mostly religious people that want to get the fuck away from the king and taxes and that kind of encroachment. And there's a lot of, they called it the New World because there's so much land here. All they had to, you know, let's face the British really got rid of the Indians first. So, you know, it was pretty much just reoccupying empty land. And whatever. That's another story.
A great clip that kind of reminded me what you're saying kind of reminded me of it. You know, it's been played before, I'm sure.
This kid from this movie exposed the government by explaining how they control us.
Leadership in government is political power, and political power is an official form of antagonizing the people.
What magazine did you say he edits? Politics are necessary.
Politics are rules imposed upon the people.
In this country, rules are not imposed. They are the wish of all free citizens.
Travel around a bit, then you'll see how free they are. They have every man in a straitjacket, and without a passport, he can't move a toe. In a free world, they violate the natural rights of every citizen. They have become the weapons of political despots. And if you don't think as they think, you're deprived of your passport. To leave a country is like breaking out of jail.
Yes,
and to enter a country is like going through the eye of a needle. Am I free to travel?
Of course you're free to travel.
Only with a passport.
Will you allow me to say something?
Only with a passport. Do animals need passports?
I love that kid, Jeeps. I love that kid. He's a great kid. Logical, man.
He knows what he's talking about. I'd like to know what movie that is, actually. I forget. I know Wizard would know, because Wizard's the one who I think I found that from, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. You know who you get it from was Boucher.
Boucher?
Yeah. Boucher, whatever. Yeah, that's when who originally played it, I think. He used to play a lot of good clips there. That was how he. That's why I think he was always on that the old panel. The old panel was much more fun. He had more colorful characters, like, you know, you get plenty of miscreants that show up all the time, but they're more colorful characters back then. You had, Dirty Larry crying on the panel and the Wolf Lady. It was, before it was kind of cool until they all just turned sour on Paul for some stupid reason and kind of ruined the whole thing. All of them. They just can't take a joke or something. I don't know.
Well, it's hard to accept that you're a slave, Tribe. It's hard to accept that you're a willing, slave. So,
but we all are.
Yeah.
We're all supposed to just be acknowledging the reality around us and make appropriate adjustment, like sane people do, as Paul's trying to
Appreciate
do
that.
for himself. I mean, that's all it is. It's like, why do we need to tell each other to keep living a lie? That doesn't solve anything. And that's no point in doing this kind of thing. Why would I even be online talking to you if that was a fact? I don't need to reinforce someone else's lie in my life. If I'm going to, reprogram anything, it's going to be to benefit me and the people around me, right? It's not going to be to deprecate myself and be at the whim of someone I don't even know, some faceless, something that has me as a, listed as an asset until my death. It doesn't make sense.
Speaking of lies, when I was in high school, I used to have arguments with the teachers. I'd tell them that, driving is a right, because it's because you're traveling around. How can you restrict somebody's movement and make them pay for it? That was just logical to me. And they're trying to tell me no.
Technically, driving.
So, I mean, anybody, that's just logical, man. You're moving around. That's just the right,
Yeah. So you got all these interwoven things. Again, I want to get back to this thing here because the elements I'm trying to look at here is not just saying, oh, this happens, it could happen, is what do you do? It's the fact that if you look at it from a different view, like I'm saying here, everything kind of falls into a different place. So, what's really going on here? They're trying to contract with you on the side of the road under threat of force. That's what I'm getting out of this whole thing. So at that point, let's establish who all the parties are. What are the terms, conditions, considerations, right? And remedies for this contract you're trying to engage me in. And, oh, by the way, you're a government agent, and I'm going to use my protected rights that give you your authority and say I don't want to engage anything with you. I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment, my Fourth Amendment, my First Amendment. Fuck you, I'm leaving.
Excellent.
But they'll like that. The thing is that I believe that, as you notice, whenever you pull that card on these guys, if you listen, the successes that happen usually have those elements somewhere that I mentioned, one of those elements in there, because I think when they hear that card, they have to comply with you at that point, but they're not going to tell you that. They're just going to, okay, they go on to the next thing and ask you a question. Because, again, they're trying to engage you into contract, and by establishing minimal contacts, they can get you into jurisdiction, too. So you have to be kind of, aware of your conversations, your transactions with them. Keep it on the element of force, that you're being forced into it, that you're not consenting to anything. Did you want to get pulled over and have, hindrance to your freedom of movement and passage, right? That's supposed to be guaranteed by your government, protected, so that no foreign entity or invader could inflict you in any way.
And could an element on their side be that, well, you have a driver's license? In Brian's case, he didn't have one, but for people that do.
And he should have articulated that fact. I'm not driving under license.
Yeah,
I'm not driving. And I'm not driving under license. Now what am I doing? You tell me what I'm doing. You're doing this? No, I'm not doing that. They want to bring terms into it, right? Let them articulate the crime. I'm not going to help them on that.
Exactly.
But I'll be clear, if he didn't have a license, then I'm not driving under license. Well then, sir, you have to be driving, but I'm not driving because I don't have a license, and I'm not driving. And I'm not driving under license. Now what am I doing?
Yeah, he's traveling.
They can come up with another thing, and then you're going to say, well, that's not what I'm doing either.
Well, sir, we gotta push this through, and you need to give us a license registration now. You know how they are.
Okay, yeah, they want paperwork, right? And then at that point, right, you got to say, but I have no contracts. That doesn't involve me because I'm not driving under license right now. I mean, now there could be requirements for bond or insurance, right? Just because depending on the roadways, there could be some elements of, whatever that are customary, right? The law of the land.
Yes.
And depending on what it is, it could be an environmental situation, a sensitivity. It could be a lot of things, weight limits on bridges. So I can understand there's situations that have to be, definitely watched out for to protect others. You don't want bridges collapsing because somebody's ignorant of weight limits or bridge heights and, clipping bridges. So it's important to have that under control to some extent. That's the purpose of government, to regulate that. But then that has nothing to do with the situation at hand. So how did it get from that to this? How are they making that legal nexus, that connection between the act happening here and the laws that were intended to protect against those types of acts, not just freedom of movement?
Yeah, that's a great point. It's a great point because like he didn't do any violation that where they could ask him for kind of paperwork. He didn't do any damage. There's no property damage.
What initiated the whole thing? Who initiated it and why? They initiated it because they were just driving along. Everyone's minding their own business. And all of a sudden, they saw numbers on a plate that they didn't like.
Yeah.
And then they turn on misuse their emergency lights, which are only supposed to be used for an emergency because there's no emergency. I mean, they get triggered by seeing the wrong numbers. And it's not an emergency. Their panic attack is not an emergency. Pull you over on the threat of force, right? They come out armed to intimidate you, right?
Yes.
And then they start demanding paper like a Nazi, right? It's like, that's not America.
You don't want to contract with these guys, He doesn't. Brian doesn't.
Who are you? What's the emergency?
Exactly.
And who are you? And what do you, what's your authority? Again, how do I even know they're not fake?
I remember reading that's a felony if they use their lights to pull somebody over. So what are they doing committing felonies? Like, come on.
But no one calls them on it. I mean, no. See, here's the thing: the prosecutor's not going to convict them for the crime, so you're not going to get them for a criminal act like that. They're just not going to. They get their loopholes, and then no one's going to prosecute them on it. You know how it works.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get them on the criminal stuff. But there are other elements that are criminal in nature, but also could give other remedies and other venues. But that's besides the point. The point is the fact that they're violating some fundamental principles, right, that go against the very authority they're claiming allows them to do these acts. So they're doing what's characteristically called, violating your rights under color of law, and they're causing you injury in the form of things like, they've deprived you of your freedom of liberty of movement. They've caused you public humiliation. They've caused you mental anguish, threat of death on the side of the road.
They're wasting your time. Nobody talks about that one.
Well, your time, you could bill them for time, but that's not the elements I'm talking about here, because they go far beyond time of what they've done. They've done literally a breach of their fiduciary duty of care.
True.
And they've done it with full intent of doing it. And the thing is that they're apparently a law enforcement, and apparently they've gone through some kind of academy training, right, which is certified to be to allow them to have a kind of authority over the people based on that level of skill and expertise that somehow can be validated, right? So how are they assured that they actually acquired those skills when they went to the the police academy, right? They do it through insurance and bonding because they can never be sure. And the First Amendment gives the people a right to redress grievances of the government, right? So they can never have immunity. Like qualified immunity is another trick, just like traffic tickets. How could they? Okay, let's think about it for a second. What is immunity? Immunity means you're immune from prosecution, right? Immunity means you're immune from claims, like diplomatic immunity. Let's pretend something. Let's take a little pretend simulation. Let's pretend that you have immunity for auto accident claims. You could drive anywhere, crash into stuff, and nobody can sue you because you have immunity, right? Now, if that was the case, would you have car insurance? Would you want to pay for car insurance?
Hell no.
Even if you paid for car insurance, how can anyone make a claim? Because they could never get a valid claim in your insurance. And you can't make a valid claim. He's got immunity. We just collect.
True. That's not true immunity then if it's just backed by something. You're right.
No. But if they got the insurance on, it's like, no, he's got immunity. He just pays us a premium. We've never paid out, nor will we ever have to. We just, collect a premium because he has immunity. See, that doesn't happen in real life. So if they truly have qualified immunity, if the judges have judicial immunity or absolute immunity, then why do they have bonds? Why would they pay for bonds?
It's a mind trick, dude. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's just the fact that people don't see the complexity of what's going on is that they have to protect the person in that position, because then no one's going to be a judge or a cop, because they could be sued in their personal capacity and lose everything just because they made one slip, right? So on the other note, that they can't allow the government to violate the people because of the First Amendment right to redress, and they can't do that. And there's other reasons why they can't. So they have to have that protected, that redress, and that's protected through the insurance bond. So if there's ever a claim, you can't sue against or take a claim against the position or the person doing it. You have to get it against their bond, make a claim, just like a car accident. They harmed you in a car accident. They cause you, a loss, and your car is broken. It needs to be fixed, and here's the bill. And you submit it to the insurance company, and they pay. The judge, he violated your rights. He deprived you of property without due process. He violated the Constitution, his fiduciary duty of care. And therefore, you're going to submit, you get a judgment against him. You're going to submit a claim to his insurance bond, and they're going to pay.
Right.
I should have said all that, because this is not legal, lawful information. Nobody should do this. It's totally a fictitious simulation. We're just playing, like, pretending we didn't have immunity. This doesn't exist in real life. Nobody can do this ever. Don't do this at home.
Yeah, this is just we're just making stuff up. It's nonsense. Don't listen.
Yeah, I'll yield. You can go on, Pineal. I'm sorry for the digression.
Well, not only did I not realize I was muted, that sucks. But yeah, I was also just editing the fucking description for this stream that I'm doing and tagging a bunch of people, including yourself, Paul, on all his 3 channels, myself on 3 channels, et cetera, et cetera. Just spent like 5-10 minutes doing that, only to find out and remember, oh yeah, that's right, they disqualified me from being able to make external links clickable, and I have to, of course, like Paul was saying, complete a one-time verification, identity verification. They just need to scan my biometrics. They just need my biometrics, really, is all it is. It's not a big deal. I just need to give them probably some blood, and they'll probably allow me to make external links clickable. Let's just check what a one-time verification is. Just
it's called a pound of flesh.
A phone number,
Can I
a
help you
video
with this?
verification, or building a channel history, usually up to 2 months, as you continue to grow your channel and follow the community guidelines. Or you could use a valid ID, of course.
Right. Hey,
good stuff.
It's all good stuff. Yeah. Take caution before you do anything. Read the terms of service. And
always, sir. Always, of course. What kills me is the fact that you can walk into a casino, which is open 24/7, gamble all your money away and drink, but you can't have a bag of weed in your car. Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing that I could see could bother someone, including myself.
Well, here's the other thing: is that you could literally go to the store, buy a bottle of turpentine, which could kill you if you drank it, right? Yet you can't buy oxygen without a prescription, and it's like a felony if you're caught with medical oxygen without the prescription.
Wow.
Oxygen?
Yeah, that makes sense, right? That you can go buy anything, that you shouldn't drink, and a gallon of gas or whatever, I mean, there's no special thing needed for that. Just here's a gallon of gas, have fun with it. But no, that oxygen, no. You need a prescript for that.
Like I'm so retarded,
oxygen.
It's like I'm so retarded I can't mix my oxygen properly.
Well, this is medical grade oxygen, I digress again. I yield.
Yeah. You gotta cut it down. You can't use like pure, or like it's bad for you. But
Alright. Back to
Yeah,
the,
so we
the
could.
traffic.
Yeah, we could if you want to continue. I mean, I'm down to.
We got
I
to
think it
finish
was.
it for the audience, man. The docket's going to be disposed of here, so let's finish the.
Yeah, let's
the
roll
stop.
it. I keep operating. Let's go. Come on, come on, come on.
It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever, until you are dead.
Right. That's the system, folks. That's the system that's growing and expanding day by day. The fourth industrial revolution, the fourth turning, some might call it, that we're now going through. The biodigital convergence as well. Many things. The new world order is the old world order. Yeah, nothing new under the sun. All roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to the Vatican. All roads lead to Switzerland. All roads lead to Israel. And many other places. Keep going, sir. I mean, continue.
Not going towards digital currency. They want to take us off the dollar, and so they could track all transactions. But that's another realm. But it's related, but it's a different realm. Go on.
Right. Of course, the rise of crypto and all that kind of stuff. It's not going away. It's only growing.
It seems you should have been a bit more careful.
Right. Right. I agree.
Bitcoin is going to zero.
All right, let's continue.
All there for you, Brian. It's so special, man.
It's a good opportunity.
Me and Valdez and others.
They
Right?
know
We all know
something.
what's up right now.
I think he's here. I think that's his part. Yeah, that's right.
How many police officers are there?
There she is.
Looks like
Seen 3 or 4. Yeah.
Tumbleweed. Blowing with the wind. Back.
4 and a sergeant.
That's a lot.
Rebecca.
all there for you, Brian. It's so special, man.
It's a good opportunity for them to learn.
Oh my God, Beck, shut the fuck up. Beck's the chameleon.
We'll be up here shortly. All right, thanks, brother.
I remember wanting to be a cop when I was younger.
They did like that Biden.
What I was gonna say is, I like many, remember wanting to be a cop or like, a firefighter and stuff when I was younger, and then more and more that learning the truth about the truth, right? That enforcing evil is not a line or akin to serving justice or rights or freedom or promoting anything of that, to anything of value to that effect. What say you, tribe? Do you think I'm weak sauce tonight? True colors showing? What do you think?
Nah, man, I'll take the blame for that. I'm not the most entertaining, but I try to bring some content here that's a little bit different and at least maybe a little enlightening and getting people motivated to do a little bit of something. I try to connect it also with some of the principles that Paul brings about because, as the saying goes, or the maxim, principles proved, they don't need to be proven. So the more we apply these principles and these fundamentals throughout everything, I think we'll see more success. And I think that alone should be motivating. And here's a good application here is applying this to these kind of situations that we're going to, it's not usually if, it's when. And it's best being prepared because the preparation gets rid of the fear. Without the fear, you could perform much better. And I'll yield.
I guess we can continue. I don't want to digress too much.
You asked about the weak sauce, and that was it. So I gave you another dash. Let's move on with the video.
All right, brothers and sisters, without further ado, we'll continue with the restream of the simulcast, or the restream of the simulcast of the stream.
Is that Baba Yaga's hut?
Or wait, no, it would be the restream of the simulcast. Sorry.
Is that Baba Yaga's hut? That picture?
Which one?
That picture, 2 pictures back.
This one?
No, before that.
This one?
Yeah, see that second picture down from the top on the left? Is that Baba Yaga's hut? What is that?
The top left, second.
Top left, and then down one. Is that Baba Yaga's hut?
Oh, I don't know. It looks like a bank that turned into a spider. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's go. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. All right, let's continue. Let me get back to my original. Where is it at here? All right. Let's get back to it here. I spent enough time making the meme. It deserves to be showcased. All right, weak sauce, folks.
Trump line, though. We're cracking up about that. Biden, Trump, we were saying that you got a senile.
Rock it up about something.
One guy was senile. I didn't hear how he was saying that.
I mean, stop me where I'm wrong. I know I got a little bit animated, but stop me where I'm wrong, right?
To crack it up at something. Achoo! Is that a sneeze? No.
Hey, when I don't have this uniform on, I'm a lot different person. So, you know.
That's what concerns me, sir. That's what concerns me.
But my job is to enforce the law. So that's all. So
I am the law.
But my sergeant should be up here any second. So.
All right.
Yeah, to me it's just mockery, you know, giving those two options. It's such obvious mockery, and that's why you have South Park, for example, the ultimate propaganda tool, one of them, just like Family Guy and so many Simpsons, all those.
Listen, the bottom line is, despite the resistance that we meet, I believe these men know what's true and correct. I just don't believe they're ready to stand out on it. So they know that what we're doing is true and correct, and for their own good, right? This is not against anybody. This is what we need more of as Americans. So I know they can feel it in their heart. I can tell by their body language and the rest of it.
It's got to be true. Paul said it. Paul said it. So the chat's like, yeah.
Time through all these experiences, we're all oneself, and we all know one truth. Now we.
Jeff, you don't get it, man. You seem to not get it. Why don't you listen to what Paul's saying here, and then think about what your comment says, and then listen.
You have to live up to it,
and then listen to your comment, and then here, let me rewind it.
I can tell by their body language and the rest of it.
It's got to be true. Paul said it. Paul said it. So the chat's like, yeah.
Time through all these experiences, we're all oneself, and we all know one truth. Now we have to live up to it, or we're going to catch a judgment and an outcome we ain't ready for.
Yeah, these idiots think that when he said, I'm not in the uniform, I'm a different person.
On the right side of history. That's all you got to remember. When you're on the right side of history, that's what you have faith in. You surrender the rest.
They think that that's like a gotcha when that guy said that. Fucking dipshit. You guys are like fucking literally retarded.
It's hard
like
not to get emotional, you know, with your shit. It's that's one thing about, I've seen so many you know, quote unquote right to travel videos, but I mean yours stick out, you know what I mean? And that's something
because I really have love for myself and all of these officers as men, and for the truth that we're all here to experience.
All right, sorry about that. I missed some of this. Let me just rewind it just a little bit.
You didn't miss much. They're just waiting for the start still.
That's what you have faith in. You surrender the rest.
Yeah, okay, hey,
do, man.
Real quick, that what the cop said is like, yeah, when I'm not in this uniform, I'm, you know, I act different or whatever, a different man or something. And
then my man said, lay off the PGR pack. You're probably not wrong, sir. That PGR is a motherfucker. But like I was saying in the chat there, when I'm not in this uniform, well, this is what he said. This is what the officer literally said, right? When I'm not in this uniform, I'm a much different person, aka corporate slave. Still a slave regardless, you know? Still a slave. So, and what was he really trying to say there? I think it's pretty obvious what he was trying to say. He's
Just
an
doing my job,
inauthentic
man.
corporate male. I mean, it's, you know, shocked by the Allen say, you're using this terminology to make a fucking nonsensical point that means nothing. It has no basis in anything, right? Right. Don't you get it? No, you don't.
Nah, keep playing the
these fucking dipshits in the chat and Paul.
What's that now? Sir?
No, I was gonna say keep playing the video because these idiots here commenting on it in whatever the restream. Yeah, they're definitely at the lower end of the IQ scale.
They're just indicting themselves on their own. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Extremely low IQ, and I don't even want to say low IQ. It's just lack of all
definitely
spiritual discernment and foundational.
People are illogical.
What
man.
should be obvious, in my opinion.
This is my French.
Again, it takes some longer, I guess, to come around to certain levels of truth, certain levels of understanding, whatever, understanding, overstanding.
That's you, young 516. That's you.
Let me see what happens
That's
with
you.
some of these fools is that they become stuck or fixated in a certain part of development, and they don't go beyond that. And over time, they become so habituated, their neurons, or however you want to abstract that, happens inside them physically or biologically because of the repeated psychological repetitions they do day after day of being a slave. It causes them to have like a form of arrested development where they don't quite make it to the next level of independence. Whereas that's why they resent rationality. They resent the daddy figure because that resembles rationality. It's that's the element here. If you really want to look at the root cause, is all of them exhibit just a deep-rooted fear of independence. And it's basically because of their lack of skill, expertise, knowledge, and just general problem-solving skills. And I'll yield.
Give me a minute.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is, imagine this, Mr. Pie. Imagine loving when people point out your shortcomings, because a lot of the time there are shortcomings that you can't necessarily always see, and therefore you're able to actually take in new information and potentially use it to better yourself and grow yourself. I mean, is that hard of a concept to grasp? Imagine using constructive criticism to benefit you and grow you. Let me know how you feel about that one. It's a little out there. I get it. It's a little profound, but I don't think it's too profound. Go ahead, sir.
No, I'll yield. Go ahead. Keep the video going here.
All right, let's continue.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, real quick, that what the cop said is like, yeah, when I'm not in this uniform, I act different or whatever, a different man or something. And then these fucking dipshits in the chat, and Paul was saying it earlier, they think that's like the ultimate gotcha. Paul's like, yeah, I could beat any charge. I would just show the judge that part of the clip where I show he admits he's not honorable when he's in the uniform and shit. Like, and that's my point. It was if you're fucking can do this shit all the time, why don't you go get a fucking false arrest and go get $1 million fucking dollar lawsuit every day of the fucking week, at least once a week? Go fucking do it if it's so fucking easy.
Right. It's like the shaman, but he's never actually going to do that. Of course not, because it's easier to armchair it, right? It's armchair and get your sub farms up, get your donos up.
Yeah, he's just grandstanding on someone else living the life more than him that he claims to be living.
But it's like it's because of him this gentleman is in this predicament.
Yep, and that's why I said he's gonna get this fucking guy killed, bro, and it's gonna fucking happen, bro. This is the second or third time that this kind of interaction's happened.
You gotta pause it here for a second. That was very significant. That transaction they just had there. In one breath, he said that Paul's, he's just this armchair quarterback kind of guy, just sits there and does nothing, right? And then in the second breath, he says, that Paul's responsible for putting Brian in the position he's in right now, right? Now let's think about this for a second. Brian he's a big boy. He makes his own choices in life. He's in this position because of his choices. Paul's put him in a position where he can stand on, again, fundamental principles and rights that he probably wouldn't have done otherwise. And I think we can all agree that it's the right thing to do. And law is the rule of right. So, sorry, these guys are on the wrong side of everything here. And I'll yield.
Yeah, I don't have to say no shit, respectfully, no shit. When I'm running $1 million business while you eat mangoes and live in your mom's house.
Don't laugh. I know some people make millions of dollars with their mango orchards here. Big money in mangoes, bud.
Yeah, I would like to sell them again this year. I didn't sell too many last year, but it is lucrative, somewhat. But
Down
they're
the
much more
Redlands,
enjoyable.
bud. Hey, down the Redlands. Oh my God, the fruits down there. There's some serious money in the fruit. If you know what fruit, everything grows here in Florida. Practically all the good fruits.
Trust me, they're a lot more enjoyable to eat than to sell. But anyway, so here he's pinning my comment where I'm addressing Mr. Enslaved by Booth. also known as Toilet Bowl Truth and Enslaved by Toilet Bowl Truth. He said, dig deeper on what? Being a dipshit and getting arrested? And I said, no, not being a Jesuit education indoctrinated Vatican Admiralty law supporting fuck slave. And of course, because I said fuck slave, that's where he, Mr. Cuckbody Online gets where he, you'll hear what he says. I'll rewind a little bit.
But it's like, it's because of him, this gentleman is in this predicament.
Yep, and that's why I said he's gonna get this fucking guy killed, bro, and it's gonna fucking happen, bro. This is the second or third time that this kind of interaction has happened for O'Shea.
And they all come in here talking just like him, man. It's just like, come on, man. Isn't what he tells you it's to be true to yourself, and you're over here parroting shit that he says to you? Like, what part of honor able is that, bro? You're not even being yourself. You're a parrot. You're a uploadable fucking NPC at this point, sir.
This guy, oh my god. Go on.
But if I remember correctly, the guy was like, at some point he was like, I'm a different person than I am in this uniform.
Yeah.
But then he continues back to say I enforce the law. But the whole cops thing, cops have their own issues. But this is so fucking pedestrian and petty that it's fucking comical. Yeah, no one here, me, not, and I'm not going to speak for Drew, but I'm pretty sure I can have a assessment of what Drew believes that we don't support cops 100%. The cops have a fucking huge fucking problem there.
Yeah, okay. Fuck the police, but listen, Brian O'Shea spent like 48 hours in a fucking cell. I make $30 an hour. That's like $1,500 that I would have lost sitting in a fucking cell.
It was probably more like 40 hours, like 40 days and nights, like Noah. So hashtag Noah O'Shea. All right, guys.
Insurance is $400 fucking dollars for 6 months. $20 for the license for fucking 6 years or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah,
I would have lost $1,000 in this transaction if I'd listened to a dipshit like Paul.
Who's the broke fucking beta bitch that can't afford that? Exactly. Oh, but we're corporate slaves, bro. You're a corporate slave too. You live under this system. If I'm in it, you're in it. Okay, you're a part of it. Whether or not you don't want to participate like the rest of us, you're still under their thumb.
That sounds like a slave.
Nefarious thumb, as you like to paint it.
He's not even trying to fight back.
That's the reality. No matter how there's not enough soapbox
Yeah, tribe. It's enslaved by toilet bowl truth. Okay.
Box diatribes you can go on. That's going to alleviate you from that.
He just said my name.
True and right. True and right to who? You live true and right to your own standards that you made up. True and right. True and right to you don't adhere to nobody's standard. That's the way I.
That's the problem.
This is the way I interpret it. It's do what thou wilt in a very flowery, very Eastern philosophical coded worldview, and it's a standardless worldview because
now he's going into philosophy. Clearly, I guess alluding to like tribes. I mean, Paul and like Eastern philosophies and his leanings.
He slipped with the diatribe.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
you don't adhere to nobody's standard. That's the way I.
That's the problem.
This is the way I interpret it. It's do what thou wilt in a very flowery, very Eastern philosophical.
What is he talking about?
Hey, pause for a second. All right.
What is he even talking
about? Man, it's jeez.
Hang on a second. He just said that. What was he saying? Flowery standards. You could have standards. In this country, we don't have standards. We have what's called principles. And this is what this moron doesn't seem to get, is that standards are for slaves, but principles are for men and women. I'm sorry. I digress again. Yeah, please proceed.
It's amazing, dude. I still have to read. I guess, I do still have to read. Like, let's just give a little lesson here, I guess. Why not? People make the law. Here, let's make this small so you can see the whole thing. People make the law by the acceptance and validation of jury verdicts. Parliament makes statutes. Well, this is kind of also referring to, because Parliament doesn't relate to U.S.
Well, they're referring to kind of common law stuff. But go on. What's the other one there? Because I can't read it. I'll let you read that and I'll expound.
By the enactments of legislation. The law is the people's common law. Unlike statutory color of law, statutes are legislative instruments unlike the common law. Laws are moral customs made effective by the conscience of the people. Statutes are offered contracts made effective by the consent of the governed. So I'm going from left to right. So now I'm on the fourth line.
Right. So a custom. Think about this now. Here's something that you need to consider in common law too, or customs and customary. Right. That a custom is something that the people of that land, of that particular area, the general area of that, which can become what you call almost a territorial jurisdiction in the legal terms.
Right.
The customs of that area, right, become law too in a way. So again, customs, as long as they're not, against the Constitution, might apply in a lawful manner depending where you are. So it's important to know the customs of places, to know conditions around them, so that you'll be aware of the laws of that land you're in or on. So yeah, that's one thing, but you got to know that your individual liberties, as long as you're not causing that loss, injury, and harm, right? Your freedom within that context there are antecedent to all government. So, like, well, in Brian O'Shea terms, you got to put that ante up, right? It comes up first. So before there's any government, there have to be individual liberties.
Correct. That's what people don't get. Is as long as you're not going against the Constitution, you just have to follow the regular customs. That makes sense. As long as it doesn't violate the Constitution.
Yeah, because how else could there be a government if the people are all rabble rousers, and all this fighting and warring and everything? There is no government, right? The government is only if we have our individual liberties, right? So that we can comply with, customs of an area so everyone can get along. There's a problem I have with when they try to blend in what I'm saying here and they say, well, they're Eastern philosophies, because these are not Eastern philosophies. These are clearly Western philosophies about individualism and independence. You're not going to find them in the Tao and all this Eastern stuff in the way we have them in our Western philosophies. And that's the only thing that's really different, because you'll find variations of all these other ideologies all over the world and all through time. But as far as I can see in all the records, there's no other experiment like what we're living in right now on this land of America. And it's almost a miracle it's even made it this far in the vestige it's in. But it's still repairable, I believe, in the fact that if we could come to terms with that, things are never going to be the same. But there's still a lot of elements that we can still pick up those pieces and run with them still. So that's my faith in it, and I see that as a coming together when you see it like at Paul's channel there. It's not necessarily about Paul. It's about the people around there, the people who come on panel, the people that are in chat, the people that are out in the field doing these things and bringing them about for everyone as a witness, a testimony to how these principles apply and how they apply to you in your life. And these guys are resentful in it because they don't want to admit the fact that they have that kind of responsibility if they want to have independence. They'd rather have the comfort of no accountability and just get benefits whenever they're, complacent slaves that are not, doing anything to disturb the status quo and the power structure, regardless of how much it hurts their fellow man or the people around them. And I'll yield.
It's funny because Mr. Pie must not realize I pretty much pin every comment. So, because they delete a lot of comments, for one, and for two, I just like to read them all. But I think you have it figured out. I think someone might be drinking tonight, sir, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So the law protects the people from harm, loss, and deceit. Statutes govern legal entities as a franchise benefit to the state, just like most slaves. We are all equal in the eyes of the law. We are not all equal in the books of statutes. Law is based on principles. Statutes are based on practicalities, rather. Sorry, practicalities. I'm reading a meme here, Jeff, in case you can't figure that out.
No, I get it. Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the ones you had there is the main objective of government is the protection and preservation of personal rights, private property, and public liberties, and the upholding of the law of God. And that's another American maxim.
Okay, so
That's you.
the law protects the people from. Oh, I read that. Laws based on principles, statutes on practicalities. Laws evolve over time and often endure. Statutes can quickly come and go. Lawful refers to the law. Legal refers to legislation. A jury of people can overturn a statute. The legislature cannot overturn case law. Laws can be taken into statutes, but if repeated in statute, they remain in law. Statutes can't serve the law, but cannot diminish. Statutes can serve the law, but cannot diminish or expand the law. De jure is in law, de facto is in practice. The people's common law is the law of the land. Admiralty, maritime, commercial law is the law of the sea.
Yeah, this thing here is not a. I mean, it's all right, but it seems to have a little bit of
some discrepancy.
Well, it's taken its license, its artistic license, so to speak. Like you said, it's a meme. It's not a reference to any extent because there's no citations where any of this comes from. So
yeah, I was just reading it from left to right.
Yeah, I kind of see where it comes from because I can see the slant to it, so to speak. I prefer to get right to the sources because I don't really trust hearsay much, and it won't hold water in court. Which is, it comes back down to other things that a lot of people don't know about rules of evidence, and the fact that a certificate isn't a record. You can get all kinds of copies of certificates, but there's only one original record. And the reason we operate with certificates and such is because they need to be referenced often, and if you had to get to the original every time, it'd be damaged and destroyed probably just from handling so much. So the solution is to create a certified record with someone that has some type of a degree of trust and reliability to, like a notary or a clerk, or so to speak, someone, a record keeper of that nature. And then you can use certificates to operate as records as long as nobody is questioning the authenticity of that certificate. Now, people don't know the difference. So, hey, problem solved. Nobody ever questions authenticity. Hey, you got a certificate? Good. Does it mean they did the right thing to get it? No, it just means they have it. So, yeah, that's something to consider there too. Bills of attainder, like these little citations and such, they're not constitutional. These are commerce, clearly. They're contracting. But that's
right.
Another story. Let me yield and get this thing moving.
Yeah, it's really.
All right, we'll get back to this. Go ahead, Chris. My bad.
Oh no, sorry. I was just saying. Go ahead and roll the video, please, if you feel up to it. All right.
All right, short musical interlude. Not even a minute, folks. So just to kind of clear the air with chemtrails and polluted skies.
That's clear.
Yeah, coming at ya from the belly of the beast. Let's continue.
It's a standardless worldview because nobody knows who the fuck, where did you get this from? It's just from you and your thoughts. And you say, well, God gave me these thoughts. Well, anybody can say that. God gave me the thoughts to do this. God gave me the thoughts to do that. This is honorable and true. A lot of people.
Yeah, which God?
Right. Who? Oh, the one no one can point to or criticize you for. Oh, okay. I get it. Okay. I got you. Let's continue.
Yeah, well, not 42U. TBE is always in the sky with glasses as well. And I would imagine CBO and EBT, of course. They're always just boozing it up in their live streams. It's a good old time.
It's hard not to get emotional, you know, with your shit. It's
Says the monotone man.
That's one thing about, I've seen so many, you know, quote unquote, right to travel videos, but I mean, yours stick out, you know what I mean? And that's something
because I really have love for myself and all of these officers as men and for the truth that we're all here to experience. You can't fake that.
God.
Yep.
The Jesuits never heard of him.
I think we both looked at each other and smiled.
Well played, sir.
I mean,
The sad part is it's not a joke. It's the reality.
I was gonna say, if you guys watch these types of videos, because like I said, I like your right to travel videos. You got to understand this is a giant fucking corner of YouTube. Is these soft right to travel type videos?
The lawsuit,
even
the
and when you
lawsuit.
lawsuit, and when you include the First Amendment auditors as well, these are like giant. This is this is pushed by the mainstream, bro. If you think it's not, you're out of your motherfucking mind. How do you think Ken Before the Storm has these multi-million fucking view videos? It's because this shit is pushed and promoted, and you got to ask yourself why. What's the agenda further down the road that they're trying to usher in as the cause of these First Amendment auditors and right to travel videos? This shit's not organic to have this many fucking.
It's totally not organic, guys. That's why this stream that I posted has
Oh God! Oh man!
So
I'm sorry. I was making me. Oh God! I almost choked. I was laughing so hard, Pineal. Yeah. This is all. Again, these are the actors, right? We got actors that do all this because, you know, it's too hard to just go out there and let cops do this kind of shit. Like they don't want to do it to everybody every freaking day. You know, I mean, come on.
Yeah, the
Again,
law's a conspiracy theory, dude. God's laws are fucking nonsense.
It's not a conspiracy to say that every cop you see here, I could say with almost 99.9% certainty, they were loser failure rejects in high school. Nobody liked them. No one wanted to hang out with them, and they probably punked them all the time because they're stupid little idiots. They're no fun. They're mean spirited. They probably don't. They're not liked by anyone. Dogs probably piss on their leg. They're just not, you know, the type of creatures that other creatures want to be around. So what do? They ambush you on the side of the road and make you interact with them under threat of death, you know, and then make you write them little love notes that you're going to show up and have a date at court with them, you know, and court them, you know, and it's like they have to make you do all this stuff because no one wants to be around them, you know. It's terrible. They're just pathetic, rejected failures of existence, really, and kind of like a parasite on humanity and the whole American experiment. This is like, you know, the feces in the bottom of a rat cage kind of thing. And I'll yield.
And with that, we'll continue, folks.
Channels and views on channels for this fucking stupid of shit.
Mush out.
You have a channel, bro?
It's not people are waking up. Yeah, it's not people are waking up. If they want to have this many fucking channels and views on channels for this fucking stupid of shit.
It's
not people are waking up. Yeah, it's not people are waking up. If they don't want these videos in your feed, they're not going to be in your fucking feed. It's that simple.
Exactly. Shadow ban.
It's a giant push from the fucking top agenda.
Yeah, that fucking Chili DeCastro dude, the delete laws fucking douchebag retard. Yeah,
he's a fucking Power Ranger.
Dude, there's so many fucking channels that clown this fucking guy. It's fucking amazing.
He's literally a Power Ranger. I'm not even fucking kidding.
Enslaved by indoctrination, dude. You're enslaved. You're literally enslaved by digital media. Digital media has taught you everything that you think you know, Pineal.
Right.
I mean,
Pineal's a huge fucking dipshit.
I mean, that's why I'm getting off. I mean, I implore you too, my friend, to get the fuck off the screen.
Coming from the guy who's wearing fucking green everything in sports teams for St. Patty's Day. He's telling me to get off the screen when I did 3 weeks a couple months ago. So, from all tech, literally. Fascinating.
You're getting screen poison. You're getting screen indoctrinated, sir. By
He's not
things
wrong.
that you think are for
So
your
are you
benefit.
two. Everyone is.
Nope. You're a parrot, dude. You've lost your own identity. You
I'm parrot of God's law, man. Just a parrot in God's law. Such a fool.
Why are you parroting so much, Pineal?
Yeah, I'm parroting the Most High. It's just, how can I stop being such a fucking goof, dude?
And now, what
Such a
are you gonna
clown.
do? What the fuck are you gonna do?
I think he's the same one talking about the Jesuit education that everyone has. Okay, you're in the fucking beast system's new education system called Truther type shit. It's pagan indoctrination shit.
Yeah, these people act like none of their sources are ever like pushed for them to read and regurgitate and spread. It's just it makes no sense that they feel like they're where the information that they find is somehow like untainted, but they can sit here and lambaste me for believing in a church that's literally like
this is enslaved by toilet bowl truth.
Oh, really? Wow, he sounds really screwed up when he gets drunk. When he's not drunk, he's halfway
toilet
coherent.
bowl earth truth. Sorry, or toilet bowl face. Toilet bowl.
Yeah, when he's not drunk, he sounds halfway coherent. Here, he sounds like a raving lunatic. I'll yield.
All right, let's continue.
Upheld and preserved the faith and the Bible for 2,000 fucking years. They could say, "Oh, that's all fucking fake." But you can come and regurgitate stuff that you found fucking a week ago, and you can tell me that's the fucking whole gospel.
Jesus walked on water, Admiralty law, dude.
Yeah, like non sequitur. What does one have to do with the other? They don't. No matter how many times your butt buddy wants to claim.
Yeah, no matter how many times Jordan Maxwell said that.
Yeah, no matter how many times.
Yeah, Jordan Maxwell did the secret handshake with Zechariah Sitchin. I'm on to Jordan Maxwell, sir. I get it. I see the Blavatsky optics. All right, the theosophy supporting optics. All right, I get it.
Some fucking Freemason fucking retard, Jordan Maxwell, repeats some shit about jurisdictions and court jurisdictions and the bar and
gold print flag.
Yeah, when has that ever been applied in a court ever?
Listen, you dipshits think we don't know this shit, bro. I've been looking into this shit for so motherfucking long. You were
right, but you've never stood on it or exercised the rights to do so. That's the problem. That's why you're angry and bitter and retarded.
Fucking still in your fucking daddy's nutsack when I started looking into this shit. And I've at one time believed in all this same shit. And then I dig further and come to the realization, like, okay, this is all bullshit. Like, but at one time I was just like you, like, wow, this is blowing my mind. This is fucking real. Wow, there's a goldfinch flag. Holy shit. There's a straw man with millions of fucking dollars.
The straw man is in fact your digital identity. It's the profile you make on online and the shit that you produce online for the beast system, data collection agencies. That's you're part of that. You know, that's the real straw man. The straw man is you online making all this content that they fucking profit off of, and they continue pushing the same shit that you want to see, that you're going to keep sharing and claiming that you have some fucking esoteric deep fucking knowledge. But really, you're just as a consumer as a fucking fat tons of anarchy wheelchair motherfucker at Walmart. Okay, you're not in another. You're not better than them. You're the same. It's literally the same parallel, but you're in a different fucking arena. Okay, you're being fed too. Okay, you're buying stuff that you shouldn't be buying. You're a consumer.
That what we're doing, Pineal?
Of a different sort, of a different echelon. But you know, what do I know? Except
what's that, sir?
Is that what we're being tricked to do? I didn't realize that. We're working the B system. Here's a few things to consider here since he said that. I think he's right. And I think the handlers wanted me to tell you this. That permission is a license to do a thing or an authority to do an act that without such authority would have been unlawful, because not everything which is permitted that is honorable.
So yeah, Chris says, I like this comment. Just learning about neat things like presumptions, rules of evidence, principles, etc., and that cops are selfish because they don't care to find out what it is they are enforcing, and to check to make sure what is lawful, even after being notified that they are breaking the law and abusing people's rights. Their attitude is, well, it doesn't affect me. Okay. Anyway, good comment there.
Here's another one. If they're giving you a permit to drive, right, or to move or whatever, that which is permitted only at a loss is not permitted to be done. So if you have to pull over when they tell you to, then you're not really being permitted in the first place. I might as well just not even pay for the permit, because you're still not allowing. The permission is to permit is to allow by passive consent or not hindering, to grant leave to by express consent or authorization. So if they're hindering you, they're not permitting you. But anyways, that's too logical for most people. They'd rather just be told it's magic, so I yield.
Yeah, you're gonna hurt their brain with it. You're gonna break their brain with that one, tribe. You know, we don't want to go to jail for homicide, for breaking some basic bitches' brains here. Let me see where I'm at here. Okay, let's continue.
I've already seen all this shit.
It really is a modern day indoctrination program, a university of sorts, almost online though.
It's totally anti-Common Core. It's such an indoctrination program, dude. They're not even down with Common Core, man. You know, like what the fuck is that? Come on now.
Common Core is common corruption. You know how corruption's a prerequisite for public service, so they want you to have proper corruption. So they call it common corruption instead of common law.
Yeah, no.
This short of Common Core.
Common Core is the truth, sir. All right.
Well, core is a dead body, so is a Common Core.
So yeah, they of course didn't bring up my next comments, like including not having a phone for I don't even know. It could be 9 months now, at least 6. And yeah, also yeah, Maxwell is a Blavatsky tard and did the club handshake with Zechariah Sitchin. So I see the optics. I'm not blind to the optics.
But
I'm pretty much.
Who are the people? Hey, who are the people you're parroting, man? I'm trying to find the inspiration of the Pineal Power type of broadcast here, and it seems like you're really in a class by yourself, whether that's good or bad. I don't know what they're referring to. I guess they watch other channels that are actually that are similar to yours and that you're imitating them. So I can only imagine what those channels are like. And these guys watch them. Maybe we should ask them what channels those are. I would be interested to see.
What, that they watch? Like these guys here, like Toilet Bowl Earth?
They said you're parroting your channel. You're parroting others, right?
But he's a moderator on Grace Thorpe's channel. So
my God,
hashtag Pedo Pogo Optics High. You know, type shit.
I would mention that here. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna yield, man. Play the tape here.
Technology. Hashtag zebra. Hashtag zebra symbolism in Grace Thorpe's background now for days, and Ben Thorpe's. So I don't know, man. Snappy might be onto some shit. I might be. We might not give him as much credit as because of all the blah 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 da 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 da.
No. All these people are playing it. These people you speak of are clearly fresh recruits into the 3-letter organizations. I'll yield. Why just continue this, man? We're off track.
Well, it's funny because they're like some of these that we're watching here are all 3-letter abbreviated channels. I mean, you could say I'm PPP, I guess, Pioneer Power Podcast.
No, that's not enough. That could be just a casual
EBT.
relationship, but
yeah,
I'm
TBE,
talking about
EBT, CBO, just like CIA, DEA, DOD, FBI.
You're talking about real ones, dude. Like
WHO,
those
guys that collect taxes. Those guys,
Yeah, it's usually. I mean, the other one that's the effing one is probably connected with them too. And they just have those vibes. If you ever seen the types of new recruits they got in those organizations now, and they're just like chip off the block right there. So I'm immediately suspect in the fact they just came out of nowhere, and then they have an automatic big following for nonsense like that. Makes me even further suspect. So I keep my distance from them, in a certain way, but I get it. Some people want to keep their enemies really close. So, yeah, I'll just keep an eye on them, and I'll yield.
All right, let's continue.
Almost exclusively online and interactive, where now you hunt for pedophiles and all this other shit.
Yeah, no, I understand we're all consumers. That's a blanket expression. It's what we consume and what we digest and what we take as what is nutritional for us to spread to others. Exactly. And that's nothing to do with, we are all consumers at the end of the day. Yeah, sure. But that's such a baseline, basic fucking thing. Almost universal. Everybody consumes something, right? It's what we're consuming, where we're consuming it, what niche, what internet neighborhood that you live in that consumes this. How many people are in that neighborhood? How many people are sharing the same stuff? What's popular on this so-called dirty YouTube that people like to talk about? YouTube this, YouTube that. I mean, come on. Changing language and meaning of words as well. Exactly. This is, it's like just destroying communication altogether. This word really means, it's like the etymological fallacy. This word really means what it meant back in 1120 AD. This is what it really means, guys. No, that's not what it fucking means. You don't know how fucking language develops over time. It seems like you just lost. This is what Wizard was. Wizard, who used to be one of these fucking people's lackeys who everybody loved and enjoyed until Big Man fucking threw his ass out because he's a fucking retard.
Oh, he got cast out? I didn't know that.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone, dude. He's fucking gone. He got fucking he got excommunicado out there, bitch.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
What's funny is like he got excommunicated for the same shit we were lambasting him for, and he would sit there and fucking and play interference for, and then he eventually fucking just scorched earth his fucking dumbass out of there. Goodbye, wizard.
Yeah. Why? Because he dared to challenge him on something.
What do you mean I don't eat particularly? Get out of here, Ben. Go back to Talcott's. Fuck out of here, Ben.
Finish this little thing really quick. I think the sergeant's there, and it's almost over.
I'm not making content that's pushed by YouTube, unfortunately. That's the difference. Thorpy, bro. Go get body bagged by Mr. Girl again. Go get body bagged by Mr. Girl. I can't believe that happened. But anyway, let's watch it.
We were living.
Yeah, it's mockery. Well, that's why I was saying the way they portrayed in South Park, they say a turd sandwich versus a giant douche. I mean, it's like it's a fucking, no matter what you call it, it's a fucking joke. A joke versus a joke.
The south end of the building, the west side of the entry driveway on the window,
What city are you or county are you on?
Hi, what's your name? Brian, Sergeant Mario. I'm with the Metro Police Supervisor. Okay.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Is that Jared from Subway?
No, it's the Sprint fucking guy. Can you hear me now? Can you?
He's the fucking the Chud Wojak.
It's like a first generation Chicom agent here.
It's Megan Rapinoe.
Yeah, chili.
Okay. What's going on?
What's going on? Why are there so many fucking people here?
This is the definition of the guy that got bullied and became a cop. Just look at him.
Yep. He wasn't Asian enough to excel in mathematics.
In math.
he wasn't smart enough, but unfortunately he became. At least he's like a sergeant or whatever. He's the supervisor, so he brings family great shame.
I was pulled over. They asked for license, insurance, and registration. I
He does look like a fucking lesbian.
Piece of property, and no loss, injury, or harm in any situation. I was told that I might go to court. And I was puzzled because if I go to court and there's no injured party, then the situation doesn't seem to make very much sense to me.
Okay. Do you have the keys to the car? Where's the keys at? Can you take them out for me? Just so I can feel a little more comfortable that you're not going to do anything irrational.
No, he's not going to leave, sir. I can assure you, he's not going anywhere. We would just rather not. We would just rather not comply with any unlawful orders, whether it's a legal order or not. Right. So I don't think he's required to take the keys out. I understand why you might feel a bit
I mean, this part was kind of ridiculous for this cop to be like, "Can you take the keys?" I mean, look at the fucking car. It's like some Ford Taurus. Like, what? How far is this fucking idiot? How far is this idiot gonna get? Like nowhere, dude. His car's like full of shit too. Like it's like way down. This dude's not going anywhere.
Uncomfortable.
Hey, Chalk, you want Ben Thorpe up here?
Oh man, bring him in.
Let's do it. All right, Ben Thorpe, you're in. I have to be respectful to my buddy here because
I gotta go work out soon, so I want to finish this up.
Yeah, we'll finish this with Thorpe.
And then I'll go listen while I'm working out. With Thorpey.
Come on, Thorpe, up.
I think Thorpe's going full stop sit too, isn't he?
Say what?
Is
No, I
Thorpe
didn't
going
see
stop
that.
sit?
I don't know what he was talking about in that stream. I guess he was talking about the judge. I didn't watch it because, it's difficult watching Ben Thorpe sometimes. Yeah, DCAM says I'm out there.
Go ahead.
Come on now. Let's roll it. Yep.
All right, weren't you going to say something?
Oh, I thought you were rolling it. Were they talking or?
I thought you were about to say something. That's why I paused it.
No, not me. I wasn't. I was muted.
Oh, my fault. All right.
Oh, I didn't see that. I don't know what he was talking about in that stream. I guess he was talking about the judge. I didn't watch it because, it's difficult watching Ben Thorpe sometimes. Yeah, DCAM says I'm out then. Fuck. All right, Thorpe, goodness gracious, why does this dude look so wide? Dude,
hey guys, hit the angle. It's on an iPad.
What the fuck? This dude looks like.
Yeah.
Hold on, we got some more. We got Bernie in here too. Yeah, we look like it's like wide Putin over here. Remember the old wide Putin meme?
I had to join because Ben, you realize that when you're cussing out the cop in your or the judge in your live streams, that since you kicked your daughter in the video of a live stream that it's all being
We're
used
not.
as
We're not.
evidence.
Hold on.
So
We're
future
not gonna-
episodes.
Apparently kicked her.
Hold on. We're not gonna talk about the kick shit. There's so many fucking streams where you guys can go fester and
You
watch
kicked your
that.
dog?
I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up.
Okay.
You kicked my
If you
dog?
guys- You kicked my dog. You kicked my dog. You kicked my Chris. Did you kick my Chris?
No, I want to
we're-
make this point about Mr. Girl. You say he bodied me.
We could do that. We could do that in a second. You want?
Sure.
We could do that in a second if that's cool with you, Ben. Well, let's watch a little bit more of this and comment on that.
Yeah, this is almost done.
Orthodox.
It's almost
So
done.
the police officer here has a valid
for the
point
phone.
wanting the keys out because he's afraid these guys are going to run him over.
Yep.
No, I don't know about. I mean,
He's afraid they're going to take off.
well, I mean, it's like I don't know if you know the make and model of the car. It's a fucking Ford Taurus, and like he has all his belongings in the car. So I find it hard to believe that this guy's going
run
to.
him over with.
But he's going to create a dangerous situation if he takes off because he'll say, right? Isn't
Right,
the
right,
thing?
right.
He'll say, like, I'm not under no obligation, so I'll be on my way, officer, and then just
Well, it's not
start.
real.
Holy
yeah.
goodness, man!
We can get
100
into
years
that while he's
ago,
gonna
men
go-
would
we can
not
run
sit
this
around
video.
talking like
That's
these
fine.
morons are doing right here.
I'm his
You know, they
counsel,
sit
sir.
here
Next
and they
friend.
wonder why this revenue.
Okay.
He said I'm his counsel.
Well, here's the bottom line.
Right.
He just said I'm his counsel.
Well, he's legal.
Yeah, these guys are just fucking idiots, man. I just don't. I just can't fathom the fact that anyone would want to watch those idiots talk about something like this in the manner they do, and it just doesn't make sense that they would actually spend their time to talk about something so stupid like to reinforce their inability to think for themselves logically as men. They're just reaffirming their lack of status as a you know, they're basically putting themselves as a minority, you know, as a minor, you know, someone that's not of age yet, mentally, and seems probably physically too, considering their debilitated atrophy of musculature. But I digress. All right,
And I was muted again. I was fucking
Yeah, I
muted,
yield.
man. Of course, I was muted. Let's continue.
I accept that. That's fine.
I'm his counsel, sir. Next friend.
Okay.
He said I'm his counsel.
Well, here's the bottom line.
Right.
He just said I'm his counsel.
Well, he's legally viable then for giving him this bad advice that got him arrested.
Yeah, this
So
is going to
you're
get him fucking a lawsuit.
So
This
O'Shea can
never
sue.
This never works. Am I right?
No, never.
So you're saying
I was
O'Shea
told by,
had?
like for hours that this works sometimes, and I actually believed him. And then I
I
don't
used
see
to believe it too.
that works.
So you're saying O'Shea could sue Paul enslaved?
Well, if
Possibly.
Paul's claiming to be his legal representation, absolutely he can.
Hmm. All right, let's continue.
Fine. They pulled you over for a lawful reason in the state of Nevada. Okay, your registration expired. I know you have your opinion on what is lawful or not, but according to the state of Nevada, the lawful.
All right, hang on. I got to speak to that. No, he's not going to be able to sue him because there is no
Are
claim.
you going to do that?
No claim on record saying that he was any kind of had power of attorney in any way. So he was his counsel. You could be his counsel, but he's not liable for the decision. The counsel's just giving you advice, suggestions. You make the final determinations. He's not acting as your power of attorney. These morons should know the difference in that legal context, and that a counsel is your constitutional right. And if he wants to bring some kind of civil liability against Paul for that, well, that's a stupid and a hard, and it's going to be an empty road at the end of it. So what would the point be? These guys are just hate mongers. Again, 100 years ago, no one would give them a time of day as men. They would be considered, below slaves. And I'll yield.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like in court, he could just make like a direct motion and get it right on the record, right? That he was his counsel. Put it right on the record, and he should stand.
No, they're making. These guys are claiming that Brian would go and sue Paul for ineffective assistance of counsel or something like that, and that ain't going to happen because
Being
there
his
is no
attorney, dude.
contract.
Yeah.
There'd be a contract for power of attorney. That would just be the legal way of assigning him rights to be able to speak on his behalf. That wasn't the case here, and you're allowed to have counsel, and counsel's allowed to give you advice without liability. The liability has to be articulated in a contract, considerations, all the other shit. So See, these guys are just so low functioning morons that are literally parroting the garbage they were told when they were little babies, and they seem to believe that that's how they're supposed to grow up. Like they want to be like they're basically overgrown 10-year-olds, and we're listening to them talk with deeper voices than they should have. And some reason they're sitting at the adults' table instead of the kiddie table where they belong. All right, I'll yield. You can continue now.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. You know, you put on the record, right, and it would stand because it wouldn't be the attorney that he's going after. He's just getting counsel as a, maybe advice too, but like definitely counsel. Well, I don't know, maybe not counsel, but definitely advice though. Because counsel is stronger than advice. But I don't want to get into that. Roll the film. Yeah, Tribe's right. Go ahead.
What? Continue.
Yes, please.
Yeah, please.
Because of that, you do have to provide your driver's license,
More truth is
registration, and
love.
insurance. Are you going to do that?
In my opinion, it's not necessary because there's been no crime committed.
Okay, I know that's how you're feeling, and that's
Well, that's been ruled on, sir. Right? Just to be fair, that's been ruled on Supreme Court many times. That you cannot impose license, registration, or insurance on a free traveler. Furthermore, that car has become his domicile at this time. He's an aspiring comedian, and he lives in that car. Okay, so we're riding the line between causing loss, injury, and harm for the presumption of creating safety when there's nobody potentially being threatened at this time by his freedom of movement, right? So this is a rights issue.
So when you say it's a lawful pullover, I think the word you mean is it's a legal pullover. It's not lawful.
Here's what I don't want to happen. In the end of this, okay, you're gonna have to come out, okay, and I don't want to.
Yeah, and like all that, and then he just goes, "Well, at the end of this, no matter what, you're gonna have to come out of the fucking car."
I like Paul saying, like, as the Supreme Court has clearly ruled on several occasions.
Yeah.
What?
The cop's going to be like, oh, shit, you're right. My bad.
Who the hell is this Ben Thorpe guy,
yes.
man?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like,
License, yeah, right.
Thank you. Voice from.
I don't know, some dude who likes 17-year-old girls, and it's close enough. So apparently, according to
No,
him,
17-year-old girls are much more sophisticated than them. Yeah, that they're clearly they're ignorant. And one little thing I'd like to mention here that people probably should know is that Supreme Court, any court, no matter what they decide, doesn't make the law. Their interpretation of the law as it applies in the subject matter of the case before them, right? And the case before them has to be unique enough so it hasn't been ruled on by a lower court, right? Without challenge through their Supreme Court, whatever state.
Yeah,
Supreme Court rulings are not law. There's no such thing as case law. Law can only be made by the Congress. That's why we have a separation of powers. There's a legislative branch that makes the laws. The judicial branch doesn't make the laws. They can only interpret them as they apply in a particular subject matter. So that being the case, when people keep referring to the Supreme Court this, Supreme Court that, it only matters to reinforce an argument you might have that as a certain law applies. Right. And I say it applies like this. And just to show you it's not just my opinion, but look, the Supreme Court also ruled the same decision I'm trying to make to you right now as the law applies. They said it applies the same way. So you should listen to my interpretation because it agrees with the Supreme Court decision. Then that has some weight to it. But just quoting a Supreme Court decision doesn't mean it has anything to do with law. You want to mention a clear knowledge of the law and how it applies to your situation first. And if there's a Supreme Court case or any other case that supports it, then you would use that as to corroborate your interpretation there. I mean, what are they going to back it up with? Well, you know what they are, violence. But, short of that, there's not much else they're going to be able to do because 99.9% of your contenders out there are going to be less informed and less articulate than if you just say that much right there. And I'll yield.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do we have a conflicts interlude here before we get back? Because I know I kind of took us out of the mode here.
I am Telbatus of Boardcott. Resistance is futile. Your life, as it has been, is over. From this time forward, you will service only me. You will be assimilated.
There's your debut.
Your life, as it has been, is over. From this time forward, you will service only me. You will be assimilated.
Great stuff.
Escape the Matrix, I assure you.
You are the Matrix, Jack. How could you escape that which you are?
You're correct. Can't be knocked out. I want to correct the Matrix. I want to bring it to order because it's natural. Well, guys, why can't we? Why can't we bring order to the chaos instead of allowing the chaos to order us?
Oh my god.
You got to give up the Matrix if you want to be a ghost in the
Dude,
machine.
I don't exist, and on this world, I am no longer part of this world. I've been excommunicated from my hometown and everyone I know.
I don't blame your town.
I don't exist.
From the telephone. I didn't know. I'm definitely gonna let this guy go now. Yeah, thank you so much.
You know, force you out, have to use force and all that stuff. I just want you to comply. Okay. Are you going to eventually comply at the end of this?
If I don't comply, you just heard me say it. I live in this guy, right? And that word comply. So you're gonna potentially cause me like major loss, injury, and harm in a situation.
Well, are you worried about the car being towed or something like that?
Dude, it's everything I have is in here.
Well, I'll be honest, like from the get-go, that doesn't necessarily mean they were going to tow it. You may have just gotten a simple traffic citation for the expired registration and been on your way.
Well, that's fine, sir. I mean, he's had multiple interactions so far. If you guys want to cite the quote.
Okay, so let me just do a little fast forward thing. They claim the guy was this guy right here was lying about it was just going to be a citation. And the car was going to be towed. This was an interesting part because they've been chiming on this moment about how he said it may or may not have. Let me rewind.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah. You may have just gotten a simple traffic citation.
See, you may have gotten a simple traffic citation.
That's true.
May is the language here that's being completely fucking ignored. You may have.
Can I tell you a better strategy than these two guys are doing? Grace got stopped. No fucking running lights working on her car. All right. But if you got a pair of tits and you're nice, guess what? They didn't do shit. They sent her on her way. And that's a way better strategy than what these two guys are attempting to accomplish.
Well, I think mechanical issues is a little different than just flat out not having any.
So she was driving and
you promoting the sexualization of your daughter for purposes.
Yeah, well, that's how the world actually works. A young girl gets away with almost anything.
Yeah, we should listen to Mitch.
So that's what I would say.
Her father, and you should legal God,
sick bird. Dude, I mean, come on, dude. Really, you gotta bring those posers. He's like Snafu Light. They're both fucking just obstructionists. They do nothing but fucking complain, sit like a lump on a log, like an emasculated fucking foreskin sitting there fucking doing nothing but whining at others when his fucking little meltdowns ensue. Both of them, they're weirdos. But I digress.
to
a good looking woman in
prostitution.
a car would be. That's how the world actually works. But I know what you're saying. I feel the other side of it because I don't have a pair of tits, and they want to string me up from the fucking yard arm for being male. But
No, it's for kicking your daughter, not for being male.
To me, it looked like Paul's got great tits. So this might work for him.
Yeah, maybe if he was trans, maybe he'd be pretty.
Let's finish this up. It's going to be pretty quick here. So
Spy registration had been on your way.
Well, that's fine, sir. I mean, he's had multiple interactions so far. If you guys want to cite the quote unquote vehicle, I'm not using that term, but that's the term you folks use. That's his property. That's private property. You could argue.
Yeah, look at this fucking guy. Here he goes. Look at another one of his fucking minions are over here. Every one of you on this panel are dishonest, disingenuous, duplicitous. That's what Paul likes
Go
to do.
suck your ass, assembly, bitch. You don't know jack shit. You don't call nobody out because you're a dunce.
Private chat. Private chat.
You're a whining brat.
What's up?
Click that link in the private chat real quick.
Oh yeah, hold on. We can this right here. Hold on. Here we go. Let me share this.
Ben, I do have to give it to you though. You're exponentially better than all the slavery.
Yeah, hold on. What the fuck?
I think he's a sweetheart.
Dude, where's my domicile?
Yeah, dude, where's my house at? Dude, where's my house? Where's it at, bro? Dude. No, look at fucking Bex over there as Earthquake. That's fucking hilarious. Oh man. You know what's funny about this lady on the left? She says that a plumber / pilot had been pursuing her for 7 years. 7 years. Ben, would you pursue that woman right there for 7 years if you were a pilot? Look at that.
Mitch is a little complaining brat that doesn't do anything but whine and complain on everybody else's panel because he's a little punk. And Brian says he steals disc frisbees. Oh my gosh. It sounds like a liar when he tries to backpedal the whole thing. When he tries to give his side of the story, it wouldn't pass a Judge Judy. And now he wants to preach he's the expert. Yeah, right. Mitch ain't smart. He didn't even pass freaking 8th grade.
I've been accused of stalking when I had somebody make hate videos on me and responded to them. But I tried. I invite the ladies to come talk to me, but they don't seem to be responding.
Yeah, De Laguna wasn't responding very well to you. I saw that. That was a rough one.
Did you see that?
Yeah, we'll talk about that after this. We'll talk about that after this is done. We'll talk about that. Don't worry.
Sure.
We got
You're a fraud. You're a fraud.
If you folks want to cite that vehicle in quotes as you consider it, nobody's stopping you from filling out the paperwork and putting it on the windshield and then going about your day.
I need his identification though. Do you have a driver's
but he's not required to identify if he hasn't committed a crime, and there's no reason to believe he's committing a crime. Traffic code is not a criminal infraction. So you can go ahead and put the proper paperwork as you see fit if you want to write up the charges. Obviously, you have officer discretion. So if you ascertain that he's not under the influence and he's not a direct threat to the public and he's been moving freely for over 5 years, as you said, without causing any loss, injury, or harm to the public, well, then we don't have a safety issue. We have a rights issue. He has to be free to travel.
Okay, and listen, that's something for you guys to debate with the courts, okay? Not on the side of the
road. You can't, but for real, like to put it off on the courts, we're having a man-to-man interaction. Didn't you hear what he said? Like, there's been no one injured in 5 years. There's no one injured currently right now, and you potentially drag me out of the car.
Because I know that's your belief in what you guys believe in, but
it's been ruled on, sir. I know you're saying a belief. The municipal corporation holds a belief that is not in line with the law of the land and what's been ruled on.
All right, like I said, I'm not going to debate this back and forth with you over the phone, though. Okay, he was pulled over for a lawful reason. His registration is expired. He needs to provide a driver's license.
Right, he's pulled over for a legal reason, and he's not part of the legal society, nor is he in contract with that entity. So
wait, he said he was pulled over for a legal reason? Did I hear that correctly?
Legal reason, and
needs to provide a driver's license.
Right, he's pulled over for a legal reason. And
what were you saying, Ben?
Yeah, and he says the legal system applies to commercial. That's all that like semantic shit.
Yeah, we should listen to a guy that fucking lives for his dog in his fucking truck. What a loser you are, Mitch. Get a fucking life and get offline.
Act on that belief and fill out the paperwork and present it to him or leave it on the property. Nobody is interfering with your ability to conduct your profession as you see fit, enforcing code and policy on a lawful man.
I need him to come out of the car, though.
Why does he need to come out of the car for you to write up paperwork?
He needs to come out of the car at this point, all right? Because this is gone.
Do we have a reason why he needs to subject himself to even more fear And coercion and duress.
The realm that he's obstructing the officer's investigation by not complying. Okay.
But what is the officer investigating for that require him to leave the safety of his car?
I'm not going to keep debating with you. I've told you already a couple times. It's a
No, I'm
traffic.
asking you for articulable. I'm asking you for reasonable, articulable suspicion, which you are supposed to provide. What
I
are
told
you?
I told you the registration's expired.
Go
Right,
read a
so
book,
you can go
Mitch.
ahead
You're
and write up the
stupid and
paperwork for that,
wrong.
and we can move forward, and then he'll have his day at court. Why does he need to leave the safety of his car for you to finish what you've already initiated and started?
Because at this point, he's going to be under arrest.
Or
Okay,
forget
so
your
then you were
attention
just
span
lying.
won't let you read.
Are you going to peacefully comply? Step out of the
So
car.
if he's under arrest, then you were lying under ooth when you just said you
Just
weren't going
keep
to tow that
taking
car. How do
swipes
you
at
know you put him
others.
under arrest and not do something with that car?
That's not what I
Pointing
said.
out shortcomings of others doesn't wash away your own, Mitch.
Okay.
Get with
So
your
what was the
life.
determination you just came to right now that he's now going to be under arrest, and for what? And then what's going to happen to that car that has become his domicile? How much harm and loss are you going to put him through?
Honestly, with you on the phone, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm talking to him. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. Are you going to step out of the car? Yes or no? Because the next step is going to be we're going to force you out of the car. Will you get out of the car peacefully, please?
Oh, this is getting good now.
What I don't understand is
I'm not. Yes or no? Are you going to get out of the car?
it's not yes or no because there.
This is your last chance.
I just don't see how you get my last chance. Because you can't understand that you're going to cause way more loss, injury, harm than me than has been caused to anything in this situation. You're trying. This is for safety, right? You think I'm going to be more safe?
You've been you're breaking the law. You're now under arrest for resisting.
Safer in this situation, logically. You were the nice guy earlier, right? You were the nice guy earlier, right? The nice, humble guy, right? That's what a nice guy does. They take someone's home, and there's been no injured party.
Are you going to come out?
Not a car anymore. It's his home.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, is he under arrest, sir? Is he under arrest?
That's the pathetic thing.
Yeah, you're under arrest. Yeah. Are you going to come out?
Okay, so he's claiming that you're under arrest.
Here.
Okay, so what are you being charged with? Ask him what you're being charged with, and then if he's going to put you under arrest, then I guess at that point you're going to have to address that.
What? Obstructing
Coming
what?
out?
You guys are about to cause a whole heap of loss of your harm.
That's, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. We'll put that out of court if that's how you feel. Are you coming out? Yes or no?
How did we obstruct you in order from giving? How did we obstruct you from filing the fine properly? How did he interfere, obstruct you from? How did he interfere, obstruct you from filing the no registration ticket?
Oh, you're literally obstructing him.
Last chance.
Did he not just say that you have no registration? How did he obstruct you from writing a registration summons?
You're done.
You're done, bud.
There you go. Deprivation of rights under criminal law.
You're being super aggressive. Being super aggressive.
This is amazing.
Yo, I'd fucking real.
Super aggressive, bro.
Hey, anyone claiming they're not
There you
arresting
go.
homeless bums,
Deprivation of rights under color law.
you can see it right here.
Being super aggressive.
Yo, this is what it looks like when you follow Paul and Slave to the clink. This is what it looks like here. This is what the end game is
funny,
for you.
man. That's
When you,
fucked
when you
up.
allow yourself to be fucking content for Paul and Slave, this is the end game right here.
It's good
Look at
content.
this.
Unslave your overdose.
Yeah, you know you've overdosed so bad that now you've gotten arrested for somebody on the internet. This is the optics are fucking high, bro.
Now some guys are gonna look in your butthole.
All the slaves are getting one more of his followers put into jail chains.
Oh man,
Sorry.
the Paul and Slave to jail pipeline is looking very nice. The precedent has been set very nice. Now all the butt buddies and his little.
It says.
I'd like to see Pineal do this. I'd like to see Pineal Power do this. Come on, Pineal. Let's see you film your stop. Let's do it.
Again, I'll say it again like I do in the chat in a minute when he actually does pin my comment. I was surprised he actually pinned my comment, but I have done it, sir. I haven't had bad luck yet, if you want to call it that, like Mr. O'Shea had, but I have done it, and it was on the record, and unfortunately got deleted, and I'll do it again when I get this fucking car fixed.
Yeah,
So,
hey, and Paul,
enjoy that.
hey, Paul also got the that live one too with Mitch, got him out of a little bit of trouble there too, and kept his little
sure
wise
did,
ass
yeah.
mouth down too. So yeah, but he's an ungrateful little fuck. So you know, expect a gratitude from that fuckhead. Like like the saying goes, no gratitude from the vicious. But on that tone, hey, listen, it's getting late, man. I got to get out of here. I just want to make it to the end of the video. That's all we get of it. I'm glad to see that Brian got out, and he got out before seeing any of these nonsense magistrates or whatever the hell he was going to see there. So they really don't have them for anything legal there. It's just they got their pound of flesh. Let's just face it. So I don't know what else to say on that, but I'll leave you guys with that to discuss. Pineal is a nice treat to go through this here, and not really listening to these other jerk offs there, but now I see what's been agitating Paul about the stuff, because they did a lot of it took a lot of fucking low blows for no reason. It made up a lot of nonsense. It's just it's anti-American in every level. So
They just don't get it, and they're angry that they don't get it, you know. But it's largely a choice. But I guess maybe some of it is also not a choice. They might actually be, you know, children of the lie in many ways. So I just hate to say it, but
Yeah, a combination of things like cognitive dissonance, things, all kinds of stuff.
correct, willful ignorance, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, listen,
Yeah.
I think we can all agree that they're fools, and he who judges the fool is himself judged a fool. So I won't pass any further judgment on that. I will bid you all good night and salute to you all, and I'll see you on the next one. Good stream there, Paniel, Chris, and anyone else that's there. Good night to y'all.
Yep, later, Tribe.
All right, peace, brother Tribe. Thanks for chopping it up, man.
Yep, thanks for the slot here. Peace out.
Legendary stream, so thanks for helping out. Yeah, I'm probably gonna review some more of this, and then I gotta end it too soon. It's fucking past 5 a.m. here, so yeah, let's continue.
Addy Sarge just made it up on the spot. He said, wasn't going to arrest you. Just come out of the car. Not going to arrest you. This could just be a simple summons for no registration. Okay, write up the summons for registration. No.
Oh, that would be great. I would love for Bex to do this. Please, Bex, get in a car and drive without your lights on. I don't think your tits would even save you from this fucking situation, man. You're old and decrepit. You're old, decrepit, shape-shifting liar, freakazoid on the internet. That's what you are. You're a panel zombie freak. I'd love for you to do what Ryan O'Shea did. Please, I implore you, stand up for rights and freedoms. Please go get pulled over. That would be great.
Beck's tits aren't saving it for nothing. The milk in those titties expired in 1984.
Oh, we're talking. It's ugly out here. It's ugly out here. Let's just watch the tail end of this. Let's see the fallout.
A little bit
He's got to come out of the car. Why does he have to leave the safety of his car? Well, no registration. Well, he's obstructing now. That's why he has to leave the car, because I just made up obstruction when I just said he wasn't under arrest. We could just give you a simple summons for registration. So they're just lying, making things up as they go, exerting their power and will because they feel they all have to do it. So why should we?
Okay, Pineal said he did. Pineal said he did, but the channel is deleted. Oh, that's very convenient.
What channel's deleted?
Yeah, it is very convenient. It sucks, because I'd actually maybe have something established as far as a fucking stupid ass YouTube channel now, as opposed to retrying and then getting that deleted and then retrying again. And here we are on one of 3 channels, the second largest, which is still not large by any stretch of the imagination. So it's not even 500 fucking subscribers, dude. So it's probably because, I lose 4 to 6 for every 10 that I gain. But anyway, let's continue. All right, 3 to 5. Let me be realistic. 3 to 5, 2 to 5, maybe even for every 10 that I gain. Anyway, let's fucking continue this nonsense.
Assuming that's what he's connecting it to these. I did Yatar channel deleted. Okay, you don't have the footage on your phone? Huh?
What phone, sir? The one that I fucking dropped in liquid and is broken. Yeah.
That's strange, but okay.
Haven't had one since 6 to 9 months.
What were you saying, Bernie? Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
Basically just that Paul has such a God complex, he can't accept that he's the one that actually just obstructed the officers causing this guy to get arrested. He was literally the
harm.
Right.
Yeah.
Literally, Paul caused the harm. Paul escalated the situation. If we're talking
Paul's fault. I mean, you heard it here first. It's hard to disagree. It was all for Paul's fault. I mean, Paul pulled him out of the car. Paul totally went against God's law. So yeah, it was Paul's fault.
And if we're talking these terms of legalese, mumbo jumbo. Yeah, you've escalated the situation.
Legalese is the mumbo jumbo. You fucktard.
What the sergeant said. What the sergeant said. It may have just been. It may have been just a fucking citation. Had things have just gone.
It was going to be a citation, and then Paul obstructed it for an hour and a half.
And now the fucker's in jail. Now he's got a court date. Now he's going to pay the fucking court. He's going to have a fine after that because clearly he's fucking guilty. Clearly you're fucking guilty of driving a car with no registration and no insurance for 4 fucking years.
Guilty is charged. Guilty for not, guilty of not being a slave.
The car was impounded. His mom's car. You're not going to get it out without insurance and without a valid driver's license. They're not going.
You're guilty of not being a statist.
Release it.
All because some dude on the internet told you not to fucking. All because some dude on the internet told you not to register it, and his influence fucking took over your life, and now look at you. You're a fucking dumbass. Period.
Yeah, but I mean, not really. He's living
It
in
is.
the car. Jail is arguably a better lifestyle, right? I mean,
That's what I said.
We were talking about that earlier. Yeah, we were talking about that
Literally,
earlier.
it's a better fucking spot for him. And Snafu's saying Brian's responsible because he's an adult, but Brian's like a fucking retard, dude. He's like a fucking developmentally disabled adult.
Like I don't get it. I don't get it. What Snafu? Now you're going back and forth. Now it's Brian. It's Brian's choice that he did it. But now I thought Brian was going to be a millionaire. I thought Brian was going to get paid. Snafu, which is it? Doesn't make any sense, sir.
You guys really, you think that Paul is legally responsible? He did say he's counsel. And
No, I mean we're just saying he's. I mean he's. No, we're not talking legally responsible, but clearly his influence on Mr. Brian O'Shea has led this gentleman to be currently, or he's not in jail now.
I would say that Paul's directly the cause of him going to jail and being the obstruction that obstructed the officers from just giving the guy a citation.
Right. It could
I
have
don't
just
think
been
generally
dealt with.
speaking, officers want to put homeless people in jail because it's just a waste of money. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, people are getting let out of jail for shoplifting, anything these days. I guess in certain cities that's true. So people are just being let out for minor crimes.
I mean, that car's going to be sitting in an impound lot until it rots, right? I mean, no one's going to get it out. All this shit's just going to rot. All his piss jars are just going to age like fine.
Oh yeah, imagine the fucking smell. Imagine the fucking smell of that, dude. And this guy's talking about drinking pee and doing some like alternative apothecary remedies he found on the internet. Dude, it's probably fucking.
No, I think it would have been
probably smells like dead pigeons in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
It's like it's alcoholic kombucha urine by the time he gets it back.
I think it would have been interesting if they tried to lay siege, like, all right, we're just going to sit here until you two morons come out of here, because he wouldn't need a piss break and he wouldn't need hydration because he drinks his own piss. So I think guys
be like Waco.
I think enslaved would have needed a snack break. I think he would have broke first, but Brian, I think for like weeks there, recycling his own piss, and it would come out darker and darker with each piss until it was like spitting.
You're drinking some Guinness by the end,
and then he'd have to give up because it would straight up.
I think if he's truly living to this idea of freely traveling, now he's in the better situation. Now he doesn't have a car; it's just him. All right.
Yeah, now he can travel wherever the fuck he wants.
The cops aren't going to
worry about registration.
You have
to worry about registration now.
You have any idea how much it would cost for him to get that out of impound? It's going to be in the thousands.
Today they were saying it's $410, but it's like $200 a day or something.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous amount. Yeah.
That car is garbage.
That's the incentive not to fucking.
The car's not worth $400.
He made his follower homeless.
Yeah, Paul Enslaved made one of his fans homeless. I'm gonna name the stream that after I leave this.
Dude, where's my car?
Dude, where's my house, bro? Dude, where's my house?
Where's my domicile?
Dude, where's my car? Dude, where's my domicile? Dude, where's my domicile, bro? You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. Who gave this guy a fucking internet access? Fucking doofus. Look at him.
Is this real, brothers and sisters? Hey, TBE, do you know where you are right now? No, you don't.
Oh my god.
That's you.
God, dude. Dude.
You're being too aggressive. Dude, Paul, where's my car? Paul, where's my car?
Here's the question. Does Paul, he claims he owns a place. Is that true?
What place?
Well,
does he own a place? I mean, does he pay taxes on his property if he owns any property?
He claims he lives with an old ass lady, sugar mama.
Yeah, he lives with somebody that pays.
And he bums rides off people instead.
Right,
and you know the Cougar's got her license and registration. You know that.
Right.
She pays property taxes, all that shit. I'm sure if she owns a place, if she's not renting or leasing.
Right, and I'm sure he's not trying to red pill her on not doing that shit because he'd be in the same place as Brian.
Right, dude.
Very good points.
But Ben, you know what I just saw? I saw Mr. Your buddy, your best friend Andrew Wilson is having a debate tonight. We can watch that if you like.
We see. Grace watched some of it on her stream. I say we, but I gotta be careful. I'll go to jail if I imply that I watch TV with my daughter.
It's live now, so I don't know if you want to pull that up. I don't know where Chalk went. I'm assuming, yeah, this thing right here is already dead. He's just going to talk nonsense about how he was right and this is all true.
And nothing they're saying is making any sense, and none of it is lawful. So, again.
RT says Paul postured with the popo using all his best legalese jargon. Right, legalese jargon. Right, that's what he was using. Such an idiot, dude. To impress and wow the lowly highway patrol dweebs, and all it got was O'Shea 2 or 3 nights in jail, plus thousands of dollars in fines. It was 2 nights, and it's not thousands of dollars in fines. First of all. Second of all, that's not legalese. Third of all, whatever. Fourth of all, you're a retard. Fifth of all, you're extremely retarded.
Again, at what point does everybody neglect their obligations, responsibility, accountability, and just go straight ego, not make any sense, embarrass themselves?
Wait, hold on. What did he say?
It's hilarious because every
nothing
single
they're saying
thing Paul is saying is describing his own actions.
Right. Leave the safe.
Here we go.
This could just be a simple summons for no registration. Okay, write up the summons for.
Bernie doesn't get it either, apparently, which is kind of surprising. But it is what it is. You would think simple truths would be more apparent to people who seem to be in the so-called truth community because they call themselves truthers at one point or another, or align themselves with people who do.
Registration. No, he's got to come out of the car. Why does he have to leave the safety of his car? Well, no registration. Well, he's obstructing now. That's why he has to leave the car, because I just made up obstruction when I just said he wasn't under arrest. We could just give you a simple summons for registration. So they're just lying, making things up as they go, exerting their power and will because they feel they all have to do it. So why shouldn't he? And nothing they're saying is making any sense, and none of it is lawful. So, again, at what point does everybody neglect their obligations, responsibility, accountability, and just go straight ego, not make any sense, embarrass?
That's exactly them.
Literally,
is that
exactly
not?
what Paul's
Is he
doing.
not? Is he not describing his own movement?
1,000%. That's all he is doing is describing
So,
his own action.
again, at what point does everybody neglect their obligations, responsibility? So, again, at what point does everybody neglect their obligations, responsibility, accountability, and just go straight ego, not make any sense, embarrass themselves?
Yeah. So yeah, this is pretty much done. He got arrested, and from what I understand, he's been let out, and they just did a stream together talking about milking this for more content.
But he's now homeless.
Of course, milking this for more content. But yeah, we can move to the Andrew Wilson debate, or we could talk about whatever.
Yeah, let's kick it around.
Guys.
It
Let's
might actually be some of this stuff might actually be worth it for the content. You know what I mean? Because
right.
The police officers, they should just say, like, I get what we're going to have to do here, instead of just playing this game. It's not going to go anywhere. They're going to force it all the way every time. So
right.
All they're doing is making content for this guy on the internet. And
yeah, exactly.
I don't think they have any obligation to endlessly answer this retard's questions about the law when he doesn't obviously know anything. He has a psychological problem. I think it's called like oppositional disorder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you like 17-year-olds and kick your fucking daughter and go to jail like a tard. So there's a couple guys here who are on panel with a guy who just went to jail for kicking his daughter, and then there was myself who was just on a panel that they were reviewing with a guy who got arrested for standing on rights and freedoms. You see the difference?
Yeah, this
You
guy
see the
Ben
difference,
right
right?
here, Benny. He calls people that thinks for themselves retards.
Right.
How's that even possible? Like,
Yeah, so forgive me for being on a panel with a guy who drinks his own piss, but also at least has the hearts and balls to articulate his thoughts and beliefs. And I should I say knowing, not belief, on what he knows to be right and true.
Well,
And
I mean,
this guy, goes to jail for
drinking
kicking
your
his
own
daughter.
pee, right? Drinking your own pee. That. Who knows, man? Have you looked into that deeply?
Shavambu is a real thing. Well, we could get into that at another time.
It might be
Plasma.
beneficial.
and
I
all
don't
the
know,
other
man. It sounds gross, but it might be beneficial. You don't know. I don't know. I can't say that you don't know, but
there may be something to every so often for nutrient deficiencies to have high quality small amounts of shavambu from someone who has a pure vessel. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much. I don't partake in it too much. I've tried it, but yeah. No wonder you're on the internet preying on dumb kids like that. I'm not a baby goat, sir. Not a baby goat.
I'm glad you keep an open mind. That's very telling.
Yeah, well, I've meant to look more into it, and the time will come at some point. But in the meantime, I'm just laughing at these characters, like Mr. Ben Thorpe.
Yeah.
And Toilet Bowl Face.
It's like that when I
And enslaved by toilet bowl cock body online.
Used to teach high school. They were just opposed to any authority figure, and that's the root of the problem. I think you could call it daddy issues, but
he would regularly have his dad on his panel and berate him.
Berate his dad, literally.
Yeah, like literally in front of a bunch of all these other fucking retards on panel. He would berate his father.
I tried to get my dad on. I tried to sneak my dad on the YouTube once, and he wasn't aware that he was on YouTube. But we recorded a FaceTime call.
Me too, Latham. Me too. Good numbers tonight, for once.
But I always.
It's sometimes you have to draw on a little bit of fucking drama to get people to, people interested in actual truth and not like Grace Thorpe level entertainment, Ben Thorpe level entertainment. Street Maxer, fucking deplorable.
Right? I always try to give my father respect, but it's tough it's tough sometimes to know where the line is.
So this is the fucking stupid fucking debate that's happening here on the Crucible.
Yeah.
So this is where I probably end it because I don't think they're going to talk more about it. I guess I can kind of breeze through it and see if they cover anything else from the video. I am the law, Mr. Rocky. I'm just kidding. But I kind of am in a way. I think that's kind of the idea. Embody it. Live it. Be it. Don't just talk about it. But I think it's time for me to walk it again and put it on record and download the videos this time, Download them, what a thought. And then, of course, maybe even back them up to a USB drive. Or just post them on separate sites, whatever. Fucking on, like, anything other than just YouTube.
Or if you want a better,
or just Facebook or just Instagram or whatever, putting it on multiple, like the Rumbles or whatever the fuck, just so they don't get deleted, or so you have them, or even if so you do have them downloaded, but then your fucking hard drive gets wiped clean. Not that happened to me, but yeah, it does happen, I'm sure. What are you gonna say, Chris?
If you want a more reliable way to archive it, get yourself a M-disc,
right,
for archive,
right,
like a CD-ROM.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could do that too.
You know about that?
Oh, you guys are talking to each other? Okay. Oh, well, yeah. What is?
No, so if you want a more reliable way to archive that backup, get yourself what's called an M-disc, right? And you back it up like 100 years. They even have ones that go like 1,000 years, but that's a little too extreme, But maybe
Rocky,
if you have the money, it's worth it. But yeah,
it sounds a little pricey. But Rocky, if you have that video that you're referring to that you could drop a link to, we could maybe cover that before I get out of here. But I don't want to promote insomnia. It's kind of what I'm doing here. Because even on the West Coast right now, it's fucking 2:30 in the morning. Let alone on the East Coast here, it's 5:30. So 5:33 to be exact. Let me see if they cover this at all anymore. I mean, it just keeps having this meme up here.
Substantive question. Like, how the fuck am I here? And I asked it respectfully. I just said, I don't understand the code, like oppositional disorder. You know what I mean? Where kids like that, when I used to teach high school, they were just opposed to any authority figure. And, that's the root of the problem. I think you could call it daddy issues, but.
Right. Daddy issues, to not want to be a slave. Do you hear like the twisted, like non-logic here?
He would regularly have his dad on his panel and berate him.
Berate his dad, literally?
Yeah, like literally in front of a bunch of all these other fucking retards on panel. He would berate his father.
I tried to get my dad on. I tried to sneak my dad on the YouTube once, and he wasn't aware that he was on YouTube, but we recorded a FaceTime call. Doesn't like no sense. And so from there you can't get anywhere, but that's their basic point. And all societies do say that, and Christians say that, the state has a legitimate sphere of authority. But beyond that, I think there are real problems as I've experienced with the legal system, but these guys aren't helping anybody. And I don't even think they're making much money on YouTube from it, but it's a freak show. It's another freak show. Sovereign citizens on YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any documented case of anyone arguing in this way that succeeds legally. I think lawyers get it and say,
No, it's not. They're looking for
It's like
frivolous
Drew was
law.
saying earlier.
Do we really have to play it again, dude? I
A
mean,
good
fuck.
officer, and I want to put this officer on camera. This is Ricky Valdez. They just pulled me over. No license, no plates, no nothing. But that's fine because you don't need that to travel from point A to point B. And this man was willing to listen to me and understand what I was saying, and he could tell that I'm not up to no good out here. You know, and this is what the human experience is supposed to be about.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
You have a good day, my friend. You take care of yourself.
I appreciate you, Mr. Valdez.
Thank you. Be safe, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's how you do it, folks. That's how you do it right there. And I hope all you motherfuckers, look, I can't get this window up now. I'm all nervous and shit. But I hope all you motherfuckers are watching. I hope you're all watching, okay? All you people who told me that go ahead and try that shit with the police and see what they do. Well, I just tried it. No license, no registration, no insurance, no nothing, okay? They told me many times that the first guy, we're going to arrest you, we're going to do whatever. No, whatever. Stick to it. Stick to your fucking truth. Supervisor.
Stick to the truth and the only truth, the almighty truth, the one truth. Yeah, people spiraling still in the chat. I was saying cops identify all these people as soft citizens, cults, and been given a narrative. Right. Correct, sir. Let's continue. Whoops. Hold on.
Oh, I see, Rocky. Yeah, you're
They're looking
correct.
for
Yeah, absolutely right.
they're looking
I
for
misunderstood.
police brutality lawsuits.
My bad.
Hey, check your private chat.
Okay.
So that's what they want. They want to be dragged out of the car, and on the slim possibility that the cops are acting with extreme force, that they can get.
You think so?
10K bag. I think so.
Well, but then
I think that's the best possible outcome out of the situation for them.
I don't think so because they don't really.
Honestly.
You know how like they used to teach like Vietnam protesters how to make the cops' job really hard by like forcing them to like hog tie you and carry you away. They don't usually do that. They don't usually like really go for like putting the officer in a maximally stressful situation. So I don't think that's what they're going for. I just think they're going for this kind of verbal, endless kind of filibustering, and this kind of like I have a different legal theory, and it's interesting content. But I mean, once you've seen it once, it's always the same fucking script. And the cops always saying like, "Okay, nigga, but like." That's not how it works.
Yeah, it's literally like they say a bunch of things and they're like, no, that's not how it goes. And then that's
Right.
it. And it ends up them being arrested willfully or fucking smash window, pull them out.
Right. And there's footage in the courtroom where they go like, the name on my birth certificate is a corporate entity and that is not the lawful citizen.
And guess where they learned that from? Fucking YouTube, digital fucking landfill, where they thought they were gaining some knowledge, but they're getting pushed. It's weird. It's a YouTube to jail pipeline, the soft citizen thing. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
It's like, oh, I learned this on the internet. And I'm going to go loosely apply it on the streets and then get myself fucked up for a while.
Yeah.
And get myself, who knows if I lose my job over this? Who knows if these people are like, I think to some people, having a job in the soft sit world is slavery. Even just being employed.
Right. They have a problem with any authority whatsoever.
Right.
Having any, and I think it's a psychological problem. But that's the problem also in the conspiracy sphere. I think you have a lot of people who have an issue with paranoia, which is a psychological issue. And instead of going, yes, problem, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hope I don't have this problem by trying to convince myself that my paranoid thoughts actually correspond to some research that I've done. And there's a million paranoid people out there who'll tell you like, yeah, you thought space existed? Nigga, think again. You know what I mean? And I think it gets real crazy real fast. I encountered a dude, with they got a thing in the back of my head and they put a gun, the dragons put something to my brain. And I also wrote all the Hollywood movies. I mean, that's a person who's like extremely dangerous to himself and others because he wasn't dealing with reality at all. He was like, they read my mind, make movies from it. Every movie over the last 10 years was written out of my brain. You know what I mean? It was scary to think someone could get there. But
dude, hold on a second. I really just have to just get this. Guys, I'm not this dude's brother's. I'm not his brother's keeper. Okay. I'm just literally talking to him on the internet. Okay. He doesn't live at my house. I don't go to his bar mitzvahs. I don't go to his birthday parties. I don't know his coworkers' names. I don't know where he works. I don't know where he lives. I don't know his mother's name. I don't know any of that. I don't fucking care. Do you understand? Okay. Get the fuck over it. Are you responsible for every fucking piece of shit that you talk to on the internet? You don't know? Lord knows the fucking people, these truthers that you fucking people talk to, who the fuck they could end up being. I mean, Arcades was a fucking rapist.
Who are you referring to?
I mean, they're upset. They're upset. I have you on the panel, and I really don't fucking care about YouTube, and I really don't care about.
They're saying I'm a violent sex offender.
Apparently,
I have a completely clean criminal record, spotless.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I'm not. I really don't give a fuck about YouTube. I don't give a fuck about YouTube optics, about what fucking people think what's going on here. Oh, you're platforming a child abuser. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's none of my business. This isn't real fucking life. Okay, stop and smell the fucking reality. Okay, this is just a screen, and it's literally just a phone call.
It's just a screen. Nothing means anything. Everything's meaningless. All right. There's no purpose in life. All right, folks.
This is just a glorified
reality.
This is just a glorified phone call, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
it's a Zoom call. There's no meaning to bring any purpose or life force energy and try to speak it into others. No.
This is not fucking serious. Okay, stop clutching your pearls. It's not that fucking big a deal. Be a fucking man. Handle your shit. Okay. At the end of the day, when the apps close and the computer's turned off, we return to our real lives, and none of this fucking matters. So stop building up my straw man and tearing it down. Okay. Anyway,
I would say it's a little different than that. You can form friendships with people, but I by and large agree that the audience like shouldn't have this idea that they're like intimately interwoven in your life if you're a creator, and especially that they should like stay up nights biting their fingernails thinking about how they're gonna solve your problems that they really have no idea.
Oh my god, I'm a mod on Grace Thorpe's channel. What am I gonna do? All my internet friends are gonna think I'm part of this whole thing. Oh my god, what am I gonna do? Are you guys seriously this fucking detached from reality? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I am a little triggered. I'm a little triggered because I expect people like in my chat of all fucking places to discern the fucking difference. You think I'm lobbying for Ben Thorpe behind the scenes? I'm throwing shekels.
TBE,
I'm throwing shekels out. Like,
wouldn't it be a better thing to invite anybody up here who wants to talk shit? I'll talk shit back to anybody who's got something to say.
The link is pinned, folks. Come up here and tell Ben Thorpe everything you want to tell him. Don't fucking tell me. Okay, tell him.
I'm ready to go.
Everybody is the link is pinned. Anybody is fucking welcome. Come talk shit to Ben Thorpe. I don't give a shit. Don't fucking tell me about it. I don't give a fuck. He has a fucking channel. Why don't you go over to his channel and go fuck with him instead of giving guff to me? Oh, toilet bowl. Why are you doing this? Toilet bowl. Why are you doing that? This is why I'm getting off the fucking internet. This is why you're not going to see me after fucking today. I'm gone. Okay,
no,
people are fucking making me sick.
You got a real gift for communication.
I do, don't I?
Yeah. Plus, you're like me. You're pretty. You and me are like two of the best looking guys on the internet.
Listen, I got to nerf my good looks. I got to make myself look ugly. You know what I'm saying? That's why I grow the fucking beard out. That's why I don't trim my unibrow. I'm just kidding.
No, you pretty. We both pretty.
Pretty motherfuckers out here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if I got cleaned up, if I could overcome all these.
Bong Ripper, come up here. Come on up here, buddy. Yeah, it's gonna be land. I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying? I can't be part of this digital fucking landfill. I'm out, man. I'm gonna do some, I gotta get away from this shit, man. It's making me crazy. You know what I'm saying? Too much screen time. And let's be fucking honest. Everybody's on the fucking internet all the time. No one's out here being a fucking monk Buddhist out here. Everybody's fucking screen glued, okay? Everybody's death scrolling, everybody's doing that shit. Give me a fucking break. We've all become the meme back on Instagram where everybody's glued to their phones. We're that now. So I don't want to be part of that.
But don't you?
At least for a while.
I understand the negative side where you're saying that, but don't you feel like the fact that you can do more interaction on like YouTube is actually healthier? Like you can talk back, you can chat. It's not as passive as just TV.
That's true. Yeah, but
it
really just invites just a game without end where people are just fucking cycling egoic fucking fights, and it's just I see the whole timeline. Now, every time I run into a certain type of person, I see the timeline of what's going to transpire, and I'm already fucking exhausted before I even interacted with this person.
It gets exhausting. It was interesting, but I do think that's going to change because there's only so much just like two people screaming over each other that makes any sense, or like endless vegan debates or flat earth debate. It gets old.
Oh yeah, man. Dude, modern day debate is literally a time burner. Fucking YouTube channel.
I tried to suggest some more interesting debates to that dude James because he's like, I'll debate anything, and he was like, nah, I'm not touching that. There was something that had to do with Jewish something. Oh, the E. Michael Jones debate. He's like, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. So he's kind of a bullshitter saying like, we're neutral and we take edgy topics. Now, then why are you doing veganism and flat earth on endless repeat? Because those are safe. Veganism, no one gives a fuck. Flat earth, nobody gives a fuck.
Who gives a shit? Fuck vegans, fuck eating meat. I don't give a fuck about what you fucking people do. It's fucking stupid and gay.
And I actually also think that like atheism versus religion is stupid, tired, it's played out.
It's done. I mean, it's fucking beaten the fuck up. It's a fucking gapped out fucking twat at this
Everybody
point.
already knows the Matt Dillahunty stupid points, and you just having two people up there to rehearse the same. I mean, I just think it's like, but I do think like with my conversation with Mr. Girl that you thought I lost on, but I clearly
I actually didn't watch it. I was just fucking with you.
was somewhat interesting because he doesn't play the role of absolute moral hysterical Pharisee, and like so he's a little more nuanced. But
so he's like the kind of guy you would talk to on a regular basis. Is that what you're saying?
Well, like he said an interesting thing because I brought up a situation of like sexual tension from parents and a young a girl who becomes a young woman, and I do think that's like that does happen. There is some tension, and instead of going like, "Oh my God, what are you fucking talking about?" He was like, "Yeah, I think that happens a lot because of porn." I do think there's a logic. I don't know if you could roll with this. If men these days are looking at teenagers pornographically, right? Like there's all these sites saying like 18, she's barely 18, she's barely legal, right? And when you have a daughter who becomes close to that age, and if you've been looking at that porn, it's going to be hard for you not to look at your daughter that way. I think you would have to say like that's a problem for a lot of men.
I don't know. That's a strange concept.
That's a strange non sequitur that I don't even want to unpack here. So
That was an
let's
interesting
not.
route.
Yeah, that was a strange detour you took there.
Clutches their pearls and gets like all worried about that. I think that if pornography is oriented towards teenage girls, then men are going to have a hard time dealing with teenage girls. That would go for fathers and daughters, teachers and female
I don't know
students.
where are you connecting the daughter thing? Wait, where are you connecting the? Okay, I understand.
Mitch, objection, false upon claim. False. False, Mr. Pie. Just false all around the board. So sorry about that.
The teenager thing, but where are you connecting the daughter thing? That's a little fucking strange.
I'm saying when your daughter starts looking like those girls in terms of their age.
Okay. No. That's weird. Okay. Yeah. Ben, we can't continue this conversation because that's fucking ridiculous. So let's not. We're not going to do this here.
That's fine. I mean, we can switch.
Guy.
I think that's true.
No, it's not. But we're going to nip that in the bud. Let's talk about something. That's out of control. Ben, you need to.
Things that are obviously true, but whatever. I don't care. Doesn't matter, man.
I mean, would you say that? Would you? Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not even going to expound on that. I think he's onto something.
You're missing the point that it's about embodying truth, not being part of a movement by any means per se. You're just confused, Pizer. I don't know how else to put it to you, man. I tell you that with love, dude. And Mitch is just spiraling. He just chooses to be this way. This is just his modus operandi. It's probably from flying off a bike. Let's just be real. So not to give him a cop out, but there is some truth there, you know.
No.
I'm saying that as a kind of anti-porn thing. I'm saying porn's not good because it does do that. I would say another aspect of porn that like Owen Benjamin got into is that porn is kind of gay. Porn is kind of gay. Looking at a dick and hoping it ejaculates is kind of gay.
Well, masturbation is definitely gay. Masturbation is definitely
giving yourself a hand job. You're giving the hand job and receiving the hand job, so it's like double gay.
Well, yeah, it's because it's a man's hand that's doing it. Number one. Yeah. Okay, so you're getting off at the fact that a man's hand is taking care of you,
right?
And it's
what's false?
Well, you got a good name there. At least you got a good name there. Tarek is a deadbeat. I mean,
but you said something was false that I said, so let's address it. What was false?
You said. Let me see what you said. I hope you're enjoying that luxury fucking hotel, you fucking bougie fuck.
Yeah, I'm taking a shit right now.
All right, well, don't be pull a JG, and you don't have to show us the whole thing. But Brian's a bitch, just like Paul. The only reason they didn't have licenses, insurance, and taxes because they couldn't afford it, not because they're actually part of.
What did if Pi wants to address you, you can address Pi. But what Pi said is true.
Let me see here. Which comment was I looking at? Oh, he said if that tribe is encouraging bogus Savsit rhetoric with his fraud. So what are you referring to there?
No, you said it was false. What's false about it?
What's true about it? Where is tribe encouraging bogus Savsit rhetoric with his fraud?
Because he's saying that people like Brian and are standing on rights and freedoms and bullshit like that. And fucking Pi just hit it on the head. He ain't standing for shit. He's fucking evading accountability and responsibility. He's a fucking 50-year-old man living in his mom's car, displaying expired tags. That's not being a part of a fucking movement, right? That's stagnation, being stuck in your own fucking misery and fucking expecting everyone else to pull you out of it. And you guys are enabling him because you want to be enabled. That's it.
Enabled to do what exactly? What
to be able to sit at your fucking mom's house streaming all night long, fucking bonding with a 50-year-old man over fucking lies and bullshit, talking about contract law like you know what the fuck you're talking about. And you guys sit up here for hours on end spewing bullshit, mentally jerking each other off, and you're fucking spewing lies. And when you get called out on them, you double down with more lies and more lies and more lies. Talking about fucking sexual fantasies with my dog and fucking, all to deflect instead of to get clarity on the fucking thing, right? His fucking stupid ass claim was that liability must be articulated in a contract. Well, it's the exact opposite.
exclusion of liability must be articulated in a contract.
Yeah,
Now
and
address that.
and half the people these fucking in the chat, they won't come up. They're gonna
Because
hate
they're like
on.
tribe. They're
No,
scared of
because
their own fucking shadow.
all these people that are the lackeys that follow the bullshit, they're like, it's about results. It's about none of them have done
So
anything.
exclusion of
They haven't
liability.
done they haven't done shit. They talk shit, and then if I am candid and honest and authentic like I am and tell what my story is, because I am honest, I'm not fucking looking for clout. I've never said I'm a big fucking baller, whatever the fuck. I've explained my fucking history and what I've done, and then people in the chat want to say, you got an investor, you don't make shit, you're just a bit, dude. Try to run a 10,000 square foot farm. Dude, I dare any of you fucks to come try to do what I do. None of you do, and you sit here and you eat fucking mangoes, and you fucking are you kidding me, Sean, with this shit? And then all the
Jeff,
people in the chat want to
I
talk
want you to
shit.
continue on your rant, but I want you to continue on your rant. But I really think that they're about to try and put forth an argument for the liability bullshit that Tribe was saying, and I want to hear it because I think I can fucking
All right, go ahead. I'm gonna
handle
stop
this
for a
shit
second
real
because
quick.
I am kind of spurging and spiraling tonight because
No, you're good. That was good, man. You were fucking spot on.
I'm extra pissed off because none of these people have results. Even if I fail at every one of my businesses, I've at least tried it. Most of these fuckers don't even do it. Mitch, you live in your car, you do it. That's not something easy to fucking do. So whether
What I don't do is I don't replace my burdens on fucking society. So when I fucking come on hard times or I get in trouble, I don't fucking come and fucking bullshit and lie and deceive to people to get them to help me out. Right? That's what I don't do to enable me to be a fucking lazy, worthless piece of shit. You know,
exactly. And most people on here are lazy, worthless pieces of shit that have nothing to do but criticize others and then lambast them if they don't succeed, or like if they're not like. I mean, they want to just tear you down. I'm the kind of guy that wants to build people up. I want people to succeed. It seems like everyone else around here loves people to fucking fail. That's not me. Never been me. I want to lift people up, not bring them down. And all these fucking people are just a bunch of loser failures. Talk about loser failures and talking shit to people. That's all they do.
That's all
They
do.
have nothing nice to fucking say. It's like, good job, Jeff. You're trying hard. Like, I would have, that's brave and bold. No, it's, oh, how much? Oh, you're failing. Oh, you don't make any money. Dude, it's just a bunch of fucking bullshit, dude. It's irritating and lazy and lackadaisical and fucking, it infuriates me with all these lazy fucks that don't do nothing and never done nothing. Whether I'm making money or not, that doesn't mean shit, bro.
But
Money doesn't mean
around
anything.
on the internet, but
You know,
they're
I
sitting
wonder how
around
many
on
of
the
these
internet
people
acting like they're doing everything.
actually run a business like you, and or do they get like handouts from the government, or do they go to somebody else for their income and be an employee? That's not easy. That is not easy being running a business, man.
No, it's
on you,
not.
100%. You don't get to go home at night if there's a problem. No, you have to stay there until you solve the problem. You don't get any breaks, you know.
No, there's no breaks. This has
None.
been
Zero.
It's been excruciating. It's been the hardest thing I've ever done, and I have been doing the worst off I've ever done. I've made more money when I was 21 than I do now, so it doesn't really. It's not for clout. It's just fucking people got to work hard for shit, and I want this to work. And then people clown on me for this. Are you kidding me? No, most people don't even have the fucking balls to do it, or have an investor that believes in them. And then try to run a business themselves. Go ahead and try, dude.
Dude, that's hard, man. Running a business yourself, very hard.
And then
Not
he'll
easy at all,
fucking beat
guys.
you down and talk
You
you
be a
down
little
and
employee,
fucking,
man. That's
he'll
easy. Anybody can do
he'll
that.
just
but try
fucking
running your
talk
own
you down.
business.
Yeah, you said
Not
that's
easy.
easy like 8 times. You need to say it a fucking again. All right, now move on. Okay.
Or you're
Other
addressing
people are trying to talk to you, right? So, yeah. You're a
Who you
fucking
addressing?
yes man, little fucking bitch boy groupie that doesn't stand for shit.
Who you
Right?
addressing, Mitch?
When your fucking buddies that you perceive as fucking being cool or leaders in this movement are fucking clearly wrong, you stay silent.
Who you addressing,
Okay,
Mitch?
so yeah, exactly. Interesting. That's and then you want to fucking speak out like you're speaking out against government and shit. Yeah, right.
Hey, Chris, you might want to reload your browser
You
just
are
so
the
you
government.
could have an avatar there. Your avatar's gone.
Oh, okay, thanks.
It adds a little flair, you know. But yeah, Jeff, that's a pretty. I'll give you one thing. That's a good avatar you got there. It's pretty good.
Yeah, but they raise up people like Brian O'Shea and fucking while beating you down, you know, for not fucking managing your business the way they would, and fucking
That's one
yet they
thing Mitch
can't
is
manage
right
a
on.
business at all, you know,
Hard as hell
and raise
running a
him up
business.
like he's
Running a
fucking
business.
standing for rights and freedoms and what the fuck ever. You just talked right over me. Why don't you expect the same? So fuck you, dude.
Talk over you. You talk over me, dude.
Yeah,
Run
goes
me
both
over,
ways,
dude.
bitch boy.
I'm not to complain about it, but you do.
Yeah, it goes both ways. You fucking butted your ass into a fucking conversation to repeat yourself 8 fucking times. You just kept repeating the same fucking thing so he could be talking over me. That was intentional. Don't
And I
fucking
do
play
apologize for
stupid.
that,
I
Mitch,
am
because that was a
Telbanus
timing.
of Boardcock. Resistance is futile. Your life, as it has been, is over. From this time forward, you will service only me. You will be assimilated.
I
That's a
just
good
want to say, Mitch, I apologize. That was
No,
a
no
mistake on
apology
timing.
needed, man. Just recognize
just
what
talked
happened.
over
I
me
don't
right now.
fucking care. I don't. Your apologies mean
You know what I mean?
nothing to me. You just fucking kept repeating yourself. So that's all. We heard you the first time, first 7 times. The 8th time wasn't necessary.
Do you have
I'm
any
just trying to make
comments
a
for
fucking point.
Mr. Rob Cleveland's comment here to you, Mitch?
Yeah.
Any comments on that?
Still hyped up on that ribeye.
Do you disagree, sir? Is there any
No, I'm
any
doing
lies
great. Yeah, I'm taking good care of myself. And
I
yeah,
think
I'm
tonight.
eating well, resting. I'm not fucking. I'm done. I yield, Jeff.
You little stinkers. You think it's oh.
No,
Ow!
I see this. I guess this is happening to me tonight, but I can kind of see.
I like balls.
I can kind of see how, like, when Mitch goes off, like, once I'm on one, I can't really stop, dude. It's like I have to keep going because I'm pretty, like, normally just lackadaisical, chill, whatever. And when I'm on it and then I get set off and I see certain things, and you're saying that I don't see it tonight, Sean, and I'm like, I don't see what you don't see. Like I don't know what you don't get about what I'm saying. And I just don't understand at all. And you're like,
that's
Jeff,
what
you just
drives me
don't get it.
crazy.
And I'm just
Ryan
like,
and Paul only didn't
They
pay the
never admit
registration.
when they're wrong.
The money
They
to
never
cover it.
admit when each other are wrong. When their brotherhood's wrong, they do everything they can to just ignore it and gloss over that instead of correcting the record, getting things right. They don't give a fuck about truth. They just want to be perceived as right. And that's why I'm pointing out the fact that none of you guys, when Tribe said that stupid shit about contract law, none of you guys said anything. Right? And when there was a clear, simple rebuttal, you guys just let it fucking spiral out of control with fucking his sexual fantasies about me fucking sucking off my dog or whatever.
Okay, so again, articulate that point again, that the possible, likely mistake that he made, the blunder that he made in his.
It's not possible, likely. It's clearly, objectively, a mistake, and now it's not even a mistake; it's intentional. So
How is that?
what
How is that?
his
How are
claim
you, how are
is
you coming to that?
I can state his claim clearly, and that is he claims that you must articulate liability in a contract, and it's the exact opposite. You must articulate exclusion of liability in a contract.
Okay, well, the reality is, I wouldn't know what to cite to argue or refute that point. So for all I know, you are correct, but
You
for
don't know
all
how
I know,
contracts work. Well, let me help you understand it. So
I'm still learning contract law.
when you getting into a contract or whatever, any kind of contract, and it says, in the contract, in the fine print or whatever, we're not responsible for loss or whatever. We're not responsible for this. We're not responsible for this. We're not responsible for acts of God and this and that. Those are exclusions of liability. Okay, you don't have to articulate liability in a contract. It's implied. If you're getting into a contract and you breach the terms of the contract or you're a wrongdoer, you're liable. Okay, it doesn't mean it has to be articulated in the contract for you to be liable. Okay.
So, hey, Mitchell, can I ask you a question real quick about
Sure.
contract? So, does there have to be a signature in what you're talking about, or is it like a verbal contract?
There are many types of contracts. There's tacit agreement. There's, there are all types of contracts. It doesn't really matter. It's just talking about contract in general. When you're contracting with somebody, it doesn't have to be articulated in the contract, the liability.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, what makes it binding? Like, if we were to do this right now,
What makes a
it would
contract
be on the
binding
record,
is an
right?
agreement. You have to knowingly, willingly enter into an agreement. That creates a contract. That creates the binding contract.
But so the old school way to do it would be do like a handshake contract, but there's no way to prove it. So right
Sure,
now,
that's not the only old school way. It's not like saying a handshake contract is superior to a written one.
Yeah, no,
That's not.
that's what I'm asking. Like, it's just easier to prove a written one or a recorded one like this. So if I were to say to you on the record, I contract with you with this, we're doing a video contract and everyone heard it, it's on the record. Correct? And that would be a contract.
Yeah, that's true. And a handshake is a contract too. But when you have dishonorable people that won't honor whatever was originally agreed upon, and they'll just do what like Tribe does and double down on his lies and to evade accountability, that's why you have to have these written contracts. That's why you have to have these recorded contracts, is because people aren't honorable anymore. And back in the day, that's all people had were their word. If you dishonored, if you got caught in a lie, like Tribe did, you would be exiled.
So what happened with Tribe earlier? Because I missed that because I was arguing with the chat.
He was just rambling on, babbling nonsense, trying to act smart, and he
Do you want to address his
he made
comments here?
Sure. But let me just answer Jeff's question real quick. He just said what his statement was that I latched onto was that liability needs to be articulated in the contract. Those were his exact words.
Okay.
Well, these are all for you, sir, if you want to address them. I don't know. If you don't, then that's okay.
No, he's a grown man. I'm not going to fucking address. See this problem? When
All
a
right, no,
man
you don't have to. I don't care. I mean,
when a man tries to fight another man's fight, that's what really creates the problem. Tribe is an able-bodied, capable man. He can articulate himself. He can communicate. He can control his emotions. He doesn't have to let me control him. He doesn't have to give me jurisdiction. He can come up here and talk to me man to man if he has questions. Not like a
Yeah,
little chat hero.
Why don't Tribe come back up? You're still a little-
Don't fucking have Pineal be his little messenger boy from his mama's house. That's not how fucking shit works man to man.
What is the difference where somebody lives?
Because you don't have any responsibility for yourself. Like if
How do you
I
know
don't
that,
fucking
though?
take care of myself, I die. If you don't take care of yourself, your mom will.
That's not entirely true, though.
It is entirely true.
If I wasn't covering the costs for a lot of things right now, I wouldn't be living here. That's the reality of it.
Okay, well, you're not covering the costs for a lot of things. Maybe you are once every fucking few years.
I'm covering
You
the cost
fucking
for a
pay
lot of
some
things
bill.
and not for a lot of things, sure.
You
But
don't
no,
have
that's
the
not.
means to cover the cost for a lot of things right now
And you know that how?
because you talk about it all the time.
You talk about what all the time?
Not having any money.
Okay. Is that why I did the Haterade stream where I clearly flashed tons of money in the stream? Was that what
Yeah,
that
you
was
flashed
for?
tons of money in the stream because somebody donated to you largely once or twice, and you came up on some money once, and you
Or is
probably
it
gave
because
your
I
mom
worked
$50
and
out of
saved my money and I didn't
out of
keep it in the
500
bank
and
and I
act like you're
kept it
fucking
in
paying
cash?
the bills. You probably gave your mom $50 to pay towards the $5,000 worth of bills and act like you're contributing.
How about a couple hundred a month for rent plus doing work
For
around the
how
house
long?
every
How long
day?
have you been paying a couple hundred a month for rent? And how much do you pay? 200?
Yeah.
You pay
Yep.
$200
That's
a
what I
month.
said.
How long have you been paying $200 a month?
A good while.
How long have you would know?
Several months. And then I was offered several months and then I was on several months and other than
So
that,
have
you know,
you
do
the month?
dishes,
The,
dishes, litter,
I'll believe it when I hear
dishes,
from your
litter.
mom. I'll believe it when I hear from your mom.
Yeah,
Right. Well,
and
dishes,
so
litter, garbage kind of makes up for the
Yeah,
rest. The pressure
no, that
cleaning,
doesn't
the
make
lawn
up for
mowing.
it. That doesn't make up for it. You fucking earning your keep. You know, that's fucking. You're a fucking grown man. Remember when I talked to you about mowing the lawn?
Right, mowing the lawn,
Your
pressure
mom mows.
cleaning.
Your mom mows your fucking lawn, dude.
Who said that? Who told you my mom
You
mows the
did.
lawn?
You did.
Really, I did. Or did I say
Yes.
she did it one time because she
No,
was
you said you did it
upset
one
that I
time.
didn't?
You said you did it one time.
All right. Well, I mow the lawn, so
You said you do it sometimes.
every so often when I neglect it or forget to do it, yeah, she might hire someone to do it, or she might take
Neglect
the.
it or forget to do it. What are you fucking talking about, dude? You don't go to work. You don't fucking have any responsibilities. What do you mean? Forget to do it. You forget
So
to mow the
you wouldn't
lawn?
call
When you forget to
garbage,
mow the lawn, your
litter,
mom does it. That's a
cleaning,
fucking you're
dishes.
full of
Those aren't.
shit,
That's not
dude.
what responsibilities are.
When you do your own fucking dishes, you know, when you're living
No,
at
when
your
I do
mom's
other
house in your
people's dishes.
fucking 30s, you're supposed to do your own
Dude,
dishes. That
So you're
doesn't.
just gonna keep talking and not listen to my reply. That's how this is gonna go. You're just gonna keep talking over me as I reply to your comments.
Yeah, when you
Is
talk
that how this
about
works?
when you act like doing your own dishes is contributing to rent. Yeah, I'll keep talking over you.
Again, no, doing other people's dishes. You
Right.
don't get
Okay.
that? Doing
Big
other
man.
people's.
Real big
Do you
man. You
think I
did some
shit and
dishes
piss in a litter
before.
box? Is that
You
how
did
that
some
works?
dishes before.
But
Am I
Sean,
a cat?
dude,
You're a
Sean,
fucking
how
liar about paying hundreds of dollars in rent for several months, though. You're a liar.
$50 a month. $50 a week equals $200 a month, sir.
you
And you've been
realize
doing
how
that
like
how long?
that's like nothing like
I
nowadays.
never said
Like
it.
No, $50 doesn't
I never said
even
that.
get me a day of rent.
yeah, I'm
So
just saying
your
like
point is that I have very affordable rent. I get it. I have it. I'm very
okay,
blessed. I'm
so
very
what do you
grateful to have it.
so
I'm probably
Sean,
not
so
gonna have
what
it for much
what
longer. I get that.
so what are you doing though,
It's a good
bro?
point.
Like any of my like I was around like motivated, like hungry ever since I was a young guy, dude. That's why I've had all the shit that I do is because I created it. Like,
What
what do
is he
you?
doing? He's
What do
staying
you?
up all night, enabling 50-year-old men to fucking sit around here and sexually fantasize about bestiality. That's what he's doing.
You mind if we get back to the show? You're just wasting everyone's time.
Yeah, right.
You mind if we get back to the show? You're just wasting everyone's time.
Yeah. Yeah, can we get back to raising money for Brian O'Shea, the rights and freedoms guy?
Yo, check it out, man. Anime Hanashi is what you're watching. The podcast that you won't be dropping. That's listed everywhere, causing drama. From the city of Compton to Akihabara. Talking about anime, it ain't no stress. The podcast is sure to impress. With me, Lewis, and the rest of the crew. Sit back, relax, and we'll show you how we do. Oh, yeah.
You mind if we get back to the show? You're just wasting everyone's time.
That is your show. Repeating clips of somebody else over and over and over and over again. Yeah, get back to it.
All right, more truth or slop for the YouTube amphetamine fiends and troglodytes, metaversal miscreants and such. Let's continue, folks. My
And then we'll get
apologies
some
for
fake
promoting.
patriots up here to talk about how great we are and how inspiring
Yeah,
we
my
are.
apologies for
How deserving
promoting
we are.
insomnia.
Yeah, well, I'm just curious still, Sean. Like, where you were saying a couple times in chat that I just don't get it, because I'm just really fucking curious about that.
Curious about
what don't I get?
You seem to not get certain things, like how you were saying that
you're not
Brian
getting?
and like how you said Brian and Paul don't pay their registration because they can't cover the costs.
That was one. That was
That's
one.
kind of what I'm mostly referring to.
Okay, so
yeah,
let's get down. Let's get down. Let's get down to the brass tacks. Paul has already claimed. I don't want to quote him, but he said he's never had a license. Could that have been because he said that he was a total fuck up his whole life and he was on drugs and manipulated, fucked everyone over, was the worst of the worst, and so he just rode around with people and never had a license? It wasn't really ever about rights and freedoms. It was just because he was a total fuck up that he never actually got a license.
Bingo.
Never had to drive. Has anyone ever thought of that? Is that a possibility?
Yes.
I don't want to claim that. I mean, but is that a possibility that he just never had a license in the first place? Because
well, see, that shows
he
you're
was a total
displaying
fuck
some
up?
intelligence because you're not
I
claiming
know
that.
some people like that.
You know,
I know some people.
I'm not
like
going to
that.
claim that. I'm
That's
not
good,
going
man.
to say that was his thing.
That's
But
good.
could we come to
But
that
when
conclusion?
you live
that
9 years doing dope with your daddy as an adult, it's pretty safe to presume that you just didn't get a license, not based on principle, but based on fucking
exactly right. So it was
irresponsibility.
never that he didn't have the license out of principle. It was just because he was a total fuck up his whole life that he's admitted. Maybe, allegedly, I'm not claiming that because I don't want to be on the record, but could we come to that conclusion that maybe he just never got a license because it wasn't about
I'll claim
principle?
that.
It's just
Prove me
because he
wrong.
didn't have that, he didn't want to take that responsibility?
Conclusion's
Could
a
it be
strong
that
word.
Brian has not
That's
gotten
one of the possibilities,
registration,
right?
insurance, or tags because he's been so fucking broke for so long?
Yes,
It's not
that's
a
why he
principle
drives his
thing.
mom's 96 Ford Taurus with 5-year expired registration, with no indemnification, with no insurance, right?
Yeah,
And
it's not about rights and
it's
principles. He just couldn't afford it, right?
yeah, he doesn't know how to assert himself standing on these principles, right? That's why he gawks over Paul, because he hasn't he's doesn't think he can do it or whatever, but he does not assert himself as a man. He does assert himself as a irresponsible citizen.
Okay. Well, like I said, allegedly. But that's just
No,
that's
not
something I've thought
allegedly. Fucking
that's
sue
something that
me.
I've thought that's something that
I would
I've
love
thought
to go to
about.
Discovery with these little bitches. Sue me.
You know, I do have a good clip here that would be appropriate. I did already play it once, but I'd be curious to know your thoughts on it, Mitch. Question is, can I remember the name to type in this sea of fucking videos? How to? No, that's not it. It's a short one.
Well, I'm happy
Oh,
to
I know
share
how
my
to find it.
perspective.
I know how to find it. It was one of the first videos I did. Oh wow, it's the first one in the fucking chamber. All right, the simple way to win traffic court. Flip to common law. Let me see here. Simple. Go. Curious to know your thoughts.
I'm in traffic court. It's so sweet. All I say to the judge is, I look at the other two sides. I look at the cop and I look at the prosecutor. I said, we're here to discuss that I broke the law, right? Yeah, good. We're here because I broke the law, right? Good. The judge was like, we're here because I broke the law, right? Yeah, good. Wonderful. Let's go. So then they start reading the charges. That's a code that you're saying I violated. That's a code. I thought we were here to discuss that I broke the law. This is the law. I said, yeah. I throw them their own book. I said, what's the difference in your book? Like in the Code of Virginia, 1950, what's the difference between law and a code? So, that, like I said, they read the difference between a code and a law. I said, gotcha. Because you said we were here to discuss the fact that I broke the law. So, did you just make a false claim in court? Or are all you folks just committing...
Can you enter? Can you
I
pause
am
for
the law.
Making false claims and saying that...
Go ahead.
So, here's my perspective is you guys are essentially putting Brian above the law because what we have is a system that is set up as governance for those that have proven themselves not to be self-governing. So that's the situation. If Brian was self-governing, he would be indemnified if he's out there traveling around, right? And if he was standing on principles, he wouldn't be carrying, the driver's license. He wouldn't be presenting it as ID. He wouldn't, be displaying 5-year expired tax, things like that. So, and he also wouldn't be driving his mom's 96 Ford Taurus, but at 50 years old. So, yeah, that's my main point. I kind of got off track there, but the main point is if Brian was appropriately asserting himself as a man, then the statutes and codes wouldn't apply to him. But we need statutes and codes for the people who are not lawful, who are not law abiding, who are not asserting themselves as honorable men.
Okay.
Yeah, and the system's so fucked right now.
That was it. That
Anyways,
was the end of the thought. That you were done. That there wasn't more there.
Would you like more? I can give you more.
It sounded incomplete. I mean, was that the end of the thought?
What sounded incomplete about it?
Were you done? Were you done, or did Jeff interrupt you?
Sorry.
No, he didn't interrupt. He did not interrupt me. No.
Okay, so what of it? What are you trying to bring about? What are you trying to?
What I'm saying is, I'll make it very simple and clearly articulate it. And if you can't comprehend it, I can't understand it for you. But I can explain it as clearly and simply as possible. And that is the fact that Brian is not asserting himself appropriately as a man. Okay, he is asserting himself as an irresponsible citizen that wants to be above the law, above legislation, by using this soft sit rhetoric. All right, so that this realm of lawfulness not everyone qualifies. All right, in order to qualify, you have to be honorable and be willing to walk back your mistakes, be willing to correct your mistakes. That's not what Brian's doing. Okay? If Brian was doing that, there would be evidence of this in ways of him being indemnified, in ways of him, having some proper display of tags, whether it be private or whatever. And he wouldn't just be driving around waiting for something to happen so he can scream victim under the false pretense of this rights and freedoms bullshit. Because when you guys raise somebody up like that, it discredits the people who are doing it the right way.
You mean the American nationals?
Not necessarily, but yeah, that's part of it.
Well, let's put it this way as well. Can I interject real quick?
Sure.
So here's something that I disagree with about what Paul says, because he says he doesn't want it to be associated with anybody because they're all the weakest link. They'll throw them under the bus. So he doesn't want to be part of a movement / the cult / the leader, whatever. But he he explains that people need to do it on their own. Well, what happens is, and that's, they don't want people to be part of a group. Well, I think there is power in numbers. So if we all did it, then it would be harder for us to, it would be a movement. It would be way harder to stop. But if it's just one person, everyone lives in fear. So we're kind of scared to do it because people don't want to go to jail. People don't want to do all this bullshit. It is hard, and not a lot of people are willing to do it. And some people are, and I get that. That is admirable.
Right. So you see how it would be. It's kind of it's confusing when you say why doesn't Paul do it more when he's done it? Why does he need to do it more? Why does he need to put it on the record
Because
more?
it isn't something that you do once and then that means that you've done it, right? It's a lifestyle. Okay. So
how often does he have to do it in your eyes? Every 6 months?
For the rest of his life. It's a lifestyle. Okay.
So every month.
It's not something that you do once just to show that you can do it. Okay. And then revert back to the convenient way.
So what you're trying to say is
if you're
Brian are doing it more than Paul.
Be about it. Forever. Don't drive every day.
So basically what this boils down to is you want everyone to know that you're doing it more than Paul.
No, nobody said that.
He's the one making the claim that he walks,
right.
He lives it, he walks it. So if he's the one living and walking it, people are going to start to question, besides your one viral video, do you really live it or walk it every day? Are you getting the results still? No, he did before, but he doesn't want to do that anymore because it's not. No, it's just not comfortable because no one likes to go to jail.
That's the point. It's not easy, and he's living the easy life. He's got all the comfort and convenience of.
Do you agree
doing
that
things the easy way? He's not self-sustainable.
Do you agree with what Jeff said?
He just took an $11,000 donation for that trailer from his father and calls it an investment. Okay, if he was self-sustainable, self-sufficient, a grown man, right, he would be investing in his elderly father. That's what our responsibility is, to take care of the elderly.
So I'm going to go out on a limb and ask, how do you know he's not doing that?
Why do you presume? Why would
that?
you presume that he is? Because
I don't claim to know. I don't claim to know.
Okay, I don't claim to know either, but all we can do is presume based on the information we have and that's presented to us. And when a year and a half ago, you needed $11,000 from your dad for a place to live, that says to me, when you're 34 years old, you're not self-sustainable, you're not self-sufficient, and he bluffs it off at it was an investment. Okay, well, that's not how investments work. That was a donation.
So, hey, Latham, we're not the one claiming to do this. So, back the fuck up. That's his shtick. That's what he got famous for. That's what That's why we all followed the motherfucker to begin with.
Look, I'll yield.
Okay.
I got
So
one more. I'm sorry.
if that's your
Jeff. I'm sorry. I
fucking
got one. I'll yield after this. I promise.
yeah.
I
All
got
right,
one more
that's
thing to say. I got one more thing to say, and that's sorry. I fucking lost it trying to cut you off. My bad.
no,
But
it's all good.
it'll come back to me in just a second. It's basically that you got it. Fuck it. My bad. I fucked up. I interrupted you for no reason because I lost my point.
Well, maybe it'll come back when I start talking again. So that's not what I'm not famous for that. I'm not famous for anything. The reason I started following Paul, which I would believe or presume most of us, is that we saw someone that could stand up and do something, and we're all so intrigued, and we wanted to know, like, we know that we all know in our hearts this shit's not right, so we all kind of believe that. And then there's someone that has done it. He's not telling us all to go do it, but we're intrigued about it. We want to stand on rights and freedoms. But after that happened, there's really no guidance besides, hey, just make yourself better and go try it out. But like, none of us are as articulate or know the law as much as him. And so we wanted to, like, for me, I wanted to know, like, what should I study or what should I do so I can speak that way or know my rights or do this and that. And so he did it. He did the legwork. He did the hard way for all of us to see. And I guess I could see his point that we should all go get it ourselves. And he doesn't need to teach us or train us, but there'd be a million people that would pay him just for the information, just because we believe in his movement. And the movement went away. Like, it's not, that's not what it's about anymore. And that's the reason
That's
that
because
I
it's
loved
not
him in the
his
first place.
movement. It's not his movement, man. He's, you know, I don't know if you recall this, but I certainly do clearly. I asked him, you know, early on, you know, who he's studying. He said, well, I don't study or watch or follow anyone, you know, and it became quite evident he did, you know, because all of his rhetoric comes from somebody else, but he didn't discover this shit on his own, right? And so he,
Well, it's
you know,
good
he
that
had
he
more
never. It's
time.
good he
He had
never
more
claimed to.
time
Then.
and ability to study this shit than most people because he was enabled by people like his father, you know, to sit around his father's house for 9 years doing dope instead of being a man. So,
So I guess it served to benefit him that he did all that dope. Then, considering all
no,
the
it
knowledge he has,
didn't.
right?
It doesn't serve a benefit. Who does it benefit? Paul. That's it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to help anybody else. He doesn't really care.
The fascinating
He's willing.
viewpoint.
He's willing
No,
to.
I'm not here to. I'm
What?
not here to defend him. So that's why.
Okay,
You
so
know what I mean?
Pineal,
Like
like what?
if I wanted to, I could spend this whole podcast defending him. But I don't feel the
But
need to.
you guys spend 1.5 years, 2 years paying attention to his every single word, and you can't even articulate the simple concepts that he presents every single day over and over again, right? So you're just along for the ride, dude. You're a
Like
groupie.
unalienable rights, like
You're a
obvious
groupie.
the obvious truth of rights, freedoms, and principle inherent
Right.
and
Well, let me tell you
given
what
to every person,
inalienable rights
given to
means.
every soul, I
That
should say.
means they can't put a lien on your rights, okay? But what you can do with your rights is you can contract them out, and that's what you've done, and you're failing to take responsibility for that, and you feel entitled to have what you gave away. So instead of getting it back the right way, you're just going to sit around on the internet and bitch that they took it away from you and say that you're entitled to it. It's not how it works. You gave it away either knowingly or ignorantly, it doesn't matter. But when you realize that things are fucked up and you made a mistake, it's your responsibility to correct it.
Yeah, and I'll give an example. Like, I grow weed. Whenever I learn a new technique or there's some people that want to keep the secrets to themselves because they're fucking stingy and greedy, and they don't want to tell anyone else. That's just not, to me, that's not how the world works. Like, when you have knowledge, for me, I want to give service to other people. I want to help. So if I found, like, I'm excited if I know like I have a good technique and my weed's really good, and someone says, "How'd you do that?" Instead of me being a stingy little greedy bitch, I want to say, even though they're going to be my competition, good on you, bro. Like, if you can do it better than me with my own method that worked for me, good for you. That's the whole point. I want to give and serve to fellow man. Some people want to keep the knowledge to themselves and not fucking spread it or help anybody. And that's what pisses me off.
So just imagine if you spend as much time and energy as you guys have on Talcott and just playing these stupid little fucking personality politics and whatever. You know, it's just all these little communities have spawned off from this fucking false pretense of rights and freedoms and truth and whatever the fuck you want to call it. And essentially all these are groups like Talcott's, you know? It's like, what the fuck's actually going on over there? Now, imagine if you spent all that time and energy actually helping real life victims, you know, people who actually could appreciate and use and utilize and progress with the information that's allegedly being put forth. Well, that information is not being put forth. It's being obscured. The waters are being muddied, and people are just playing fucking games, right? So you guys got to realize you're being fucking led to fucking down a path of hell, you know, and thinking
Well,
that you're
unlike
going somewhere
Talcott
good.
chat, you'll notice there aren't any jab tards here. Not just that aren't moderated, but that aren't even commenting because they know the deal here. There aren't any mask tards. There aren't any slave tards for the most part. There are some people
the
who are
most
still in
part.
their
For the
confusion,
most part,
man.
right?
On
Because
some
you
level.
know what all of these guys have done in their private life because of what they told you from a YouTube chat room.
Well, I can at least be faithful that I have a good
Right, you
enough
can be
spiritual
faithful, you
discernment
can
based on what I've
trust, you can
seen
hope, you
them.
can believe, but you just
Well, how
made a
about this?
positive
There's
claim.
there's two
You just
dozen.
made a
There's 2
positive
dozen.
claim, and then you said, "Well, I can be faithful."
Okay, hold on a second, Mitch. I can be faithful that there's 2 dozen people here, and none of them. Let's just say, for example, just to cite one example.
Yeah, you can be
No
faithful
one
that none
gave
of them
in to
have
the
been jabbed.
2020.
It doesn't mean
Yeah,
that none of
no
them
one
have
gave
been
into the
jabbed,
2020.
right? You don't know every
That's
20
true.
people that are in here. You don't know who has taken the jab or not.
All right, then how
You
about
just
this?
can be
Everyone who
faithful
hasn't, who
that
didn't
you can just
comply
be
with
faithful,
slavery.
right? But I know people that have taken the jab that are way better men than half the people, at least in this community, who haven't taken the jab. So taking the jab isn't a fucking qualifier of whether or not you're a good man.
Well, it is an indicator of character.
Okay, well, there are a lot of indicators and there are a lot of variables, and that's not the only one.
No, it's only one example. I was just gonna say drop a 1 if you didn't. Okay, so again, if we get 10 people and then there's 24 here, then yeah, I guess you're right. Then that means half the people possibly didn't, or they also could just be sleeping or just not wanting to comment because they want
Right,
to
or
stay
you can
anonymous.
try and fucking
Because
justify
they're
it in
from
your mind any way you
TBE,
want instead of
CBO,
just
EBT crowd.
realizing that people can even put 1 in the chat and fucking lie about it. You don't know these
Sure.
people, dude.
Well, the thing is, this is like it is a different dynamic because we've never had this to where you kind of like you could see the same people every day. So I can see Sean almost every day if I want to. And I don't even see my mom or talk to my mom every day. Granted, we're close, but it's just one of those things where it seems real, but yeah, some of these people are fucking fake as fuck, and maybe they just present a certain way. I just am who I am every fucking day. I
You
am.
triggered
Maybe
another
you
thought.
guys can believe me or not, but like I'm an open book, so I say my shit and in hopes to inspire or get some help or just to throw shit off of people because I'm humble enough to take. I mean, I guess tonight I was a little triggered because I was having a little
Get to the point.
difficulty
Come on,
taking
land
some.
it, Jeff. Land it. Just fucking land it, man.
All right, go ahead. That's it.
So, what do you think of what Young said here, Mitch? Wasn't operating in that capacity, commercial capacity. Doesn't matter his status.
Read the
whether it was
comment.
correct or not.
Read the comment. Just read the comment.
He
Don't
wasn't
fucking-
operating in that
Who's
capacity.
he?
Doesn't matter if Brian's status wasn't corrected. He
Who's
wasn't
he
doing
referring
commerce.
to? Who's he?
Why don't you stop talking and listen to the
Because
fucking comment?
in order for you to ask the question, we need to get clarity. Okay, who is
Right,
he?
you need
that-
me to read the comment, right? Like you asked me to?
Right. So as you're reading
Can
it,
I read the
you
comment
said
then?
something that was questionable. It said he. Who is he?
Listen to the comment.
Just answer.
He
Who is he?
wasn't operating in that
Who is he?
capacity.
Who is he?
Doesn't
Answer
matter.
the fucking question. Who is?
Doesn't matter
Who
if
is he?
Brian's status
Who
wasn't
is
correct.
he? He was operating in that capacity. He was displaying commercial tags, carrying a commercial license, not indemnified, not asserting himself as a man. He never corrected the record as a citizen to become a man. Okay, he was operating in that capacity. Presuming he's talking about Brian because you're a stubborn little fucking spoiled bitch that lives at your mom's and wouldn't answer the fucking question.
I was trying to answer it by reading the fucking comment, but you wouldn't let me
Right,
read
but
the
you because you want to do it your way instead of just answering, he, since you knew, was referring to fucking Brian. You spoiled little fucking bitch.
Hey, Mitch, I'll give Sean this one because he was just reading the comment verbatim.
Right.
But
Okay, but he knew, and so I was seeking clarity of who he was, and so I had to ask the question. He was being stubborn. Why don't you just let me, instead of answering it, why don't you just let me finish the question? You know, he could have just said Brian. He could have just said Brian and moved on. That's what I'm
hey,
talking about. It's these
no,
fucking
but-
power games. Is you think you got some sort of superiority because you think you know fucking truth, but you're living a lie.
Well, to be honest with you, I didn't know who the he was either until I finished the whole comment.
Okay,
because
right.
That's all.
And
that's
we
all.
still don't know.
I think
but
that
we
was
can only
I think
presume that
an
it's
innocent.
Brian. It was never answered that it was Brian.
Yeah.
Don't make me get
Well-
kicked out of this hotel arguing with fucking stupid people, man. I gotta go if this is how it's gonna go.
Hey, man.
What hotel are you in? Holiday Inn?
Why would I fucking tell you that on the internet? Fucking
just
idiot.
Okay, well, I guess it didn't really matter.
No, it doesn't matter. So stop muddying the waters. Let's just address the facts and fucking talk about these concepts.
Lots of ones in the chat. Lots
I'm
of
with
ones.
you.
Sorry, it's not personal. Sorry, I go into a personal attack, calling you with names, but
Well, you didn't call me a figure nugget, so you're at least a little better than I guess Lumatami. So, but let's continue this clip because it's not long, and
can
yeah,
you did you get my point for the reason why we
yes,
interrupted?
I got your point. It's a fair point. All right.
All right, thanks.
It's a fair point.
The law. I said, gotcha. Because you said we were here to discuss the fact that I broke the law. So, did you just make a false claim in court? Are all you folks just committing, just making false claims and saying that I broke the law? They're like, well, you know what I meant. I was like, no. You said that we're here to discuss the fact that I broke the law. I did not break the law. And I said, are you sure you people are going to be able to prove that I broke the law today? Really? Okay. I could prove in 2 seconds I didn't. So they start to read. I said, whoa, I object. I said, that's not the law. They said, yes, it is. I said, that's the code. I said, what does it say? The Code of Virginia. Where are you pulling that from? It's a code book. It's not the law. What's the difference between law and a code? Here you go. Is there anybody harmed or injured? No. That's a code then. One is the law, one is the code. I said, so are you committing false claims in court? Are you guys committing perjury? You just feel like coming to court and saying whatever you feel like saying? You're lying? I thought you guys swore up and down that we were here to discuss the fact that I broke the law. Oh, I guess I didn't break the law, did I? Then I guess there's no reason for us to be here, is there? Oh, man, they hate it, man. I catch them with their own words. I brought them over to the common law side. by just saying something simple. Are we here because I broke the law? Is that what you're claiming? Are you claiming I broke the law? Yeah. Well, the only problem is only man can make a claim. So I guess we're over here on the common law side now. So who's here to make the claim? They're like, oh, geez, this guy got us like in 2 seconds or less. It's like, yep, I'm done, sir. Anything else you need?
Snafu, you
I
didn't
love
say
it.
Mr. Pie yet.
I've been doing this for 20 years, 30 years. I don't know. I'm 50 years old now, so I've been doing this since I've been a little kid. Just getting him in and out of court so fast, it's scary. No 100 pages of paperwork.
Any thoughts on that clip?
He had a really nice mustache.
Well, I'm pretty sure that was Carl Lentz.
Yeah, well, yeah. Let's not talk about fucking the looks. See, that's you're playing the same. You can't claim the moral high ground if you're not going to maintain it. Like, what does his mustache have anything to do with the conversation, dude?
Well, that was Jeff. He's stuck on the ZZ Top
I
Top
know.
optic.
Yeah, let's talk about his pubic hair now.
No.
The ZZ Optics.
Okay, to be honest with you guys, I was reading the chat, so I wasn't paying attention to what he said, so I just made the mustache, to be honest with you. So I missed that. That's why I said that. It was irrelevant, but I didn't hear what he said because I was reading the chat the whole time. So my bad. That's just me being honest.
No, I appreciate it, but yeah, I probably shouldn't participate in the conversation then.
All right, did you hear what he said, Mitch? And do you have a comment on it?
Yeah, I'm very passionate about this. Yeah, this is what fucking matters. So don't fucking sit up here and act like this shit matters to you when this is the real shit. And worried about what fucking anonymous chatters are saying in a YouTube chat. So like, fucking whatever. Wasting all of our time and energy with fucking stupid. Fucking.
All right, well let's hear your thoughts about it then.
Why? Why am I educating fucking people that don't give a shit?
Now it's going to be other people's fault if Mitch gets kicked out of the hotel because he can't control his voice level, much less his emotions. Same character as Mr. Pie. Well,
No,
I don't know.
It wouldn't be anyone's fault but mine. But you do have some control over this, how the conversation goes, where it goes.
Right.
If you guys want to be reasonable, I got no reason to. I just want to make my points. I know that it can take some patience to allow me to articulate my points. But as you can tell, I'm obviously engaged in the conversation. So, I understand other people want to be a part of it and they have some feelings on it. But this is my life. This is how I fucking live. I live this shit, okay? This isn't me putting on a show. This isn't me trying to worry about how I'm perceived by people. This isn't me fucking acting for the camera. This is me being the most authentic me that I can be. So, I actually care about this shit. I really do. And I have spent my life, it is my lifestyle to study this shit. So I've watched these videos, right? I do have thoughts on them. It's like, this shit does matter. And Carl is one of the pioneers. He is one of the people that lives the lifestyle. He does do it. He is one of the people that taught Paul, right? So, you guys are all caught up in this fucking brotherhood bullshit. And you guys don't really care about the information. You care about being cool on the schoolyard. So.
Not me.
I know. I'm generalizing, and but yeah, it's become quite obvious to me that very few people actually care about this shit. They
They live in a low-income housing environment that goes by the government name of Section 8. Me and a group of my allies control certain areas of this section in order to run our business.
It's a
We
trend.
possess
You know, it's a fad.
firearms, stolen vehicles, mind-altering inhibitors, and only use cash for financial purchases. If anyone would like to settle unfinished altercations, I will be more than happy to release my address. I would like to warn you, I
It's
am
like
a
those
very
guys
dangerous
that want to
person,
be seen
and I
as
regularly
hippies, so
disobey
they
the law.
they wear tie dye, you know, but they're not hippies at all. They don't live the lifestyle. You know, it's just that it's a trend. It's the trendiness. They like the fad. They like the social status. They like
It's a play.
you know,
It's a performance. Don't you get it?
right. It's like
All right.
Pineal
Well, what do you?
is the epitome of a hipster, right? So, you know, that's
If you don't think I'm waiting for the day to become mobile, you're mistaken, sir. And yeah, maybe
why are you waiting? You're 30, you're in your 30s living at your mom's. What are you waiting for?
Let me not say waiting is not the appropriate word. If you don't think I'm looking forward to the day, then you're mistaken.
You're waiting. You're waiting
know,
for
but
it to all
Sean-
work out your
Sean,
way, the
that's
way
just-
you want it.
yeah,
I don't think I'm
that's-
waiting for it to all work out, actually. I'm potentially looking forward to a day where there's a lot less material possessions and I'm a lot more mobile.
So
That
how
being
did
said,
you determine?
I don't
How did you
see why
determine? How did you
both
determine
can exist.
$200 for rent?
I didn't.
Your
I know,
mom
but
said it. Your mom determined
Yeah,
that.
it was agreed upon, an agreed upon amount, essentially.
So you did have part in it.
But so hey.
Well, it was what she came up with it, but.
But hey, Sean, like if
Did she say
if I
you
would-
need to
if-
start
if-
paying something, or you're gonna have
No,
to move
look,
out?
So Sean, if I was in your position,
yes, that was the agreement.
Like,
Thanks. All right.
you're-
That's so. Yeah, you're exactly. Thanks. You proved
real
my
quick
point.
though, like Sean.
Yeah, real
Sean,
quick. We're almost done with the conversation. All right, great. There you go. Now you can have the fucking floor.
Go ahead,
It's
Jeff.
it's the same thing. Like no, if I were in your position, you're in a great position to just if you're staying at a
Save.
place that's very cheap like that, you could be working 40, 50 hours. I'm like, you could just be fucking stacking cash. Like a lot of people can't even stack any cash because rent's so high. And you're sitting in somewhere where you basically have no rent and you're not even working at all. So you're just comfortable. I just don't understand it. Like I don't understand the no work mentality where you just get by with doing chores. I did chores when I was fucking 14. I did the dishes when I was 4. I was required to by my parents. I had to mow the lawn. I had to do all that just because I didn't get paid for it.
You know, I'm not familiar with his position, but maybe
I
he
don't get
just
paid for it either,
doesn't,
Jeff. I don't get paid
doesn't really
for
know
it.
what to do. You know, like he doesn't, you know, he just
Tiny-O, do you
doesn't
do
know
your
what to
own
do. Maybe
laundry?
that, I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's
Yes, I
what it
do
might
my
be, you
own
know?
laundry. Not
Maybe,
enough, but
maybe you could share some
You
advice
do
with
it.
him or something.
So your mom
Something
does
with
your
him, you know?
laundry sometimes?
no, I always do my laundry, which is why I don't always have clean laundry. So.
Oh.
But it is what it is. I'd rather be next to my mom's than be in a car up my dog's arsehole. Say I'm doing Uber Eats. I'm not doing commerce until I hand them the food and get paid. Until that point, I'm a traveler. Not all the caps, not the all caps diminished capacity. Right. Let's get a musical break here because just to clear the air a little bit. It's played it already.
Yeah,
I get it.
let's clear the air a little bit.
Yeah, this truth and shit getting too real. We better party in the name of Christ. just take a break from sitting on the internet talking. It's brilliant.
All right. Well, how about this? Drop a 1 in chat if you want to continue the shit show. The Goyce, what was it? Truther Slop, or whatever the fuck they called it. Or drop a 2 in the chat if you want. If you think I should get my happy ass fuck to bed, considering it's 10 to 7 in the morning, and at this point, I'm starting to get some type of
emotional damage
and psychological damage and brain damage, and yeah, just EMF exposure, EMR exposure. 1, okay, so you guys don't care about my well-being. That's good. I expected nothing different, you know. That's fine. 27 is good numbers. People are just starting to get up too. So open panel, truth or slop, digital exodus. TBE's leaving the internet because he's ashamed.
If staying live makes you unwell, why wouldn't you take the responsibility to not be live?
I'm joking, but I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna end it at some point.
Because somebody put a 1 in the chat.
Honestly,
Man,
I kind of just wanted to finish covering this, and I also wanted to cover some of Benton spiraling. I don't know if you wanted to catch that, because the other night when you were here, I said I would play it, and I didn't really end up getting around to it, I don't think. I mean, I played some of it.
No,
but it
I
was
don't
pretty
care about your little fucking group of fucking dramaites that think they're truthers.
Well, he was going
I don't
after
care
you
about your-
too, so I
I don't
thought
care
you'd
about your
find
drama
it kinda
community. If
entertaining.
there is some truth involved in there that needs to be addressed, I'm happy to address it. But no, I'm not going to sit around and watch Benton spiral for hours for entertainment.
Yeah, I
call
wouldn't want to
myself
spend hours on it either. That's a good point.
But that's what
maybe
you
10
did.
minutes.
Yeah,
No, I
remember
probably
when you
spent
said, "Oh,
20.
he's about to end it," and you kept playing it for like another hour?
I wouldn't say it was an hour, but 20, 30 minutes, yeah, probably, because Paul was playing it. I was
So you
restreaming
don't
Paul,
know.
streaming Benton.
You just an hour sounds too long, so you're going to say maybe 30 minutes.
Right. I'm going to correct you, like you were correcting
Was
other
it
people.
correct?
pretty much.
Is it correct? Is it correct? Do you know? Do you know it wasn't an hour?
Is this correct, sir?
No. That's artificial
I
intelligence.
am Telbatus
right.
of Boardcott. Resistance is futile.
You're idle. Yeah, you guys are famous. You're
Your
in a movie
life, as it has been, is over.
now. You guys are in a
From
famous
this
movie.
time forward, you will service
You're
only
Star
me.
Wars. Star
You will
Warriors.
be assimilated.
Star Warriors. We're Star Warriors, guys. We're truthers.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Hashtag we own
We
truth.
help
Hashtag
we help
truth, yo,
victims,
hashtag
you know,
trust us.
donate to us. That's why we have so much time to make cute little clips like that.
Oh man, I wish I could show you how much I've made this month, Mitch.
Right, because you have nothing to do. You sit at your mom's. You have no responsibilities. You don't take care of yourself. If you were taking care of yourself, you wouldn't have time to do that shit. But your mom takes care of you.
I don't know if you can.
Is Snafu coming up? Snafu.
I can't tell if you think that means I'm trying to allude to how much I have made or how much I haven't made. But anyway, let's
it has nothing
continue
to
here.
do with your money. It has everything to do with you being 30 years old living at your mom's.
All right. Well, I digress, and I'm forcing you to digress so that we can get back to this pathetic
You
mess.
won't force me to do shit, bitch boy.
All right, let's continue the truth or slop.
And it's you, and you're a man, and that's gay. So that's
Yes, you're like giving it and receiving it, and also usually looking at porn where there's a big hard dick that's going
okay.
to
Yeah,
and so it's like
complete,
triple.
it's complete cuckery. Yeah, watching porn is cuckery. Masturbation is gay. It's all bad, dude. Everything involving porn is just bad. Everywhere it leads, bad. So
Yeah, I don't think it's good, and but I understand how people get into it. I do think it's common. I don't think that most young men
but
are
he's
trying
gotta-
to make themselves.
he's got to
gay.
bring in a big point here. Radio Form. He's exercising his First Amendment, right? Right. I'm trying to read it how he wrote it. He's just exercising his First Amendment, right? Right. Porn people, I guess, right?
Yeah, I don't. You know,
Pornography in general. I think that's what he's talking about.
Pornography is illegal. It has never been ruled that pornography is legal anywhere in the United States.
Wait, do you not remember the Larry Flint stuff, the Hustler stuff?
That had to do, you know what that actually had to do with? It had to do with a like I think Larry Flint owned Penthouse magazine, and he put a what looked like a news story about like Pat Robertson or one of those guys, Jerry Falwell, saying that like he F's his mother and all this stuff. But it was ruled as being a free expression because it was parody. It wasn't, it was clearly like a mom joke. You know what I mean? So that was what the Supreme Court ruled on. It did not rule that.
I'm trying to read it how he wrote it. He's just exercising his First Amendment, right? Right? Porn people, I guess, right?
Yeah,
pornography in general. I think that's what he's talking about.
Pornography is illegal. It has never been ruled that pornography is legal anywhere in the United States.
Wait, do you not remember the Larry Flint stuff, the Hustler stuff?
That had to do,
big case.
it had to do with a like I think Larry Flint owned Penthouse magazine, and he put what looked like a news story about like Pat Robertson or one of those guys, Jerry Falwell, saying that like he F's his mother and all this stuff. But it was ruled as being a free expression because it was parody. It wasn't, it was clearly like a mom joke. You know what I mean? So that was what the Supreme Court ruled on. It did not rule that pornography is legal. Pornography is not legal.
Well, I guess I had to look into that because
it's just not enforced. Starting with Clinton and then Obama, it wasn't enforced.
So currently, right now, you're claiming that pornography is illegal but not enforced. Not enforced.
Yep.
Interesting.
Like they used to have this thing under Reagan and I think Bush. They had this thing. If you remember ever, I'm not trying to pry, but if you ever remember looking at those porno magazines, you would never see penetration. And there was this kind of like detente between like the federal government and pornographers to say like, all right, no penetration and we won't prosecute. And then when the internet came on, it just was too hard to regulate. But if you ever look at those, I mean, whatever, if you ever remember looking at like Penthouse magazine, which was more hardcore than Playboy, there was never any penetration. That was seen as like the line we're not going to cross because we don't want to invite prosecution.
Check this out.
It wasn't out of a sense of, dignity or anything like that. But it does become interesting, what you call pornography and what you don't. But the ruling has always been like that a jury of 12 people can, kind of call it like, it when you see it. Because, you get into the whole thing of like, is the Sistine Chapel pornography because they're little angels with penises.
Take it easy, Rocky.
But we've clearly gone way beyond that.
Okay, so I just kind of wanted to look this up because I was kind of curious
about
Hustler
this. Was it? Yeah.
All right, I'm going to fast forward through this shit. See if they cover any.
It says, in this case, Hustler magazine ran a full-page parody ad against televangelists, political commentary. Ad was Mark Falwell. Yeah. Okay. Something else entirely different. Put this back up here. Okay. What is it? Nana says page 3 in English newspapers, the messages were pre-programmed and desensitized long ago. That's true. If Ben was correct, then Hustler, Penthouse, and Playboy would all be shut down and only fans.
Effect from.
Why not? Why not? What's wrong with that? Why can't we just go around? Why can't we just go around with hammers or whatever weapon of choice and eliminate these people one by one? Like when God commanded Moses to drive these people out of the lands. This is the same thing in some regards.
So this guy's equivocating free travel, free movement to murder.
Kind of. Right. You like machetes? You like machetes, Vizia? I like.
I would like to use a machete.
You're more than welcome to use a machete. You're also invited to come to.
Cool. The problem is that punishing people who disrespect sexuality, which is intertwined with life, by disrespecting life by murdering is problematic.
Yeah, you're probably right, but they need to go. I don't know. I don't know who's going to help me with that, but they got to go.
Well, people make the same argument about abortion that you should just.
They need to go too. Yeah, they can go too.
Yes,
I think.
Bye machete.
And I
don't think Eric Rudolph did anything wrong.
There has been a deterrent effect from
Eric Rudolph. I'm sorry, Ben. I don't mean to talk over everybody. He asked me a question. Go ahead.
No, there has been a deterrent effect from abortion clinic violence. Minimal, but a lot of people who would otherwise go into that, dirty profession.
I'm sorry, teeny lover. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, teen lover.
Don't because they are afraid of violence.
Daughter kicker.
So you can make an argument like that, but I don't think ultimately you're doing harm than good. I think.
Let me ask you something, Ben, about this recent story about these people that were arrested praying inside of an abortion clinic, and apparently they're looking at a relatively considerable time in jail.
Yeah.
What do you think about?
Wait, what do we break it down?
I'll gladly any day. I'll gladly any day be on a panel with a guy who goes to jail for expired plates, expired tags, expired anything. Than be on a panel with a guy who just went to jail for kicking his own daughter. I'll do that. I'll gladly.
Well, you're also in a community that is littered with sexual offenders, violent criminals, and also, you're also a part of a network of people that have been promoted by wife beaters. And
I get it, and also people who go to
who
snitched on gang members who murdered 2
and now you're
girls,
defending a snitch who was a wannabe gang member
who allegedly snitched on someone who murdered 2 girls. but who some are
No,
claiming
he didn't
didn't
snitch on
do it.
somebody who murdered 2 girls. He got somebody caught up that wasn't even involved by lying, intentionally lying for the police. Get your shit straight.
Let's see here.
He didn't serve justice for those 2 murdered girls like you're trying to present.
Let's see
He got
here.
the wrong people locked up by intentionally lying for the police.
So can you drop a link to that? Because I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah. It's a public record. Just research shit.
2-member life terms. Da. 2 gang members. The 2 who are among 7 gang members charged, convicted. Come on with the fucking pop-ups, dude.
Oh, I saw your email. Ooh.
All right, I can't. I'm not gonna do this now. It's just gonna.
One of them is Special K's brother or whatever. So it's pretty clear
Interesting.
rebuttals to the false narratives being put forth. That you guys.
Really? Special K's brother, huh?
Yeah, you didn't know that? See? You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't have the backstory.
It's not a backstory. It's the story.
Yeah, again, if you got a link, I'd be curious to check it
No,
out.
it's you fucking do your own research, buddy. You're the one who
Right.
made the claims, like you fucking knew what happened.
I made the claim that he supposedly snitched on 2 people that murdered 2 young girls. Or a
Well,
guy
now
that
you say supposedly, but yeah,
I
good
said
way to
allegedly.
maintain plausible deniability. But previously, you put it forth as a fact.
Putting it forth as a fact.
No, you added in the supposedly, and then you
Right,
added
and
in
the
the
first time I said
allegedly.
allegedly. Right, you don't listen, Mitch. It's okay. I'll forgive you this time. Let's continue this nonsense, truth or slop.
So, allegedly, you rape little boys.
Right, allegedly, sure.
Allegedly means you can say whatever you want and be wrong.
Well, I'm saying allegedly he snitched on somebody. That's what I said. Is that
Okay,
not
well,
the case?
you made that claim, so why don't you cite your sources?
I just pulled up the article, but it kept making me fucking log into an email. So here, I'll go back to it. I'll go to a different article that I have no connection to or knowledge of that I haven't read, just like this other article. Brian O'Shea was the first to confess long ago that he was coerced at a young age, but recently Brian Anderson came forward to admitting that Matt Sopran did not order. Okay, here we go. Chicago gang history. Since now it's just all about Brian O'Shea and his credibility, apparently. As if that's the point of the stream, to defend Brian O'Shea, when it's really just about right to travel as a whole. But since we're into just ridiculous lore and specificities that need not to be addressed, let's address it anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be addressed that Brian lied.
Well, considering this is from 1990
to get people who
fucking
weren't
5.
involved in the murder caught up in the murder.
Right. From what year again was it, Mitch?
I don't fucking know.
Right, 1995. So you clearly thought you did know.
Does time make that okay?
I'm just trying to give people context here.
Does time make it okay?
No, you call me out for doing things.
If I go long enough before fucking letting you figuring out that I raped somebody, it's okay. Like if it was in 1990, it would be all right or less worse.
What does being oppositionally defiant towards not just law enforcement but everybody gain to benefit you exactly?
It's not oppositional defiance. It's you fucking putting forth intentionally false narratives to protect your fucking fraudulent scheme of standing for rights and freedoms. Right? The people that you are claiming stand for rights and freedoms are fucking getting innocent people locked up for murder when they get fucking caught up in their fucking little wannabe gang activity.
So again, considering you're making the claim that he did what you just said he did, which is indict people who weren't guilty, I would, if you have a link
It's
that I could pull
it's
up.
all been presented for years. Okay, Special K presented all the public records. It's her brother that got locked up and is still in jail because of Brian's lies that you are justifying because they were from 1995.
I'm not justifying. I'm asking for links so I could see what the fuck you're talking
Well,
about. Because I
figure
don't
it out.
know
I don't
fucking know,
fuck your
really.
links. I don't care about your links. Follow the fucking lore.
You
That's
clearly
all you
don't.
have to do. Pay more attention. Fuck. I don't know what to tell you. It's not my responsibility to inform you.
Right. So I'm supposed to do exactly what you say everyone's doing, including myself, spending all day on the internet looking at shit that really
That's
doesn't
all you
affect me.
do anyway. So why don't you look at something other than the same fucking video clip 1,000 times?
So in recent developments, this guy, Matthew Sopran, was exonerated of the murder charges of Carrie Hovel, and Helena Martin has been released from prison in 2018 after testimony from Eric and O'Shea later revealed they were coerced by Chicago police to admit that Sopran and Wayne were the ones that ordered the shooting. Brian O'Shea was the first to confess long ago that he was coerced at a young age. But recently Brian came forward. Other Brian came forward admitting that Sopran did not order the shooting and was not even aware. Chicago police were eager to convict the leadership of the almighty popes and even provided Bigick and O'Shea with alcohol and even let them watch pornography at the police station as long as they pinned everything on the leadership of the popes. This was a horrible injustice, even though Sopran had the leadership role of popes. Sopran, I guess, or overall leadership of popes at the time, still in trash.
What
Shooters
sources?
acted on their own. ChicagoGangHistory.com. I don't know how, I don't know anything of this site. So
Can you cite the author? Is there one?
Let's see.
It'd be at the bottom or top.
And again, just for context, this is from 1995. So
what does that matter?
I'm just stating facts, sir.
Why do you already stated that? Why do you keep repeating that?
Just so people have context of the time frame.
Why do you think they forgot that you already repeated it 3 times that it was from 1995?
I don't know. The numbers went from 23 to 27, so maybe there's some new people here who need to hear it. Almighty Pope.
Okay, so why does it matter that it was from 1995?
Why do you care so much? Why are you spiraling?
Why does it matter that it was from
Why are you spiraling and
1995?
spinning?
Why does it matter that it was
Why are
from
you spiraling and
1995?
spinning?
Why can't you answer a simple question?
Why can't you answer a simple question? Why
Because
are you
you know
spiraling
what
and
you're
spinning?
doing is intentional. You act smart,
Right,
play
like stating
stupid,
facts.
because you're a fraud and you're a grifter.
Mm-hmm. I'm rolling in the dough, Mitch. Rolling in it.
It doesn't matter how much money you make. You can be a fucking failure at fucking swindling. You're still a swindler.
Right. Coming from the guy who's in an Airbnb right now.
That's a good
An
quote, right?
Airbnb.
I like that
You're
quote.
at your mom's.
Right. And you're in an Airbnb.
And you're at your mom's.
And you're in an Airbnb.
Right. I am traveling the fucking world in my 30s, and you're in your 30s at your mother's.
How's that working out for you?
Wait, hold on.
It's a whole
I need to
lot
write
better than it is you.
I need to write that down. What? You're fail. Wait. You're. What would you
Best
say?
part of waking
Mitch,
up is Folgers
even
in your cup, you fuck slave.
even if you're wait, say that again, Mitch. That was the funniest.
I don't remember how I worded it exactly, but it was the point was even
Fuck!
if
It
you
made me laugh out loud. Ah, damn it! All right.
even if you fail at your fraud, you're still a swindler.
Oh, dude, that made me laugh. If I had something in my mouth, I would have spit it out. That shit was funny.
Yeah, you don't have to be successful at fucking fraud to be a swindler. Most frauds are not successful.
All right, you get the point. What are these all the same? Every
Dude, my dog's so mad at me because I gave her a haircut today. She wouldn't even look me in the eye.
the presumption that someone was wrongfully convicted, can that be proven indefinitely, Mr. Mitchell?
What's that?
Is the presumption that someone was wrongfully convicted, and if so, can that be proven indefinitely?
No, the presumption is not that somebody is wrongfully convicted. The presumption would have to be if somebody's convicted, it would be rightful.
So, to answer your question before about bringing up that it was 1995, so adjusting for time, that would make Brian 17 years old at the time.
So? Does that mean if I rape somebody at 17, it's okay now?
Is that what Brian did? Did he rape somebody?
It doesn't matter. It's the point. Does it
So it
mean
doesn't matter.
time?
Nothing really
Does
matters. So we can
time?
just kind of
Does
just
time make
equivocate things.
something? Does time make something okay? That's the question.
I don't know. When I was 17, I was breaking into cars right after my dad shot his fucking
Okay, well
head
then
out,
you're a fucking criminal. You've caused loss, injury, and harm.
Right, and I had to pay for those
Okay, so
torture.
you're a failed criminal. You got caught and you had to pay for it. It doesn't mean you're not a criminal. You're still
Right,
a criminal.
well, actually, the
Just
reality
because you
is
paid for your mistakes doesn't mean you're no longer a criminal. Because you got caught.
Right. Well, I actually stopped myself before I got caught, and then I started doing it again, and then I got caught. So that was actually the reality.
There you go. See my fucking point? So you didn't
And I
stop
started doing it
yourself because you
again,
did it
and
again.
then I
You said
I
you
started
stopped
doing it
yourself, and then
again
I did
because
it
I
again.
didn't give
So
a
you
shit.
didn't
and
stop yourself. You're a fucking duplicitous, lying scumbag, fraud, and a criminal.
Get it all out, Mitch. Get it
No,
all
I don't
out,
have
brother.
time to get it all out. I don't have time for all that.
And he let people say that you want to suck your dog's dick. Don't forget that.
Yeah, and he laughs about shit like that. He doesn't fucking care about fucking truth. He cares about protecting the fraudulent narrative, and it's intentional at this point and obvious. Jealous of what? What would I be jealous of? Yeah, some fucking little bitch boy typing in the chat that I'm jealous, but can't articulate what I'm jealous of. What do I have to be jealous of?
You're jealous of
You
Ben Thorpe,
pathetic
all right?
fucking losers fucking crying on the internet about
Similar
fucking
to, like, the civil
some
rights
other
movement,
man
these
being hurt
tactics.
by the police when they're fucking snitch bitch wannabe gangsters.
I love it.
I don't know if there's anything of any substance.
Turtles.
left.
Fuck
Principle
carrots, dude.
like
Not
a
that
lot
there
of,
ever
a
was.
lot of people champion the Obergefell, kind of decision, which it's kind of a bullshit solution because it's kind of like don't ask, don't tell. Like,
I
these
mean,
girls aren't.
all you think about are younger people than you fucking.
No, that's what your parents are thinking about constantly because you're a loser.
So, I don't know if you had seen
I
this.
only think about your mother in that way.
Nice cigarette.
Oh,
Nice cigarette.
Gentlemen.
Look at this fucking pearl clutcher. Are you even?
All I gotta say is
you're gonna
nice
fucking pearl clutch
cigarette.
because I
Nice
prefer.
cigarette.
Yeah, nice cigarette. Yeah,
Nice
maybe we'll raise
cigarette.
your testosterone above the level of bitchiness that you're apparently swimming in. You've got so much fucking estrogen, you probably got huge tits and no perceptible dick remaining. Fucking
Let's take
cam up,
an
you
estrogen
little
test. Let's
queer.
take an estrogen test, pal.
Fuck outta
Let's go
here.
take an estrogen test together.
Yeah, let's. Or why don't you cam up if you're gonna talk shit about me smoking a cigarette? What the fuck is wrong with smoking a cigarette? What a little
anything.
bitch.
I never
Nothing at all, Ben. There's nothing wrong with that.
said anything was wrong. You're projecting.
Yeah, you implied it.
I just said nice cigarette.
What's nice about it? It looks like every other goddamn cigarette on the planet. There's nothing nice about it.
Looks hand rolled.
Oh, you actually did mean that? Okay, I'll take you for face value. You're saying you got a nice cigarette, like nice car.
I mean, either of those sounds like a compliment. Nice cigarette, nice car. Nice
I thought
shoes.
you were. I thought you were. I'm sorry. I thought you were trying to say like, oh, look at you smoking a cigarette. That you were trying to.
No offense taken.
Can we hug?
Yeah.
Yo, the link is posted. Why don't you fuckers come up here? I'm gonna be gone after this. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Here, I'll make it easy for you. I'll post it again in chat. Why don't you pull up? Am I at 800 subs yet? I quit.
click the link below and put in the code.
Please, please
put in the code LOCK and get 20% off the bike lock.
Totally. I want to
pull it up.
encourage you
Hold
to
on.
stay on the internet because I think we're building a beautiful thing here. And I know sometimes it can get frustrating and seem like you're wasting time and this is self-destructive. But
no, you're fucking absolutely correct. It is fucking self-destructive. It is a fucking waste of time. You're correct about that. That's for sure.
No.
And none of us will ever be.
Welcome back, Drew. Drew is back, y'all. Welcome back.
Welcome back to the internet.
I just fully worked out. I'm soaked. I'm drenched in sweat. You guys are still going.
You know what it's like, Toilet Bowl? If you were building the aqueducts and the roads in the Roman Empire, you wouldn't have known that what you were building was the perfect distribution network for the Christian religion. But you see, that's what's going on. Yeah. When you've got internet connections between the Gazans and the Israelis, they're not going to be able to do what they're doing today. You can't do that to people that you know on the internet. Agreed?
Yeah, I can do that.
And when you build a wall, the internet transcends that wall. And you just can't.
That's right.
What's going on. And it's got negative sides too, because you can send dirty pictures and all the rest. But I'm saying it's hard to kill the French and the Germans and all those Europeans who destroyed each other. They wouldn't have done it if they knew the guy on the other side. It would have been much harder to do if they knew and were connected with the people on the other side and could talk to them and work things out that way.
We are also interconnected now with the internet, but we're still killing each other.
But it's not. But it hasn't taken
Biodigital convergence.
Normies.
Hey, so Sean, I want to ask you a question.
Questions are allowed, sir.
So,
is the sun up? Yes, it is. It is starting to come up.
what is it that you do here? Like, I mean, what's your purpose? What are you trying to share, brother?
Seek
Love.
I know it, brother. Love, brothers and sisters. Yeah. I'm
spread
learning more. It's about speaking truth once you know it. It's truth shouldn't have to be sought after as much as it has to be embodied. And well, you have to seek it first, I guess, on some level. But there comes a point where you begin to know what.
Okay, so what happened?
So
you resonated with something that brought you here.
Yeah,
and you want to, like, share what
I mean, I
you've
think
seen,
what's
what-
happened with O'Shea recently, it's great to see, man. Maybe it would have been more fortunate to see it go a different way, but I think it went the way it had to go. So, and now we'll see what comes of it. If he has to pay those towing fees and doesn't get out of them, and has tons of other time, energy, attention wasted going through court and other things, then
So
it can
how did he
potentially
get out
be
of jail?
determined
Do
that
you know how he got out of jail? Was he bonded out?
I don't think so. No, I think he was released, but I don't know for sure.
So you don't know. Why do
No,
you
I
think
don't.
he was released? Because you're just conjecturing based on the incomplete narrative that Paul's putting forth?
No, I don't know. I don't claim to know what happened. I think he was released, but I don't know for sure.
I didn't say you knew for sure. I said, why do you think that?
I think Brian was speaking on it on Paul's stream today. He was. I mean, we could review some of that actually.
Did he
instead of
say
his
he was bonded out?
As a matter of fact, no, I don't think he did. I think he said.
Did he say he wasn't bonded out? Did he say he didn't have to pay bond? Because it's
I
all
thought I
matter of public
remember-
record.
Yeah, I thought I remember him saying that, but we could review it here. I could fast forward through this whole intro here.
A Spartan proves themselves.
I'll be honest. I don't know if I listened to his whole stream today or not. I can't remember.
So no issue.
I think he said he hid the cannabis in his butt before he went into the slammer.
Bro.
No, I heard what he said. He said that he didn't sign anything until the very end.
I didn't do all this going, I'm going to get money, fame, attention, and be a hero. I said, I'm going to step out in faith into what's true and what's right and see what the fuck my power really is and what's working with me. It's inherent hierarchical power and value system. Doesn't matter what everyone else says the power is and the value is. You do this walk and you're guaranteed a certain amount.
I heard they let him out of jail because they were like, man, this guy smells like piss. Let's get him out of here. What the fuck?
No, but it's kind of a serious, a serious matter.
Yeah, it's really serious when someone smells so bad. Like, they smell like piss so bad.
No,
Everyone's just like gagging. It's like,
no, the point is, if he was bonded out,
You don't even need a cosmetic
It
explanation.
defeats the whole argument that you guys are putting forth for rights and freedoms and all that.
And I'm not a slave of the state. If anything, I'm a child of God, and I'm a servant of that in the church.
True.
And I'm
Yep.
in a covenant with that force or that thing, if you want to call it.
It's like
You know,
taking a
basically
plea
just your
deal,
understanding of
essentially.
who and what you are versus what you're not here to do. You can ignore it to your own detriment. You all have to continue to serve some vision that's not yours indefinitely, and you don't know when it ends. And by the time it does end, you're going to be too old and broken down and burnt out and tired to even give a fuck. I can do whatever the fuck I want every moment of my day. I'm guaranteed value. I live within my means. I have everything I need and then some, and I'm working toward a goal. And again, to me,
So it's whether or not he was able to assert himself appropriately to get out because the rules and regulations didn't apply to him like Paul was presenting, or he was bonded out. I can tell you what's likely is he was bonded out. I'm not going to do the research because I don't give a fuck. But it's the only thing that makes sense until I'm presented,
released, as you can see.
until I'm
Our
presented
boy
with
Cuck
something other than
Buddy and others are down there.
conjecture, fucking hearsay, anecdotal evidence. I'm not going to believe shit. I don't believe anything Paul says. Been caught up in multiple lies that you guys just gloss right over because he says some things true.
Well, the sad truth, sir, is that everybody lies.
Yeah,
And
well,
I wouldn't even say it's sad necessarily, but
everybody lies, but some people do it intentionally to deceive. So what constitutes a lie is the intent, right? Everyone's wrong, and when you intend to deceive somebody, like let's say, okay, it's appropriate to lie if a predator came to my home and wanted to know if my family was inside and asked if they were inside, I would tell them no. Right?
All right,
That
fair
would
enough.
be an appropriate lie. I wouldn't be a bad, evil liar. Right?
Fair enough.
I'm trying to deceive a criminal to protect my family. Okay, but when you're trying to deceive people to protect your ego, there's a big difference.
All right. Well, I don't. I'm realizing now. I don't think I saw this beginning because I'm seeing comments he's referring to from Cuck Body Online and stuff, and I see Meta in the chat. Brian, way to make them be.
Well, I just told you what
Make
happened.
them be the ones
I
who have
did
caused
see
the
it,
alternate.
so it'd be interesting to hear your response. But
All right. What about what he says?
yeah, so what he says, what he's basically presenting is that Brian got out by asserting himself appropriately. They didn't say whether or not he was bonded out. They didn't specify one way or the other. Okay. And so that leaves me to believe, to conjecture, to presume, without having all the information. I'm not assuming. So I'm not making a positive claim, but the only thing that makes sense to me is he was bonded out.
Okay, well, Rob Cleveland says traffic citations and infractions are decriminalized in Vegas, so he doesn't think he was bonded out. Probably just let him out, just a guess. So if that's true, I would have to say that's probably correct.
But they wouldn't have set a bond for him then. So they set a bond for each of the charges. He had a $5,000 bond. It's a matter of public record. You should be able to see through the same sources whether or not he posted that bond or how he was released. It would say when, how, where, and who was released. Whether they were bonded out, whether, you know.
All right, well, then I guess you are curious to hear the optics. I am as well, so let's see.
No, I've already heard it. I was asking you.
Oh, well, I'm interested to hear it then.
What you think? Do you think, because there's only two possibilities. He got bonded out.
Or he didn't, correct.
Or he didn't. So.
All right.
Folks, Brian O'Shea has officially been
Do you think
released.
he got
as you can
bonded
see.
out?
Our boy Cuck Buddy and others are down there. Watching,
No.
waiting, hating right off the bat. So that's good to see. Cheer up, fellas. It's going to be okay. I want to believe that for you. It's going to be okay. Brian O'Shea, I spoke to you privately. I won't pretend that I haven't. You tell me that you got the $410 bill. I told you we're going to cover that here. So no issue with that. Are they going to let you get the car out if you got the ID or what?
Yeah, I wasn't able to contact them and figure all that out yet, but at the last towing company, I was able to get my mom's documents. They're updated since the car's registered in their name. Hopefully back on those isn't crazy.
Is there anywhere you could potentially go that's a little more quieter than what sounds like a monkey section at the zoo?
Yeah, let me try to handle that. And yeah, I wasn't able to contact him yet, but hopefully, took out the past, I was able to get my mom's documents. So we'll see. Hopefully, my car is all right because I got the keys and everything. So
Right.
yeah.
All right. So those are capuchin monkeys, aren't they? All right. So yeah, here at Enslavius
Can
Industries,
you
we're gonna
pause
cover
that?
the big, so that you're not.
Because he says he got his mom's documents. So what that means, I mean, I can interpret that. I don't know if you can.
What's your interpretation?
My interpretation of that is he got, his mom's title, or whatever paperwork for the vehicle that's in his mom's name. Okay. So he can't assert that without a power of attorney. All right. So if his mom is dumb enough to be manipulated into giving Brian a power of attorney, that's dangerous business with who he's working with. But yeah,
All right,
but my interpretation, long story short, is what does that do? He can't get his mom's car out of tow. Yeah, he can maybe create a fraudulent trust and say that vehicle was in trust, at the time, and try and wiggle their way out of it. But essentially, you're not going to be able to get his mom's vehicle out of tow. Just saying. He hadn't had they don't have the trust. Let's just be real. I mean, I can only presume, but he said the first time Brian said the first time he didn't show ID was that time. So that says that he's not fucking doing what he's got to do. I'll keep rambling on, but I made my point.
All right. So my question to you would basically be the same as it was before.
Just ask it again. I don't remember.
Okay. Basically,
You mind if we get back to the show? You're just wasting everyone's time.
No, you're wasting everybody's time. You've been live for 7 hours and you just been watching fucking restreams of, that's the name of your game, is wasting people's time. The fuck you talking about, dude?
all right. Well, apparently I have some decent numbers today.
If
So
people
are
wanted to
interested.
watch this shit, they could fucking go watch it on Paul's channel. You're not.
Right, but
you're
I'm
not
doing
fucking,
the work for them and adding the comedic value of
You're
having you
doing
on
the work
panel and,
for them, right? What the fuck? And you're adding what? Comedy?
and the contributions are pouring in, Mitch. I mean, you should just see they're just pouring in right now.
To put out, I know that I've been a source of inspiration
It
for you.
doesn't matter how much money you get. It's how you get it that makes you a fraud. Okay?
Shively. Yeah. Let's just continue here.
Believe is true and correct the way that you know how, and then you have to be accountable to whatever comes.
You're a
forward.
little
But
bitch,
again,
dude.
Show of good faith and an attempt to.
Snafu wants
yeah.
to know why you're so invested in the optics. Do you think you'd be invested in the optics if there were 7 people here instead of 27? Do you think you'd even be up on panel? Because I kind of think you wouldn't.
Who was here with you when there was nobody else fucking helping you carry your stream, when nobody was watching, Pineal?
All right. You talking about a year ago? Is that what you're talking about?
Don't
Or a
fucking
month
play
ago,
stupid.
even?
Yeah, you can play stupid all you want, but you know damn well, I have no content. Can you pull up some videos? What are we gonna do next? You just fucking.
Do you agree that
You
most
got
people are
nothing, dude.
probably here because they want to see the truth spoken to power, and they want to see the best possible outcome for all people, most likely, that are aligning with truth?
Yeah, how am I going against that?
Well, I think at times you're choosing to be kind of just belligerent and oppositionally belligerent.
That's your perspective of it. I'm not. I think you are, by being ignorant to the truth which you claim to be serving. That's fraudulent.
All right, fair enough. I mean, you brought up some good points, you know, including the tag, the expired tag
Right.
bit, and
I have
get it.
all along for as long as you've known me. And when Paul wasn't fucking coming around, who was? Right? Who was involving you in the conversation? Who was helping you take the next steps? Right?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Optics are high.
All right,
Yeah.
well, let's.
It wasn't the guy telling you that your dad killed himself because of you. Right? It was
Yeah,
this
well,
guy who
again,
didn't want any credit for fucking doing anything for you. Didn't even ask for or expect a thank you.
I don't claim to make the statement whether or not anyone was or wasn't doing a joke when they said I was guilty for that. Whether it was a joke or not, I forgive them, or I don't even need to, because if it was a joke, then I don't need to. And I don't even know if I need to forgive them if it wasn't a joke, but if they feel they want to
Yeah,
fucking
we know
forgiveness, then
you're
I'll
as
give it.
cucked up as fucking OTW, and you'll just fucking bend over and let him slide it right in anytime he wants. We know this.
Right. That's why I
Okay,
tell him he's
great.
annoying all the
You
time to
made
his
your
face.
point.
That's why
You
I
made
tell
it
him he's
obvious. You don't need to fucking repeat it and try to find the right fucking words to make it sound good. Okay.
right. Cucks will
As
admit
you
that someone's
stutter and
annoying,
stumble over
someone
your
is
words means
redundant
you're
at
fucking
times.
bullshitting yourself and everyone else.
All right. So you don't want to continue then.
I don't want to continue listening to you try to find the right words to fucking manipulate, deceive, and fucking lie.
Okay, well, say no more then, I guess. I mean,
You know, cause not further any loss, injury, and harm to you in a limited situation right now financially. I think it's best that folks who can potentially cover that more readily, you know, put that forth. Mainly myself,
Mitch,
probably my
that's
father.
you, Mitch.
Oh, I got him. I got the help on it.
Well, okay. I mean, yeah. Again, I kind of know that when I come here, that again, folks contribute value regularly, so it's probably
Yeah.
incumbent upon me in
You're
some
wasting
way to
everybody's
share
time,
that,
you little
which
bitch.
I try to do at times.
Living
Maybe
out
not
your
as much as I
mommy.
should. If not, I open the platform.
all
Staying
you
up
got,
all
man.
night,
Essentially, as a
bonding
good
with
result.
50-year-old
Again,
men
it's
over
voluntary.
fucking
If
lies
folks believe
about
in certain things
contract
and
law
they're inspired by certain things and they want to contribute to certain things, then they do that.
and,
You know, my father reached out to me
sexual
immediately and said, "You got
fantasies
arrested
about
for
other
sleepwalking.
men
You
and
want to
their
cover the base
animals.
line?" I said, "Listen,
Yeah,
I can do
real
that. The only
bond.
Sexual
You're really
fantasies
bonded, man. You're really
sexual
bonding
fantasies
with
of
these truthers,
watermelon,
with these rights and
watermelon
freedom.
pornography.
Yeah, with these rights and freedoms, guys, man. You guys are all about it, you know?
Imagine disagreements and sexual fantasies of
Yeah,
rape,
guys,
torture,
why
kidnapping,
are you interrupting me? I'm working here.
monograph, marfugal,
Why are you
pedo
wasting
pogo.
everybody's time?
audience could do that. We could get that done. If you're inspired to do that, great. But just don't turn around
We
and use it
only have
against anybody.
time for this
You know,
stupid shit when
for
my
clout or
buddy's
to try to demean
around
people.
paying me
If you want to offer
to
something and you're
allow me
inspired
to
to
say
contribute, you do
things
that on
like
strength of it.
rape
It's not as a bargaining chip
dogs and stuff.
or kept score in order to be tallied later and then used to create a power differential.
Holy
Right? So
shit.
I'm not interested in any of those games. Yeah, your thoughts in general, I guess, Brian O'Shea, NDB?
Yeah, I'm pretty just blown away by the love and support, and also equally blown away by all the just fucking hatred and just insanity that's come around this. And a little bit I've been able to view since getting out early this morning, not really get much sleep for things.
All right, give me a minute.
Just
yeah,
watching
Be right back.
all the infidel snakes just come right out of the open and say, "We love when Brian O'Shea and
No,
our fellow countrymen go to
I will
jail.
not
We
give
get
you a
policy
minute,
enforced on them." But hey, don't hit my channel. You believe that shit? Right? They don't
but
let their
you'll
channels
take
enforce
it.
the policy so that they have to stay off YouTube and not be up all night, sleep all day. But if a man gets dragged off for traveling freely, they're giggling, laughing. They think it's just great.
Hey,
They start saying, "I did it to you.
Mitch,
I got you put
they
in
don't
jail.
have
You're gonna get
to.
fucked in jail. You know, I should have
They
to
don't
pay
have
all the
to
bond
do
and everything else for what I did to you." Right? They'll take any
They don't
opportunity
have
to
to
shit
do
on
this
you, shit on
anymore.
me, try to demean what we are, what we're
They
doing,
don't have to do
and how it all
this.
affects them, oddly enough, as if they're not going to have to live in a world where, as of yesterday, they're trying to force me to ID to go on my first channel on YouTube. Right? They go, "Oh,
I
you should have,
agree.
everyone should have to have ID and present it." Right now, you can't go into YouTube Studio without them forcing identifications on you, and you're for this shit. You like it. You want more of it. And when it happens to me and Brian, you laugh and giggle about it, and you don't think you're demonic or children or sad children. Yeah, your thoughts in general, MDB. You look like you came
Why do you
on
think Paul
up there. And then at
is
some point,
so
we're going to go over
fucking
like the
defensive
dozens of
around
Supreme Court
me? Is
decisions. I'm
because
just
he
going to read them
can't
off. Once again, I have in the past, just, you know,
he can't
delineating, you
expect
know.
me to fucking buy all of his bullshit. I call him out on his bullshit. I don't fucking buy into the rhetoric because I live the lifestyle. This shit isn't coming from Paul to me, right?
It's
Me and
more so
Paul
the
got it from the
belligerent.
same places. We just perceive it slightly different.
It's just the willful, belligerent combatants at times, Mitch. You know that to be
Oh, it's
true
funny
too.
you see that in me, but not your fucking buddy Paul.
I do though. So why are you claiming I don't? Why? Because I don't. Like, what do I need to do to? Like,
Okay, so what am I doing so different or wrong?
do you see me railroading you or something?
Huh?
I don't railroad you, so why do I need to railroad him?
Yeah,
Like,
you
I don't.
have railroaded me.
I'm not Paul. I'm Sean. This is Sean
Okay,
talking.
well, you've done the same shit and you fucking go along to get along, you play along, and you're not innocent. You're not an innocent bystander, dude.
I
You're
never
playing
claimed
the
to be.
fucking game. Don't act like a victim.
We don't have to do this anymore. Hey, here's
That's
the thing.
true. We don't have to do this
We don't have to
anymore.
do this
That's true.
anymore.
That is true.
What's public pretender complex? That doesn't make any sense. These buzzwords, these hip fucking truther internet buzzwords, right?
Yeah, fuck them.
But he's down there in the chat. He ain't scared of panel.
Yeah,
But
come
he's
get on
down there in
panel.
the fucking chat talking shit because he's not man enough to fucking talk to me.
Yeah,
But
they
but
won't.
he'll talk about me in a chat room, and he thinks he's
This is what happened to me earlier,
he
Mitch. I
thinks
was getting so pissed.
he thinks
Oh,
the ancient Vedics make him superior in knowledge and what the fuck ever. But he's a fraud. He wants to be a guru like Paul to get the benefit for fucking bullshitting people.
I told the chat they don't have
Get
to
it all
do
out,
this.
Mitch. Get it all out.
They can fucking come up, but they won't because they're bitches. Most of the little troll little bitch
Or they're just, taking in all the
weasel dicks
good
in the
entertainment.
chat.
The YouTube fetamines, they're just they're in the position where they can kind of
Most
just sit
people
back.
just type, chat, bitch. Get the fuck out of my face, dude. Just like Mitch says, get the fuck up here, say something, do it, or not, or shut the fuck up.
He knows he can't bullshit me either because I caught him up in his fucking lies with just his name. He calls himself a god, right? Emmanuel. Okay. Right. And I called him out on that shit. And his response was very telling. He thinks he's smart enough to bullshit people like Jack, like Paul. He thinks everyone is as dumb as Pineal and will just fall for it.
And on that note,
the difference between driving in commerce, traveling freely, and them illuminating for all the slaves that we have a right to use the public highways and byways as we please, and we are not subject to be dictated to in our travel. That's a shocking claim. Go ahead, sir.
No, I just come up, man, to say I'm glad O'Shea's out on his favorite day holiday, St. Patty's Day, St. Paul's Day, whatever you want to call it. Just glad it all worked out.
I got to interrupt there.
You didn't cause any loss, injury, and harm, as long as you didn't resist. And I don't know what the story is. I'm interested to hear what the camera got dropped. But I'm sure y'all go over that.
Yeah, Pineal.
Let me interrupt.
The very last second.
Let me interrupt. Come on. This one will be good, and I'll make it quick.
I know Pineal stepped away, so I can't pause it.
Yeah, all right. I'll wait a minute.
They were already they're like, don't reach for anything. And in hindsight, I was like, man, I could have got smoked right there. Like I was saying, like that sergeant, stream gun or something, like his little henchman could have blown me away. So
you realize synchronistically that St. Patrick's Day, of course, has like a thematics behind it.
Oh, this is it.
Patron saint who was kidnapped and turned into a slave. Is that like ringing any bells for anyone?
No. St. Patrick was not kidnapped, turned into a slave.
Bringing Christianity to its people. Hello, anyone?
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, man, it feels like a party for me. I got out early this morning. Parades are lining up, just music everywhere. There's Irish and green shit all over the place. Feels like stars are lining like that.
This kid's bizarre demon-like logic that is in and of the world, right? Child of the lie. Brian did cost loss.
But that's who he is.
So by Brian using his mom's car that they attained lawfully to travel freely,
he's part of the culture that invaded the Irish culture.
This was deprived by a local municipal corporation. He's the one who caused the loss to his mom's car by
He
attempting
knows
to engage
exactly
in a right
what
that
he's
has been enumerated in the Constitution and enumerated with the Supreme Court rulings. What an interesting.
He's destroying history. That will actually bring us back to the truth and free us from this nonsense.
That's the wages of fucking Paulie Boy and what he does. More importantly, the spirit that animates him and walks and works with him.
Hey, so Mitch, I have a question for you. Everyone says
I just want to talk about that St. Patrick stuff. So don't get me too deep in.
As soon as Pineal comes back, did he pause it?
Yeah. What's your question?
So the thing that's like constantly like repeated is don't cause loss, injury, or harm. Injury is physical. Technically, harm is physical as well. Like, or you could be subjective and say, what is actual harm? Is it mental? Like, so
Can
when
be,
you,
yeah, certainly
yeah,
can be.
so when you say you cause loss, injury, or harm to somebody, that could
Yeah,
go
his response is, "You're
I mean,
nobody. I can't hurt you. How can I hurt you? You got
yeah,
nothing to
it's like,
lose."
yeah, so like if I say, hey, you hurt my feelings, did you cause me harm? Because subjectively, mentally, you could fuck somebody up, tell them they're a piece of shit their whole life, or
Yeah, but that's a fine
whatever.
line.
Yeah,
That's a
so
fine line because
well,
you're not
yeah, so that's what,
responsible for other people's feelings. But if you're
yeah,
acting in honor, then you can't really cause harm
yeah.
by
Well, what I'm getting,
psychologically manipulating them and psychologically abusing
well,
them.
yeah. So what I'm getting at is like the definitions: causing loss, injury, or harm. I said that to my aunt, like when I was trying to. She's like, "How do you know who you're harming, and how?" And I'm like,
It's kind of a good
because
point.
I mean, it's so. If yeah, like you're saying, if Brian's driving and he hits an old lady, he's going to cause her loss, injury, and harm, and how is he going to pay for it?
Right.
Like, what are you going to do? Like, it's not like the old days. Like, hey, I'll work at your farm and give you 80 hours a week. You can't do that. So that's kind of the
Well,
point
you
of
could if
insurance.
you were honorable and
Yeah, if you were
if
honorable, but
you're
like,
able to like negotiate and that worked for whoever the injured party was, that could be fair and it could work out. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. It's just not
I'm just
commonplace.
saying, like, it's just not like in this day and age in society. So if you're going to drive around without insurance and potentially wreck or kill somebody
Yeah,
or
we already
injure them,
discussed that.
yeah. So that's it's kind of
It,
hard to argue that debate.
there is no argument to it. It's the law. That's why we have government. Okay, that's why we have the system of government that we have today. All right, it's very simple to understand. Uh, God granted us that responsibility. God granted dominion. This is the first express trust. All right, it's God granted man dominion over the land and all that walketh and creepeth, or however that's worded. Okay, so that means that you have responsibility to. Okay, if you're not being responsible with the land, with the animals, with the people, that responsibility is going to be administered for you, and that's what government is. So government is only necessary if you're not self-governing. Okay, if you're
Agreed.
acting lawful in a lawful manner where you're able to indemnify yourself or cover right your wrongs and things like that, that then insurance wouldn't be necessary. But that's not Brian. Brian is not able to right his wrongs, and their responses, as we've already discussed, is when Paul gets pressed and it gets to this juncture in the conversation, he always takes it to, well, accidents happen, right? And that's not that's not good enough, right? Yeah, accidents do happen, right? But that doesn't make them right. That doesn't right your wrongs, and that's what would allow you to maintain your honor. Is if you did wrong, you would want to know about it and you would want to correct it. For example, when Tribe was wrong about the contract law, if he was genuine and authentic and wasn't trying to deceive people and living in an ego space, trying to protect the fraudulent narrative and discredit me, then he would have just researched it and articulated the facts and not gone to the whole fucking shit with the dog and whatever deflection tactics. And Paul does the same thing. These guys are all learning this. Pineal's learning how to talk from Paul, and all that is leading people down a path that others are not going to be able to perceive this truth and rights and freedoms, principles and all that shit as anything legitimate, because of those who are trying to outshine the ones who are actually living it, because they learned the concepts. And so I'm sorry, it seems like I'm rambling a little bit, but it's a perfect segue into what Paul was talking about.
Well, can you address this comment here as the numbers are
One
plummeting?
second. It's a perfect segue into what Paul was. If commenters want to address me, I'm not going to stop my talking to address commenters.
All right, well, just
Commenters want to talk to me, they can talk
dropping.
to me. There's a stream link. I put no priority on anonymous YouTube chatters. Okay.
Okay, well, I'm just letting you know.
Let me finish what I was
29
saying.
people.
Let me finish what I was saying, and then I'll consider it.
I'm just letting you
All
know.
right. So what
29
I was
people.
saying was.
What I'm saying is that 29 people turned into 21.
What I was saying was
29 people turned into 21 in a second.
Do I need to
That's
turn
all
my?
I'm saying.
Do I
Just
need
think
to take
about
my
it.
shirt
I
off
will
or
not
something?
stop my
Continue.
conversation to address anonymous YouTube chatters.
All right, that's fine. I'm just letting you know that numbers
All
are
right.
dropping.
So carrying on, what I was saying is Paul was mentioning St. Patrick and that he was standing for Christianity, right? Paul is the same imposter that St. Patrick was, using the idea of the Christ and all of that to
We don't
deceive
have to.
people.
We don't have to do this.
Yeah, we do. And because this is what it really comes down to, is this shit's been around for thousands of years, and there's been people doing what Paul is doing. The greatest lie looks most like truth, and Paul is an imposter. He's not fucking living it. He just talks the talk. He doesn't walk the walk. He has, just because you walked in the shoes before doesn't mean you still wear them. You know.
Yeah, imagine back in they had to like walk in with like sandals on. That probably sucked.
No, that's the narrative. That's why you keep trying to insist that I think you're getting a bunch of contributions. I don't. I think you're a failed fraudster. I think you suck at it, but you're still a fraudster. It's not how many contributions you get. It's how you get them, with deception.
Hey,
What's
Mitch,
deception? It's the
what's your
devil,
cash
dude.
app?
That's the satanic system that we're up against. What's that?
My cash app is no.
You mind if we get back to the show? You're just wasting everyone's time.
Yeah, you can cash app.
Yeah, you can cash.
I got Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. I got it all now. Got it all. So if you want to keep me in a hotel, you can hit up Mitchell IQ. If you want to buy dog treats, Caddy IQ.
Dog treats.
Yeah. Do
Hey,
it for
Mitch,
the dog.
I have a question for you.
I'm an asshole, but my dog's innocent, so do it for the dog.
So
And
does your
you
dog?
see
Is
how
your
there
dog
was
like
no
snooty?
deception in that? I don't mind sleazy fundraising as long as it's honest.
Yeah. Does your dog? Is it picky? Is it a girl or boy?
All right,
No.
let's continue. Where are we at here?
She's a bitch. She's a good bitch.
She is literally a bitch.
It's only the one out. Like as it should. To the truth, stick to the balance.
And what's the loss to your mom exactly? The big's gonna get covered. The car's gonna get returned. It's been 3 days. Where did you cause your mom any loss by traveling freely exactly?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's just a big W for me, and at the same time, it's a big L for like Benton, Close, Cynthia, all these scumbags, dude. Like,
No, you're a simp for O'Shea because you're gay, Snafu.
waking up or bothered. Did anybody fuck you?
You're
Did
not
one
about
man
the
fuck you
truth.
like the tap?
That's your buddy.
Nah, man,
You're
it's just
defending your
been so long
buddy,
since
not
I've,
the truth.
interested in the process like that, and
You're
I
serving
was
the
used to
devil,
county jail in
not
Chicago with the gangs. They call it
not
they call it
God.
warrior or something.
You're a
Yeah,
god. You're
whites all
another
the time. So I
God
was
fraud.
and but it was nothing like that. It was super chill. I was, just
Oh shit!
I
They're
was
high.
just cool with everything. Like, except when I very first got there, it was this little Asian dude processing me, and he was like kind of pulling my fucking underwear up.
Still waiting for
fucking
Arizona
trying to
law
keep my pants.
enforcement to
I'm
talk
kind
to
of
me,
like
by
looking
the
at him,
way.
right? And there's even
Snitch
put your
snafu.
fingers in your lips, stick your tongue out at him, and I'm eyeballing him during this. I'm just not
It's
used to
amazing
it.
how
I'm
the
just like, bro, this is
snitches and
like gay and fucking weird as shit, right?
witness
I'm eyeballing him
protection
like,
program guys
Man in uniform.
find each other.
yeah. So then he takes the cuffs off, and he's like, okay, your cuffs off now. He's like, why you eyeballing me? What you gonna do? And
You
shit. And
got
I go,
fucking
oh shit. So I'm
snitches
eyeballing him, like,
defending each other. It's
like
funny.
I was just like, nah, but I'm still Asian, man. I was just like, nah, that's not what I'm on. So it was nothing.
Brian,
Then later
I
on,
just want to say you took your first pinch like a man. You kept your fucking mouth shut.
You took the first piece like a man, and one of the two greatest things in life. Around your friends, and always keep your mouth.
Right. And he puts the couple $100 bill in his coat pocket.
You see how he's leading Brian
So you
into
didn't have to rat on anything
responding
like
the
Sun
right
State
way?
said to get out of there. You didn't have to pay bond. You didn't have to rat like he did. You didn't have to plead like a slave. None of that. You just walked right out on a Sunday.
yep, I didn't want to sign anything the whole way through. So even to get phone numbers out of my phone, they're like, oh, you got to sign to get the numbers. And it's like, all right, fuck it, I don't need to call no one. Like, I'm not gonna get that.
Did you sign anything by the end?
Right at the very end.
Oh my God! You let them trick you out of position at the end, and you signed paperwork after listening to me tell you I didn't have to sign shit to leave. You let him bluff you, didn't you, Mr. Poker Player, who's going to beat me at poker? Let him bluff you right out of your power and position. Who gave the order to release you, to release you, to restore your body to the free world? Who gave the order, Brian O'Shea?
The creator?
Well, yeah, indirectly. But who gave the order in the kangaroo court institution?
Davis, I should have been a
Is
cop.
there administrator, magistrate person?
No, I didn't see any judge because they do have court like 7 days a week. There's
And
some people
Davis
have
is
like
the
more kind of thing,
shit.
but this
He's
shit
kind of close it up.
traffic shit, like simple misdemeanor. So it's like
He's legit.
This is why again you gotta like get more into this if you're gonna do it. You want to show expired plates and then
Jesus,
let them
that's fine.
push beyond where you comply, which is good in a sense because they knew when they put you in there they had nothing ultimately because you didn't cooperate or comply and you didn't resist. So they had nothing. That's why they let you out. Most people have to go to arraignment before they get a court date to come back. They didn't arraign you. They didn't have jurisdiction, bro. They let you out because they realized they never attained jurisdiction, and then you went and signed the paperwork to promise to appear like a dumbass.
No, that one I didn't sign. It was for this debit card. I took my cash and turned it into a debit card, and I was able to refuse everything else, even the one like you said, the one to show up in court. Like I was able to refuse every time.
If you refused everything else, then I'm not going to hold you because that almost you have to sign for. That's a financial agreement. You have to
Damn,
sign
this chat's on fire.
They
This
can't
is
give you that.
funny as
They
fuck.
can't take the cash and give it back to you as the debit card and scam because they're getting a percentage of doing that unlawful conversion. Let's not lie about it, but who cares? That's their grift, right? If you're going to agree to take that cash back in the form of a gift card or whatever, they have to get you to sign that because if not, they can't do it.
You remember when I was coming around and no one else was, and Tribe was coming around talking shit on you, what a fucking worthless piece of shit you are, how horrible your streams are, and
No,
you remember that?
I don't remember that actually. I don't remember that at all.
Well, I
be
could
honest.
find it. It wouldn't be hard to find.
Well, yeah, I definitely don't remember that, but it could have been. It's possible. But I forgot to bring up how I brought it up earlier, but you guys were talking about it, so it was kind of poignant's not the right word. It was on topic, but when I got into when I got into a fender bender with someone year or two back, and my bumper came off, we were both somewhat at fault. And
No,
we shook
you
hands
weren't
like
both
men.
somewhat at fault. That's not how it works.
Well, he had the right of way, and
Okay, so you were at fault.
technically, well, I was turning on a yellow, but I was turning on a yellow, right?
No,
and
it's
because
very
my
simple,
car,
dude. It's very
it's
simple.
very
You're
simple.
not
You
kind
can
of at
listen,
fault.
or you cannot listen, and just keep interrupting every single fucking
Yeah,
time I
because
go to
you
try to
fucking
enunciate
lie
my
and
point.
deceive. You're a
And you
liar.
wonder why you get backstaged.
Because you're a liar. And you don't
Right,
like
'cause
being
I'm a
called out
liar.
on your lies like Paul.
Right, which is why I'm continually backstaging you, right? Instead of allowing you to just
Yes,
continually
because you don't
interrupt
like
me.
being called out on your lies. You like to be putting
Right, which
forth
is why I'm
false
backstaging you right
narratives.
now, right? Which is why I'm muting you right now.
That's why you fucking have put me backstage multiple times, and you're essentially threatening to put me backstage, which I don't give a fuck. You can kick me off the stream for all I care. I'll still fucking document it, and I'll still fucking say my
Yeah.
piece.
So you do or you don't want to hear my interaction with the guy from a year or
I
two
will. I
ago?
just want you to be honest about it.
Okay,
If he had the
so
right of way, you were at
I was
fault.
turning on a yellow light. My car is a piece of shit. It fucking didn't power through the turn. It started to slow and fucking stall as I was
So
turning
you're
through a
at
yellow
fault.
light. Sure,
Because
yeah.
your car's a piece of shit. You're driving a piece of
Right.
shit car. That's your fault.
Correct. Correct. So he hit my bumper. It fell off. He could have slowed down. He kind of didn't. He just kept going through the green light. He could have
Yeah,
gone
so he
around me.
intentionally hit you because you were going too slow, I'm sure.
Well, I don't think that's the case. But regardless,
Okay,
the
so
moral of the
if it was
story is
if he accidentally hit you because you were at fault, then you can't put fault on him for that.
right, which is why we decided to shake hands like men and go about our business. I put the bumper back on my car, and he did whatever the fuck he did about the scratch on his front bumper with his daughter in the car.
So
But
yeah, you
nobody
got
really
lucky.
affected.
You got away with one. You didn't do the
That was
honorable
one
thing.
example, sir. Do you want to hear another example?
You got away with one.
Do you want to
That
hear
wasn't
another
an
one?
example of anything. That was an example
When
of you being a fucking obfuscating piece of shit, not wanting to take responsibility for your faults.
Okay, do you want to hear another example? Now that I think about it,
No.
when somebody scratched, when somebody
No,
scratched, when somebody
I really
scratched
don't.
my car.
I said I don't.
Okay. Well, regardless, I'll tell it anyway. My car,
Well,
my
then
car
don't
was
ask me if
scratched.
I want to hear it.
It wasn't really that bad, but of course, if I had a Bentley or something, I probably would be a lot more upset because it would be probably hundreds or thousands of dollars. But
Right,
regardless,
but you
I
drive a piece of
realized,
shit car that your mom bought you, and
yeah, correct and incorrect. Yeah. So I let it go. It was minor. The trouble and heartache, time, energy, and attention wasted on trying to
oh, you're
get
such
some.
a great man. Can we move on?
We can move on, sir. I'd love to move on. Actually, let's continue.
Because then you'll turn around and say that they robbed you and stole from you, and you put your money back and didn't agree. So if you didn't sign that paperwork to promise to appear, and they didn't arraign you with warrants, and the 3 tickets disappeared that you said, and they let you out with no signature, dude, I don't know what else to tell everyone. You know, this is what they're not getting. They don't have jurisdiction. They can say whatever they want, the beta mail on the side of the road. When
I'm
they put that
loving you're
paper in front of the
enjoying this,
prosecutor and the
Jeff. I mean,
administrators, they go,
laughter
we're
is
not
the
touching
best
this for 10.
medicine, dude. So.
Paul and the people behind this, we're definitely not touching it. Because they know what it's going to lead to. They're going to get exposed. They're exposed themselves.
No,
By
it's
what they didn't
laughter's
do
good.
and didn't force and what didn't have to happen, they've
Real,
already exposed
man.
themselves again. As far as I believe. I can't prove that. That's a belief. I can't prove it.
Laughter is the realest
Right? You
fucking
had warrants
thing, dude.
from other states?
And no, I'm not talking about Talcott and laughter. Okay, so don't.
No, we should all laugh.
You
I mean, we
haven't
should all
appeared in other
laugh.
situations.
Laugh
3 tickets.
That feels good.
I feel this is more of a personal vendetta and feelings Mitch has for Paul and Brian. It's kind of obvious he says he could care less, but it's all that's on his mind.
No,
All
I
right.
can care less about the people. I care about the truth. I
What
don't
the
care about you
fuck is
people.
going on there? Did you guys see that
I don't care
glitching
about
too?
you people. I care about
Yeah,
the
that
truth.
was
I'm not
that
in
was
your
a glitch.
brotherhood, not in your clique. I don't fucking defend other men who are capable of defending themselves and won't. All right. And that's why we're in this problem, because of the hive mind, groupthink, tribal fucking bullshit. And you guys are fucking defending frauds, criminals, all the shit you claim to stand
Traitors,
against. You
traitors.
guys are
Don't forget
defending
traitors,
them.
pedos, pogos, veteran charity
Right.
fraud, Marfugal,
Right.
monograph. Let's get them all, Mitch. Come on now.
Disappeared from your last
No.
situation? Aren't our
Wait,
I'm
records?
not
time
going to
out. Wait,
participate in your
No one gets out of liability.
normalization of the. I'm not going to participate in your normalization of rape and pedophilia and shit like that.
I
No,
think I
it's
figured
not
it
a
out.
joke. It's not funny. It's not a joke.
I
Real
think
people get raped, and real children get raped. So
Mitch is part of the Snafu crew.
no,
You just revealed it. He's one
no.
of the team, one part of the team.
I refuse to participate in his normalization. I actually stand against this shit in real life. Like I actually stop predators trying
Yeah,
to
me
fucking
too.
approach kids in real life, not talk about it on the internet.
Hard hitting claims a week ago that you would have been on the other side of the fence that you're on right now.
Nope. I've maintained my position all throughout. I'll fucking commend you when I feel like you've done something good, and I'll call you out on your bullshit when I feel like it's bullshit. And I'm happy to be wrong, but I'm not going to change my mind because of your manipulation tactics. It's going to take some compelling evidence.
All right, let's continue.
I respect that.
Court 7 days a week to arraign you, to get you to agree on record to come back to the next court appearance.
I've been to
Then they
jail
put papers in
multiple
front of you and you don't
times.
sign. They got no
This
contract,
year,
bro.
last year.
This has been my point. The way they get everyone to stop is the day in jail or the weekend in jail, and the fact that now you got a $400 bill that you got to fight and go to court to either
While
get that money
Paul
back or try to
laughed
get
and
somebody to
fucking
execute the order to
joked
release that
about
car
it,
because they never would
belittled the
properly take it to the
situation, lied about it. Yeah, I've been to jail. And I handle my own shit. I don't sit on the internet complaining about it. So hopefully strangers and welfare lifers donate to me and feel bad for me, right? I actually handled my own shit, right? When a fucking wrongdoer fucking did me wrong, I made a claim against him and we settled. And he talks shit on that. That's the fucking right thing to do.
All right.
Again, with their code states, they're only supposed to take a car that is not operated or is impeding a public thoroughfare. If you pull that car over to the side and tell them, I want to leave it there, I'm
No,
taking my
you
own
just
risk that it's
talk
going to get broken
about
into and
people,
taken.
not.
They can't force you to.
But you're not willing to talk to the people you talk about because you're a weak little bitch. You don't have an argument, and you're doing the same thing Pineal's doing. You're defending a fraud. You're not standing for truth. You're afraid to get caught in a corner, like I did with your name, and you fucking sounded stupid trying to explain it away. You're afraid of getting caught in another one of those situations. That's why you're avoiding me, talking shit from a chat room like Tribe. He ran off because he got caught in a fucking lie, and then he fucking talks shit in a chat room, trying to manipulate the perception of others. Right?
We can all
fuck.
agree that we can
I
all
don't give a
agree that
fuck what
Latham
others
is the
think.
biggest bitch in the chat. Its award goes to Latham. Probably a fat, dirty troll that lives under a bridge. Okay, I'll yield. But I think
I'm not talking shit. I'm talking truth, and you're offended by it, right? I'll talk my shit to your face. I'm not gonna, when you come up on panel, I'm not gonna leave or go hide in a fucking chat room and chat and act like I'm above you, right? Act like I'm a man and you're an animal and I don't feed animals, right? No, you're a fucking joker. You're a fraud, and you fucking act smart, play stupid to deceive the perception of others because you're a deceiver. You're a shaitan. You're a Satan. You're satanic. You're an imposter. You're a fucking wannabe tryhard guru on the internet, acting like you're gonna fucking learn how to talk smooth like Paul to fucking be able to bullshit people better because you ain't got it yet.
And they should be bitch slapped and teabagged.
No, he should just be man enough to fucking articulate what he's chatting down there, fucking little Twitter fingers. He can't fucking say it to me. Real men fucking talk about ideas, right?
Company. That's
He's down there fucking gossiping about me, but he's not willing to talk to me because I caught him in his little fucking God
for
fraud.
them to stop them from taking everybody's rights, and they just do whatever they want to do.
Caught him in.
Most people pay
He's
the
trying to
bill and never
replace
take him to
God
court,
by
and they never see
LARPing as a
nothing
God.
What's going on, right? So that's why it continues. If you were able to sue this tow truck company or go down there right
You
now and
ain't
tell
a
them,
God,
listen,
buddy.
you got
You're
no
a
contract.
fraud.
They didn't get my signature. They took that property unlawfully. I'm not only not paying you. If you don't restore
You
that property
serve
now because you
the
don't have
devil.
the proper contract and procedure and jurisdiction, I'll sue you. And for every day you hold on to it, it's going to be another XYZ because that's considered my home at this time.
And that was the
Gotta put 'em on
same
notice.
with
Gotta let them know you're not like
Paul,
the other slave and you
St.
see through the game.
Patrick,
There's a good chance they'll release that car without taking
the
money.
church.
You put it on and you contact certain
Who
individuals
does
and you
he
let them know they
serve?
had
He
no
serves the
jurisdiction, no right
church.
or contract that they're going to be able to show to keep that car. They made an
He
unlawful
just
arrest.
proved
They
it
lied on camera and under oath. They took that property and they think they're going to fuck you to get you to stop doing what you're doing
with
and
the
give up your
St.
rights because you're going to have
Patrick
to pay
talk.
$400 or more every time
He
this
just
happens.
proved he
Doesn't
serves
fly.
the church.
They didn't get a judge's order. It wasn't signed. They didn't have a warrant. They can't search that car and they can't take it.
Pope,
That cop legal
Pope
determination
Pauly.
that a judge is supposed to make and they didn't make it.
Why?
So it's
Why?
all
Because
improper
if the
process and
people
procedure. It's all
realize
fraudulent and illegitimate.
who and
And
what
if you learn the
Jesus
process,
is,
you take $1 million from them now at this point.
he's
Because they put hands on
nobody.
you. They made an unlawful arrest. They didn't have reasonable articulable suspicion that a crime was taking place. He lied under oath and said,
But
it's
if
a
he can
traffic
convince
citation,
people
and offered
he's
to give you a
Jesus
citation. He said,
like,
now you got to come out of the
and
car.
there's no real
Completely
Jesus,
illogical, senseless, violation of foundations of law or legal
then he can
process that they're
replace
not even doing the
Jesus.
proper
He
legal
can
process
live
correctly.
as
Beyond
Jesus.
embarrassing, laughable, and tyrannical. And this is why people day after day, whether you know it or not, because it's not highly publicized,
But
walk
I
right into
am
federal
that I
court,
am,
get right
right,
on record,
Pineal?
checks and balances, right? Get it again, give us what we need, and they're out. And then you walk around with that in your car and go, hey, if you do this again today, it's going to be a big
Fucking
payday for Mr.
AA
O'Shea and the O'Shea family.
bullshit.
And the enslaved one's going to get some kickback too. So do you guys really want to continue
Fucking
this?
AA
Because I'll just sue your
gurus.
bitch
I
asses all
am
day,
that
every
I
day for
am.
deprivation of rights under color of law. And you're going to have to
All
give me
the
a big
people
bag
that
every time
say
you
I
want to take
am
you to the
that I
station for a
am
day or two until you figure out how to do your proper
came from
process and procedure
AA.
without my consent. Because it's
Every
exactly what they
single
do.
one
They
of
don't even
you
know what they're doing. They don't even know the law.
that say
The
I
cops
am that I
we don't know
am
the law.
are
We just do what
addicts
we're
that
told.
came
Oh,
from
isn't that
AA.
rich? Isn't that special? You know, you couldn't believe the shit that is shown and told behind the scenes or on record. That when I try to bring it to the lawyers and the rest of the people, go, you're crazy, Paulie boy. We don't know. I got the on the ground firsthand experience and testimony from all your people. I got the record showing nothing but inconsistencies, fraud, illegitimacies. I got them letting me walk out over and over again when they say I'm supposed to be a wanted man and put away. What's the discrepancy? What's the inconsistency? Well, I got to the bottom of it on record. Go look it up at Colorado State Court. because I asked them how many jurisdictions this court preside over, and they told me 2. Once they told me 2, that's all I needed to hear and see. I got the rest of the game to put together. So if they can't get you an administrative corporate jurisdiction, they got to ride with the constitutional common law side. That means they can't force policy and code on a man and woman of the people. We got nothing else to talk about. Pimpin's a motherfucker, man. There's always 2 worlds, right? There's what's true and what's right, and then there's what they tell you and then show you. And if you buy in, you're a broken hoe. It's just that simple.
Yeah, when I got out of the car, I had my phone in my hand.
You're a fraud, buddy.
Crazy. And then the supervisor's like, whoa, everything's on stream and shit. And then my phone would fly out of my hand. And
right, you gotta understand, it's just business. You're taking it just a little too personal, right? We're not like this when we're out of uniform. We're only thugs and fascists in our uniform that we wear to supposedly serve the people. Isn't that rich and special? I love when they reveal themselves on camera, and then you wonder why they won't touch me with a 10-foot pole. How'd you go to court with Pauly Boy? I put that video in front of the administrator. He's gonna shit his pants. He's gonna say, dummy, you just undid this whole city with what you just said. You just said inside a uniform, you're not an honorable man. Outside, you are. I just have your whole corporation taken down with your own testimony and your buddies laughing and giggling because they're all in agreement that you all are honorable men outside of uniform. When you put that on, you're willing to do fascism. Great. Get it all on record. You know, that's the difference. I'm the same man in or out of uniform. You're duplicitous because you don't know yourself. You don't have self-knowledge. You don't know the law, and you don't know what's true and what's right objectively. If you can make people believe absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities. And it is absurdity that servants of men and women are now dictating to men and women, taking their property, home, and lands. Never in history will we have seen this, and not only seen and experienced it, except every other time in history, it went to war already. So that's really emblematic of where we're at. The mind control, art control program is pretty much almost complete worldwide. The kingdom of Shaitan will reign soon.
You're the one that serves yourself. You're a self-serving Luciferian because you think you are a god. You're trying to replace God. You ain't got it, buddy.
Yeah, it's constantly in flux, man. We're constantly riding the line between plunging into a dark age.
It ain't never gonna happen.
Creeping into a light age, so to speak, where the light and the truth is shown, and there's no way
you
can
will never
ignore
fool
it.
me.
Right? It's like we're right on the edge, and if these people don't step up at some point in mass, I believe, can't prove it, we're going to go into a dark age, potentially unlike ever before seen. Because you got folks now more addicted and codependent than ever, with devices, with systems, with all the rest. They shut this motherfucker down tomorrow. You're going to watch 3/4 of the world starve to death. You're going to watch 3/4 of the world destroy themselves and each other because they don't even know how to exist with themselves or live on the land or be with nature. This is all they know. You take a slave's comforts and privileges and benefits, they'll lose their fucking mind. You know, why do you think they write movies off this shit? Oh, they'll say, Pauly Boy's a paranoid theorist. I'm literally a director. Go watch your movies where everyone like me has flashes and images of their head and then puts it on wax for everyone else to experience and then calls it fantasy. And then while we're watching, we're like, oh my God, this seems almost emblematic of everything we're living and experiencing. Right. So in another life, I'd have been a director and I wrote a movie on everything you folks experience day to day and don't conceive it of the way that it is.
People like
it's very Batman and Dark Knight.
Lick his toes.
You got the good, honorable, virtuous, just.
Optics are high.
The bane of human existence. Because collectively folks will ignore it and get arrogant until it comes in and has to give Gotham back to the people and the generalized natural dynamic, inherent hierarchical power and value system. See, that's what these people are scared of, oddly enough. They're scared of, like George Bush said, that we're going to go back to the law of the jungle, where you're going to have to rise and fall on what you can do or not do. And if not, you're going to have to get in a collective and get in where you fit in. They don't like that world. They want a world where they can use their papers and their uniforms to pretend to be something and get a whole bunch of power they couldn't get on their own. So I'm a proponent of law of the jungle. I'm a proponent of natural law. I say we go back to who and what we are completely originally and take our chances. And for those who can rise and fall on their own merit, for those who can rise on their own merit, great. For those who can't and don't wish to work with an honorable collective, they will be outcast and exiled. And probably, you know, as Bane said, turned out into the cold world that we know and have to endure. The reality of it. Right? The only alternative is being codependent and bonded to a whole bunch of freaks and systems
the only reason
that
why he's
destroy themselves
alive
and
is
each other.
because of the
I don't see any other way.
government you all claim to oppose.
Your thoughts, Julie, and others?
Yeah, I thought about that. Natural law has it.
Brian, I really wanted to say
dead.
thanks, man. That was, you know, I think Virgil did it a couple months ago, just kind of set examples for people. I just want you to know I really
He would have
appreciate that.
committed suicide
A little bit on the fence
a
like
long
myself,
time
but
ago
I'm taking steps. You know, once I own the property,
because he can't
I'm
handle
gonna
life.
make sure my status with it is correct. So just much thanks, man. I know that wasn't easy.
See, this is what gets me. You got a lot of motherfuckers. I've had people contact me, watch this broadcast. They got millions of coupons sitting around for value. They don't know what to do with it. And they're not sure what to do with it. What's the point of having fuck you money if you don't say fuck you? Still a slave. Right? The whole point of having millions sitting around as a war chest is to go to war, metaphorically, metaphysically. Don't try to write me up as someone who's violent. So resist the tyranny. Simply disobey. You got money. You worry about. Because you're too much of a bitch to sit in the fucking cell for a couple days.
Now he's
with a bunch of other clowns like you who you think aren't like you. Yeah, they are. They gave their power away to drugs, to alcohol, to whatever the case may be. Right? You just gave it to the state up. So, you know, yeah, man, at the end of the day, if you got money like that, then I don't see why you ain't down at the dealer buying a car outright, right? Or trading value for value outright and not going into debt and then putting a fucking sign right on the back of that car that it's not in service and this is private property. You're not in debt. You didn't register it. You didn't title it. There shouldn't be that big of a problem to find a dealer who will give you a car for a bag of cash. Where I come from, you could get that done some way, somehow. There's a will, there's a way. So they're not going to have on record necessarily with you how you got that car. They're just going to have a car with no traces, no registration, no title. That shit all happens once you start putting it in the system and getting in debt. So I just happen to
just
believe that
replaced
if you
the
did it that way
heroin
and you
with
owned everything outright
methamphetamine.
and then you put that car into trust, now you don't
It's
own
the
it.
same
So even
shit.
if you're moving it, you don't bear the liability and obligation. If the car hasn't been registered, the
Dopamine
state can't
chasing
take
addict.
possession of it or claim interest in it.
That's
Oh,
all
that's
he
right.
is.
Chain of title, right? This is like 101 law. So I can't prove it because I haven't done
Dopamine.
it yet. But if someone out there has some balls and some heart and wants just to start a talent experience in their life, because you're out of here at some point, go buy the Honda for $20K, put the sign in the back, and put it on record it's trust property, and present it to the agent when they stop you, and see when they run it through the computer if they're able to write up charges. Because I don't
If
think they get
he's
it done.
doing so good, why hasn't he
Just
done
what I
that yet?
just me putting together pieces that I haven't experienced completely off of their process that I've watched
We've been
secondhand.
talking about that over.
Because even the guys on the side of the road don't know what they're doing. They just enter the shit in the computer, and the computer spits back out what to do next. The problem is when you don't have a titled vehicle as a motor vehicle, it's considered an automobile. You don't have a chain of title. You don't have a delegation of authority. You don't have the means to possess that car, claim interest in it if there's no registration. Again, Regis root word is of the king, of the state, registration. If you did not title that car and give the possession or some part ownership to the state, to your king, then they can't claim that on the back end. So to me, as far as I believe, can't prove it. If they stop you in that set of circumstances and conditions, they're going to have to let you go. Because they're not going to be able to generate the liability bond because they don't have the necessary set of conditions in order to achieve jurisdiction. You know, again, this is what I've come to understand. I'm no law expert. Lauren De Laguna can't explain it to me any other way than that I can understand it. But there's geographical jurisdiction and there's subject matter jurisdiction. There's different aspects to jurisdiction. Again, the root word of jurisdiction means to say the law. Jurisdiction has nothing to do with a physical location. So how did we get away from the root word etymologies of what this all is that's been working this way for 1,000 fucking years or more, thousands of years? I think that I'm, if nothing else, only here to create more questions than to really provide answers. Go and question all the things that I just asked you that don't line up and make sense, and you're going to find out your own patterns and connections of how this shit works and doesn't work. So jurisdiction all day long, as far as I'm concerned, is for someone to speak the law. And there is no man on the land of America that can speak the law that applies to me without my consent. If they do, it's coercion and duress and it's tyranny and treason without a contract, of course. Public safety.
Yeah, I hope I did inspire some people to do the same thing because it makes me think it's like if other people do it, it's not like they're going to lose it. Like I say they have a house and a couple cars, they're not going to lose their house. Like I lost my house, like in this fucking thing, but we're not yet. Like it's not like I even lost that because you're going to help me with the tolling thing. So really, I really don't feel like I had any consequences. I still got more skee-ball tickets, like you're saying, that disappear. Like these tickets that they give me that seem to mean nothing. They haven't popped up as warrants. They're disappearing. I mean, it is
Let's
making me
have
think.
about Body down there because he's still watching, waiting, hating, and crying and projecting. So let's help him out because he's very bright and smart, and everyone else is dumb and stupid. Right?
That
That's the
desperate
narrative.
little bitch,
Supreme Court and other high court citations proving no license necessary for normal use of automobile in common ways. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public roadway and transfer his property thereon by horse-drawn carriage, wagon, or automobile is not a mere privilege which may be permitted or prohibited at will, but a common right which he has under his right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Under this constitutional guarantee, one may, therefore, under normal conditions, travel at his inclination along the public highways or in public places, and while conducting himself in an orderly and decent manner, neither interfering with nor disturbing another's rights, he will be protected not only in his person but in his safe conduct. And then we have.
So Paul Enslaved sank the Titanic said, if you already own property that's been registered, I think it's possible to attain full possession of the property, removing it from the registry through a process called adverse possession. Any thoughts on that?
It's not true.
Okay.
But it especially doesn't apply to this case because it's not Brian's property.
Okay. All right.
Dozens and dozens. Thompson versus Smith, Kenesha Mills, DC, Barbarian Lusser, Adams versus City, Campbell versus Walker, Simone versus Lindsay. House.
Just to keep in mind, just because I'm saying okay and then continuing doesn't mean I agree or know one way or the other necessarily on the matter. So, hence the question.
Versus Kramer, Brinkman versus Petrola, Indiana Springs versus Brown.
I was looking into it very briefly hours ago, but not enough in depth to have a formulated response on it, which is why I was asking you, sir.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing new under the sun. You guys aren't going to reinvent the wheel and fucking pave our way out of this bullshit. It's all been established for thousands of years. It's nothing new. So try and find loopholes all you want, but there's only one way to fucking do it right.
All right. Well.
Holland versus Shackleford. Over and over and over again, it's been repeated what should be common sense and obvious to a bunch of slaves who are under mind and heart control. So do you need me to go over each one? Do you want to look them up on your own? Do you even care to know the truth? Or are you going to keep parroting and repeating what your pimps have told you that even they don't understand completely, many of them, that you definitely don't understand? Okay? Knowledge of self is knowledge of the universe. Once you know yourself, who, what you are, and what you're not, the more you can expand outward and start to learn about other selves and how this world works and the law and banking and spirituality / religion and all the rest of it. Okay? So you're a know-nothing, do-nothing, never was, never will be, mind and heart-controlled slave. Please stop projecting onto me and my audience. It's embarrassing for you. You're just too unaware to realize it. Thoughts, Brian O'Shea and others? How deep do you want me to go into all these Supreme Court decisions? Is it necessary? Give me the clue if it is. because, this shit's all like this for me. And for the rest of the slow on the uptake slaves who can barely put two fucking words together in a sentence, they might need me to slow it down and take it one at a time and take the next fucking hour or two to shake them out of their confusion, man.
Yeah, it's like that quote was written. It's almost like, they say the spirit of law, it should be the spirit of the creator involved in it. And it seems like it was written by the creator. Like, this is this person's rights, and if you fuck with that, this person is protected. This person will be protected. Like by the creator, it felt like, through that language. So, and I encourage anyone to go through this, because all the love and support I'm getting, the way it drew out all the miscreants and exposed them even more. It's like the wins are just stacking. It's like you can't lose. It's like you're. So I encourage anyone who's had fears about it, especially if they have a different situation in mind, where where I feel like I just lose everything.
American jurisprudence, Brian O'Shea, constitutional law, section 329. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways, transport their property thereon in the ordinary course of life and business is a common right which he has under the right to enjoy life, liberty, to acquire and possess property, and pursue happiness and safety. Wow. So it doesn't begin and end with a car. It doesn't begin and end with a gun. It doesn't begin and end with a face covering. Holy crap. It's almost as if we're in fucking mid.
I feel like I just lose everything.
American jurisprudence, Brian O'Shea, constitutional law, section 329. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways, transport their property thereon in the ordinary course of life and business is a common right which he has under the right to enjoy life, liberty, to acquire and possess property, and pursue happiness and safety. Wow. So it doesn't begin and end with a car. It doesn't begin and end with a gun. It doesn't begin and end with a face covering. Holy crap. It's almost as if we're in fucking middle school American history class again. Get your notebooks out, students. We're back in middle school American history class. It should all be obvious and common fucking sense, and it's not, because, oops, we've all been mind and heart controlled. Right out of our power and our rights and our destiny. Go ahead, take over. I'm going to go hit some reefer. So see if I can get back into focus to really help these slaves out, because I got to slow it down. That's what the reefer does. Reefer centers me, balances me, slows me down, gets me to focus more, gets my ADHD on focus so that I can explain potentially slow and steady to the slaves how we could be men and women on some level. Go ahead.
I'm glad you had, O'Shea. Hey, did you have to sleep with anybody, or were you by yourself, or what happened there? It was Friday night and Saturday night, wasn't it?
Yeah, this Friday night. The car ride from because the sergeant was trying to tell me, you see, if you just would have complied, so he's like, so next time, and I'm like, no, dude, next time it's going down the same exact way. I go, you're the wrong. I pointed to the sky. I was like, dude, I go, I forgive you. I go, this is between you and God now. I go, you don't have to deal with him. This ain't with me. Right? And then when I'm in the car with him, it was me and the two initial dudes. And I'm like, look, guys, I'm like, I forgive you guys. I go, I told him something. I go, this is between you and Creator. I'm like, at this point, we're just three white dudes. I go, what happened with that? I go, we're just three white dudes. I go, look at it like we're three Irish brothers. Like, what do you guys think about the world? I'm just asking questions. I'm just trying to put everything that happens behind me and just be like, guys, you understand? Like,
can we hear Mitch, bro?
I'm trying to catch them. Like, what do you guys think is weird in the world? They start naming other countries and this problem, and I start trying to bring it back home. I'm like, well, it all starts at home, man. We gotta find the problems here. And I feel like something like this is a problem. And just stuff like that. Just trying to, I don't know if I'm trying to guilt trip or just trying to talk some sense into them, like about the situation. So, but they didn't seem like they was resonating all that much with them. But I was playing my part anyways, doing what I could do there.
Well, you got to plant the seeds. You got to plant the seeds. You know what I'm saying? And they do what they will with it. I mean, you got to speak from your heart. Especially at that point.
Yeah. So, and then once I got in there with all the processing, I had that little, like I said, dust up with the Asian dude at first. But then a few hours later, I gave him a fist bump. I was like, yo, bro, yeah, I wasn't eyeballing you to fight you. I was just eyeballing you because it was the weirdest shit. I just wasn't used to that shit. You know what I mean? And it sucks that people can't get used to that. Can't get used to like running their pinkies through their thumbs and sticking their tongue out at another man.
Not what I mean.
And then they had me do the later round.
From a community littered with sexual offenders.
They did the spread your butt cheeks and fucking cough, fucking routine.
Criminals trying to hide.
It's a half-ass version, but
I've heard that done. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but it's so weird because all these other states, like in California, if you sleep on the floor for one night, it's $300 per night that you slept on the floor. And I was in a holding tank. And
What happened to your auditing community, Emmanuel?
And
it fell apart because of all the sexual offenders being exposed.
That bend over and cop shit. They were getting like $3,000 a pop for the weird shit that was going down in Cook County jail. Like bend over and cop, sticking the Q-tip in the penis, which I've had done to me before. And motherfuckers get paid out $3,000 a pop for every time they stick a Q-tip and do some weird shit to you like that. Women get paid too.
What the fuck? What the fuck are they doing that for? Why are they sticking the Q-tip?
They say it's like a STD.
No despair bear does look Portuguese.
The whole process is a way to fuck with you. You know what I mean? Right. Because you'll see motherfuckers were getting I couldn't really see what they did wrong, and they were just taking like these feeble motherfuckers and just like all of a sudden here, oh wait, I'm sorry, oh sorry, stop, why are you doing that? And all this shit. I'm just like, damn, are they gonna do that to me? Because I didn't see them do anything. Like they did this like skinny kid. I'm like, damn, are they just roughing them up for no reason? Yeah. You hear a lot of that shit. And I was like, damn, dude, but they didn't do nothing to me. And I just had a great, for me, when I look at myself, I think I just had a great attitude the whole time until right at the end when they transferred me to this really dirty cell. And I wasn't quite sure how long I was gonna be in there.
All of you anonymous, scared little bitches hiding behind government.
I asked people what you've been charged with and just trying to bring like a light to the situation and bring a certain energy. And just chop it up with people. We did. Just had a good time with the people. There's no violence, no nothing. Just got to know the people, got to know their charges. There's a lot of DUIs, a lot of domestic violence. I'm not saying those people are that cool, but a lot of domestic violence, a lot of DUIs, a lot of drug charges. So
you're acting pretty tough for a guy who calls the cops because they're scared of YouTube.
Those crazy people screaming and kicking and doing their thing, but It wasn't really much of anything. But maybe I should say that.
Yeah, when somebody takes you against your will, when somebody takes you out of your car and takes you against your will, in a fucking paddy wagon, and take you in a fucking building and lock you up for nothing, that's some fucking bullshit.
Because there's just great comments like this one here. Oh, hey everyone, I'm better than you. I'm totally not miserable and bitter at all. I have no ego. I'm such a better person than all you losers. Paul Enslaved broke Jeff Piser's mind.
Shit, bro. That's some absolute fucking bullshit.
I'm just kidding, brother. I don't know why that happened. I love you.
Yeah, but I was watching a little bit of it this morning because I got out at like, I don't know, what was it, 3 in the morning.
You're a liar and a fraud.
You put me in bed, right? I had like a blanket in the bed and shit. And I was like, yeah, ready to go to sleep. And then like 20 minutes later, they wake me up like 1 a.m. I had like no sleep. And they put me through all this processing and shit. So yeah, then when I got out, I was able to review it, and I was able to see that sergeant. I was able to see again everything that happened. I was like, yeah, man, this is bullshit. Everything that I was saying, like, bro, how are you gonna? There's no injured party. Like, how are you gonna do this to me? Like, don't you guys see this? I'm like, don't you have a conscience? And I was like, and it just made it was so crystal clear. Like, I watched it at a second time, and all the fear that I had, and I don't know, man. And then all the love I received, I was able to see all the comments and the way people were responding, and the way the haters were responding was just wild, man. And it was kind of unexpected, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what was you doing? What was you on the way to do? Because you were driving this time.
Oh, I had just showed up to a fucking open mic where I was able to do. They let me do music, rap, and comedy at this one place. I get to do double dip, and so I was excited to do my rap song. And I get ready to sign up to do those in there, and I was starving. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna go to Taco Bell and get some vegetarian food because I have a hard time finding well, you can't really get a hot meal. So anyways, I was gonna go to Taco Bell.
Yeah, this corny ass dude said he's getting vegetarian meals.
When I got out of the drive-thru, I saw them sitting there, and I was like, I could have gone left or right fences, whatever, man. I was like, these motherfuckers ain't sweating me. It seems like it doesn't know it was seeming like. I was like, they're not sweating me. So then I was like, I could park because I did see them, but nah, they're not sweating me. But then when I got on the street, then I saw them and they were whipping. I was like, oh fuck. So I was like, damn, okay, Paul's live. I was like, okay, I gotta get on. Because I was like, should I record it for myself or should I even go live? I was like, thinking, should I just record it for myself? I go, should I even bother Paul with it? And I was like, fuck it, man. I didn't really have time. I was panicking. So I was like, boom, drop that link because I'm getting pulled over. And then the way the dude stuck his head in was big old roided eyeballs at first, like RD and shit. At first, he's like, he's all like fucking aggressive, like license and registration, like sticking his fat ass roid head in. And then I'm just got my phone. I'm like, yeah, just give me a second. I'm just looking about my phone. I don't know if he thought I was looking for insurance or something, because sometimes I think that. But I'm trying to get a link, I'm trying to get on the stream. And then by the time I got on the stream, he's like, where's that? Where's his registration? I'm like, chill. I'm like, de-escalate, man. I'm like, you're out of control. He's like, no, I need it. By the time the second time, de-escalate, dude. You are out of control. You know what I mean? And then by that time, Paul was in his face, and then he completely faded back. And then his partner came back. And I told his partner to come over, and he looked like a schmuck. And he started doing like a panel thing. You wouldn't shut the fuck up. I told him, shut the fuck up. I actually said those words. I go, dude, shut the fuck up. You won't shut the fuck up. It was like a panel situation. I'm like, shut the fuck up and let him respond. I go, he goes, you go. It was turning into a panel. It's like, he goes, you go. I'm like doing no Paul. Like,
yo, Tommy.
I'm like, you're an asshole. You won't shut the fuck up.
Was it Officer Snaps? Is that what it was?
Yeah, one of the names was Cheatwood, dude. So we have Lockhawk. This is Cheatwood. It's like Dick. We have Officer Cheat Dick. Cheatwood is his name. And then we had Wade Betancourt. There's D Cheatwood and W Betancourt were their names. Cheatwood, dude. That was the Roy I got. Cheatwood.
Sean's whole life is a complaint because he has no
legitimate the creator, dude. Thinking he's gonna be one person outside of the costume and another person in the costume. He's trying to cheat spirituality. You're making a cheat spirituality, dude. You gotta be the same person all the time. You know what I mean? You don't get to cheat the system.
What was that guy saying to you that you heard him say? You was like, no, I heard what you said. You talking to him through the passenger side and everything. What did he say?
Wait, what did he say? Say that again.
There was a cop that fucking said something. He was wrong. Oh, he said you was doing this just for show. Is what he said.
Oh, he's trying to get a rise on me because when Paul was kind of, and I was like, and it kind of irks me because I'm like, dude, you think I'm trying? That's why I said, what the fuck? You think I want to go to jail? Because I basically knew I was going to jail. I was like, shit. I'm like, because they're giggling and shit. I go, you fuckers. I go, what the fuck, dude? I'm about to lose my shit. Everything I have right now, and you fucking are giggling. Oh, it's just rise. I go, you think I want to do this? I don't know. It's a bigger thing. I'm doing it for a bigger purpose. And I told them, like, I go, I'm doing this for you. And I go, you never know what the creator does. He goes, the creator might have sent me to you. I go, I don't need this. I clearly have some sort of understanding. He might, and I was telling people in the prison like that too. I go, we don't know. You know, you ask God for help, and then you end up in jail or something because people are sad and in jail. I go, you don't know. I told one guy didn't speak Spanish, and was a Spanish guy. And he was like, why am I here? I go, you don't know the creator, dude. I go, that guy can't speak shit. Maybe you're
so once again, not only did you prove indirectly, I believe, that their process and procedure is illegitimate. They know it, we know it. You also found faith in a place where the rest of the folks were lacking that. This is the exact same discussion and experience I've talked about over and over again. Stop looking in the world and being of it. Stop walking by sight. Start walking by faith. Okay? So there's been many positions I've been in where I could let myself get degenerated and disempowered. Rather than do that, I cultivate more faith. Right? So if your cup runneth over, then you have more to share with others and you become a light and a power and inspiration to whatever venue you're in. You could bear witness and minister and give testimony at jail. I could argue when I was at jail, that's the one place I should be, regardless of the reason I'm there. Because I'm surrounded by motherfuckers who need trust and they need faith and they need equity and they need a light in their world. If I can be that, then I'm fulfilling my purpose under God, not under the corporations and the structure of this world that folks want to live in and be of. Doesn't always look the same way at all times. Right? So when I got a guy who comes forth and comes up to me at jail and says, I had an inclination to come up and talk to you. I already know what's happening. He doesn't. I've seen it before. When he's tattooed from top to bottom and he's got scars all over himself from cutting himself and he's hung himself and he's got a scar from one side of his neck to the other and he wants to take his own life, but he also wants to learn about law and love and truth and the rest of it. I know I'm right the fuck where I need to be. That's the difference between me and the rest of you infidel fucking slaves who want to talk about religion and God, but don't live it.
Yeah, because I was
it's
telling myself
beyond
that.
Fucking tragedy and a travesty, and you don't understand where it goes clearly.
Yeah, because I was telling myself that. I was like, I asked God for help. And then I ended up thinking, well, maybe this is what I need. So I wasn't just saying this is what everyone else needs, and I'm not. I go, maybe I'm right where I need to be. Maybe there's something I need to learn here. God's helping me.
Is this your situation right down here? Is this your correct situation?
Another one who sucks my dick
yep.
in public when he's face to face or
I got
on
you, Brian.
panel with me.
I got a little bit of
But he grows a big pair of
I
balls.
appreciate that, guys. Thanks so much, Paul, for doing that.
Well, listen, it's not about what I'm doing. It's the faith that I have, knowing what I've experienced, that these people have helped me to cultivate more faith in a sense that if I just keep doing what's true and what's right and speak the truth, it don't matter how many motherfuckers leave me. The testimony is how many folks continue the journey and continue to support in various ways and be a source of value and light to me as I am to them. That's what the rest of the infidel, godless slaves online can't figure out. Whether they get to 100,000 viewers or 100 viewers, they never get any light and truth and value coming back into their life because they're not living in equity and truth. They don't get it yet.
Yeah, he presumed that the place is full of Muslims, so there probably wasn't running water. You understand?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, these are filthy people. Okay.
He got one.
But who cares? I mean, fuck, you were living in a tent a year ago. So, I mean, it's to each their own, you know?
Yeah, I just want to put that claim forward because now I got two claims. Tommy pointing a gun at me, and I got Machine crying over Abby. Oh, Abby. And 50 bullets and run me over.
So your quest for victimhood status was successful is what I'm getting out of this.
Yes, Mitchell. Now I'm a victim. Okay, you like that? I'm a fucking victim, dude.
There's clearly some deep-rooted hate for some reason because you have to continuously lie and double and triple, quadruple.
No, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. How many times do I have to explain this, Talcott? Do you know my rap by now? I don't hate you. I think you're a walking joke.
While you're at it, stay out of the chat box typing like a weak, effeminate secretary. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Of course, I am a non-binary, openly queer, gender activist. Everyone knows that. You can try to say, sir, like you did here today, that that's just some big joke, okay? But keep trying to run that, right? Keep trying to run that on me and the people, and it's not going to go well for you, sir, because it sounds really hateful. It sounds really hateful, and I would appreciate if you just kept the haters, all the undercover and deep cut.
Your thoughts?
That was good. I've never seen that all the way through.
You've never seen that one?
I've seen parts of it.
All right, I thought that one would tree.
Crap, like Paulie Boy has a complete set of different circumstances, conditions, and outcomes than they do, and that it's all spiritual and mostly non-physical. You can't figure that out.
Yeah, man, I was just sitting there with good posture. Everyone guy goes, damn, man, you got good posture. I was just sitting there with good posture, with good energy. Just really wasn't spooked at all. I was just chopping it up with the dudes, just trying to get to know them.
Is that the Slave app? Is that the Slash app?
That one, I mean, Brian O'Shea Comedy, I could use for all of them. Like if it was Venmo, it'd be at, that's like a Cash App one, they use the $. But that Brian O'Shea Comedy,
So Slave app uses the snake around the pole, the symbol for choosing one's own suffering until they reach enlightenment. You realize that's what the money symbol origination etymology is, right? To cause one's own suffering until enlightenment is reached. You do recognize that, right? I just want to point that out. Because they'll try to tell you, oh, it's the caduceus, it's the symbol for wisdom, it's this and that. No, I've looked into the etymology, okay? So I forget the term of what the symbol is originally. My understanding of that symbol is to cause one's own suffering until they reach enlightenment. And I totally accept that premise, by the way. So keep chasing worldly money and power while it eludes you. And once you get it, you don't know what to do with it because you don't know objectively what's true and what's right. And you will continue to cause your own suffering until you reach enlightenment. You may have to die a few times before you get there.
Yeah, and then I was holding people accountable in that a little bit too, because some people were just like, yeah, they're trying to bitch and everything and trying to act like, and I was just letting them play themselves out. I wasn't trying to get too fucking Mr. Accountable. I didn't want to pipe up too much. But then, one guy, I'm like, I just asked him, I said, when's the last time you did meth? Because he was trying to act like it wasn't about meth. Or he got me weed. He's like 3 days ago. I'm like, I go, maybe that has something to do with why you're here. And then he tried to deflect. I'm not trying to like,
yeah, they want to point to the same thing that we all do. They want to point to how the cops got them on something that maybe they shouldn't have. They don't understand that God uses the devil sometimes, and sometimes the devil does good. I wouldn't be here talking to you right now if it wasn't for the cops that arrested me. So let's just call it as it is. See, that's what, Paulie Boy? You just put forth a paradox? Yeah, all of the universe's truth contain a level of paradox, it would seem. All paradoxes must be revolved. So I didn't tell you that God can't work through the police or through the devil sometimes, in the devil's organization. And that sometimes it can't be for good outcome. Because one thing I recognized I needed was to be separated from myself and others.
Yeah, I would look forward to that too. I don't know who he is or where he came from, but holy shit.
In society and all of these stimuli and all of these
Just
addictions,
never
and be
drop
forced
the
to look at
voice
myself and
mod.
who and what I wanted to be.
Say that again.
Just never drop the voice mod, and we're good.
Right, right. Well, then we'll all know, unless they're new, which I don't think they are. They know way too much lore and backstory. They've been around a while. So, shout out to 23 in chat. We're 8 hours, 8 minutes, and 8 seconds into this extended broadcast. I didn't think that would last this long, but let's continue. Unless there's any thoughts. There's the link if anyone wants to
No,
join.
please continue. Yep.
Perhaps the crew. Who knows? Who knows?
Further.
Maybe James Lovett will pop in. Maybe Carl Lentz will chop in and chime in.
More in this life and this creation. So while on one hand I will say
Maybe Curtis Kallenbach will just come out of nowhere.
I had a right to do heroin and die in the gutter, and they had no right to take me. Apparently, on some level, I needed to be taken so that I could recenter, refocus on who and what I need to be. Furthermore, first responder.
Well, I have been in contact with Kurt and before on Facebook, so
Right.
I
Like
never
I
know.
said, those guys aren't looking for you. You're looking for them.
That is true. That is true.
Thanks.
For the most part. All right, let's continue.
Woke me up 2 times from overdose with Narcan. If it wasn't for those systems and those people and their medication, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. So however, whoever, whatever, don't get into it. I just see it for what it is when it is that way, objectively. I don't get into the specifics, right, in those situations. Because it's obvious what the theme and the dynamic is. Your life has become unmanageable. You need to be taken to a place where you can learn to manage your inner space and then outer space. JAiL's the perfect place to do that and start that process. To cultivate faith, to manage your time, energy, attention, to learn how to do time and to be something.
Ain't giving you what you need.
What's that now?
The reason why you're looking for them is because your daddy ain't giving you what you need. You've been worshiping him for years now.
Worshipping, huh? Worshipping the grilled cheese man. All right, let's continue.
In this life without the impediments and influences of other slaves and addicts. Okay, so that's right where I needed to be for all the wrong reasons at that time. And I wasn't as much interested in arguing jurisdiction.
Of course, sir.
I'm sorry, but I just, since the grilled cheese was brought up, which shout out to Zetetic Warrior and his grilled cheese bit, also the Austin voice, Flat Earth. Anyway,
oh, did he? I must have missed it. Did he do a Melodome impersonation or something recently?
yeah, it was just funny because it was just basically like the same voice he was using for multiple people. It went from being awesome Austin to Paul yelling at Jennifer for grilled cheese. But I'm gonna have to ask OTW to make some type of AI image of maybe like we'll combine Paul with a gorilla, make it white, and somehow get a grilled cheese in there. That'd be good. Good thumbnail.
Yeah, I restreamed
grilled cheese gorilla god.
I restreamed my conversation with Melodome. It wasn't on this stream, right? No, it was the last. I think it was last night. I think it was last night. Pretty sure.
Hey,
that's awesome. That's who you mean by Awesome Austin, right?
Yeah.
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 Go ahead.
I wanted to say, I'm gonna start selling clips. You know, I got clips for sale.
Hey.
But I got a clip. I can't believe nobody has even talked about it. But I got a clip of Paul fucking ripping Jennifer up on camera by her ponytail with slobber dripping out of her mouth, like showing off that she was sucking his dick. Like, how do you guys?
What?
How do you guys miss that?
What?
Like, for real, you guys are like so brainwashed. Like, fuck, how do you miss?
Wait,
that
I'm
shit?
missing something. What's wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but it's fucking hilarious.
I mean, it does sound funny. Y'all making me hungry now with the grilled cheese tomato soup. Fuck, dude. It's fucking
Yeah,
8
we'll
a.m.
have breakfast early.
So much for sleep, dude. Honestly, it's the kind of thing where it's like I should know better now if I'm gonna take pineal powder to not take it at 7 p.m. I'm not even tired. Like, I don't even feel tired at this point. The sun's up. It's
You sound
you know.
tired.
Do
You're
I?
depressed.
I mean, I'm low energy, but I'm not tired. But the sun's up.
Well, if you're low energy, what's tired?
Like sleepy. You know,
Isn't that low energy?
Yeah,
I
isn't
guess.
low energy like a prerequisite or whatever? That's probably the right
Right.
word.
I get what you mean. Oh well, but see, this is what happens, right? I
See
go
that word
for
magic,
8.
bro?
I go for 8+ hours though, and sure enough, it pays off. I get Joe Rogan in my chat. So, great show. I appreciate the content. I've been following you guys the past couple weeks. Keep up the good work. You see that? So I'm doing something right, in my opinion. Because I mean, shout out to Alpha Brain. I got my Alpha Brain here. That's actually in the pineal powder that I'm speaking on. Ironically,
Oh my
synchronistically enough.
god.
But yeah, shout out to Joey, dude. Shout out to Joey. Shall we continue? Your thoughts?
Did Jeff leave? I can't tell. Too much.
I think Jeff probably left. Well, he might still be in the chat. He's probably still in the chat, but he's not on
I
the
think
panel.
we can probably speak for all gay men.
Right.
It's like the last thing I heard before I went to bed. You started playing that clip. Oh my god, I gotta go back and see what I missed, man, while I was sleeping.
Oh man, did you fall asleep with the stream on?
No, I ended up turning it off after I woke up again, with the headphones on and whatnot. I wasn't listening to it the whole time, though.
Shout out to the shills in Shillicon Valley, all the shills in the valley, Shillicon Valley. All right, let's continue. Where are we at? Bam.
To learn how to do time and to be something in this life without the impediments and influences of other slaves and addicts.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Shout out to Joe. Shout out to Mr. Rogan. I've enjoyed a lot from you, despite you being a bona fide shill.
Okay, so that's right where I needed to be for all the wrong reasons at that time, and I wasn't as much interested in arguing jurisdiction and where they had it right versus looking at myself and what the fuck brought me there. That's why I say now, if I go to jail nowadays, I got no problem being there. It's not the same as it used to be.
It was about when you brought up you don't have any vaxxers in your community or whatever.
I hope not.
Do you and your family?
Not that I know of. And I'm not going to sit here and take the credit for influencing many, but I kind of want to, if you catch my drift, considering how.
Well, that's irrelevant to the conversation. And I know that's what you're after.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Yeah. So what I was really trying to get at is that if you did have people in your family, like, my presumption would be that you would be against them or wouldn't want to have anything to do with them or whatever. And I just my response to that would be, with what you failed to communicate appropriately to protect them from making that poor decision, and so, it is, everyone's been fooled at some point.
Correct.
So,
Myself included, in many ways.
Right.
And
So,
still am in many
honestly,
ways,
the
I'm sure.
people that have taken the vax, I think you would be much more effective if you didn't take this staunch stance against them, because that's not going to invite them to recognize the true, real information from my
That's a
perspective.
good viewpoint. I can see how you
Thanks
see
for
that.
letting me make that point.
Yeah, it's something I know that I have to work on, and it's something I know that I've maybe even on some level been propagandized, weaponized against on the other side. And I know a lot of these Stu Peters types are, again, bona fide shills. So I see the division agenda, and I get it. But at the same time, it's like there's people who are down with slavery and the fourth industrial revolution by their actions and choices and acquiescence and playing into certain psyops on the grand world stage.
So now that you see the division agenda, do you see that in play, in this community, where if you don't agree with me, you're an evil, terrible person. If you don't defend my friend who allegedly stands for rights and freedoms, then you are a treasonous traitor, what the fuck ever, you know? You see how it's just black or white? That's the checkerboard, you know, that's the division. And, you know,
Yeah,
that
Mitch.
I really think that that's what we got. That's our responsibility, because if we're playing into that, we're playing right into the bigger agenda. And I think that we're going to be able to overcome the, I don't like to characterize it as oppression, but, none of us are getting away from the chemtrails and whatever. Sorry for using buzzwords, but, the shit that they're spraying or
Right.
whatever. It's
Well, some
everywhere.
people are though. No, I mean, if you physically get away from the areas where they're spraying, I mean,
Yeah,
aren't
yeah, you're right. And I think that we got to figure that shit out. Maybe eventually we're going to have to fucking figure out how to get away from it for a while, like go into caves or something. I don't know, but we're not going to be able to do that if we don't work together, you know?
I mean, I wonder. I've heard Paul, just for example, not that it has to always be Paul, but I mean, just for example, someone I could think about. I think a lot of times when he's off out of the cities, when he's in the camper or whatever the fuck, he's not near those trails. But then when he comes back in the city, that's why he's always talking about getting headaches and fucking the towers are around again.
That
And
no. Those trails go everywhere. There's no
That is
controlling where
true.
the
Yeah,
wind carries that shit, and it ends up everywhere.
Sure, but I
So
mean, I think if you're in the middle of nowhere, you know what I'm saying, where it's 100 miles, you know what I
I
mean?
don't think in the middle of anywhere you're getting away from that anymore. I think what you're getting away from is the concentration of the city pollution, but and all the radio frequencies and all that, there's not as much radio frequency signal going on. When you're out in the middle of nowhere, you basically got one tower to contend with. You don't have it, you know, 80 people's Wi-Fi pinging you, and you don't have, you know, 18 different cell phone towers, and that's what you're getting away from. You're not getting away from the shit that they're spraying.
Well,
That
I'm
shit's
not
going
away
everywhere.
from it by any means. I'm very much in the city, and this is
They
an
gotta
old
spray
one.
us like bugs on the daily.
I spend a lot of time outside of the city.
I said, why did they gotta spray us like bugs on the daily?
The sky from outside the city.
Yes, got me feeling so crazy.
I guess I am. They're probably focusing more on
Shit got me feeling insane. And the membrane of my brain, I don't really think I can change.
But
Barium, strontium, aluminum, what the fuck is you doing? Leave us alone. Let us breathe fresh oxygen without your strontium.
To a mountain, not on a mountain.
Were you really talking that whole time?
Yeah, the only way you're getting away from that shit is not out in the middle of in the woods. I live in the woods, dude. I know this. So the only way you're getting away from that shit is going into the mountain or into the ground,
Right.
But then
It's
it's
another good
probably going
reason
to
to
seep
grow your
through
fruit
into the
trees below.
water. Yeah, there's no getting away from it completely. There's ways to minimize our exposure, and obviously getting out of the city for many variables. But getting out of the city doesn't get you away from what they're spraying.
Tard Hat says that. Well, you know what? I'm not even gonna read that. Never mind. Let's continue.
Yeah, you probably get some entertainment out of that.
I think Tard Hat would, to be honest.
You did, obviously. You're just not willing to admit it.
Dude, dabbing it up out here. Why does it do this? I go to press play. It's because when you switch fucking tabs, I hate this shit, dude. It's so annoying.
Because now, if I go,
It
I go
doesn't
for the right
matter
reason.
what I say, dude. You're
Embodying
serving
rights and doing what I want to do
deception.
without causing loss, injury, and harm to myself or others.
You don't serve truth. You're not a man of your word. You're sitting down there fucking talking shit from a chat, and you're not willing to fucking engage in conversation because you think you're above it, because you think you're a god. And all that
I was
means
up
is,
above it.
if you think you're above me because you're a god, means you're trying to replace the actual true God, because you as a man are no better than any other man.
All right. Well, if anyone does want to click the link, it's up there. And I'm not a hoe. I am your bro. You can call me your bro. And yes, I got flow, sir. So let's continue.
Wait. Before you continue, Pineal, I knew about, I came into the community somewhat late per se, but I knew about how Paul like picked up Jennifer and held her by her ass and showed her on screen. But I don't know if I was even around and looking at Paul's streams or in the live chats when that happened. Is this like old Mitchell?
It was
or
right around the same time. It was maybe
Okay.
I would have to go look, but it was maybe like a couple weeks before or a couple weeks after. It wasn't far off from right around that same time. And
I think
it was
Yeah, go
just
ahead.
for a quick second. He had his avatar on. He was clearly getting his dick sucked. He popped his camera on, fucking pulled her up by her head, her fucking ponytail, and then turned his camera. She just got slobber all over her face.
Oh my god.
And then he turned his camera off. It didn't last but like fucking 2 seconds.
That's hella funny.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not the man.
I could see that. Wow, okay. That's wild. Yeah, that's wilder than just
It was
slapping her ass
wild.
on the screen or whatever.
I
Paul
fucking
Cook
got a kick out of it.
optics.
I still laugh
Yes.
about it today. That had to been several months ago though, right? Maybe
It feels
a few
weird to
months
be
ago.
so large, like next to you guys, like the big guy.
Whoa.
All right, let's continue here. See what I did there?
For others,
America, the best cunt tree in the world. All right,
then I'm going to be brought back to a place of having to refocus and recollect.
Yeah, because everyone else was like enabling everyone else. There'd be conversations, and if they're like, fuck this, everyone would like, yeah, fuck that. But no, I was like, I'd be like, no. That's like, no. It's like the Mexican dude who's got a DUI. I was like, no, dude. He's like, no, I got this nice wife. I got this thing. Why do I do this? Because he was trying to make it seem like he wasn't drinking. I go, oh, because you do kind of have a common drink, and you do kind of need to be here. He's like, yeah, man, I fucked up. I go, yeah, man, you can lose all your shit. So I was giving him tough love, like, yeah, man, like you're a bitch for doing all that shit. I don't know how to phrase it, but like, yeah, man, like straight the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like,
Ice Real Slave still doesn't figure out the dynamic. He wants to say Brian O'Shea is selfish. I told you folks many times there's a fine line between selfish and selfless. Another paradox that you can't resolve. You either want to see everybody as completely selfish or completely selfless, including yourself.
What now?
I'll be listening in, but I won't be responsive. So try not to address me because I'm gonna go make some coffee and walk the dog.
Okay. All right, for sure.
So you need both to exist. Okay. So when Brian O'Shea wants to be selfish with his mom or anything else, it's because he feels insecure and disempowered and lacking in faith. Many times in life, we have to cut ourselves off from everybody and everything in order to get everything back. You must give everything up to get everything back. That means sometimes you got to become very selfish in the sense of focused on yourself, your process, your procedure, and getting results in yourself and outside. That means you can't entertain as much help from other people as maybe you would like at certain times. And then maybe there's other times for that. Right? So, again, I'm not gonna talk some high and mighty self-righteous bullshit. I'm gonna give it to you the way I got it and the way I experienced it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I can't tell it any other way than the way I've experienced it. So my road to recovery, my road to faith, my road to God and the truth, so to speak, required me being very fucking selfish at times. I ain't going out with you. I ain't talking to you. I don't care. I'm not interested in that. Don't give a fuck where you went, what you did, the party that I missed, and all the rest of it. I'm choosing isolation. I'm choosing seclusion from society and culture and the cult of culture. I'm choosing to opt out in order to come back and work with, but not become of, if that makes sense. So yeah, you got to practice detachment at times. You got to practice radical self-worth, self-esteem, self-direction, bringing attention to your time, energy, attention, and your value and how you direct that, and prioritizing. And I don't want to listen to a motherfucker who won't prioritize themselves and their self-development more than anybody else here. Because all you got is you at the beginning and the end of the day and how you live. The rest of this shit is extras. So, I don't believe you could truly love another till you truly love yourself. And a motherfucker that truly loves themselves prioritizes themselves, their faith, and their process. And they can let anyone or anything get in the way of that. If they are, they're a simp trick. And they're going to wind up losing what the fuck they're trying to keep by dishonoring themselves in their path. That's what I've learned.
You wouldn't call
Stop me where the fuck I'm wrong. Thoughts, Jeremy and others?
I'm getting emotional right now, man. I don't know if I should shout out like Timmy, George, Kelly. People sent me some cash, man. It's like making me want to cry, dude. Like I didn't think any of this, but this is completely unexpected. I signed up for the open mic, went to Taco Bell, and all of a sudden I'm sitting here. I don't even know what the fuck just happened, dude. Like,
come on, bro. You already know God was working and God only uses people. You didn't think this was going to happen. I know how you feel because it was the first day I came on here and I was just doing what the fuck I knew how to do, and all of a sudden people started contributing to me, right? And that's not a burden, right? Yeah, I see it as an obligation in a sense, but it's not a burden. I'm thankful and grateful for that, and I'm sure as are you. And that's going to be a source of motivation and inspiration for you, right? We ain't out here chasing fucking money. If we were, we wouldn't be living in a fucking car. Okay, so we're chasing something different, and it probably looks like truth and faith and self-worth and self-esteem and growth and development and honoring ourselves and what our passions and dreams are, so to speak.
Fire, Drake. Damn, dude, thanks so much, man. Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, you're gonna learn today the difference between this audience and the rest of these fucking clown cowards online who don't get the shit day in and day out, who get charity case contributions from motherfuckers who don't value them or respect them. You're all gonna learn today the difference between me and this audience because one is a reflection of the other. Let's make no mistake about that.
Yeah, Brian, man. I mean, again, I already said thank you, but it was a huge example because there were so many threats. I don't go back and rewatch that fucking video, man. There were so many threats thrown from so many different voices, and I heard not one of them come from you. You stayed in an honorable position the entire time, and it just fucking shined through. All that, all those fucking armed boys around you. You know, it takes courage to fucking sit through that and stay in honor like you did. So just thank you so much, man. Paul, thank you as always. I'm gonna take off, fellas, but I'm thankful for all of it. Thank you.
Appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you guys being part of this experience.
I came very close to getting smoked, dude, right at the end. I should have reached in my ashtray right at the end, dude. What are you reaching for, dude? Fuck, I could have easily just got smoked right on live stream, dude. It's like all the videos you see. The fucking dude shot someone for acorn dropping. I was actually reaching like an
Listen,
idiot.
what do they call it in comedy, O'Shea? It's not a coincidence. They want to talk about how you ain't this and you ain't that, and I got to set them straight. You can't do what the fuck I do when it comes to Brian O'Shea because these motherfuckers haven't gotten on stage yet. They got no idea what it's like in the comedy world to get on stage and have to kill or what? Die, right? That's what they call it in comedy, and that's what they call it in upholding the law. You got to kill it, and you got to put it down sometimes, and you got to be willing to die. It ain't for the faint of heart. That's why most motherfuckers don't do public speaking. They definitely ain't going to do comedy, and they definitely ain't going to uphold the law because they're not convicted enough to get in that room and kill or potentially die and bomb in front of everybody. Oh, well. Trick yourself out of your development in your position again. Comfort zone will kill you.
I like that brand. Sun Warrior. It's a good brand.
Yeah, definitely, bro. I thought you might know that brand.
Yep. I like that brand a lot.
L means God, and you put emphasis. You broke your name up to call yourself Emmanuel. We already had this conversation.
The top body was in the chat, and he seems like he's having some sort of meltdown over the events since Friday.
Smart, play stupid.
Yo, here we go. Jeremy's here, so this is where the true entertainment fucking starts here.
Some sort of live stream where he wants to try to attempt to, defame Paul's character again. Yeah, he's just complete.
They only wake up to hate on a motherfucker doing real shit. Like they say. What do they say on the street? Real N-words do real things. Fake motherfuckers only wake up to try to disparage a real motherfucker and a real movement and a real energy and a real purpose. It really is embarrassing and pathetic. You wonder why you never succeed at nothing. You fake ass haters. You wonder why you never get to nothing in this life and never touch true success. You only wake up to hate on a motherfucker who's on an authentic movement and who's doing real shit. It's just beyond embarrassing and pathetic. He's gonna do it again. Dust up with me and wind up gone for 3 months again like they all do. Is it a coincidence every time? You can't hang with me in what I do. It's not meant for you. Go off and talk Pokemon cards and unwrap toys. Booty pie body. That's you, bro. You ain't me and you don't do what I do and you definitely can't do it the way I do it.
That's you. Shout out to Ted Kaczynski in the chat. Sorry, Ted Christzinski. I got a banger for you here, sir. Short musical interlude once again. Not to drop the same clip again, but it's a good one. And you're in the chat, Ted, so I had to. I agree, sir. It is based, and I am based, and base God lives.
What does L mean to you, Pineal? No, not
I think of it from the Spanish context. Well, I mean, that's what I think. That's the first thing that comes to mind, but
no, we're talking about ancient texts.
Well, El, like Elohim, which I think translates to no, you know what? That's Anunnaki. Anunnaki is those who from heaven came. Those to earth who from heaven came, or something like that. But Elohim is the gods, essentially plural.
Yes, it's plural for gods. It's plural gods. It's gods in the plural sense, but there's only one true God, which is El.
Well, El thinks that this is a dope meme. I can be assured of. I'm not saying I'm El, but I know that El would think that. So yeah, I think
I'm happy to be entertained with some evidence that would hopefully be compelling Prove me wrong.
Shout out to Ice Grills in the chat. I don't know if Stanky's in the chat too. I don't know if they're the same character, but sometimes I think. I go to thinking and I get to holy. All right, let's continue. Before we get too far off base here, let's continue.
Just reconcile that. You're not there yet, slugger. Like your boy Tommy likes to say. He likes to do back and forth with me. I go chief, he goes pal, right? He goes buddy, slugger, boy. We'll play that game, and then you got to stand on it, right? Stop writing checks you can't fucking cash. This shit's embarrassing for you. I just turn you into content and give these motherfuckers an example of a real life experience and lesson on how to be successful and how to be a collectivist, fraud-like, fake-ass clown hater. You get to choose in life. That's the beauty of life. Ask Timmy. Tell you. That's why he probably came up here to fucking tell you if I had to guess. Go ahead, Timmy.
What up?
Timmy, my most valued Jewish Italian friend. How are you?
Stanky is big stank, Ice.
Little tweeter
I'm good,
fingers
man. I'm
isn't
good.
typing
No,
so
there's,
fast.
not so sticking out today. What's up, man?
What's going on?
I'm a couple more things just came in, dude. I'm just crying
I
over
already had this
because
conversation with you. Why'd you think?
Hey, you gonna lend Slow State $3 for a pack of them cheap ass cigarettes? I insult myself by giving him credit for smoking Marlboro Lights. He smokes the cheap shit. Remember them cigarettes they used to have? They just call them that and this. They used to have packs of cigarettes that were just called this and that. Just one color box, and you don't know where this shit came from. Are you gonna give Slow State $3 for a new pack of this and that?
Okay. I might go to help the gentleman out, but also like, fuck them, dude. Even though it's $3, like, fuck you.
And if you knew grammar,
nah, man, this is overwhelming. Like,
if you knew
on St. Patrick's Day,
grammar,
dude, and all these stars are actually aligning in the sky, dude. I don't even know what's happening right now, dude.
L.
You're having a spiritual experience,
Which
Brian.
means you're claiming the title.
Yo, bro, I hope you know that, like, when I shit on you, I hope you understand it comes from a place of high wishes and blessings, bro. Like,
no, I know, man. Those are my real ones that do that, too, because
no, that doesn't.
the other ones, like, they hide the hate or they enable in some way. But the real ones are going to give me the truth.
What
and that's what I need because my situation was
to justify that you're a child of
I
God, meaning you can call yourself
I still need to
God.
level up. I still need to.
But that's not how it works. It means you're a part of God. It doesn't mean you are a God.
it seems like you did good, man.
And
but
you
don't sit on this,
titled
man. Don't sit on it.
yourself
That'd be a springboard.
as
That's
God.
yesterday. It's already 2 days from now, right? Got champion motherfuckers. They're like, yo, what am I going to do today? What am I gonna do today?
Are we really missing the
You're
constant
claiming a
synchronicity here? Like,
title
they
of
just don't want
God.
to accept that we're in a hologram. Like, you came out on St. Patrick's Day, which St. Patrick was venerated for being kidnapped and taken as a slave, and then
either know what
escaping
you're
or being
doing,
released to come back
and
to
you're a
share
fraud,
the principles of Christianity.
You're
Are
an
you kidding me?
imposter.
And who's down in the chat hating
Or
but the
you're
fake
dumb.
ass Christian dogmatic religionist? We haven't changed for 2,000 years. Give us Barabbas, folks.
No.
This is true Christianity. It doesn't look like how they told you, huh? Doesn't look like Joe
Not
Osteen
making
bullshitting
anything
everybody
up.
flying around on private jets, huh? Interesting.
You know
They
what
got him again. The
capitalization
deceiver tells the
means
greatest lie.
in
The greatest
grammar?
lie is the one
Don't
closest
play
to truth.
stupid.
A little bit of remix on it. Got them all.
I
I want
didn't
to watch and listen to
even
false prophets
interpret
while the
what
truth is shown
Bible
here over and
said.
over again. Synchron.
Go ahead, Mitch.
He said that L doesn't mean God, but he's refusing to say what L means. And he definitely
Okay.
won't cite his sources. So now he's going to use Bible scripture from the King James Version to justify his argument, which is fraudulent.
All right.
Synchronize with the universe down to the dates and what the fucking meaning is behind it. Are you kidding me? You understand where I get my faith and power is by just reconciling what this place is and how it all connects? What do I have to be afraid of at that point? So beyond
More
me as a physical
scripture
incarnation, it's laughable.
To deflect from answering what L means, you rebutted
Ian and Clint, dude,
me.
thank you. Fuck, man.
You said I was wrong.
It's on
but you
I think it's St. Patrick's Day, dude.
refused
Fuck,
to
man. Just
state
had me
what's
fucking.
correct because you're a fraud.
Yeah, you're getting a peek at what true value and equity and authenticity looks like in this world, right? I'm a reflection of this audience. They're a reflection of me. So now you're getting a behind the scenes look at why Slow State and the rest of them
What
have
does L
coattailed
mean?
me,
Cite your sources.
demeaned me, tried to use me as content, and
Still
don't even
haven't
get the
done it.
1/10 or 1/100 of the true value and authenticity and accountability and responsibility that goes on with me and this platform. Are you kidding me again? The dynamics are so fucking clear at this point between
Now you're
love
gonna
and truth and
obfuscate,
hate,
muddy
which
the
are two sides
waters
of the same coin because we're all one self.
instead of admitting
Let's
you're
get it right.
wrong because you
I'm
know
here
you're
for you.
wrong.
Daddy loves
You're
you. I told you from the
deceptive.
beginning. I have no hate for you. I'm
And
gonna
if
call
you
you out and
admitted
expose you and
it,
rebuke
you'd
you,
have to
nonsense,
admit
infidel
fraud.
behavior. And when you come correct and get right, all the blessings and the grace and the mercy and the value will be available to you, just as it is to me. But you got to make that choice. And we're going to compel you here one way or the other. We're going to compel everybody. I got
Billionaire
a
is
feeling
not a
one way or the
god
other
to
within the
a
sound of my
peasant.
voice. Positive and negative.
There's only one
Because it takes all
God.
things to make this work.
There's many imposters that want to claim the title like yourself, but there's only one
Go ahead,
God.
Timmy. Go ahead, others.
Yeah, Brian, yo, this and
You
now
can
got
try and
the
justify
responsibility,
it
like,
however you want,
ability to respond. Like, what do you now?
but that's your interpretation. It doesn't mean you're correct.
Is
Now
a
tell me what L
deterrent to
means.
pain.
Now
The
tell
media
me
said
what
Joe
L means.
Biden's president. The media said what? Associated Press said that Joe Biden is president. The media said, what?
There's only one true God. If you follow the scripture, you're lying, fraud. There's only one true God. In your scripture that you're citing to justify your argument while refusing to correct me on what hell means. It's not me. It's not my Christian script. You're the one using scripture to make your argument, not me. You're using King James Version Bible scripture to make your argument, not me.
Run that, right? Keep trying to run that on me and the people, and it's not going to go well for you, sir, because it sounds really hateful. Sounds really hateful, and I would appreciate if you just kept the haters, all the undercover and deep cut.
Oh, wait. Keep obfuscating. Keep muddying the waters, because you're a deceiver. Decepticon.
Yeah, why'd you keep playing shit, bro? I thought you were gonna let him talk. You let the
numbers have officially tanked.
Pastor video play through.
Numbers have officially tanked.
I don't have it all figured out. I just got your
talk.
fraud figured out. I called you out on your bullshit. Why won't you tell me what L means? You told me I was wrong. Presumably you know what it means if you know I'm wrong. So correct me. What's L mean? Cite
All right,
your
so while we
sources.
give him,
Don't cite King James version of the Bible and then fucking project onto me that I'm a Christian using my Christian scripture. No, no, no. That's your script, sir. Your script has failed.
Yeah, Emmanuel, go back to being a fraud with Wizard, bro.
No, you said Elohim means powerful ones. What's L
usurp
mean?
the usurpers, redact the redactors, hunt the witch hunters.
I know
hang...
you're claiming to be Elohim. You're just being obscure about it. But there's only one L. There's only one
Wow,
God.
numbers have
You
officially
claim the title L
fucking
and your
tanked.
name.
Dude, that says a lot. That
So
numbers
you're
went from
claiming
20,
to be the one true God.
Get over it, Pineal. Listen to Mitch.
27 to 9 to 6
He knows
now.
what I'm
From
saying.
29 actually to 6. 29 people to 6 people. Any thoughts on that, Mitch?
No, I didn't listen to a word you said.
I said 29 people just went to 6. There are now 6 people here watching, apparently. Of course, the numbers could be bullshit, but I wouldn't be surprised if it went from 29 to 6. Your thoughts?
I don't care. It's irrelevant to me.
There you go. He doesn't care, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly, bro. It's like, hey, Pineal, let me just say this real quick, and then please go ahead. I won't ask to pause again, but it's kind of like last night. I knew you were going to be live. You were going to, and then other people would be live throughout the night and whatnot. I didn't give a fuck. I don't want to just play my little videos and have people hit the link. I want to hit the link. You know, the numbers fluctuated. By the end of it, numbers were dropping down, but I really wasn't tripping over it. You know, and you got a good thing established here, Pineal. You've been going all night, so don't even trip about that. You've had strong numbers, mid-teens to 20s like you normally do.
I think I hit 30.
That's how you do it.
I hit 30 for like a couple minutes, and then it just dropped. It was going around 20 and stuff. But anyway,
yeah, but really stop doing the shit where you stay up all night, though, for real. I don't know what else you're putting in that Pineal powder other than Alpha Brain. Alpha Brain doesn't have me staying up till 4 in the morning or 8 in the morning.
It's a choice at the end of the day.
No,
but
I'm not
luckily, you know,
projecting
it paid off
anything.
because
It's
now I
in
have
your
Pineal
name.
the Dick Rider here. So had I ended early, I wouldn't have gotten Pineal the Dick Rider here. So we got Pineal the Dick Rider here, who hopefully is not a porn bomber. Pineal the Dick Rider, how are you doing, sir?
If El and Elohim were the same thing, there wouldn't be a distinct difference. They are distinctly different terms.
Okay, I see what's going on now. Shout out to the corniest Cornmeister. Am I caught up on comments here? Triskel? What is that? It's like a fucking
It's a
Canadian
simple
prime
concept.
minister.
There's only one true God. There's plenty of imposter gods, wannabe gods, frauds
That's a
that
good
claim to
point.
be gods, and
It's
you're
a good
one of
point,
them.
Ice Grills. It was just like abnormally fast. It was like fucking bizarre how abnormally fast it went from 29 to 7. Let's continue.
It's like a test now. What are you gonna do next? I'm not saying it has nothing to do with lawful. I'm not saying lawful legal.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
saying
why
it, right?
you're
I'm not inciting
fleeing.
that. I'm just saying for you, whatever it means to
That's
you.
why
right?
you're
Hustling
hiding
at work,
down in
with
chat,
women, at comedy club, music, whatever it is,
making
right?
bullshit
Now you can
arguments,
make the next step.
so you
Like,
can
what do you do
obscure
with the
and lie,
like you invest in
twist
yourself, and then
narratives,
ultimately, right?
and
The time, energy,
refuse
and
to
attention.
get
What do you
pinned
do with it?
down like the
Now you
little
should be feeling
bitch that
guilty.
you are.
Any like hours wasted,
Trying to
right? This is
enter
what I
into
do with
some
myself. I started
verbal
to feel guilty
judo
after people believed in me.
when you
Or
know
like,
you can't
99
fool
people
me.
out of 100 didn't, and then I would do something and get some result and be like, oh shit, like being on my own walk and going after my dreams.
Yeah,
That
you're
shit works.
still down there
And
in
then some people
chat,
believe in me, right?
typing
And then
away like a little
in
bitch.
business or life, and then it's like, oh fuck, this is real. When I follow my heart and go after the dreams, now I leveled up, my responsibility go up, right? Keep leveling up, more responsibility. I can touch more. And
Your boy down there, Timmy, says you're gonna see O'Shea at the high roller table tonight. He's gonna put it all on black. See if he can really come out.
Like this.
Dude, I got a tip on a horse, bro. Dude, I'm telling you, I got a tip on a horse. I'm gonna do it right now. All right, from the car. I'm happy.
You're
all right, I'm thankful and grateful, and we're really gonna come up.
Take it back to the original argument.
You
You tried to correct me on what L means.
Yeah, thank you,
But
Julian.
you cannot
for your contribution.
concede to the
And,
fact that L and Elohim are different
yeah, man, because
terms.
it's like I literally came close to
We
death.
can't
Like,
have this
so this situation,
discussion.
like, I went to jail. Came close to death. I was dealing with tyrants. So
Because
now I
you're
can take the spirit.
disingenuous,
Okay, when, I
you
want
have
to switch
no
up with the one-liners and
intellectual
just sort of
honesty,
because I'm naturally
and you're a
maybe
fraud.
just do some
You're
natural shit on there.
LARPing as a god.
Even if it's rough at first, maybe try to find my voice better in comedy and just face fears no matter what it is, whether it's that thing, music. Like I've already faced something that's like a real fear.
I
So the
didn't
other fears
say
maybe be more
you said
manageable.
there was
And the other
no
is like
one
level up.
true God. I never made that argument for you.
Yeah,
Bro, my experience, once I stopped giving a fuck
I'm
about what other people
sticking
say,
to
when
the
I know what the fuck I
original
want and go
premise
after
of
it,
the argument.
fuck everything. Like as long
And
as
that's
it's ethical,
you
moral,
claimed I was
moral,
wrong
what
about
else
what
can I do?
L means.
So it starts to
And
bleed
you
over into everything.
obscured that by giving the definition of Elohim.
Yeah, it feels like it, man. It's some sort of conversion.
They're
Baptism,
clearly distinctly different
born,
terms.
resurrection, born again. Feeling going
Anyone
on,
knows
like,
this.
it's like empowering, you know.
Any
like, I feel
fucking
like
baby
confidence,
truther knows
confidence.
this.
Well, that's why I say community, the root word is communing, right? So when we commune with higher level self and sense of self and true worth and value and what's right, then you start to feel what community means, right? And where we find our true value and authenticity and, co-creational value in these experiences. So, yeah,
Yes,
man,
that
it
was
goes
the
hand in hand.
original
Right? That's all that,
argument. That's
this
why
energy
I
in this moment today
engaged in a
is bringing forth in all of us is the communing with higher sense of self that
conversation
feels
with
like
you
community.
because you're not man
That's why I
enough
say
to
this is a
use your
community
words.
non-unity because we don't get our community by meeting together physically online and
It's
being
because
falsely
you
empowered
said I was
codependent.
wrong
We become
about
community
what
by
L
communing with higher
means,
sense of self individually and
and
then
you
sharing that with other
refused
peers.
to tell me
Right?
what
One
L
comes before
means.
the
I
other.
never
That's why I say the circle is so small,
said
it's me in the spirit. It
L
has to be that
means
way for me to bring it back
Elohim.
to the community and commune
So
with
now
other
you're
people in that space.
conflating
Go ahead, Mr. Snaff. Oh, hold
and
on a
you're
second. Not yet, not yet.
obscuring the
It has to be
idea
official. I was off on my
that they're
responsibilities there. That's my mistake. I
You're
got caught up in
trying
the
to
moment.
equate them.
Snap files.
If you cannot concede to the fact that
He always
L
yells over
and
the music.
Elohim
He
are
can't be
different
heard. That's the
terms,
best
we
part of
cannot
it.
have an intellectually
He's just
honest
yelling over. He can't hear him over the music at all. He's gonna keep going.
I never mentioned Elohim until you did. Maybe I
All right, we didn't
mentioned
hear
it
any of that.
before,
Everything I
but
tell you, don't yell over the
only
music.
in
We can't hear you, but that's part of the bit. So I actually kind of like
instance
that.
to mention that they're clearly different.
Did they give you? I missed the first part, so I guess your car got impounded. Did they give you a court date or whatever? You didn't take your plea or nothing, right?
Yeah, they gave me a court date, but remember what happened the last time I showed up at the court date? I fucking they're like, yeah, there's no
too
human charge.
much
Just
of
get
a
in line to pay a
man.
fine.
Exactly. You
Yeah,
think you're a god.
So what did they charge you
I
with?
think
Just
you're
obstruction?
above other men.
They charged me with 5, right? So it's like these nice guys trying to, they were clearly rubbed the wrong way by the whole thing. So they, they could have gave me like just the plate, just the license,
not
insurance. I
above
know they had to add 2
peasant.
on obstruction of
You're not
justice.
a
I guess I had to
god
add
to
the
a
obstruction because
peasant.
that was what they
You might
had
be
nothing without that. They can't.
perceived
Well,
that
that's why
There's a
they
reason.
have nothing. The obstruction
the
would definitely be
ignorant.
thrown out. I was just curious what your other
But
charges
in
were.
the
Give me a
eyes
call
of
later
truth,
on personal time if you
you're
want, but
not
I
that.
was curious what your obstruction of justice and what the other charges were. Because you
You're
did
a
just fine,
fraud.
bro.
You're
You
an
come up from this one,
imposter.
dude. If
You're a
you play your
wannabe.
cards right, man.
You're a
Yeah,
jealous.
they because the obstruction was the way to get me out of the car, right? Because that was his thing for
Yeah,
not.
it's a phony charge. It was a phony charge to put hands on you and get you in custody. Absolutely.
Right,
Right, and by the interaction that I had with him as your counsel, where he admitted to me that you weren't under arrest and that they weren't going to tow the car and that they just could cite you, and I gave him permission. Well, he has no problem. We have no problem. Go ahead, write the paperwork, upside him. Oh no,
I
now he's got
never never said I felt
Yeah, right. Because you want to play fucking
you were
egotistical power
inferior.
games and you want to
You
win.
implied I
Right?
was
You can't learn how to
inferior
win
to
until you
you
first learn how to
multiple
lose.
times.
That's the old
With
paradox. These
nice
top players have never
projection,
learned how to
as
lose,
you're
and that's why they're
planning
still
on
losers claiming
projecting.
they're winning.
You're a
So
fraud.
they already
You
beat
know
themselves.
exactly
All you
what
got to do
you're
is
doing.
present it in the right venue, and like you said, it's going to be a come up in a sense where they're going to have to learn
Thank
their
you for the
place, and the way
evidence.
that a hoe learns their place is tapping their pockets. Every good pimp knows that. I'm going to break a bitch, and I'm
Easy
going to
to
take everything out of
figure
her
out
pockets and send her
who
on her
and
way.
what
She's
you
going to learn how to
really
get in line.
are in real life.
Just like Bane said, courts will
And I
learn,
would
and the
be
police will
happy
learn
to
how to
show your
serve.
community
Have you
Ways
watched
you're
the
trying to
video?
manipulate
Have you
people
yourself
online.
watched the video back, Ryan? Because at the end was perfect, man. Your beanie was all fucking halfway sideways. You're all, they're being rough with me. And then the
Your
camera.
family should
No,
probably
dude,
know
honestly, if
too.
you play this right, I just was curious what charges you had. Because
It's
yeah,
not
that's what
about
they're gonna
playing
do.
anything. It's about taking the absolute facts and the record in a venue where it's going to be heard and seen, and it's going to be unable to be argued what the fuck they're up
Reverse
to.
image
So there is no
search
play in
on
this
Google
game. Like I
is not
say, the
very
best game
hard
is no
these
game.
days.
Authenticity is your highest power. The record in your favor is the highest power. Being on the right side of history is your highest value, power, and worth.
That was really the first time I did that with the ID refusal. And he stuck his snout in there, like trying to do intimidate.
No, it's not
ID,
because I said
bulging out. Like it almost like you have half an instinct to just hand him the fuck. I want to get back to the open mic. Just give me the tickets. Just give me the skee-ball fucking receipts. But nah, this time I was like, I don't know what happened. Dude, like a spirit took me over. I was just like,
Nah, he had a decision made. The guy looked like a Z fucking wannabe, the little sergeant dude. And he had a decision made the minute he fucking said, take the keys out of the car. Like many of us already knew.
Yeah, the audiologist, sergeant.
Yeah, he looked like a little Z wannabe, dude. Like the pre-Z when he was feminine. That guy looked exactly like me.
Listen, bro, some, any one of them, Z, slow state, whoever. They're all the same type of person with the same energy and the same false power dynamics. Same effeminate look and appeal that they all have.
So are you going to get your car? Is that the goal right now? Or what are you going to do? Because you're Christian there.
yeah, yeah,
I'm using Christian script.
The place is like a half hour away.
Complete
So,
fraud. You know
but I have
exactly
options,
what
whatever.
you're
Whatever. So I can take a bus over there, I can walk. Get over there, you'll call them, whatever, and just.
Hey, bro, by
see
the
what's
time
up.
this broadcast goes out, you might be buying yourself a new fucking car. Tell them keep it, bitch ass motherfucker. Tell them we're going 2001 Chevy Lumina to keep the 99. You ain't shit.
Yeah, but he has
And I now
Well,
sell
we can get the piss
so
back.
many
That's the thing. We'll file an injunction to get the piss bottles back, okay? That's just not right. You ain't keeping that. That's liquid gold.
slavery and genocide.
Yeah, they can keep the lead, but we're taking back the liquid gold.
Holy shit. Get the fucking slaves under control.
Yeah, cops think it's cool fighting cocaine. They'd be like, damn, this motherfucker holding out on the piss jars.
Do you Yeah, especially when you got 3 to 5K in like 20 fucking minutes fucking with me in this community that he didn't need. Hopefully you won't come back 6 months or a year from now and tell me how you didn't need no help here.
Yeah, that was pretty dirty. That was pretty dirty with his camera.
Right now. You're claiming it.
Yeah, like the last vision I had was like pulling out like a cooler.
That you're using.
Yeah, you might have to buy yourself a 2001 Lumina, just come up real quick, and then bring some ones down to those broken hoe cops.
I'm not
throw some
wrong
ones on them,
because you're
right? That could be your new content, right? We'll turn the police station to a strip club, and you throw some ones on those broken hoes who want to try to act like they're performing and doing something.
Tribe, you're a blockheaded bitch. Brian's actually
You just have to make it about you. We're sharing a moment right now. Would you do this?
Fucking dumbass.
We're around the fire. We're sharing a moment, and you're just going to start yelling and screaming across the fire, and people making faces.
And
We're back to
making a
Tribe.
conflation.
Yeah, Tribe's a bitch.
Did you promise to go to the court date?
With
No, I didn't sign that one. I refused that one.
But when they told you that, oh, you got to come.
Wait, what did you sign then?
Where you're
You
going to have
signed
to
something.
concede that there's a clear distinction between the terms.
But so they were
And
just told you so,
recognize
they're
that
like, hey, here's the court
are
date, and then
using
again,
the
assign that,
title
and then they're like,
L.
okay,
Yeah, because I was asking them, I would
There's
say
only
first, I said,
one
what
L.
happens if I don't? And they're like, oh, nothing, I just don't refuse on it. Like, oh, that's all I have.
is the
Even the test,
plural
don't you
for
like the
L.
test? I go, what, you're going to poke me with something? I go, what if I refuse? Oh, nothing, you're going to have to do that.
That there's only one.
Yeah, no,
true
you
L.
don't have to do any of it. This is the beauty of it. Is they're going to ask you each way, hey, you understand this, right? You're going to do this? No. Then they're going to try to give you some runaround.
So
if you don't take the poke, you're going to have to sit in a cell for a week or two. Oh, now you take your chances. Do I want isolation for a week or two and read and cultivate my faith? Or do I want these people sticking something in me? I don't know what the fuck it is that might affect the rest of my life. I mean, it's a pretty simple gamble, huh? If you really want to look at it that way.
Yeah, the
So you have
radiation
a
machine.
warrant out for your parking tickets? They didn't hit you with that?
Well, on the drive to the police station, it's like, you know, you got a warrant, right? And I'm thinking for Vegas. I was like, I go, oh, well, then nothing even mattered. I said, if I'd handed you the ID, it would end up in the same situation. He goes, no, this one is a non-pickup. Then I was like, oh, it's Florida. And then I'm like trying to but they didn't catch on that I thought it was Vegas. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I know about that one. I got told about that one 50 times already. We got a warrant.
Right, so they're chucking things away that you're not appearing for and settling. Why are they doing that? If they're so fucking legitimate and they have the goods, they got the 4 aces. Why is it when it's time to show the cards, they want to put them face down? This is what I mean. I've been onto them, and I've been using myself as a sacrifice to get to the bottom of how much power I have and how much they have. Turns out we have more power than them, folks. I'm here to tell you. I know it's shocking. Turns out the word was real, and then it became flesh. I know it's shocking how we've accepted how fucking powerless and lack of influence we think we have.
Yeah, they got me with the radiation machine, like, because I didn't want to, because I was like, I go, is this man? I go, what if I don't do this? He goes, you have to do it. And I knew I really didn't. That I was thinking more time in there, but now I'm thinking maybe God wants me more time in there because I was kind of working with those people a little bit. Like I had great energy, and a lot of people have shitty energy. And maybe I'm meant to be in there longer, but I don't know. Maybe there's someone in there I'm supposed to meet or something or talk to or whatever. So that was my fear. Like, oh, it's gonna take longer. But,
still not a god.
You know, if I don't want to do
I don't know if
radiation,
you're aware, but your little fucking escapade triggered the fuck out of the beta bitch boys. Like, okay, they couldn't stop fucking jealousy, man. That motherfucker did a whole podcast talking shit about this bum doesn't no one.
Slow State couldn't control himself. His own people, Cynthia and all them over there were like, Slow State, calm down, bro, relax. Right? Even Cynthia was like trying to say she respected us more after seeing this. Slow State was losing his mind, demonic, screaming, yelling, cutting everyone off, wouldn't let her play the video. I love revealing you infidels. I love getting you on a hook as fishermen and men and just revealing your character. And you think that you're like getting to something, clawing and grasping and scraping. You're just undoing yourself and revealing yourself and convicting yourself under God. I love you faithless scum who play like you're your own God and get shown different over and over again. It's the best game ever. Go ahead, Snafu. Continue.
I was just telling Brian it'd be interesting to watch him watch the playback over and see his reaction, but also Flow State and them did the most disgusting shit ever, dude. They literally were like basically saying he should be in jail and that bum doesn't deserve a come up if it happens, and like jealousy reeking out of this motherfucker, dude. What a bitch. That's all I gotta say, Brian.
Yeah, when I saw Mitchell's face when he kept on the stream, big smile on his face when he knew I was arrested. Big smile, right? And then he immediately goes over to Pine Needles and reveals why he had a big smile because I wasn't sure like why he had a smile. I suspected.
Oh, here we go.
When he got in Pine Needles' chat, and yeah, someone just thank you, Keith, as well, dude. Thank you. Yeah, but that's wild, though. Yeah, wow, dude. Yeah, he's demonic, dude. Flow State, yeah, just jealousy. Jesus, it's pure spiritual warfare, dude. And you can see it. I didn't see that clip with Flow State. I checked out that stream a tiny bit, but I didn't catch any of what you're saying. Makes sense, though, dude. Yeah, because what it is they could do it, and they're mad at themselves. They're not mad at me. They're mad at the bitch in themselves. He knows he's a bitch, just like the cops. They knew they were being bitches. Like, they think, no, it's not sinking in. But we got to realize it probably does sink in more than we think. It's not even if it's subconscious, they're in a dream or something. Because he was even asking, oh, can I watch this? What channel is it on? Can I watch that? Can I watch
I'm
it
not
just
claiming you're God.
You watch it yourself,
I'm claiming you're
I go, my dream would be, I know it's a crazy hypothetical situation, but my dream would be, you hop on panel, you say you're learning something, the audience starts to like you, you can get out of your top career, you do something maybe broadcasting or anything, I don't know, you know what I mean? But then it seems, I thought he didn't resonate, but maybe it did resonate. Maybe we touch people more than we think. Maybe that sentence I said to him, like, even though he'll never come on stream, but he'll always hate himself, like, he's afraid to come on stream. Say, hey, man, maybe there's something that you guys are saying. Maybe that was kind of
wrong.
In
your little virtual world, you could probably fool some people, but in real life,
the sacrifice is
you ain't got it.
O'Shea, these clowns don't believe in themselves. They believe in themselves so little, they don't even realize if one of these clown cops like Valdez, I'm not insulting him, if he would just get out of his clown uniform, take off the red nose and the floppy shoes, and come on here as a man with his firsthand experience, we can get to as much or more than whatever the fuck he got to without him selling his soul. They don't believe in themselves and the truth. They don't know their true value and worth and position. And when I tell them I got a position for them, they don't believe me. It's like I got to show them a gold Bentley or something to get them to do what's true and what's right. It's kind of pathetic.
Your claim, you titling
yourself. Yeah, bro. Hopefully, faithfully. Again, I know there's cops watching here. They've come on here before. Tampa was one of them. I know they watch. They don't comment because they don't want to throw their career away. Throw the career away, you're going to find out that everything you give up, you're giving back more. You're going to get a whole other career in broadcasting and talking with Sovsets and people like me from the perspective of a law enforcement officer. And it's going to be a great dynamic, great conversation, and we're all going to learn together. And the energy and the value is going to translate into value in your life. And it's going to be private transactions, not subject to taxation. There's a way out for you if you let it be, and you can walk the line of the position and be presentable and honorable, or just authentic. You don't even have to be honorable. Just be authentic and surrender the rest. There'll be a position for you here. You could come on without even face. Right? Without even face at first and establish yourself if you want to play with the anonymity. This way you have plausible deniability. Right? And see what it turns into. Because I already know. I've already seen how this fucking game works. You want to blow yourself up? Get in a conversation with me. Disagree with me even. All the better. Start your own channel and actually do something with the audience the rest of these cretins haven't yet. Like they wouldn't show up every day. Many of them will leave me to go watch you if you were a cop talking about your experiences with people like me. They would leave me an hour and a half in to go watch you if you went live. But you just don't get how this shit works. That's the difference between me and you. See, I put you in a position to take some of my audience just knowing the organic nature of what we do. Right? Like I'm willing to even put you on and promote you directly and indirectly, even if it becomes a loss for me in the short term. Because long term, it's just going to solidify my integrity, credibility, and appeal to broadcasting.
Your cards
I care more about the broadcasting and the experience that we're creating here than I do how the fuck I'm going to be seen.
That you're trying to manipulate.
By people who are not going to understand most of the time.
That's what makes you a deceiver.
So you really got to care about yourself and more importantly what you do, your credibility, reputation, and you have to see the magic that is you and your life.
Satanic.
And this creation. You have to see the miracle.
Because so many of us could benefit from that, from the conversion of people. Like if we're able to see their process and see them come out the other side, like they would just get so much love because that's like they say in America, oh, they like the redemption story. If you could do anything in America, literally anything, you could go just down and but if you're on a redemption arc, people.
I have not made that claim. You are making that claim. Ignorance is no excuse. I've articulated it clearly with L. My interpretation of L. You refused to recognize.
Can you read my comment that I highlighted here, sir, in the restream chat?
Menu.
Can you read my comment in the restream?
No, I don't believe you're some kind of God. I only believe in one God, so I don't believe.
Manuel, can you read the? I mean, Mitch, can you read the comment on the restream?
I won't. I'm not your fucking puppet, so quit trying to pull my strings, buddy.
Can you even see what I'm referring to?
No, I don't even care. But
all right, well, Shabbat starts on Friday evening, like when Brian was arrested, and it ends on Saturday night, Sunday morning. Well, it's really Saturday night, and he was released the next morning. So I was trying to allude to the fact that it's obviously the Jays. I think that's proof. What say you?
No, that's not proven. At best, it's evidenced with what you just said.
All right.
But
Well,
it's
I'm gonna
anecdotal
go. I'm gonna
evidence
go
at
with it was
best.
Jay's.
It's anecdotal evidence at best, and nice try blaming everything on the Jays. But yeah,
Well, I was raised
you
Jayish.
are
I
a
was bar
Jay.
mitzvahed,
You
sir. So
had a bar mitzvah. You fucking dummy. You are a Jay.
exactly. So I'm claiming that I locked Brian O'Shea in jail. Is kind of my point. So you should
Right.
kind of be my fan since you're.
All right. So can we get back to the conversation since you've got now a fraudulent claim highlighted?
I'm here rebelling your claim that you believe I believe I'm some kind of god, but you insist on the
Another
claim that I
man's trying
believe
to
I'm some
tell
kind of
me
god.
what I believe, right? You see how that works? It doesn't work like that. So I'll correct him and he'll refuse to accept it. That's referred to as cognitive dissonance, intellectual dishonesty, and fraud. Okay? So I'll go ahead and respond to that. I do not believe you are some kind of God. I don't believe in kinds of gods. I only believe in one God. You're an imposter God. You want to be God, right? That doesn't mean you are God. That doesn't mean you are a God, right? And that's why you use King James Version scripture to try and justify this argument with, oh, we are all sons and daughters of God, or whatever the fuck you said. So therefore we all are gods, or whatever is the logic you're trying to put forth, right? But this all started because you said I was wrong about what L means. You use it in your name and you refuse to describe what El means. You only described what Elohim means. You refuse to acknowledge that El and Elohim. Why doesn't your name say Emmanuel Elohim? Your name says Emmanuel, not Emmanuel Elohim. And that's what you described to try and conflate the two terms, which I've over and over and over again made the clear distinction between the two that you refuse to accept. You are the enemy of the truth, sir. You are a deceiver.
Clearly, Mitchell is God. So get your shit together, Emmanuel. Mitchell is God. All right. All right, Emmanuel. All right, let's
will fucking support you. So really, there's no bottom. As long as you're on the upward trajectory, no matter how far down you go.
Don't be such a Jew, partner.
People love that shit, dude.
Right. How many? But again, then they're scared because there's always fear with everything because there's potential consequences. If a cop just jumped off like Mike Dowd and the rest of them and said, you know what, I'm gonna clear my conscience and do what's true and what's right, and I'm gonna give everybody a great story based in truth. Yeah, I was selling drugs. Yeah, I was moving guns. Whatever it is. Yeah, I was taking rights. I realized it was wrong. You know, a lot of them are scared though because they think they're gonna get charged, or that the public opinion is gonna go against them, or that their buddies are gonna come see them. Right. So it's like, you know, it's a hard road to walk. But again, you could use anonymity. You know, you could prove certain things without proving things directly on here. You could use anonymity to limit your liability, prove that you are who you say you are without proving where you are exactly or what your identity is. And then, you know, you could have a whole situation going on based in truth and your experience, and people would find it valuable, right? You're not going to tell me they won't.
Your name does not say Emmanuel.
If he had anonymity and said, I was an officer, this is my uniform, he showed it. He didn't show necessarily where it's from, or any of the names, right? If you have a preponderance of evidence, people are going to run with the narrative, especially if you start talking, they believe you. That's the most important part. And motherfuckers who can see, hear, and feel are going to believe you when you got the right details.
The argument,
you know, like your boy the other day. I'm on the fence with him. The killer guy. I don't think he's really living what he said he was living. It don't add up to me. Some of the details were just kind of off. Seemed like he was thinking a little bit too hard and at times crafting ideas that he'd seen and heard before. Right? Anybody who anybody who knows certain things about certain things doesn't give you the story the way the Netflix movie tells it to you. Right? There's more details to these things. The devil's in the details, as I said. So when motherfuckers want to start talking body disposal and start giving me the Hollywood lines one for one, and don't realize there's other details that folks have found out by living that shit.
Guru on YouTube acting like you got truth is being.
You know what's funny is how I always point out synchronicities,
but you're deflecting with ad homs, projection, and obfuscation. More lies, more trickery, more deception. You're a joker. You're a fraud.
I think it's funny. I was pointing out it was 5:55 and it was 111 minutes, and I didn't notice I was also an hour and 51 minutes into the stream. So that's kind of funny. But let's continue. Funny's not the right word. Let's
movie tells it to you, right? There's more details to these things. The devil's in the details, as I said. So when motherfuckers want to start talking body disposal
and everybody else, it's going to be okay. All right, everybody, it's going to be all right.
And start giving me the Hollywood lines one for one, and don't realize there's other details that folks have found out by living that shit. I'm not saying I have. I'm just saying I tend to know some of the details for whatever reason. So I start to think you're just telling me what you've heard and seen other places. You really have no first-hand
judgment there.
Yeah, when that person came on with the voice, machine. I fucking thought it was the cop. I thought it was one of my arresting officers, like trying to like. First, I thought he was trying to like play us, like trying to like troll and shit with the voice thing, like fucking. But then, or I was like, well, is it a positive thing? He's using the voice thing because he just wants to have a conversation. But it could have been. But I don't know who that person. I still don't know who that person is. But doesn't seem like it was the cops. But the cops could do that. They could get a voice changer and hop on panel, like I said, for the good or the bad, whether they agree or disagree. Because even if they start with disagreeing and get their own channel and get popular from that, I see them that eventually, if you long game them, they'll come around and they'll see the truth. You know what I mean? So, but be authentic. Like if you disagree. You're gonna have a lot of people. You know what I mean? You get so much hate over here that you're gonna get a lot of love. That's just how you feel. You know what I mean? That you disagree. You can have a popular channel from that.
Well, yeah, Tampa, one of the reasons I like Tampa and respected him is because he did come up here and share his views. I thought he was a slave, but I think there was a mutual level of respect for whatever that's worth, right? Because it's like, there's cops who watch this and they got ideas and opinions and they'll say shit to their buddies, but they won't come up here and talk because they're punk cowards. And then he comes up and he goes, well, I think you're full of shit. I think your whole ideology is nonsense, and on and on and on. I used to like when he would come on. I appreciated him and respected him, even if I completely disagreed with him and went off on him at the time. Right? So I think that there's more of that needs to happen now more than ever. This is the age of the internet. This is the age of non-unities online that form communities in the world because your communities already suck. That's why many of you cops come here. You don't even know the subconscious behind it. You hate people like you and don't want to be around them. You come here to be with people like me because you just resonate more. Even if you disagree with me, you know I'm authentic and you know that I'm accountable and honorable to my nature, my intuition, my understanding. That's something you fucking slaves don't get anywhere in your life. Not with your friends, with your family, with your career buddies. Who are you kidding? So, just run with that theme. Run with that recognition and realization of just inherent hierarchical power, value dynamics, and interpersonal relationship dynamics. If you can't see that and feel that, well, maybe I'm projecting. Maybe you're just not aware of different aspects of yourself.
Yeah, come on up, state and love it. Just do your thing right now. You got plenty of people that probably fucking agree with you. Call me a fucking whatever. What are you gonna say now? I know you're steaming because I'm getting all these contributions. Come up there and say it. Say you're a bunch of fucking retards for sending me money.
They're steaming somewhere quietly right now.
You said is that perfect, O'Shea? BENTARD said y'all staged that whole thing. Y'all had 5 cops come with cop cars and everything.
Oh, yeah, we staged it, O'Shea. Did you get that report yet? I forgot about that. There's so many things that went on. I did a 12-hour fucking stream. Right? And BENTARD was steaming, saying that we staged the whole interaction.
And the original viral one.
Right.
Staged that too.
Right, we staged them all.
Be right back, folks. Short intermission.
Choose love.
What you listening to, son?
I don't think you like it.
Well, why not? I like this new generation of music.
Fraud.
Yeah.
Trying to manipulate the perceptions of others. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, crawling out the depths, man. Tell me who is next, man. Feeling like the son of Sam. I'm at your fucking neck, man. Mess a plan, plotting, dropping, cotton, stopping, knotting, rotten, gotten fucked up. Get your bitch knocked up. This ain't luck, bruh. Look, I've been moving, I've been grooving, I'm improving, never losing. Now I'm cruising to the top. Tell that goofy bitch stop. Thoughts, cops, ops, not trying to do me bogus. Staying focused, swarming like some locusts. Moses out of Egypt, Moses not equipped. Bitch, look, read a book, grab a nook. Took them in, they took me in. Up booking wins, my kin gon' be straight. Great, EST, OAT, she believe in me. Heavenly, BOD, GOD, status, mathematics, class in session. Messing with the best, it's off my chest, can put to rest. That's RIP. Ooh, who you fucking with, fool, huh? Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Mother of God, this is Brian O'Shea. Where did you get this from?
Big deal. I don't feel bad about it.
Let me tell you, Bobby, I don't want you listening to someone who drinks their own urine. What that person on your tape has is a medical disorder. Now you get ready for the game, okay?
Yes, sir.
That boy ain't right. That Brian O'Shea can sure spit bars, though. I tell you what, that was hotter than Strickland's last propane sale.
I just debunked this entire community. Tonight.
What community is that, sir?
The fraudulent accountability for all except for me community.
This emoji has a question for you.
I just want to salute Ice Grills and everyone in the chat holding this down. I don't know what the hell Pineal was talking about earlier. Did you say it went down to 6 or it went down 6? Because it was 22 people. So I don't know. You said there was a big drop earlier.
It was probably just
telling
number.
you don't worry about the numbers.
Yeah, it was probably just number games. It happens.
Oh,
I was just
I think
pretending
you're
like
playing word games because how I think he intentionally did that It sounded like he said it went from 20 something down to 6, but I bet it dropped. If you press him on it, I bet he'll say it dropped 6 numbers, 6 viewers.
It dropped 21. Yeah, I bet I said it was 21 to 6. Like how 216 is 6 times 6 times 6. Maybe that's what I was going for.
So did you lose 6 viewers or did you go down 6 people?
It dropped down from 29 to 6, but it was probably just fucking StreamYard games, dude. Or it could have been legit. Who knows? Let's continue with the restream. Of course, I have to switch tabs again.
So none of it's real because he goes, he's a real person. He's lived a real life. And he knows how life works, and it's not like that. Right? Cops don't talk to people or people on phones. Doesn't happen. So we staged it.
Yeah, we staged the paperwork. If you Google it, like if you Google my name, it comes up with charges.
Hey man, there's nothing saying you can't pay state agents to make up charges. And that's what he was saying. He said we paid for all of it. We staged all of it, from the paperwork to the fucking all of it. We got a serious team over here at Unslavia. Right?
He goes, and if you think they didn't stage it, you're a fucking retard. It's so obvious. What the fuck?
Right, that's so obvious to the schizophrenic haters who think that the traffic is following them. Did you hear that one? He goes, why is everyone following me on the road? Because they know I'm a chosen trucker. They know there's someone in this truck that's connected to God, partner. Oh my God. Now he's going to project his schizophrenia onto everyone else. He's going to fully embody it by thinking traffic people are following him because he's godly. He's a chosen Jeebus trucker. You can't write this shit. You can't make it up, bro, on any level. Our experiences with these people or the responses to our experiences with these people. You can't write this shit and you can't make it up because they'd say it was ridiculous. It couldn't be real. If you wrote it and gave it to a guy to write a straight, it wouldn't be real.
Yeah, so that radiation machine I went into, that's like the one thing I tripped up on. Because I probably didn't have to, dude. I probably could have got some supervisor and I was thinking I'm going to be in there longer. They're going to fuck with me. But so in hindsight, it's like, so what? More people to help. I feel like I can help people in there. Because I wasn't getting hurt in there. I was fine. The food sucked. And I didn't have good water. That was the real problem, is I was running out of water. But I was actually going to get some milk. I was going to use that to hydrate. The water, I couldn't drink the water. I put it in my mouth and it just tasted so bad I had to spit it out.
At least you got stretched out. I'm sorry you got out of the car for a couple nights.
What?
I said you got out of the car for a couple nights. You know what I'm saying? You got to stretch out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I've had been sleeping in the tent for 4 nights before that, so I was laying down. I love going in the tent like Paul says. It's cold at night, and I'm on mountains. Dude, I wake up with the most glorious view you could ever have, dude. Right out of my tent, dude. Every day I was doing that. Right up until that happened.
Yo, Ryan, one thing you trigger for me to me to up my game is like I'm just gonna start preempting situations that can be preempted. So it's like what's stopping? I'm just speaking for myself, right? What's stopping me for everywhere I go, and I know I'm gonna go to just preempt these situations. Say, look, here's the understanding that I have, and I'm gonna give it to you, and I'm gonna get on record with all sergeants in that area, so that 24/7, if there's an issue, I can say, yeah, call your sergeant, Johnny Smith. I got it right here on my phone in the database. Yeah, we already have a contract. He didn't reply. Like, right, played a paper game before. So it's like, why am I going to wait until a roadside incident and then give him my understanding and then bring that court? Why?
Because I'm not a LARPer.
Obviously, it can't be the.
I'm just a man
situations we have to meet life on life terms, right?
sharing a perspective that you can't legitimately rebut.
Why not? Why not be honorable and do my due diligence beforehand? And maybe 50% of them will acknowledge.
You can only add
and then
more
when I'm on my car on my bike,
lies on top of lies on top
let's see what happens. I'm going to test it out because then it's just like, well, I already have a contract. You're not going to follow your own contract. It's just something interesting.
You admit you're wrong. You admit you're a fraud, just like the government.
Hey, I'm going to be in your area. I know you guys are the ruling.
We know who you work for, buddy.
And I'm a software guy, so I'm thinking about I'm just going to make a software and I'm just going to notice everybody. How about that? I'm just going to notice all of them. I know how to send out like 1,000 emails a day at a time. Maybe I'm just going to get the list of all sergeants, all the police departments, all the state highways. I'm just going to notice them all and say the blah trust. And then see what all the replies are. That'll be hilarious. See what their replies are. And then you know what, Brian? Because then they have to reveal themselves. They either are going to say, we do follow Supreme Court rulings. And then we
now on to the ad hom because you have no argument.
Yeah, that's how you get them in dishonor. You put them in a no-win situation. That's the point. You give them the notice. When they don't respond to the notice, which is their duty, they're derelict in their duty. If they don't respond to the notice and they carry out something on you, you get the point to either their dereliction in response or their dereliction in duty to respond to you based on the facts of the matter. Either way, they can't win, right? I've done it over and over again. Right. Oh, yeah. Well, thanks. This is what we do here. You just figured out a year and a half is to get them in dishonor one way or the other.
Yeah, but to be fair, we're not
to not deceive people.
The folks, a lot of folks they're not sending these fucking notices in advance, right? So
take it easy, Don.
Because they're convicting themselves ahead of time. They don't get that. When you don't send the notice, you're believing you do wrong. Because only an honorable man would tell everybody in the world what he's going to do day after day. If you won't give notice, you must be thinking you're wrong and hiding what you're doing. See, that's the presumption. That's why I tell them, you can't possibly think I'm doing wrong and on the run. I do a broadcast every fucking day, hollering. Yeah. Right? I ain't running and hiding. I ain't denying my obligations and responsibilities and accountability. I'm giving the world notice day after day. You won't take notice of that and respond to that notice? Well, then you can't have any beef with me. All you can say is I'm crazy. You can't say I'm guilty of any kind of malicious intent.
I'm not saying you, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying the folks who want to play this game and stand on
he
something.
Thinks he's chosen by God.
I've learned a lot from motherfuckers that said they don't believe what I'm saying, and then I said, no, if you don't believe me, do what I'm saying and fucking prove me wrong, asshole.
Not quite.
Otherwise, just fuck you, get away from me. Like people say,
to create
controversy. I'm like, you fucking loser.
To bring truth with
actually do it and tell me the result of the 100 calls.
He's so godly.
And sometimes these motherfuckers actually do it, and then they come back, yo, that should actually work. I was It's like it's win-win. You either like just you try it and fucking do it, otherwise shut up. How many of your detractors had never even sent a notice or attempted any of this shit? Nothing. I fucking Lou asked this for like 2 years. He hasn't sent a notice to his fucking local property tax slave corporation. He keeps not sending a one-sentence fucking notice.
Add him to my victim list.
Just asking a question. Is it illegal? Are you so scared to ask a motherfucking question? You fucking bitch-ass slaves.
Yeah, next Saturday I'm getting my first paid comedy gig. Basically, I got to be 15 minutes. I pay like $50 I think. It's far. It's a rough bar, but I see a lot of people feature there. They have rough times. People that are good in clubs and they try to bring a club material. It's like, nah, you got to abandon the club material. It's far. You got to do a different thing. So just throwing that out. I hear you, Timmy, but I'm just throwing that out as well as on my mind. Just another synchronicity, like another level of it. Saying, stay respected. The kid at that party, you like them. People keep telling me, we like you, bro. We like you. I think you're making moves. Like, you know what I mean? So but yeah, getting out of Vegas too. Now I'm like, should I don't know, but now I'm feeling. I don't know. We'll see. Take it day by day, minute by minute.
What are you guys saying?
Whatever they Vegas. Who's going to call first, dude?
I got 2 computers, 4 phones.
Your car first?
A tablet.
Yeah.
Right.
Who knows what happened? All my shit. They got my keys. I don't know what's up with my debit card. Got all my stuff in that car. My computer.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they didn't fucking touch nothing in the car.
Huh?
Yeah, for no other reason, for fear of getting hepatitis A, B, C, D, E. I could go on.
Yeah, that dude going through my car. Yeah, no, that's the last thing was like funny. But he, like I said, he's opening the cooler, and I'm just like, dude, this is the worst car from top to half. Like,
they bagged and tagged your whole car. You go, no, just bag it and tag it. We're not even going in there. All right, Sarge, case closed.
Right. Because they desperately wanted to find something, dude. Like, find a hidden gun, find a hidden bag of
cocaine. They go lunchroom with the other cops and go, all right, who's going to O'Shea's car to inventory it? Not me. That's the thing, not me. Has to do it, not me. All right, well, you're up. Get in there. And there's jugs of piss in the back. You're gonna have to weigh those. you're gonna have to put those in glad bags and weigh them for evidence. Good luck, sir.
You know you have to open it and smell it. That crazy ammonia.
That's the one place the blue line code breaks down, right? Is inventorying O'Shea's car. All of a sudden, it's every man for himself.
It's a perfect car to hide guns and drugs. They definitely wanted to find something. I know it. They wanted to take that thing apart, dude. Because they gave me 5 charges.
A Cuban refugee just pops out of the trunk because they wouldn't search it.
It's a time play by O'Shea.
Sarge, you had a Cuban back there. I mean, we just told you we searched it, but could you blame us? We didn't want to inventory O'Shea's piss-ridden, piss-smelling car. We didn't know there was a Cuban in there. I told you got to do your job. I told you got to inventory every car. You let a Cuban immigrant escape prosecution.
This one guy's taking pictures of the newbie. It's like literally the guy's first day on the job is following his coworker's car. He pulls me over for. I turned my turn signal on, but I didn't wait 3 seconds before changing lanes. So he pulls me over.
Dude, could you imagine the officer that has to open that piss and test it for psychoactive chemicals? Because it's like, that could be some prerequisite, like red phosphorus to making meth. Like when your urine like ages, it turns red. So they have to open it up and put on a gas mask and then test it for psychoactive precursors. Make sure you're doing shake and bake back there.
I want the body cams to that, dude. Please have body cams to the piss fucking opening, dude. We got to get the foils of that interaction on. We got to get the body cams.
He drinks the shit. We think it's red phosphorus. He couldn't possibly drink his own urine. We think he's covering because he's making shake and bake meth in the back of the Lumina. No, it's piss. We just opened it. It's piss. Oh, it really is piss. Oh. Who's got a bag?
It slips out of their hand and spills all over. They would die, dude. They would probably just shoot themselves in the head. Like it spills on their head and mouth and eyes and shit. You're just like,
he might not pull you over ever again just for that. Oh no, that's a Shade's car. Fuck the registration. He's got piss in there.
Yeah, open the bottle. Just open the bottle like right by the door. They can't really see it, but they can just smell it. But if they just smell weed, it's gonna be that ammonia fucking.
Yeah.
O'Shea, what's your critique on me? Like, if you had to do it all over again, would you use to come on my broadcast and let me insult the cops, their domestic situations with partners, call them dummies, everything else that I did that I later got like shit for? They go, I can't believe he called up Paul enslaved thousands of miles away, knowing he's gonna fucking go off on everyone just in pure disgust.
Well, the only reason you did it was because of their reactions. Like, because what else can you do? You're limited at that point because they completely wall off like a child. So you got to trigger them at that point.
Yeah, I almost have to start performing a bit and acting out and then triggering their spirit back to the facts of the matter that they're just so glazed over to. So it's like the first day when I identify that they don't want to hear any like reason and sensibility, I start going the other way. Submit, cooperate, comply, right? I start acting out and performing in a sense to just show the absurdity and ridiculousness of the life that we're all living, right? So I become the clown in a sense, but it's very effective, I believe, because it focuses all the kings and queens back to the grounding, humbling, yet absurd truth of the life we're living, right? So I almost psychologically just naturally go into at this point that gesture-like presentment of the facts, so that I take all the heat of being the asshole, the bad guy, the clown, and then the facts just have to be left out there to be addressed or not.
I agree, dude. Yeah, you didn't fucking hurt me at all, dude. Like, and yeah, if you see people try to use anything, bro, like let's say I did get smoked, right? Let's say I did get shot at the end. They'd be like, see what you did. Like, nah, man, like that had nothing to do with it. Like, my whole thing is I just didn't have the voice. I didn't think I did, or whatever, or maybe. I did have a voice because I had my own understanding. Like, there's no loss into harm. That's what I said I was going to stand on, and that's what I did. That's all I really had. But
so you had no issue with me asking if they were under the influence of drugs, of alcohol, or if that one guy was on steroids?
No, obviously I love that shit. And then when you made the joke with the about the presidents, they laugh. So I'm like,
Oh,
gotcha,
yeah,
they
they have
laugh.
two daddies, like most New World Order child of the lie. They have two daddies. One of them's an egotistical narcissist. The other one's a pants-shitting, senilic retard.
They started cracking up. They both
I'm sure
started
they
going
did.
out
I'm sure they did, because that's all that's in my heart right now is just the revelation of the facts of the matter of how absurd this reality and outcome is that we've created for ourselves and each other. How could you deny it? Cuts right through all the formality and bullshit, no?
Yeah, because people could be like, oh, you were too aggressive, Brian. Not really. I was just, yeah, I get heated, but I wasn't like, because that's what I was like. And was I belligerent, oppositional, or was I just kind of passionate, sticking to my guns? And yeah, maybe I could tone it down a little bit. I learned something from it, but overall, I have nothing against what you did, and I think I did fine too.
Well, O'Shea, I wouldn't have antagonized the cop that was smarting off across the way. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. I'm just saying what I would have done. I wouldn't have been like, hey, motherfucker, what'd you say?
Right, and that's the guy
who thinks this is funny back there? Get over here.
right, because they kept coming, so I was like, Houston, I thought he was going to come. But that was the one guy that didn't come and get on camera. He was the one roughing me up. He was the one. He was the one that turned my head sideways.
But send us in the car right now. I want to see you over here right now and see it.
Right, they kept coming every time I did it. I didn't expect the first guy to, because I waved him over. He just came right over.
Like children, like one or two of them peeked into the camera and then ran like a child. Like when you move the camera to the other side, one of them peeked in. It was like, I'm leaving. These guys are such clowns. I just don't see it the way I see it, right? They're too focused on the costumes and regalia and the false power to see it for what it all is. Just one big fucking dance and performance.
Yeah, they kept calling me your client. Like your client. They were convinced you were some highfalutin fucking lawyer or whatever.
I'm not interested in what they're convinced of, right? I'm interested in what I say and more importantly, what I don't. I never said I was an attorney or a lawyer. I said I'm counsel and next friend. So whatever they concluded from the way that I spoke and what I spoke is not really as much of a concern as the facts of the matter. So they can't claim that I was practicing law without a license, right? You know, you don't need a license to practice law. There's a clue. We're all supposed to uphold the law, so we have to practice the law. We don't need a license to do that. It's called being a fucking man or woman. So I never claimed to be some licensed attorney. I said I'm counsel next friend. And there's many times where I know what they're going to conclude, and I almost purposely play off that because they're going to manipulate directly. I'm indirectly manipulating their subconscious. See?
Is the next friend like I'm counsel next question? What does next friend mean? Or next time is friend? What is next? Are you saying next friend? Next friend? Like next question? Or next,
no, as in that's the term they would use for the idea that, like, you know, whoever this person is a friend of yours, right?
Like next of kin, next of friend.
Correct.
Yeah, that's pretty cool statement. Pretty cool way of phrasing this. Yeah, and you know, I could have thrown in like, hey guys, look, you got 1 billion slaves you could just give the tickets to all day today. I go, if you think about it, you probably might just want to let me go, dude, because this might end up falling back on your head. You got billions of slaves that are just gonna comply. You understand this might turn back around on you. Like, just let me go, because I'm telling you, and I'm literally warning them. I'm telling them the truth. I'm like, and that's honest advice to them, dude. You got 1 billion other slaves, dude. Just let this one go. This one's different. Just let me go. Just act like you didn't see nothing. Just do what you do, and I'll do what I do. Because that's how freedom actually works when you get established. Like the world works in one way, and this type of society and this type of people do this way. You know what I mean? And it just works out. They're like, oh, those are those people. And that's how they move. They move like that. We don't. They have special privileges. They're like,
yeah, well, that's how their system is set up to work. Is the quote unquote slavery or the governance of the public is there. Governance is available, brothers and sisters, for those who support it and pay for it and choose to be governed by it. And then there's folks who understand rights come first. So depending on your pick your poison ideology, you either can be kept safe or you can have your rights upheld, right? There's a privileged class and a protected class. Is that a coincidence? If you're privileged, well, then you can't be protected from losing your rights because you want privileges more than rights. You're a protected class. You say, I don't want your safety and your privileges and benefits. I want my rights upheld. So that's the difference between a United States citizen and American national. Hello? Anyone out there?
And the protection comes from the creator, right? But in that lingo, the protection is from the
right. That's the point. Protection doesn't come from earthly man and woman for whom there is no salvation, who can't even save themselves. My protection comes from self-governance and God, or it doesn't come at all unless I contract that to a private or public organization.
Right. So you always claim gratitude for 3 things. Grateful for what you have received, grateful for what you do receive, aka what you are receiving, and then gratitude for help in time of need. So maybe that when I didn't get smoked, maybe God intervened a little bit and like slowed down the trigger fingers. You know what I mean? So you got gratitude for help in time of need. So it's like that's the faith. Like I just stand this path. Most likely I'm gonna get help in time of need, like a divine intervention.
Yeah, part of it is it's a lot harder to deny your intentions when they see what we're speaking about and they feel our energy and they know that we're not there to harm them. They can play the game, but they've already concluded we're not there to cause them harm. Right? If you come with any other energy other than that, they might get a bit more reactive. They might treat you like they treat all the other folks we see on body cam. So we're not there to resist. We're not there to even defend. We're not there to offend. We're there to talk truth and get the facts of the matter on record and to compel all of us to serve God and the law that is within us, not around us. First and foremost, that is the precipice or that is the predominant and prefaced idea of what law is philosophy. If you cannot use philosophy effectively, the love of knowledge, you cannot be fit for discernment when it comes to upholding the law, right? One comes before the other. Why I would think that folks who graduate any kind of law would be compelled or even forced to as their curriculum to understand philosophy, logic, morals, ethics, civics, justice as a conceptualization. How could you enforce that or enact that if you don't understand that and self? Right. So this is where we.
Be well, brother Emmanuel. I'll see you later.
Easy.
We missed the mark. The universities no longer, if they ever did, teach universal law. That's the purpose of a university, is higher order education. You're supposed to bring a localized slave to a place of one world order. Oops, did I use their lingo? Right, because there's two jurisdictions. There's a kingdom of heaven, one world government, one world order. It looks like self-government under universal law. And then there's the opposing dynamic, as we know, which all the folks have fed into, paid for, and given their word and their power over to be created.
And the PhD is the P philosophy? Or, we get PhD doctorate. Is the P something philosophical something? Philosophical? I'm dead wrong on that. Anyone know?
I'm not sure. It's a doctor of philosophy.
So there you go. That's the highest, right?
It's a philosophy, right? Because it's like you see what these people get these PhDs for, right? All this nonsense biology and all this shit that they're doing, right? It is based on philosophy, right? It's a worldview thing, right? Back in the
right, and if you don't have that, you're really not competent and capable in your profession. So yeah, it probably would make sense that if a PhD is a doctor of philosophy, that you'd have to be a master of self, knowledge of self, and the philosophy conceptualization.
Yeah, I talked about this like a year back during the when I was talking about the treatment time. I look back at the old biology books from high school, and the first page they say quotes, and the people that they quote are Darwin and some other guy, and they say humans are basically they say humans are pieces of shit, machines, like they're just trash, and the world, the Big Bang is just like just random thing that happened. So this book is going to be about how do we figure out the mechanics of the human body. Like that's what their philosophy is based on. All of that biology for the next 500 pages. Everybody just goes, okay, this is true. Right? So that's the philosophy that they're operating.
Right, but again, Timmy, this is why I say there's knowledge of the world, which obviously is perverted and corrupted, and then the truest knowledge and power is knowledge of self. So that's where self-love comes in. Because in order to have philosophy, the love of knowledge, you have to have the love of self and knowledge of self. That is where these folks are not trained. They overlook that to go into the world and institutions to get knowledge of and from the world, which has been perverted and corrupted, as we know, or is distorted seemingly by the perspective of the individual who does not love themselves or the knowledge. See how that's a feedback loop? Because even if history is accurate, it will be misinterpreted by folks who cannot see, feel, and hear in alignment with truth and love of self and that knowledge of self.
It's very circular. Yeah, it's very circular, I think.
So I just got some news right now. Jeebus was over on McLondon's, and notice McLondon had to get canceled just now. Okay, his stream ended abruptly, and he had to reset back on. He let Jeebus make a death threat just now on Snafu Snaps. We got the footage, London. The crew is on strike time. You want to let people make death threats? Jeebus on Snafu. We're going to strike the fuck out of your channel. Hence, your stream ended abruptly. So again, strike time on London, man. The optics are high.
Shots fired.
Don't strike anyone.
I'm striking. No, you don't allow Jeebus to say he's going to kill me when we're whistleblowing on fucking incest trader. Today we had Rob say that he wanted to eat a baby, kill a baby, fucking so he could join the Illuminati with Rose. Okay, but that's not what we caught. The big one was Jeebus saying he's going to kill me on Mr. London's channel, and now Mr. London's stream ended abruptly. I wonder why. And now strike time, guys. The crew, Mr. London. You want to let motherfuckers threaten whistleblowers? We'll see what happens.
Yep. All right. Well, take a breath and just.
Who the fuck are you, me?
Huh?
Who are you?
Nobody. I'm nobody.
Then who are you telling me to take a breath?
You just.
I'm nobody, but take a breath. Who the fuck are you?
I'm not
Who
anybody.
are you, Granny Panny? Are you a Granny Panny?
I'm not anybody. I'm just saying, like, take a breath and calm down. Like, bring your.
Don't give me Granny Panny vibes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry. I'll take a back seat, but you just seem like you were.
No, there you go. That's the position you probably should be in. Take a back seat on shit you know nothing about. London, we're gonna strike the fuck out of your channel. You wonder why the stream ended abruptly. And Flo, last night we were working on you as you were harassing and bullying me and Daddy and many others. You bad guys not following TOS.
Okay, just
Are you guys hearing that shooting?
Yeah.
There's shooting going on around here?
Yeah.
I want to think Benjamin.
Officers down. Officer Slow State, Officer McLevin down. They need backup units.
I just feel like we could all be more peaceful if you would just take a.
How is it peaceful when you got people who are committing traitorous acts on our country or fucking little kids and putting that shit out there?
That's
Calling
true.
cards, huh?
That's
You think that's very peaceful? Me?
But it doesn't have to.
Coward ass motherfuckers.
But
Y'all want to say, oh, snitches did ditches? Well, I would proudly snitch to fucking protect the innocent children or the country, the traitorous acts going on in the digital experience. No, more like you motherfuckers are complying to some sick ass shit.
Listen to me, you fucking asshole. Listen to me.
Hey, asshole, me. Are you Granny Panny? You haven't told me who you are yet.
I'm me.
Well, who's you? That's me. That's you.
Yeah, exactly. So all I'm saying is just take a breath and calm the fuck down.
No, when Jeebus wants to make death threats just now on Mr. London's channel, you don't think the crew's watching your bitch asses? Mr. London, strike time, baby. Crew strike time. All you guys will provide some time stamp.
Right now, I don't even know what to do with you. I don't even know what to do with you. You are so coked up.
You got a channel? I'll fucking strike it.
You are something else, dude. You are something.
I can't believe you don't know who this is, Snafu, you idiot. Look at the goddamn eyes. Look at the face, you moron.
Oh, you know. I'm pissed. I just
Listen to
heard
the voice.
he's gonna kill me on London Man's fucking
All right,
stream.
so you're going to tell me, okay, it's the guy's a nubby fingered incel online who can't even get his woman together, let alone come kill you. So,
well, no, they're all
really
talking behind the scenes because there's real shit going on. These people being exposed. So whether I know it's all fake with certainty, these people, but they're talking behind the scenes, pushing, gaslighting. You know how this play shit goes. I ain't scared, motherfucker. Just so you know, you come here, I'm gonna kill you first if I feel threatened. That's the truth, yo.
I highly doubt that somebody whose woman runs that household is going to come kill you and do hits on you. All right, John Wick, relax.
Do I threaten you? Do I threaten you? Let me ask you that. Do I threaten you?
No, you give me granny panty vibes right now.
Okay, well, good. Thank God that's what you feel because I don't want you fucking anywhere
Hey
near
Rose.
me.
Hey Rose. Since you're trotting, shut up for a second. Hey Rose, since you're trotting Pro Triple 7 around everywhere except for Paul's, how about my channel now that I got a little something going on? You get Pro Triple 7 over there?
Well, you know, it seems that there's been a new pattern and theme established, it seems. I kind of spoke on it yesterday, but I don't want to go too deep in it. Let's just say folks are long game, revealing themselves, convicting themselves, indicting themselves with that spirit. And hey, Snaps, can you wait for me to fucking finish, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Not the Snap show, okay?
No, I'm just gonna put Rose on blast after you're done. Go ahead.
Go ahead, put everyone on blast. Nobody's safe here.
Rose. When you defended pedograph Monty for Flow State, right? You actually looked in camera and said, "Well, I don't see anything wrong with a fantasy of rape and torture on children." Right? You didn't look at all the stuff I sent you, right? But you defended Flow State for his pedophile supporting acts, right? Notice what happened to your boy Flow State. Didn't he just deal with the strike? Interesting. Did you go comfort him, Rose?
Great stop, Sappho.
So again, Snaps is a dummy. That's fed up Southern girl. That's not Rose. So yeah.
It sounds like you're all a bunch of faggots. I don't know what is going on here exactly.
Oh, that sounds triggered. You're the one defending a pedophile supporter earlier. Oh, Flo. Flo seems like he's okay guy.
Am I included in that assessment?
I don't know if I came to that assessment.
Hello?
Yeah.
Am I included? Hello? Am I included in that assessment?
Hello. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck you came to that assessment. Whoever just said that, but
right. I'm asking you if I'm included in that assessment.
well, maybe. I mean,
maybe.
Of course you are.
Do you regularly use? Please stop talking. Do you regularly use low-level reverse child psychology to get what you want with men?
I don't have to. I don't have to do
Okay,
that.
so then pick another route of administration for getting what you want here, because by trying to, question everyone's sexuality and masculinity to get a reaction or response or to have control over the venue, probably not the most honorable and presentable way to go about it, right? Just makes you look like a dumbass.
Is that a word? Presentable?
Yes, it is. It is. It's spelled presentable. Go look it up. That's how I pronounce it. I have interesting pronunciations for things and people. You'll learn that if you stay long enough. Like responsable, presentable, honorable. I do that for a reason, to communicate to dunces like you what the word is supposed to mean, because oftentimes it goes overlooked. The sentiment, of course.
Holy shit. All right, presentable. We're saying presentable, correct? Is that weird?
Correct.
Right, how do you spell
Kind of like you're predictable.
Please stop popping and yelling over. I'm perfectly capable of having this interaction. I have many times before, and I will again. Please shut the fuck up. Thank you.
I didn't say anything. I don't know what. I mean, mute me again, I guess. I don't know what the problem is. But
I didn't perceive of a problem. I thought that you did.
what did I do?
You presented that there was a problem here, that everyone sounds like a bunch of faggots, as you put it.
Oh,
so I thought that maybe that was a problem for you.
It was presentable that the faggots were present.
What evidence did you get that anybody was engaged in homosexuality here today?
I think the language. You know what I mean? Like the language that everybody was using, it just seemed like a circle jerk.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is it possible maybe you have a dysfunctional perception that you project onto others?
I don't think so.
Most people who do have dysfunctional perspectives don't think so.
Okay. Well, maybe
That's what makes it such.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right.
There's a good chance. That's usually what goes on here.
Mm-hmm.
That's been the pattern.
Okay. Well, you guys go ahead and you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your understanding and cooperation.
Yeah, go ahead and do your circle jerk and then mute me.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your cooperation.
Yeah, just mute me like you just did. And
right. I know. I got one better.
Hey, can you pause real quick, Pineal?
Circle jerking.
It's pretty funny because I wasn't watching this whole stream, but from what I caught here for a little bit, Brian was thinking that fed up Southern girl was Rose, 777. And he was like super adamant that it was Rose trying to act like someone else. Yeah. Off his rocker on that one, man. But shout out to the real lore and the misconceptions. Yeah, but anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there. Go ahead.
In the right way. We don't need a woman here or someone who purports to be a woman who acts like a little girl here for a homosexual jack session, do we? No, I didn't think so. So maybe you go find a lesbian pussy rubbing circle and you can be part of that. See how that works, dumbass? You get yourself tricked out of every position of power and value, being heard or seen or credible. Right. Interesting when that projection presumption just veers back onto the person giving it, and then they're never
on the stream. I drink Red Bulls.
Specifically, redneck Red Bull. I'm just kidding, brother. I don't know why I said that. Why that?
I knew. When you end this stream, I need to go find your email. I'm gonna email you some songs by Kill the Priest. I think you might like them. I'm not sure, bro, but it's fire, bro. Kill the Priest makes great music now. He's an independent.
I tap into his streams sometimes. Yeah, I tap into his streams on a rare occasion.
I don't even watch most of his streams, to be honest, bro, because I'm gonna be real. He may not be in the music industry anymore like that, and he was blackballed or whatever and went independent. Unlike, arguably how we saw Raekwon, RZA, Ghostface Killer, and a lot of these cats go, into Hollywood, into the, real big time into the movies. But that's besides the point. All I was gonna say is some people on his streams, bro, it's questionable. Like, he's got some good ones out there, but man, talk about co-opted, COINTELPRO. Like, there's been some clowns that he's had on, like Ben Kepara, the guy that Rasul Allah and Ben Kepara. Oh my God, bro! Those two dudes that he had on like all the time for a while, I stopped watching. It's just they're so ignorant and arrogant. Bro Sanchez went on there like twice, and I'm not like a Sanchezian, although I do like Bro Sanchez still. And Killer Priest needs to. Killer Priest still believes in a lot of nonsense, I think, low key, but he's come a long way. I'm not trying to down the guy. He's a great artist, dude. Really great artist.
Yeah, well, when they were
Go ahead.
when they were getting into the Anunnaki territory and stuff, and they were getting into Sitchin and stuff, I was waiting for them to elaborate it all on the optics that seemed to be questionable at the least and highly suspicious at best, and just the shillery involved around Sitchin, his work, and 12th Planet, and all this, Planet X stuff.
Yeah, Nibiru. Yep, exactly. The Four Horsemen rapping about Nibiru. Yep.
Yeah, I was waiting for them to kind of elaborate on that, and they didn't get to it, so I was left with the conclusion that they're completely buying into the whole, Anunnaki storyline and the Sitchin work of Sitchin and stuff. Again, I mean, truth mixed with lies. But that's a conversation for a whole nother time. Definitely for another time. Right to travel, Anunnaki, kind of different, but kind of different.
Dude, come on, bro. You know how your streams are. Like, I gotta be. All right, yeah, you're good, bro. I just had to throw that in
I've
there.
done a pretty good job at keeping this one on topic to the title, though, considering I'm almost coming up on 10 hours soon, and here we are still.
When you've been up all night, you gotta let someone like me get the mic and throw my bit.
No, yeah. I check his streams out every now and very rarely, bro. But yeah, that's what I've seen to be a theme. So I don't know.
No doubt, man.
Maybe I need to tune in more. But yeah, send me the links anyway. Fuck it. Let's continue.
Yeah, we'll be in touch.
No.
Your thoughts?
You got my email.
Presentable spelled, the last 4 letters are ABLE. That's like Ibble.
I'm just wondering if I should have long gamed that more. I just kind of came right at her. I could have given it some time, but maybe we just got right to.
And I agree with No Despair Bear. He didn't need to come out, like that. But whatever. He learned. It's what he did, and it's what happened. So it's how he had to learn.
Something that needed to happen quicker.
Yeah, the problem is you got a bunch of hyper masculine broken bitches who think that their idea is to compete with men. That's what their purpose is in life, and they can't get it done. It was obvious just right there in a simple exchange of words. Just going to go laughing and giggling and being sarcastic, right? It amounts to nothing. So all you do is embarrass yourself. You don't know your role and place and position with a man, and that's evident. That's why you're most likely single. I'd have to guess. That's why, ironically, you're probably running around every other day with a group of women because you can't understand or keep a man. What I usually find with the hyper masculine, loud, angry, bitter, resentful, sarcastic broads is they're always around other women like them who they don't respect and don't like, but they're forced to be with because a man won't have them.
It's not their fault, Paul. They've been surrounded by beta bitches their whole fucking life, so that's the defense mechanism they've had to build. It's okay.
What do you think her intention was to come up here, the timing of it? Like, why today? Why right now?
Why would you come up here and show those ridiculously sickly looking plucked / lacking eyebrows? What's the point of that? Like, she thought she was being alluring and sexy and mysterious. I immediately go, you're a grotesque person. Just by the flash of the eyes and the eyebrows, I go, this is most likely a dysfunctional person. That's just the immediate read I get. Because they thought they were going to be sexy, mysterious, and alluring, and the eyebrows just look like someone who has lupus. So I don't know what the fucking point of that is. That probably works with all the beta males who have no options. Doesn't really get much going with me. I just think you're a fucking clown.
And Pro 777's the genius, right? Jason Lingren are geniuses. They're so smart that they let Rose run the whole show.
Be right back, folks. Short one.
Cities. I don't like fucking police. I don't like fucking slavery and genocide. And I think you two, or you, Drew, whoever, whatever the fuck, you're caught up, bro. And your argument is weak to me.
What am I caught up in?
You're caught up in a big city. You're caught up in not fucking going against the police at all. Just going with the easier, softer fucking thing. Hell, how about just being a fucking man and seeing the slavery and genocide and trying to fucking step up and do something about it instead of being a bitch? Getting me more deep in the conspiracy.
Church coming over, and I do not want it smelling like weed. So
Okay. All right, we'll do.
And them church folks don't want to smell that weed. Better open that window.
See, 48 years old I got. So, but it's all good. It's better than being in the car.
Yo.
What was it? Those reptile eyes? What was that?
Ooh, cuck body.
His eyes just looked weird. I don't know if it was the lighting or something.
I don't like fucking old I got. So, but it's all good. It's better than being in the car.
Reptilian agenda optics, folks. David Icke. Optics high.
And I don't like big cities. I don't like.
All right, let's continue. Let's continue. Amber, get over here.
Beta bitches always try to use on me what they think works for the rest of the men because they think we're all the same, and then they have to learn the hard way. They get sent packing. Something they've never seen before. They've never been in a relationship where a man sent them packing. It's always the other way around. These beta bitches are the ones to leave and then go get another. It's never the man who establishes a set of conditions and standards that we work toward. That is their problem. That's why they never respect their men they're with. That's why they always leave them and cheat on them and wind up with other angry bitches just like them.
Yep.
Forgive me, O'Shea. What are those people you just meant known for? Actually, in reality, besides their fucking radio show, please like enlighten me.
Pioneer, you see how
they got into the legal model.
He brings it to Crow and Rose. You know, no one on panel is realizing at this point that Brian is under the impression that Rose was just on, unless he's doing a bit. But I think anyway. Go ahead. It's funny.
He could be confused. Maybe he didn't get any sleep in jail. Maybe he who knows? I'm just really curious to know what the fuck this fucking bulk pickup truck is doing outside, taking so fucking long to fucking. What the fuck, dude? Damn, it is a beautiful day too.
Gangstalk optics.
No, not even. They're just taking forever to fucking throw away the fucking bulk pickup. But I guess my neighbor was getting rid of a ton of his shit. Holy fuck, yeah, the truck is packed to the top already. Damn it, I forgot to go look around for fucking one man's trash is another man's treasure bulk pickup optics. Fuck it. I missed out this month. It is what it is. All right, let's continue. Not paranoid, sir. I am upset that I didn't come up on some bulk pickup. When you live in a decent neighborhood, actually even in the hood, dude, I've gone through some areas that are not that great and bulk pickup, and you'd be amazed what people are throwing away. It's amazing. Fucking mini refrigerators, like, you know, crazy. Let's continue.
Stuff with Alphonse, they promoted Alphonse, and Alphonse was supposed to be
Let's have a laugh. Let's have a collective laugh on that.
Bulk pickup optics high, folks.
The guy, Alphonse, the guy who told me I had to plead better, and I was never gonna get my guns back. Right.
Marketing, but what's the product? Where's the product? What do they do in reality, day to day, with their family, with their property, with their life, with their business?
They help people. They help people with medical things. They have medical experts on. They give people medical information, especially these last few years. Like.
Well, I just tell Henry Alphonse is gonna help him with the law and go. Henry. Oh, Henry. Man, that's funny. That's funny shit. Yeah. I like this guy, Alphonse. He's a real good fella. Yeah. Alphonse is the guy who runs his mouth, and we take him out to the car, and then they put a knife in the back of his neck and go, we never thought that guy would shut the fuck up.
Again, for anyone lacking context, this is Alphonse Fagiola that he's talking about. And no, that's his actual name, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure it's Alphonse Fagiola. Let's continue.
Right, he's that guy in that scene, right? Maury with the wig hanging off of him. He's still fighting the sewer company, telling me I'm not going to get the guns back to the trust. I just need to plead to the court and file motions. Right, another fraud who was exposed and vanquished. But you guys didn't keep up, right? I got firsthand experiences with all your idols and heroes, and I've outcompeted them in their venue they say they're an expert in. I never claimed to be an expert in these venues. I'm just a man talking and walking my information. You guys got played. They grifted on you and played you. Go ahead, Timmy.
I was just going to respond to Lee down there in the chat. It doesn't really matter. That's my feeling anyway about most of these fucking people. What the fuck are they actually doing? So it doesn't matter who that being just was.
I'm still waiting for Alphonse to show up to my platform when he used to moderate my Telegram. Still waiting for him to show up and debate. He said 2 weeks. It's been 8 months. You thought
Big Sid as well.
Are you getting annoyed at me for cutting you off?
It's all good, man. I have the same feeling with all of these true community people. It's like great, and all the people that are just waking up from their sleep for the past 30 fucking years. They wake up and they see these channels and think that there's something there, and they don't look through them and see anything behind. They don't demand anything. It's just bizarre. And if people
Is it possible you didn't take the course? Is it possible you didn't take Alphonse's 82-week course like Mark Passio to figure out how not to do what the fuck I've been giving away for free here for 2 years and showed you before talking about it?
The 997 course. I got to get on.
Yeah, you got to take the truther course. Every one of these grifting slaves is broken, poor, in debt, and they're offering courses for shit they haven't lived yet. Beyond fascinating.
Hey, Paul, you were right again.
I mean, to be fair, where the line would lie in that, I mean, I don't feel there's anything wrong with creating courses for people to take, but the line would, I don't know. This is something that's definitely a conversation in and of itself. I get it for, charging for truth, so to speak. I get that. But for people to, for the sake of try to better their financial situation, and of course provide a service and a course for people to take to increase their knowledge bank, their education, etc. I don't see anything wrong with that, but I can see how it can become a grift. I can see also, of course, how it can become a way to only give away certain information and kind of gatekeep the rest for people to take your course. So I see what Paul's saying. Any thoughts on that?
I hear you.
Mitch, any thoughts? It's okay if you don't have any. I'm just asking. Let's continue.
I think he went off to his coffee at this point. He was saying.
Probably, yeah.
Because he said he was going to, he was saying, don't address me at first because he'll be gone. But then I was hearing him there for a while. I think he must have gotten his coffee at this point.
Yeah, you're probably right.
The Calcott Thorpe show now. It looks like Thorpe is now co-host with that Calcott.
I hear you. I'm not that sounded like Thorpe. They just come up here, in my opinion.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right, now you're good.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's be real. Jack Calcott will take
just pipe up if anything.
Whoever, whatever he can get at this point, and quite frankly, so will the Thorpe family. I mean, they have each other. That's your first clue.
Yeah, people in his own chat are saying, "Is this the Thorpe show?" You were right.
Water seeks its own level. Right? It's just the reality of it. So, while we're all oneself on the highest level, on the lowest level, there's a gap in understanding and communication. That's obvious. So when you find the same folks meeting in the same places, resonating with each other, and there's a glaring disparity between them doing what's true and what's right, or even comprehending it, you know why they're there. Right? Water seeks its own level. They're infidels. They're dysfunctional. They don't even want to look at their dysfunction and correct it. They want to insulate themselves from the consequences of their dysfunction while claiming to be righteous, entertaining, interesting, informative people. It's just nothing more than a performance, a play, an act. Nothing more than direct or indirect deception of self and of others.
Hey, it's a performance. Don't you get it?
All you faggots, as Rose said, my only issue with Rose is she was defending fucking Flo relentlessly without even looking at facts or anything. So, but then she called herself
she's annoyed at me. She proved it that night. She's annoyed at me that I didn't latch onto her like everyone else she's come across to use her. She has no power with me. So when I just kept moving and doing my broadcast, and she sees value coming in, and they can't get to that without formulating all this crap and presenting it a certain way and bringing on 1,000 people a year, they're just baffled. And then they start catching feelings, and they start projecting onto me that I must be doing something or bad for the community. And then they get even more desperate. And then they reveal themselves. I've done it with all of them over and over again. The worst thing they ever did was let a man like me into a room with people like them doing what they do the way they do it. I'm like a curse on them, right? I'm like a living curse on them that's going to keep going long game and just eating away at their false self and just revealing them more and more, right? That's the process. Like I said from the beginning, I'm going to grind on their egos. I'm going to get them to be forced to look at themselves. If not, they're going to project onto me and play games with me or around me to show who and what they are and what they're loyal to. More importantly, what they're not loyal to. And it's not about me as a person. Same ones who won't come here and say, I'm doing an asylum, they don't understand me, I'm intimidating. Go to other places with actual drug addicts doing asylum with no conversation and no upshot and no principles. And they're going to promote them. What does it tell you indirectly? The same thing Snafu's been hollering about in his own befuddled way from the beginning of this broadcast. That 3/4, if not all these motherfuckers are pogoed the fuck out. It means they're in the world and of it. They're working with big corporations to get checks, and they ain't going to ride with Paulie Boy or what he does. Too much of a liability, too much accountability, too much authenticity necessary. It's not their game. The game of life is not their game. They're death worshippers.
Oh, the Big Sid as well is what co-chair for second office in the world. He's Alphonse's right hand man. Big Sid, the Lawful.
Well, you need a right-hand man if you want to jerk off constantly, right? Makes sense.
Yeah, that course is $250, by the way. It's like some fucking 1980.
So just sold for $250, and you trick yourself out of your credibility because when people take that course and get no results, they ain't going to come back and they ain't going to tell their friends. That's the difference between me and you.
Yeah, they're playing. So spend $250, you learn how to go to court. Well, I mean, I guess if you're forced
Yeah, go to court and plead and file motions. Well, I'll just go to university then and be a slave. I'll just take the bar like Lauren, and I'll figure out how to use all their process and procedure and never stand as a recognized man. Great. This is what I mean, bro. Many come proclaiming, like the scripture says, I'm no biblical scholar. Many false prophets come claiming the name, like Alphonse. I am has sent me to you. In what form, though? God controls the devil. If you're an opposer, a deceiver, if you're a manipulator, if you're a charger for information, I start to think that I am has sent you to us in the form of a demonic replication, a deviant mirroring and replication. Because you got lost in translation from highest oneself down to the lowest illusion of individuated self. And the idea of you having knowledge and information that isn't indwelling with the rest of us. You must have got confused somewhere. So there's I am that am, and then there's I am proclaiming to be I am that am, but with no results and no understanding and no application, and the deception away from that. And the charging for free information and knowledge that is within us before it's ever outside of us. You're trying to overthrow God's position and program here, and it's evident you're a bunch of Luciferian worldly freaks and scum, and I'm onto you. And I've been the worst fucking thing for all these guys in their business in these communities because they all are connected. And they all go around and say, well, Paulie said this. Paulie said that. He's got firsthand screenshots and communications. And they just drop their head and they catch feelings and they move on and they know I got them. Right? You can't see, you should have never played this game from a lion perspective. You should have just came all the way out in truth and did it on the strength of it, and everything would have been brought to you. Now that you got to some fake shit with a lie, it's all going to be taken from you, along with your credibility and reputation. You did that. I didn't. I just facilitated exposure of that. We need that now more than ever. You'll thank me at some point. I did what your daddy didn't.
Yep. 40777. What else you guys got? Continue to answer your question. What else is about health, legal, lawful, moon? He's went viral. He's initially known for the moon. Did the lunar
This
wave.
is where, by the way, I'll give you their argument. When you go and bring them this, what I just gave you, they're going to turn right back around with their clever little infidel mind and tell you, well, not everyone has the one way. There's different ways. No, that's the line of the infidel. There's not. The Christed being said, one truth, one life, one way. You can call me egotistical and narcissistic while you actually embody that and try to overwrite the creation and creational dynamic of inherent hierarchical power value system. The word was real and made flesh. So keep trying to tell me. At best, there's many paths to the top of the mountain, but there's only one top of the mountain. Okay, and your path hasn't worked. Your path has been wrought with impediments and stumbling blocks, mainly yourself. So, you have to be like really discerning and understanding of these dynamics and psychologies in order to see them for who and what they are. Because they'll trick you right out with a one-liner and have you second guessing yourself and what your spirit resonates with. Right? That's why they've been so deceptive and so good throughout the ages. Right? They let that demon take hold of them and get them clever and start trying to convince themselves and everyone else that they're onto it and that there's many different ways to do this of what I'm talking about. I haven't seen it. Quite the opposite. It's pretty simple. On the defensive, quote unquote, side, when they're putting charges on you, you got to know who and what you are and not as a spirit and a man, an incarnation. On the other side, if you want compensation, you're probably going to have to learn legal process because they're not going to want to hear a matter of somebody who's not recognized in their system. You're going to have to come in the capacity of a person. You're going to have to wear that hat as the all caps, and you're going to have to use their legal process because they will throw out every case you bring before them saying it's not formulated properly. Is that proper and correct? Is that the way it's designed to be? No, but that's the way it is. Don't tell me about having to plead and file motions from a defensive position, quote unquote. You got to establish your charges and your credibility. I don't have to defend anything. You can't establish your credibility and virtuousness, your claims, then they don't stand. There is no defense. That's common fucking sense before it ever became law, by the way. It's interpersonal relationship dynamics. Go ahead.
Well, it's like interesting that they use that word charge. If you're getting charged or something, it seems like you're getting energized from it. It's like, what is the charge? Getting electrocuted?
They're taking your charge. They're taking.
Oh, you're getting charged. Yeah. Oh, and okay. This is what they call a synonym.
So you got to go to the rest of the statement. They're charging you with an energy of fear and then putting you in a cell like a battery so you can feed their system of harvesting off your fear and not living in faith. So that's a battery, right? You put it in a cell and you charge it.
Yeah, well,
like a D-cell battery.
If you remember from physics class, like only the electricity can only travel through if there's low resistance, right? Like if the what is it called? It's called the resistor, I think, right? Super low resistance, the water, the electricity is going to go through, right? Like water. You don't need in a thunderstorm because it has super low resistance.
And what do most people do when they get pulled over? They have low resistance to that, and they comply, right? They have low resistance
because they're guilty, right? They know they're a fucking worm. Yo, I have a chemical engineering degree. I say this. I just say it to say it, right? All my fucking fellow students, whatever, they go and work for all these oil companies. They all become slaves. I realize, dude, it's only about leadership. The only thing that matters is leadership, and I got to inculcate that within me, and then I can do anything. I got to go first and speak to other beings, hearts and minds. Nothing fucking else matters. Nothing else matters. Can I lead, go first, raise my resistance so that those charges, whatever it is, doesn't affect, cannot go through. Dude, Brian, finding your voice. Let me give you a 30-second story about me finding my voice. Dude, I used to not be so much like this, man. I never see my parents kiss. So I got a weird, like, kind of, that's one thing, right? Like, me not really having my voice and then them, like.
Timmy talking fast really gets me in the zone.
Yo, stop. Always with that. I say what I gotta say. So after a while, when you feel something, you want to say something. I was having throat problems, right? Because that throat chakra was locked up, right? And one day I just decided, I'm just gonna fucking say whatever I'm thinking. I made that commitment to myself. I have not broken the shit since. I always say what the fuck I feel. That shit just goes out right from balls through the chakras, through the throat, out. Gets me into a lot of problems sometimes. I get, it is what it is. But dude, like, I just say it. I just do it anywhere, anytime, whatever it is, and just that's just I don't know, it's just a corollary kind of thing.
Like black dudes are known for being masculine, right? Now he's have their hands on their balls. But the cops, where do they have his hands? His hands in his pocket. They put their hands up here. They just put their hands on their balls and get that electrical fucking juice and speak then. Like you say, you testify. Put your hands in your balls.
What do you think Joey Diaz says? Grab your balls and salute the flag. You know, Joey Diaz, comedian and friend of Joe Rogan, always making jokes about grab your nutsack and salute the flag, motherfucker. You know.
Isn't he from The Sopranos or something? Is that where you start? Is that where you got his? Or no?
I think he was on set for something like that. Yeah.
Maybe not The Sopranos, but something like that.
Like a side character. He played some side character roles in some of that type. Those
Some
types
mafia.
of movies. Some
Yeah,
shit.
some mafia shit. Maybe it wasn't that. Maybe it was Goodfellas or something. Something like that though. Some mafiosa shit. If I remember correctly. All right, let's continue.
To the windows of the soul, and the hands are the windows of the mind. So it tells you what somebody's thinking and about to do if you see where their hands are.
Yeah, just like Paul said to that cop that put his hands in his he put his hands in his pocket or in his vest the other day whenever on the stop with O'Shea. He's like, I'm not in a defensive position. What the fuck are you talking about?
I feel comfortable. I'm just chilling, comfortable. Yeah, he was getting to him, dude. He's turning up in their dreams. Everyone's dreaming about all these motherfuckers.
Yeah, he's put his hand on his fucking gun.
Yeah, because in the conversation on the way there, when I was like, I forgive you guys, we're just three white dudes. You know, let's look at ourselves as like three Irish brothers. Let's just fucking chop it up. You know, and then he just started rambling, dude, making no fucking sense. So he was really resistant. He was high resistant to what I was saying. So
his treatment was kicking in. That solution they put in the year or two ago, whatever it was, started kicking in, right? Once you start speaking that truth and common sense, they start going into like, it gets to get distorted. Like frequency gets zapped.
Yeah, because he like tried to sound smart or something to have a response, and he just did bird salad.
Yeah, we got to get to some contributions here, gifts from extended friends and family. Keith Tomlinson, thank you, no message. Julian Barbary says thanks and blessings. Thank you, Mr. Barbary. Timothy Kopak, no message. And of course, folks, feel free to let me know in the future if you don't want me using your names on here. I totally understand that. I just won't mention you if you make sure you tell me not to, or I'll abbreviate. I probably should anyway. Right? Mr. Shively, Mr. Shively, on Slavia, then he makes some noise. Ahoo. Oh, I get it. The Spartans. So thank you, Mr. Shively. Justin Harris said for Pimpin' Brian's ride. Thank you, Mr. Harris. And we got Shelly Morris.
Joe Rogan found you through Cage.
The care share. Thank you, Miss Shelly Morris.
You think so?
Yeah, because he did the intro for Cage. He did the narration of the intro, or one of the intros that Cage has. Maybe I'm mixing it up, but with I thought maybe I'm thinking of Andrew Tate or something, but I'm pretty sure Joe Rogan helped Cage.
I think they both did it, actually. They both helped co-produce that clip. Or their AI version, potentially. But that would be theorizing. I think it was really them. So
blessings all around today, huh? Abundance all around. Brian O'Shea, where are you at? Did you cover your vid yet with these contributions?
Yeah, and if not, it's got to be. I mean, dude, if not, it's close enough. But I think looks like.
Oh, well, damn. I guess if that's the case, I guess I didn't need to be including his Cash App to support and contribute on the scroll bar this whole stream if he apparently already. I wasn't aware of that. He already almost covered the costs there, allegedly. So he says. So
it is there, basically. Yeah, I know it is there, if not more. Actually, now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah. So. Well, I'll probably throw you something. My father will throw you something. I'll have a little bit extra to run around town and throw it all on black, right? And when I say throw it all on black, I mean that black hooker you're going to hire later to service you from your 3 days in jail where you were completely backed up and oppressed.
I will say, though, if anyone does happen to contribute to him from the stream, you better let him know it's because of this stream and because of me that you did so. So, especially if I don't get any, especially that. I mean, the least you could do is tell him, hey, the only reason I'm donating is because Sean fucking included your link to contribute, and no one even contributed to him all the meanwhile. So, include that part. Let's continue.
Then repress, you'll understand. Slip her an extra 10 spot, for time and trouble.
Yeah, that's the first thing I saw when I got out of jail because it's right next to the casino. And
I also think O'Shea is supposed to elaborate on the updates today, so we'll hear from that hopefully.
Yeah, they were in there like, "Hey, baby."
We're trying to get that gift card up off you, huh? We know you just getting out. You got that gift card with at least 20 on it. What's up? What are you trying to do?
They put an M on your fucking wrist. I saw that. They put a marker like, I don't know. They were putting M's and S's on people. I don't even know what it means, but so they fucking.
S means you can. Well, the S means you got one savior.
M means the Masons got to protect you because they understand the laws of creation. S means you're a slave and they can throw you to the wolves.
I just want to say I appreciate that, Mr. Rogan, and I concur. I concur. Feel free to join a panel anytime, sir. Please.
Yeah, I'm the goat. They're the sheep. Or S is for sheep, right? I'm the. It's got to be somewhere that needs goat. Yeah, Mason, goat. Is the goat the symbol of Masonry?
Moloch and Satan, maybe.
Moloch.
Well, that's pretty much it, O'Shea. I mean, we can cut it right there. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark. I didn't promise breaking news or anything else. The highlight is pretty much Brian O'Shea and the right to travel. So I'm feeling complete, brothers and sisters.
Yeah. St. Patrick's Day. If you get on stage tonight, I could contact the towing company. And I'm going to have to go back to the beginning of the episode when you were kind of breaking it down, how to approach the towing company. I'll re-listen to that so that when I go to talk to them, I'll have like a grasp of what I'm trying to move. You know, but I resonated when you were saying it. I just can't regurgitate it, how you approach it.
They want you to wrap before you get out of here. And of course, now Mitchell wants to join us. He had 3 hours, but now he's going to come up and probably try to incite some kind of controversy, chaos, and drama because he's a drama slut, like Slow State and a lot of others. I presume. I don't want to speak for him. Your thoughts, Mitchell?
Just woke up, just seeing what's going on.
Hey, where's that old woman at who's like probably desperate and broken and alone? How do you feel about your investment you made towards Mitchell? You gave him $1,500, whatever it was. He went and rented out a mansion, Airbnb, and just rolled out of bed at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't you feel like it was money well spent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how
Mitchell be productive. I mean, at least he rolled right out of bed at 5 in the afternoon to be productive, right? Get on Paul and Slave's broadcast and see what kind of drama we can cook up. Great stuff.
I love how Mitchell's on all panels at all times, every time, except when, you know, I'm arrested and it's, you know, this whole thing, and then he shows up like, hey guys, what happened?
Well, he supported you being locked up. He said you need to be locked up and regulated with code because you can't take care of yourself. So he was another one who, while he came here to help me defend him with the police, turned on you and said, you can't care for yourself, you're incompetent, so you need to be regulated and put in jail over code.
Yeah,
he completely just,
that's what I stand by that.
There you go. Great investment, lady.
And
Keep like enabling and
Mitch has
supporting a
a
bunch
point.
of duplicitous cretins who can't even fix their own life but want to project onto other people wrong behavior and slavery. It's really fascinating to me.
Which point is that? And I want to welcome.
Well, I'm just thinking of when Paul will talk about the bit not bit, but I see the truth in what he's saying about the slaves need to be regulated because they can't govern their own inner space. You know, and this is me kind of being funny here, but still making somewhat of a point. Like I was saying earlier, this dude is about to go get vegetarian food from a Taco Bell. And you know, he made it very obvious he was having that split second decision moment of like, should I get this food or not? And because he did, if he didn't, maybe he wouldn't have ran into the police, you know.
Yeah,
but no, all jokes aside, all I was saying is what Mitch is saying there. It would just kind of go to what Paul has said before about the slaves need to be governed. You know, this dude's driving around drinking his own piss. You know, making terrible raps.
Allegedly.
And, you know, I hope you hear this, Brian, you know, because I got love for you. But, you know, this is like, is this going to be I got blown by Annie, so, you know, I'm going to take on the world again? And then, I don't know. This is just strange, bro. I'm glad he's not in jail. But at the same time, like,
strange is
it's
a good
only a
word.
matter of time until he gets caught up with what he's doing, how he's living. So. But yeah, go ahead.
Strange is a good word. You were gonna say, Ezra?
Yeah, just I mean, I'm not trying to say that. Like, don't get me wrong. I can be a weirdo, but I just think this behavior without, especially when we're getting into like the deep conversations about, you know, and it's kind of ironic to me because Paul and this, I'm not dissing him or anything. He always says, do better. I'm pretty sure he even says, do better, be better. And that kind of creeps me out because me and my past partner actually were trying to build like a little company. And that was our like little motto, do better, be better.
Oh.
So that was like, oh, fuck. And anyway, and then, but I'm just saying like, I've talked about this before, like when we're in these situations, because I'm actually looking at putting myself in this situation partly as a means to take the next steps for, you know, this intentional community thing I'm trying to do. But like there's a lot of work trade options out there where you can get on a farm and you can live for a month or two at a time, if not longer. often have a house set up for you to live in while you're working. And there's people out there like trying, to do the better route. And I just think that, I don't know, like what are we, I mean, obviously the panel versus, this is us like getting together and talking, but this behavior to me is strange. Like, what are we doing? And why are we like there's a little bit of a pity thing happening with this too. I don't know. What do you guys think? Am I being too critical?
Simulation. I'll let anyone else get it.
I mean, give me an example of what you're alluding to.
Like maybe
I didn't hear everything you said, to be honest.
Like this lifestyle that we're like sort of backing up in pity listening to on a regular basis that led to the situation that we've all just witnessed. I'm not really understanding like if that like is that the meaning? Like is that how he wants to live and that's living free? And we're all supposed to like follow this. Are we supposed to be like, is that what he kind of comes out to say? Like, hey, like you should live like I live?
You mean Paul?
I don't know.
Right?
And I don't pay attention. So enough. So, this is me being a little like just probably arrogant and not understanding the full situation.
I wouldn't say arrogant's the right word, but are you referring to Paul in this instance?
No, SHEA.
Oh,
sorry, not Paul.
Okay. So you're asking. I might need to rewind to hear what he said that made you ask that comment. So here, let me.
Not necessarily what he said, to be honest. It's more just like my perspective of some of these people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I might.
It's actually been an inspiration to me to like get my ass in gear and and try to go do this and show others that it's not that difficult.
Right. It's not. It's really not. I can speak from experience. I admittedly may have to at some point experience the bad luck side of exercising right to travel. Because to my memory, I've only had good experiences the few times I have had interactions with enforcement while having expired credentials. I've never actually had a private plate. I've never had no plate. If I remember correctly, I've only had expired. And I've only had positive, so-called positive.
I've been pulled over when my license was suspended. And the cop ended up being just so cool about it. And I should have like he could have taken me to jail for it actually. Cause I should have
Oh, sure. Yeah. Suspended. Sure.
And
yeah. I don't think I've ever had.
Yeah. He goes, call somebody right now, get them to pick you up. Here's your ticket. You're going to have to leave your car here and have somebody help you get it later, but you can't drive. And he's like, and I mean, I've had some amazing cop experiences. I got in an accident and this cop sat with me all day and let me and my dog sit in the back of his car because we were up in the mountains. It was really cold and he just let us sit in there until somebody came to help. I don't know. I have other experiences. We're getting off topic a little bit. But, I don't know. And I'm not trying to stand up here and be like a martyr because that's definitely not who I am. But I definitely feel that some of this looping, especially like with what Paul talks about, like he's talking about empowering yourself and getting out of this. But then we sit here and loop on it, and like it is quite amazing that was live and that, like that happened. And I mean, I guess he's been arrested before, right? This isn't brand new.
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
All right, I'll continue. I'm talking to somebody here.
There you go. Great investment, lady. Keep like enabling and supporting a bunch of duplicitous cretins who can't even fix their own life but want to project onto other people wrong behavior and slavery. It's really fascinating to me.
Yeah, he's like Cynthia with the jab. Double down, triple down, just fucking.
Right, Brian O'Shea doesn't have money. He doesn't work, so he also shouldn't have the right to travel. I can totally see that logic.
I never said that.
Brian O'Shea drinks his own piss. He jerks off excessively, smokes weed, maybe has some addiction, so he doesn't have a right to travel. I see that.
I didn't say that either.
Should I even bother asking you what you did say so you could think it up and try to lie now on the spot and then tell me to go back and get the tape?
Hey, Yeti.
That's your smile said it all when I got arrested. You had this huge shit-eating grin. It was a combination of rage and glee. I've seen it on my mother. You know, that's always I used to tell. And then you went right over to Pine Hills and because I wasn't sure. Why is he smiling? What's the big grin for? And then you confirmed it. So there's nothing to talk about, dude.
Hold on, Sherry Connolly. Thank you, Sherry. Value for value, and to bless you for helping Brian. Well, Brian, like all of us, have to help ourselves, right? There's little, if nothing, I could do other than provide a source of inspiration and faith at times. But I'm not even the source of that, right? That works through me. That is not me, if that makes sense. So it is also you, brothers and sisters. I'm doing a little bit of a talcott there, but whatever applies to me has to apply to you from my perspective because there's only one self on the highest level. On the lowest level, you have to like embody that, attain that, live that, and that is our challenge. That is our practice, right? Nobody's exempt from that challenge or that practice. Final words, Mitchell? Yeah, I mean, you're very quiet today. You're very well rested, finally, I guess. Not much to say, man. A few words.
I'm just letting you lay down your narrative, like you.
There's no narrative, sir.
Right.
I talk on what I experience. For some reason, a lot of other folks are having a way different experience than the one I'm having, many others here watching. So the only thing I can account for that is distorted perspective and mental and emotional illness. I can't think of any other reason.
Yes, that's you.
Okay. Well, thank you for creating your narrative here off of my narrative, which is a non-narrative. It's a description of an experience I've had, which you've admitted to at times. So I don't know why this is off-putting now when it's spoken again.
No. I didn't admit to what your boss claims, ever.
Okay. Just keep lying on the fly. People will still give you money, and that's all that matters, right? Your integrity, credibility, self-respect, reporting a correct record. None of that really matters, does it? As much as someone gave you money to get an Airbnb because you won't work.
Can you articulate the lie?
I'm really not interested in playing your back and forth, need to argue, drama, debate games. This is what you live in. You live in constant chaos and controversy, and you need drama, gossip, and arguments and debate in order to substantiate your position. I really don't.
Right. That's why you just made a claim that you're not willing to substantiate. Makes sense.
No, that's the thing. It's not a claim. We have an experience. The record shows it. For those who want to go back and look, they will see everything I'm saying as true.
It is a claim. Show me on the
okay. Again, I'm not victimized by you. I don't need any compensation from you. You're here again today, rolling out of bed at 5 o'clock, looking to see your daddy and speaking and wanting attention from your daddy. I didn't come get you out of the Airbnb someone bought for you. You didn't even roll out of bed yet, and your first thought is, come on here and see if you can incite me and say I'm making narratives and then deflect and obfuscate away from the truth we've all experienced. That's your dysfunction. It has nothing to do with me. Could you please stop making it mine? Could you stop making me a part of your dysfunction?
My experience is I stopped.
I'll see you later. I'm not interested in your experience. If you don't want to be here, don't be here. If you don't like me, you don't have to be here. Why do you come here regularly? Half the time say I'm so great, you respect me, I'm doing so great, you see what I'm doing. Then the other half of the time saying I'm lying, I'm manipulating, I'm spinning narratives, and then lie actually and manipulate about the truth of the experience we've all had. You're a bizarre little cretin. You have nothing else to do with your life and days, and you have no potential options for mates and partners. So that's where we're at with you and many others on here. Please go in your own hole. Don't come back. Stop subjecting me day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year to your lack of results and dysfunctional behavior and projections. I don't need it, never did.
See, him and Rose had a lot in common. Long hair, female, spirit.
Both fake-ass, duplicitous, two-faced bitches, right.
Hey.
Sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that, I know, because there's a hierarchy in the truth community where some people get exemptions from accountability and other people don't. Excuse me, other people don't. Well, I don't work that way.
Yeah, there's no community. That's bullshit.
Yeah, it's a false hierarchy and power structure that's used at the whim of the wielder. And then when they don't like the results, they try to double back on it and affect the situation.
I've never seen Rose thrown off her game like that. Man, she just failed, dude. Came in with the faggots, and then you threw her out there. I didn't see that coming. But that's powerful because Paul's got her, dude. It's like it's the way the betas and the Sims do it. Paul flips the script, maybe just threw her ass out, and it's just like, wow, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That wasn't Rose, was it?
Huh?
That wasn't Rose. I know her voice. That was not Rose's voice. That was not
her face, the picture, and the voice. No, it was her, dude.
Bro, that was fed up Southern girl.
Wait, what? Is that someone who's good at impersonating?
I'm like 90+% sure that was fed up Southern girl. It was the same picture that she's always had. So she's from like CBO. She's from like CBO land. I'm pretty sure. So yeah.
He and Paul are convinced. I don't know.
CBO was on my restream of Your Arrest. Because I simulcast, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And yeah, he said some shit like, Brian's a fucking, just stupid shit, bro. I don't remember what he said, but there's proof that he's like watching, waiting, hating kind of thing.
Were you on the show when he said that?
Get better, man. Yeah, I was on the show. I was on the show when you were.
When he said that, did you correct the record?
Wait, what do you mean? When I was on? No, I'm saying I restreamed Paul when you were.
We're descending into beta babble. I just want like a clear, concise broadcast to end one day without the beta babble, the confusion, the chaos, the lack of content. So let's just call it. It's been great. It's been great energy. It turned out great. We got more to do. Let's just call it where it's at. Let's end it. Right? Let's not water it down. Let's not fucking throw feces all over it, piss on it, shit on it. You know, just descend into chaos and confusion and beta babble. We don't have to do that. We could just keep it short and sweet, so to speak. I know you like to do 12 hours of nonsense that leads to nothing. I'm over it today, at least.
Yeah, it was good. Short and sweet's good, man. Keep it concise. Good shit, Brian.
Right. We don't need more than 3 hours to do a broadcast anyway. Most broadcasts in every venue are like 3 to 4 hours. So the rest of this just becomes hanging out and a degenerated experience. We've learned that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Good shit.
I
Brian,
didn't
for real.
realize you were going for 10 hours. Holy crap.
Yeah, I'm completely going against what he's talking about here. So, considering, yeah, 10 hours, no biggie. 10 hours,
Yeah, you
chump
can't
change.
beat yourself up. You just, you can try again the next day, right?
Hey, but you never know. I mean, someone might send me $10, in which case, I mean, dude, that's like $1 an hour. Like that would make up for it. If
Right?
someone sent me $10 right now, you know what I mean? The grift non grift, that would make up for all this. Because then I could say, I made $1 an hour. This is worth it. Fuck minimum wage.
And out of curiosity, do you have any desire to like move on to some sort of
Other
not
topic.
necessarily community, because I know everybody's like, oh, it's just fucking cult. Just some sort of like land setup. Is that something that you like?
Oh, the private member, the PMA stuff definitely interests me a lot. I admittedly have little, knowledge on the topic, as far as the deeper, the specificities, and just I have a broad, shallow grasp on what it's all about. Private members association, land patents,
Oh, yeah, I see what you're talking about. And I'm not even
patent.
necessarily, saying that to get even into it that far. And that's kind of what I was talking about with like work trade opportunities and just seeing if there's already a current there. You can also look up current intentional communities. There's a directory.
Oh,
And
yeah.
see if there's one nearby, that you can even just go and apply for.
Yeah, there was one I was strongly considering going to at one point, more in like North Florida. And there was also one I was looking at in Carolina, North Carolina, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, admittedly, I never.
Appalachians too, I noticed.
Where?
We're looking at property in West Virginia right now, actually. We're looking at a couple different pieces of property. Somebody already is on land right now, and he's actually seeing what he can do to get things going now before he actually is able to secure it officially. But it's to the point, like, because he's the caretaker for it. These people are trying to get rid of it because they don't want to pay the property taxes on it. And that's like 40 acres, so not as much. But then we've also looked at land in Oregon, like more southern central Oregon, which is not ideal at the moment, but if it was like propagated correctly, you could get a lot of yield out of it. So anyway, I could get into it, but like there's gonna like
where did you say it was?
We want to like help, right? We want to like all over. We want to do this all over. Propane.
What is Christos holding right here?
A propane tank, right? It's a blowtorch.
Oh,
light your joints. Don't burn your face off, dude.
Shout out to Paul Enslaved made Brian O'Shea homeless. Hi guys, bodyguard, new beginning, Gotti Bard, boo beginning. That's a great picture, by the way. That's a great avatar picture right there. I would say if you can, just don't change that. Keep it I know like a lot of these sock accounts tend to change day by day. I would keep that one for at least the next 24 hours. That's very funny. Relax, it's just a blowtorch. Relax, it's just a blowjob, brothers and sisters. Relax, it's just a bioweapon.
Blowjob that went around the world.
Right. Oh my god. Is this almost over? Oh, it is almost over. Well, maybe I can just fucking finish this and then get to my duties and obligations on no sleep, mind you.
I know I'm supposed to be getting some work done, and I totally decided to slack and come on here. Plus, I don't think I had before. That was kind of why I wanted to.
But no, yeah, I'm glad. I think this is the first time, so I'm grateful to have you. So basically,
I plan to go up on Paul's and talk about this. I just kind of wanted to have a little bit of an organized
he would
like
enjoy that.
we're finished. We're putting our mission statement together right now. You know, we're getting like like once I had that, I felt like then it was something I could, you know, show as like a little bit more of a concise explanation,
Right.
instead of being ADHD.
Yeah, he you know, Paul at one point did an interview with Alpha Vedic, and you know, I know they're a good
We talked about that. Yeah.
they're a good
And
they're a good resource.
I
on
told
that
you that I actually did I was a co-op member and in their meetings for a
Right.
while, and I told them about Ecuador, and they were like all on board and they were going to help and everything, and then obviously that all tanked. So I thought if I poked at them again, then it may not be difficult to try to set something up. And you know, who knows, like I don't know if Paul's how much if he would have any interest in getting involved in this discussion at all, but I mean, I'm sure he's interested in the discussion. I mean, beyond that. So like getting Alpha Vedic in that, but we talked about it one time. I came into his chat and I didn't know. I didn't know that he did. And he was like, yeah, I did an interview with him because I was like, anybody heard of Alpha Vedic and land patents? Because I started talking about that.
Right.
And they have a really good presentation on their channel, by the way. You can just look up Alpha Vedic land patents, and there's like a 3-part series, and they break it down, and like they also get into the PMA thing. But you don't necessarily need to do that on your own. You know, this was meant to be more of a community thing. This is meant to be so that we could all help each other out. And some of us don't have, right? Some of us, like, I'm not necessarily a financial planner. I can definitely step into that role. I am more of the organizer, you know, especially because of my past and my jobs and stuff. But you know, we have a lot of people who are able-bodied builders who have already built stuff too, or done plumbing work and electric work. But we're also trying to do a whole free energy thing. I mean, I could go. I'm going to start going off on it, but I think you get what I'm getting at.
I love that.
Right, and like
I
so,
love the topic.
If you felt like you wanted to just be working in the garden and you wanted to make that your focus, like that's what we would nurture. And
that would be that would probably you hit it on that. That would probably be what I would want to do.
It's kind of weird. Like I haven't talked to you that much, but I immediately got that sense.
Yeah, I'm definitely a green.
And
Well,
Christos for sure.
I'm a
I
green
think
thumb kind of guy, but
Christos, you're gonna be the head cook. You'll have.
Oh well, I would rather be the head cook. I get. Well, no, I don't know.
Maybe
Actually,
you two together.
Yeah, I'm
then.
tied. That's a tie for me because I actually have more of a kitchen sense than I do a green thumb. As much as it kind of pains me to say that, it's due to my lack of action in the garden. That's not to say I don't have somewhat of a green thumb, but
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I haven't been super proactive in learning gardening and the intricacies of it over the years, but I do have a little bit of knowledge.
Kind of too. There's like a whole thing now, you know, that there is coming back really, but it's the companion planting, and it's what the natives did for everything to grow together properly. It put nutrients into the soil. It allowed for a stalk for the beans to climb to grow on, and you know, and the whole nitrogen thing. So it's that corn squash bean. But then there's like other ones, like clover is a natural like insecticide and natural like also like replenisher of the soil. So there's all kinds of things. Also, like you talk about food forests, like that has a whole other, you know, connection. So there's a lot, and this is like also getting down to like basic foraging and the amount of edible and medicinal things you can get out of that. So. Oh, it's kitty time again. You have a calico. Oh, you got 2 kitties.
I got 3.
Can you hear my kitty? You have 3 kitties.
Yeah,
okay,
number
how
3
many
is
of us
not here.
literally are going to start a poll? I want to know everybody who has a cat. My cat's on my shoulder right now, and she's kind of climbing around.
They these two are always fucking tearing each other apart. Well, not really tearing each other apart, but they're always going at it. It's funny because there's Amber right here, and then there's Camry right there, and then Merlin, the boy. And so we just call him Camberlin all together. Camberlin, because Amber, Camry, Merlin, Camberlin.
Cute.
Yeah.
Very cute.
Makes sense.
I'm
anyway,
a sucker
so
for
where are we at? Oh, me too. I've had it my whole life. with the exception of
Yeah, me too.
the short time in between when they pass and we get the next.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I had Rocky when I was born, and then he passed, and then had Oreo and Caesar, and then they passed, and now I got Merlin, Camry, and Amber. So it went from 1 to 2 to 3. So I'm just guessing that
I'm
next is 4.
waiting. I'm just waiting to have the space to have more. Like I kind of feel bad that I haven't gotten another kitty for mine because like after my cat of 18 years passed away in 2020. 2020 was like my hell year. I got laid off twice. My cat passed away. My 8-year relationship ended. I got fucked over by like the hospital I worked for. Yeah.
I'm curious to see. Yeah, that's a shitty story. I'm sorry about that.
It's all good. It's part of my life path because I could tell you also about like my previous jobs and getting fucked over by some of the doctors I worked with. Like I literally wined and dined this one doctor. Well, I shouldn't say wined and dined, but like I was helping her out. I was driving her home every night, picking her up in the morning, eating and having wine with her family, like every day for a while. And it was like in this procedure for her to buy this clinic. And then she more or less like it, I don't know, it's just kind of complicated, but she figured out she was hemorrhaging money. She had just given me a huge fat raise. She was putting me in the position to be like her right-hand woman for the lab. I was going to be her lab manager. And then she figured out she was overpaying me and she did the weirdest thing to try to like get my money cut back down. She really just kicked me out the door, you know. It was very awkward, but this is all life path. And then like the next job I had after that, like they played around with my, and then the fucking St. Charles, and I wrote a book and they tried to walk away with my book. So like, you know, like I'm talking all the shitty things, but these are all I'm not a victim. These were very empowering things to get me to where I am right now, or at least that's the perspective I can have now. And it was, I kind of always knew this too, but it was a realization that I've always supposed to have been working for myself and empowering myself in that way. And it's not hard. And I can live with very little. And I can also, because I'm very comfortable with very little, I've also, I think, you know, conveyed, I'm a big outdoors person. I'm very comfortable with being in the wild. And so now this has just empowered me to just fully take that and spread that message as well. Let's do
Any
that.
Any thoughts on this new character Paul Enslaved made Brian O'Shea homeless at Piz_Productions? Any thoughts?
Piz
It's so funny.
And all I gotta say, dude, is we don't all have to be in the same fucking community together. Trust me. Trust me.
Yeah. This is just, man,
That's
this
right.
is why I love the internet, though.
And electroculture is the other thing that's coming out. Copper, dude. Copper's the new gold. Like, don't get silver and gold in this chaos. Get copper.
Don't get copper?
No, I'm saying do get copper over silver and gold.
Sure. Copper's definitely on the rise. I'm saving all my pennies at this point.
That's right.
I'm serious. People, save your pennies.
No, hold on. I think it's a mixture. I don't think it's actually even, I don't even know if it's coated in copper anymore. It's
well, like, okay, so right. Specifically, keep your copper pennies, you know, specifically, yeah.
Isn't there a certain year that prior
to
that they were copper?
But yeah, I think there's still, I could be wrong, but I think there's still copper in them, but it's way less. But I could be wrong.
Say, yeah, like super subtle. I want to say it's mostly nickel or something, or tin. No, it's not tin. I don't know, but I know it's not. I know it's like
you might be right, nickel. Yeah. I think you might be right.
It's definitely not all copper, though. Yeah. Anyway.
Whereas nickel, well, nickel is nickel, right? And pennies used to be more copper. I think they're more nickel now.
And well, nickel used to be like they used to use more silver, real silver. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up real quick. How much copper is in a?
That's why they have this. That's why they have the. Let me see. I think I still have.
Pre 1982, they were 95% copper.
Pre 1982.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was a long time ago. So they started phasing it out decades ago then.
Yeah.
Several decades ago. So I think
What is?
I have no job. Fucking job, Sean. I am you are a tiny ant-like creature. I am the truth, and you are a fraud. Holy shit. On that note, just for fun, you know, because it is, you know, some are just grand rising. It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe. So why not?
I am Telbatus of Boardcott. Resistance is futile. Your life, as it has been, is over. From this time forward, you will service only me. You will be assimilated.
Right.
Too old
This
for
is
a
what
harem.
French Canadian optics. Can't spell optics. Oh.
Hey, leave her alone. Leave her alone.
No, I'm
Amber,
talking about OTW. What are you talking about?
No, my cat's about to fucking. They're about to go at it.
No.
They both just jumped out of the bed simultaneously, like they're, you know. Anyway,
ready to go at it.
So I think we're pretty much done on the restream. Let me see.
Other than the phone inspector.
Yeah, there's like 10 minutes. Well, no, it's sped up, so it'll be another like 6 minutes. Let's just finish it up. Christos agrees, 100% fed up Southern girl. Yes. All right. I stand correct and not corrected. Thank you, sir.
That's what it comes down to, right? Is that that's why so many people, including myself in the past, avoid at times riding around. You know, the potentiality of that fee. It's just eventually, you know, that shit adds up. You know, I mean, if they were doing that if that happens every say month or two, or even every. You know, Babble. Yeah, it's $400 bucks. So it is what it is.
I don't know what the fuck you just said, but let's get out here before
$400 ain't that bad, is all I said.
I said that the towing fees are not that bad. It is what it is. That's basically what I was trying to allude to. Although it is that bad because it's hundreds of dollars. That fucking sucks. Especially if it happens a lot, it adds up. But let's continue.
But he's getting help, right? So no big deal.
Say that again.
He's getting help, right? So it shouldn't be a big
Well,
deal.
I mean, the idea is to fight those fees, but yeah.
But then when you pay it, doesn't that kind of null and void the
fight?
Yep.
That is.
I'm pretty sure it's pretty hard to go back on it, especially when you're talking about the government. But you know, I don't have a lot of experience in this, so I should probably shut up.
You know, again, I'm still learning myself, so I'm not afraid to admit that I'm definitely, again, we're not giving legal advice here, medical advice, and I do not claim to be any sort of legal counsel or legal expert or medical counsel or medical expert. So I think I've said that enough.
I'm also not trying to be an asshole about SHEA either, because I could see it being taken wrong, but I'm just asking questions and wondering what else.
Questions are good. Questions are invited, and that's how we learn. So I have a lot of questions myself, and that's why I do streams like this, because I'm learning as I'm streaming. It's fucking amazing, as opposed to people who just want to, you know, pontificate or what's the word? Platitude, spit out platitude. You know, I'm actually here trying to learn possibly more than I'm actually trying to entertain, do a broadcast. It's probably about an equal amount of all the above. So. And agree, yes, that O'Shea pick is so epic. Let's continue. It's almost over, folks.
Let's get out of here before Tony and Bodyguard comes up.
Bodyguard, a new beginning?
Yeah. He's here, isn't he?
God,
4 hours of psychedelic madness, isn't it?
Peace out, folks. Glad you're out,
okay? I'll see you later, NDB.
Right. Peace.
Yeah, for sure, Paul. Thanks so much. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I have new fears right now. The new fears, how can I handle the tow truck thing? But at least I got the words of wisdom and advice earlier in the stream that I can go look at and move towards it. Just like I was afraid to ID. The first time I did an ID was basically 2 days ago, and faced the fear of getting towed. So here we are.
Great comment from a great channel name. That's fucking ridiculous.
What is
Oh,
that
creative,
person?
man.
Yeah, I want to know why there's not more names. I started a simulation and like we didn't get enough people joining that I would think we should have. At the risk of me now being forceful and starting to ban chatters in order to compel them to like be part of the amazing simulation.
So some might say that this is actually a certain medic here. If you know, then you know. So happy for your faithfulness, Brian, and standing for truth, rights, and freedom. Expecting to see more coming with your trajectory set to the mountaintop. Peace and blessings to you. I love the name. Paul experimented on slaves and created COVID-19.
Yeah, I want to know why there's not more names. I started a
Very
simulation and like
creative.
we didn't get enough people joining that I would think we should have. At the risk of me now being forceful and starting to ban chatters in order to compel them to like be part of the amazing simulation. Paul and Slave sunk the Titanic. Paul and Slave shot Abe Lincoln. Paul and Slave staged the arrest. Paul and Slave got Brian O'Shea to be homeless. We need more names like that. Right? And this is where you help out the broadcast because then that's indirect marketing and promotion. When you guys go to other chats and it says Paul and Slave did XYZ, then people have to look into who that is. So that's indirect marketing and promotion, if not just fun for us here, because it's great to see a list of names with my face saying I've done a whole bunch of things. I don't know. I think that's fun to me. JG is here now. I say final words. Penal comes up. JG comes up.
Hey, you dropped the stream mode. You dropped the stream mode, so it came up.
I dropped it for Bodyguard, a new beginning. I wanted to appear.
I didn't know that. I don't have BSB.
All right, give me the final word, man. Give me some final words. So you're here now.
Get this book, asshole. Hey, asshole, get this book.
What, gaslighting?
Great book. Highly educational.
All right. And that's by who now?
By him, he wrote it.
D's
You're
last name
corny,
is nuts.
bro.
D's nuts. Okay. So go ahead and look for gaslighting by D. Apparently it's an abbreviated name. D's nuts. I don't know what nuts. It's like is that Asian? Is that German? What is that?
I'm pretty sure if you're in a Barnes and Noble, bro, you can probably go into like the staff lounge and just get some of their snacks out of the fridge. So just a pro tip there.
Well, here's a pro tip for you. Get a job. Because I have a job.
I was laughing when I heard that yesterday. Yeah.
That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm happy for you, sir. Maybe one day you can.
JG's hairline, a new beginning.
Get some of their snacks out of the fridge. So just a pro tip there.
Well, how about this? Here's a pro tip for you. Get a job. Because I have a job and I make money and I have investments and I'm making money. So how about you get some money there, Pioneer, you little corny
That's
fuck.
pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm happy for you, sir. Maybe one day you can.
JG's hairline, a new beginning.
Fucking down his ass.
That guy's doing it out there, man. I mean, regardless of what you think about him, JG's moving and
Sky high.
So he's how he can't even find his genitals. He tried 5 times to find his genitals down there, and he only came up with was pants and underwear.
You gotta pull him out.
That's true.
I'm a griller. Come on.
I think we can all say
How
that on this
old
channel.
is JG?
Pioneer, you suck.
All right. Please give me.
I think he's either like 42 or 24. I can't remember which one. Shout out to 24 in the chat.
That's
He might be 16 too. I'm not positive.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
This
I
whole
can't
thing,
remember.
I gotta tell you, like the best part, I laughed so hard last night, but sometimes watching Paul's like I have laughed so fucking hard. And honestly, like it's just people like being themselves and like sometimes owning themselves too. And so it's not to me like I'm laughing at people in a cruel way, right? And so that's why it's also satisfying. But we all are here, like, right, watching each other, like, this human behavior thing is very interesting.
It's really fascinating, brothers and sisters. You know, I mean, just to see us all come together. There's something happening here. I don't know if you guys see this, but there's something happening in my life.
Peniel, do I have to repeat it? It's the toxic plasmosis that brought us together.
You know, that would that kind of speak in volumes right now, right? Because Talcott, yeah, cats. Me, cats. You,
I knew Talcott had cats from the second I saw him.
Guess what? Guess what?
There's nothing wrong with
OTW, yeah, cats. So you might be fucking on something
Yeah,
here.
dude, he feels like a cat guy too now. All right. I'm telling you,
Holy
okay,
shit.
Bex has cats. I have cats. Yo has a cat. She's mostly a dog person, but she has a cat.
Bex most
Christo's
likely
the
has
only one at this
several
point I don't
cats.
know if has a cat.
Bex gives strong cat lady vibes, so I'm sure she's a cat lady. I could be wrong.
Sorry, who?
Bex.
I'm more of a crazy cat lady than her, but I think.
But she is a cat lady, correct?
She has a cat, yeah.
There you
and
go.
Then, well, I guess Mitch doesn't have a cat. He has a dog, and he's traveling. So, and I don't think O'Shea has an animal. Maybe that's the problem. O'Shea just needs to adopt an animal. Then he's got a responsibility, and then things change a little bit.
It makes sense though, right? We got the toxoplasmosis optics. Some might say possibly, hence the insanity at times. Mitch has a bitch, and that's why sometimes there may be some bitch made energy there, but
Maybe there's
He
like
loves
some communication between the dogs and the cat, because I also have a dog, and I know other people also have a dog. So it's like, you know, like they're sort of like telling everybody, like, get him on there, get him up, come on, nudge him in the right
I'm gonna
way.
have a dog one day. One day I'm gonna have a dog. I'm very curious why it says there's a message, private message in the back chat, and there isn't though. There isn't a new chat, but it says there's one. I've never noticed that before. StreamYard's been glitching lately.
It makes
Jack's
me
house
wonder,
creep.
is there a way for people to come in through your back chat and film what you're doing without being seen in the back chat? Do you know?
Oh, probably, because literally just yesterday, actually, funny you brought that up. Somebody must have been backstage because they added a video into my chamber. I had other videos back there, and I just added it, not realizing, and it was some like fucking high pitched, loud noise troll fucking video, like epilepsy inducing not shit. And I don't think it's ever happened before. It was wild. Thank God it wasn't some fucking porn or something. But
that happened
yeah,
in Michigan not long ago, and it was porn, and I didn't even actually I didn't actually full on see it, but it was so loud, like you said. It was like designed to like just, it was almost like the guy was screaming, and I think he was shitting and screaming. And I was so quick to try to turn down the volume. I just kind of saw a flash of the image, and all I saw was, I knew there was a bathroom, I knew there was two people naked, and I knew there was a whole bunch of brown shit all over the wall. And all I know is there was screaming. I was like, oh my God.
fuck.
Gross, dude. Yeah, so he got trolled, and I mean, he cut it out, but it's like, oh fuck.
So we have another very interesting character. I think that it deserves some attention. So we'll give some attention to Paul on Slaves created the banking cartel and cabal. Great name, sir. I can't possibly imagine who this is.
Can we see these videos? Can we see? Does that prove?
I have no idea who this is actually.
Thomas
Oh,
Arnold.
whoops. Oh, darn it. Did I do that? Did I do that? Oh, no, you did that. So you didn't bother changing it.
You did that.
Yeah, you didn't bother even changing your name. But we love you. Good to know that you're still
you.
Even though I haven't seen you on panel in fucking ages, but I love you, brother. What were you gonna ask? I'm sorry.
No, I think I was just commentating while you were talking and interrupting rudely, because that's like my flavor, I guess.
Yeah, you were totally interrupting me interrupting you. What's up with that?
I need to work on that, that's for sure.
Yeah, don't interrupt me when I interrupt you, please. But yeah, so Jack Talcott crucified Jesus, and he ain't trying to hide. Okay, well, that's good. Mr. Paul and Slave created the banking cartel / cabal. Let's continue the last few minutes. I probably have to go soon. So much love to the chat.
Yeah.
Much love. 2 times to make it count. Let's continue.
Final word. This is what I mean. You're degenerating my broadcast and my name and my reputation and credibility even more than I have for myself. I'm not gaslighting. I already did that, but you guys are furthering that, and I don't need any help with that.
Yeah, man. Thanks so much, Paul, man. For real, dude.
I love you, brother. Now you got to remember, the rest of the Cretans are going to do all their broadcasts about you for at least a week, hate on you and me, project a whole bunch of lies, try to make themselves look cool or smart or funny or better than us. And you're just going to have to move past that in faith and understand that at some point, maybe before they die, they'll return back to the law and the truth under God, right? The faithless infidel. So that'll be a fun experience to witness for you. I'm going to focus little, if any, time, energy, attention on that. That's my intention. Right? We'll see if I follow through.
Well, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say I don't think that's what I was doing here today. I won't speak for everyone who's been on the panel. But yeah. Yeah, ruh-roh. I think that it was a good restream, and I love this layout right now. The 4 panelists on top of the 3 panelists.
Yeah,
anyway, let's continue. Nice layout.
I just want to thank Gary. He said for staying inspired, but keep moving past your fears. Thanks so much to everyone today, and have an update tomorrow. So, all right, guys.
Absolutely.
Much love.
All right, peace, Brian.
We'll see you later, Brian.
Peace, Paul.
All right, see you guys
later.
Thank you, Sean. All right, folks, I'm out of here. Another resoundingly successful broadcast with, of course, Brian O'Shea. It was free at last, free at last. So yeah, I want to give a special thanks and blessings, as they say, to all the contributors and supporters in front of and behind the screens. You are a blessing not only to I, but to Brian O'Shea and many others who come here in various ways. Okay, so I am thankful for and grateful for that. I know Brian O'Shea is as well, and many others. So I will be back, as you know, sometime tomorrow between 12 and 3 and BT, as usual.
Charles Watts is live right
much
now
love,
with
really.
a full panel.
Say it twice so you can really feel it. I've seen it other places. I know that it works. So I do it works. All right. Mazel from out west.
Word.
And God of all media, signing off. Be
Football
blessed,
Badea.
brothers and sisters, everyone. Yeah, I mean, what you really need when you really sit in the silence is peace. And the only way to peace is through understanding and acceptance. The only way to that is through functional communication. Could you see what this really is? If you had a bunch of me's who were authentic and accountable and response-able, living into their supernatural beingness, being a head or a source of community, the system is done. I'm the biggest threat ever. And I'm not bragging, I'm just saying that
Funny
self,
sped up.
the universe is macro, as above, so below.
Yeah.
Everything you see out there is in here. You have to have some ego in this life to go past all the tests and challenges when everyone else tells you you're crazy. If you don't have some level of ego, you're not going to get that done. You're going to fold. That's just what I found to be true for me. You can't worry about what you're going to lose. You have to focus on what you're going to gain. Your self-respect, your honor for your nature, and an ability to use your discernment to check other people in their ego. And nobody's above that program. Let's really understand that there's like many levels and moving parts to this. You know, you've got to have the understanding with the discernment, and you have to have the application with enough ego to check someone else's ego when they want to lead you where they want you to go rather than where we all need to go. There has to be some level of trust in oneself. See, there's the refocus. It's not the inclination to be possessive. It's what are you trying to possess? Think I'm going to be possessive over a person, place, or thing and lose my peace and my connection to that and my discernment? Absolutely not. Because supernaturally, we're meant to be a certain thing, it would seem. We got to get into alignment with that. That's God's will, so to speak. And yeah, it's not always pretty. It's not always the culture and society shows you. Oftentimes, it's the exact opposite. Let's get it on the table. I love the game. All right? If you love life and you love the game and completion, you love talking about your thoughts and feelings. We're going to get to something through this shit one way or the other. You don't want to do this process. You don't want to step out completely into faith. You don't want to be radically fucking authentic to the point you might chase everyone away. Well, you ain't going to get to reap the benefits and status or reward of real man. You're going to be Pinocchio, fashioned in the wood shop, attached with the strings, lying your whole life with your nose growing. The system thrives off of beta males not knowing themselves and being in their position, not leading but following, and getting to the women through the benefits and privileges and turning that house into chaos against God's law and God's alliance. Why do you think they hate me so much and come up against me so much? Because I'm trying to free a whole bunch of motherfuckers from themselves and a generational systemic problem where we review creation, our supernatural beingness, for sophisticated, civilized society. But ultimately, there's an organization here within the seeming chaos. There's a bigger understanding that we can align with to move out of what we see here as so disempowering and beyond us. You know, there's a direct connection to internal and external space. They've proven that. So let's get really real with ourselves and each other. Let's reconcile the collective unconscious. Let's move into purpose and meaning and reconciliation, and let's co-create.
Let's co-create. Let's collaborate.
A motherfucker like me who does without for a while and sacrifices with discipline so they can build a future. God of all media.
Co-create, collaborate, and listen. Evaluate the obvious truths that should be intuitive.
Wait, that was sorry, I wasn't on beat.
No, it wasn't. Not really. Didn't really rhyme too much either. But what were you doing? A click there with it?
Yeah, I was trying to. Yeah, I was gonna like step in and do start, being your backup.
now DJM is reminding me that I didn't ever really technically review the Benton spiral. Then again, I wouldn't be surprised if the stream's not even up anymore. But we'll see. Let's see. Is Benton stream still up? Let's find out. Paul and Slave faked the moon landing. Shout out to him as well over there in that chat.
Wow, damn, he's like really busy. I'm impressed.
Yeah,
and
man.
runs a podcast every day. Fuck, man.
Fucking incredible. Really, when you think about it. Fucking amazing.
I know. It's inspiring.
It's like I actually fucking remember. That's amazing. Yeah, it looks like it's no longer up. I wouldn't keep it up either. I don't blame him. I don't blame him for taking it down.
I'm always sleeping when he's been up live lately, so I keep missing his lives.
Yeah, I wouldn't have kept it up either. But I could be wrong. Let me see. Maybe it's still up.
Was that the whole with the Paul restreaming him thing, right?
Yeah, it just went on a total fucking diatribe.
That's what I heard.
Oh, of course it's not up.
Yeah,
it was just talking mad shit on me and like even Mitch and you know what though? Now that I think about it, it's Paul's. Paul got a good bit of it, and I restreamed some of it last night, but not like the meat and potatoes part, which was fucking hilarious. Let me see here. So we've gone over the TBE CBO nonsense. We went over the Paul and Slave Brian O'Shea sense, and then let's get some more nonsense covered by someone who makes sense. Again, let's see here. I guess it would be this stream here. It's been a while since Paul had a stream that hit 2K, but then again, he went almost 11 hours. But they throttle his views like shit. So, and I know what it's like.
I have actually seen mine drop in real time.
Oh, for sure. If you're putting out good information,
and not even that, not even always that. Sometimes it's just like my little like nature ones. But if you think about it, they would hold it all back. But I had warnings. I told you that, like when I did my Amanda Vollmer interview, that's when that started, and that was from.
What did you guys talk about in that interview?
Like directly the V, and like we were.
Okay.
But I had disclaimers all over the fucking place. Like I had them.
Right.
I had it rolling on the bottom. We had it up at the beginning. I said it multiple times during it. I honestly think it would pass now with their like sort of revised, you know, like they say their revised view on it. And it was kind of cool because we did it. For a while we were working with this guy Tet Kofi, he's a ex BBC broadcaster, and we did the interview with him too. It was cool. I enjoyed that.
What was his name?
Tet Kofi. He's African.
Okay. Yeah, the name sounds familiar, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, you might. No, you.
Or imagining it.
I can show you here. Let me show you the picture from our thumbnail. Sorry, it'll just take a second.
Yeah, you're right, Jen. It's not up anymore, but Paul got a good amount of it, so we'll check it out. It's quite comical, if I may say so myself, and I'm saying so myself. Who's talking? She sounds mad familiar. That is Mindful Exposures, also known as SRA, who's been appearing on some panels lately. Zetetic Warriors, Paul's, I think, a couple times. Where else?
I'm actually so my origins from
obviously her own panels.
This verse was I worked with Cam at Autodidactic. I did his logo work, his intro, and then Bernie, I did his work as well. And like a lot of the stuff you see in his background, all his logos, I've done all of that. Not all, I haven't done like all his thumbnails. You can probably tell. Sorry, Bernie, but seriously. Anyway,
did you notice Bernie in my thumbnail for tonight?
No, I didn't. Oh my God, can you pull it up, please?
Yeah, let me see here. This is the bottom half of the meme.
In the bottom? Oh, can you pull it.
And then this is the top half of the meme.
There now?
We call it super meme here because it's like a bunch of memes in one, but this is the bottom half. And there you have Provo, Aaron Gauchi, Cuckbody, Mr. Smith, Agent Smith, and then Enslaved by Truth.
Do you have you don't have a bigger picture of that by chance, do you?
And there you go. There's the top half. Do you see the
I'm trying to see him on the top
TBE, CBO, EBT, Benton, Burneye.
Where is I don't see where he is. I see Mitch.
Bottom
wait,
right.
Where are we looking?
Bottom right.
Sorry. I don't see, but I see CBO and EBT. I see what you're saying. And TBE. Yeah. Jesus.
And Bernie.
And you have Bernie. That's my damn logo, motherfucker. You take that down.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I did that.
You see the fucking synchronicity? Because I've never put his logo, I don't think, in any stream I've ever done ever. So you see like the synchronicity that you'd be on.
Whoa, that is kind of crazy.
See the first?
Yeah, Bernie and he. Oh, here we go. I think I finally found it. Yeah, there it is. Bernie and I don't do as much stuff together anymore, and I'm supposed to do some expedition stuff in Utah this summer, and he might end up being a part of that, but I'm not sure if he's going to have the time also to do the so that
Oh, you got
that's
Richie on there.
and Richie and I used to do the Wide Awake show with
Oh, okay.
Roxanne, and for a while we had Tet,
You had what?
and we had Tet. Tet's next to me in the pictures. That's
Oh,
Tet
okay.
profile.
Got it. And then
And then
who
he ended
is
up
the other
And then
chick?
it goes Roxanne, Richie, Tet, me. I'm at the end. And then
Okay.
Amanda Vollmer's obviously in the front.
And then Amanda, of course. Of course. Okay, so when was that? That was this past
That would
July?
have been 2022, I think.
Oh, 2022. Okay. That's a good little is that where can you watch that?
It got taken down.
Oh, of course.
So I'm
Of course.
planning
So
on
it's not
putting
up
it
on
back
any
up.
other
I was gonna put it
on
I'm almost wait. It could be
could
on
still be up.
Richie's. I definitely I've been holding I have it, you know. That was one of the ones I definitely held on to because this is my big claim to fame is how I see it for YouTube.
Yeah, I mean someone could be interested and
And
want
it's
to check it
not
out.
here's the thing. I'm very
I'm
by the way, I'm very anti pedestal pushing. I respect Amanda Vollmer a lot because she's very outspoken. She was very outspoken from the get-go.
I do too. I respect your love too. So
And so to me, I would love to be able to be like get an apprenticeship with her. I've talked about that before too. And I actually asked her about it in this interview. and she did give me some kudos for that. So that was, you know.
yeah, she's awesome. She's I've always appreciated what she's had to bring to the table. And she definitely helped a lot of people out in 2020. 2021.
Oh wait. What? It is on YouTube.
Oh, well, look at that.
Oh, it never got taken down off of fucking Roxanne's channel, or maybe she fought it.
Right.
Cool.
Maybe
Well, here,
she
I'll
fought
send you
it,
the
or
link.
maybe they sometimes, I know from experience, they'll sometimes you'll just notice one day, oh, what? This fucking shit that got taken down like a year ago, 6 months ago, is just somehow back on my channel all of a sudden. That's interesting.
Sweet.
And then, of course, I've noticed, of course, more so the other way around, where is this video? What happened to it? Oh, it's probably just gone forever, right? So that happens too.
That's hot, Mitch. That's really hot, Mitch. Sorry, I'm good.
Roxanne's link. There you go. Really, Roxanne? Okay,
Sweet.
I might have to
Yeah,
subscribe
that's
to her channel.
Roxanne on the left. Yeah. So Richie and Roxanne have always they had like a show together, and they had like a bigger channel that got taken down. It was like not in much bigger, I think. Well, maybe a little bit than what Roxanne's numbers are right now, but that's when I kind of ran into them, and then we started doing a show together for like a year. So it was fun. We also that's how I met Cam, and that's how I met Bernie. And then if you go to Bernie's channel and you type in my name, there's like multiple shows I've done with Bernie. And then I eventually was trying to do my own work, you know, because I do enjoy the video editing, and my whole thing has been about alternative health. And I like to share my nature stuff because to me that's kind of ties in. That's to me part of the key is making sure that you get grounded and you spend time in nature. It does wonders for your energy and your emotions.
Oh, it's possibly like the most potent form of therapy and
no
detox,
drugs, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Of many things, of detoxing, eliminating, assimilating, and
I get so naturally high. Like I was thinking about this, like about 4 miles into the hike, I'm elated, and I can go for forever.
Right. Where are you at again? I'm sorry, you probably said it already.
I'm in
Around?
Oregon. I'm from Wisconsin originally, but I moved out to Oregon when I was like 22. And so I've been out here like 17 years. I'm going to be 39 in a month. Woo!
Oh, congrats.
Thanks.
39. Well, you're not quite there yet, so you're
I
good.
know, and my thought is like by my 40th birthday, I would like to be well, if I'm not already like on my land at that point, then I would like to be in the middle of nowhere for a month. Like
Yeah,
just
I've
being
heard
in
some
there.
great,
That's
some
gonna be
good
my
things.
plan. This year I
Definitely heard some
can't do
good
that.
things.
I got way too much shit. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I've heard good things from about Oregon. When my older sister went there, she seemed to have a good time, and she's not a big, weed head, whatever you want to call it, smoker,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
she dabbles, she partakes, especially because her guy friend, the guy she lives with, definitely smokes a lot, and ironically, he's actually jabbed up. She's not, but
Really?
yeah, I don't know if that has anything to do with why they're no longer as close as they once were, but anyway, so yeah, I definitely would love to go to Oregon, if not for the sightseeing, to dabble with the medicinals, if you will. As skeptical as I am of
I
all the
actually
sensory stuff.
Oh wait, sorry. You're skeptical of what? Sorry.
I am skeptical of all things dispensary distributed.
For sure, right? It starts to become inauthentic. And I think that the whole industry has, and that's actually been part of the complaints, especially out here, because like and now it's actually going back where they're trying to make sure they're honing in on good quality. And so most of the stuff I can get easily, I can, get an ounce for like, what is it? 30% off. They have like this happy hour thing. It's awesome. It's like what, $28 I can get it for? Good quality. Anyway,
For
so
what?
it's hard for an ounce of
$28 is it, man? That's beautiful. Some would say that's overpriced though, so
now,
I would say that's
that's
great.
like, so that's dispensary.
Right,
I mean,
right.
I grew up paying, and this is back in like the 2000s, like $60 for an eighth of like really top grade shit, or almost
Whoa,
$80 sometimes.
that's
My friends
extreme.
would go to freaking California and come back with this stuff when I lived in Milwaukee, because otherwise it was like, we called it BC, and it was like, oh, that shit was so nasty, the BC quality. Anyway, but it's so nice to have that and to be able to regulate. So for me, the sativas, it is all I do. I don't touch indica, and I
Really?
Yep, and I can nobody even knows. Like you can't even tell because I'm fully functioning. And if
Yeah, I'm a
anything,
hybrid
it
kind of guy.
helps. Say that again, what?
I don't want to say I'm a hybrid kind of guy, but I like both at certain times. I think sativa's good for the day, indica's good for night.
And see, I don't need it to sleep. I don't need the indica to like get myself ready for sleep. I can the sativa, just having that throughout the day, and then I mean, I don't know, I can sleep really easily actually. Like, and I'm most people probably make fun of me out here. I'm usually in bed at somewhere between definitely 9 and 10. Every once in a while, a little earlier, especially if I go for a hike or something. Because I love being up in the morning when it's quiet. It's like my favorite time. It's like it's a little quieter. I feel a little bit like I'm more hyper focused. I can usually rock out like a lot of creative work. So yeah.
I don't know what type of imagined agreements or disagreements are going on in the chat right now, but seem to be having a good time.
That's awesome. Look at this really quick, Peniel, and I could do like a whole show if you were interested, but you see this face right here on this rock, kind of? It's kind of hard to see because our faces are in front of it. So there's another one over here, and one of them's literally called Face Rock, and the other one's called Chief Kawanda Rock. And so what I was getting into, these are called haystack rocks off the coast of Oregon, and there's like other features, and there's a star fort off the coast as well. And so we did like a whole episode. There's like a lot of other really interesting stuff in Oregon, but that's kind of what we talked about with this.
So is that that is you on the right, and that's Layla on the left?
Roxanne on the way left.
I mean Roxanne, sorry. Who's Layla?
This is Roxanne.
Yeah.
That's me without glasses.
So.
I'm usually wearing glasses. Most people are like, you look weird. It's like, it's because I'm not wearing my glasses.
Well, then I guess
sorry.
She would be the only one I haven't talked to here, because I've talked to Richie a few times. I've talked to Bernie numerous times, and
Nice. I didn't even know
Yeah.
that.
And now I've talked to
That's
you.
so cool.
I guess this is the first time. Well, we might have talked on Paul's or something, maybe, actually. I can't remember.
Actually, yeah. No, it wasn't on Paul's because I haven't been up on Paul's yet. It was somewhere. We started connecting, and then
Was
I
it
ended up.
maybe on Z's, maybe?
No, it wasn't Z's either. I don't know. I'm like, where would it have been? It would have been like
Bex.
shit. I don't know now.
OTW. Maybe we didn't. Maybe this is the first time we're talking.
No, I know somehow.
Other than in the
I know somewhere we
comments, I
talked
mean.
briefly because then I ended up coming over to your channel, but I just can't remember where it was now because I haven't been over to OTWs in a while, and I'm not really. If you notice, I'm not like all over the place either. So it's like it would have been. I'm just trying to think who I've been in a lot. Flo, maybe? No.
Probably not.
No.
I mean, there was you did go up on Z's. It was Z's. It was Z's. It was a week. It was like a week and a half ago. A week and a half.
But then
ago.
hear me out. It was before that.
You got off. I think you got off just as I hopped up. Like I literally hopped up and you jumped down.
Oh, okay. One of the times, yeah, the first time. Oh my god, it was so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, and Bex. I think Bex was on, and then she hopped off or something. London Man might have been on too. And then he hopped off, and then I closed it out with Z. But anyway, so
it's all good. It doesn't matter. We're here now. But this is the first time like we're talking one-on-one for sure. I know that.
Yeah. So Paul and Slave created the banking cartel, and Cabal says, "I'm out here spending 80 to 100 for a half ounce of 30% THC, but the strains and species always vary." Interesting.
Oh, here, let me do
Thank you,
something.
Jackie.
Here,
You're awesome too.
Let me share.
You made these memes, correct?
Yeah. Let me show you this though, so you get a perspective of who I've worked with a little bit. Not that this matters. It's actually kind of why I'm like, you don't see me in those skeets anymore. But what I realize is, I tell people and they're like, "Oh, what did you do? Oh, you did that?" And like even still with Bernie, it's quite hilarious. They're like, "Oh, you're the one who does all his work," and it's people I've even talked to before, and anyway, it's funny.
If I could have fitted in the title, I would have made it hashtag right to travel, O'Shea out of jail, TBE, CBO, EBT, BENTARD, Slow State, THORP, and Burn Eye love government slavery, because Burn Eye was all in on it too, man. He just doesn't seem to really get it either. I was kind of disappointed.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not
unpleasantly surprised. But he may just be too hung up on Paul to see the obvious
He's
truth.
really close with CBO at this point. Well, I shouldn't say really close, but I know. I actually don't fucking know. Anyway, I know that CBO and him have this thing, and in my personal opinion, and if Bernie was listening to me right now, I'd say it to his face. I think he's jumping on a bandwagon just because these are his quote unquote friends.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you hit it on the head. I mean, yeah.
So much respect to you, but I'm here for something else. I'm fucking sick of this kind of shit going on. Because it's getting everybody fucking nowhere.
Yeah. Well said.
We don't have to listen. I don't have music going. I just thought we could talk over it so you can just see.
Oh, okay.
Shem. Now I have nothing bad to say about Shem. Shem and I have done some work together. Hopefully some plans for some more work. But
yeah, the only thing I could say, I guess, would be on my behalf, because he wanted to collaborate, and I still haven't. Well, I did reply to him, but we were supposed to set something up, and I haven't yet, so that's on me. But look forward to a Shem, a Tartarian Truth Pineal Power PPTT collab.
Sweet. See, and that's where I feel like whatever's happening with this CBO war thing. And I wouldn't be afraid to call him out on that shit either. Like, and I am kind of, my voice is becoming a little more prevalent in the community, but at the same time, I got other shit to do. Like, I want to go live in the woods. So that's why I'm going to always ask, like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, cool. Good job, guys. Yay.
The Wide Awake Show, is that another channel?
No, that's if remember the last thing I just showed you, the
Yes.
thumbnails. That's what he still calls it that. I think the Wide Awake Show.
Okay. So it was okay, but it's not a devoted to a. There's not a whole channel devoted to it.
No, I think there was at one point, and I think it got shut down.
Okay. Yeah, that'll happen. Truth is censored. So.
Oh, yeah, like Richie's had like at least 4 channels shut down, I think.
Yeah, Richie. Yeah. Yep. I think I've had what 2? Well, then I guess if you include Facebook accounts, Instagram, but yeah, YouTube. I think 2 at least. Facebook 1, Instagram 1, Twitter 1. Need I go on? And that's not even from it. That's not. I haven't been like, I haven't been trying. I'm not like fucking someone who's tried with all their might to just keep going at it. Like after the 2021 stuff and losing a lot, I just kind of was like, well, fuck it. I mean, fuck this shit. So much time, energy, attention, resources,
Right.
even money invested as well.
I need entertainment sometimes, right? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I need to laugh. Like last night, and just be stupid and like, And I don't really care about because I'm authentic. I'm going to be myself all the way through. But it's also good to pull it back in and try and get some work done, and maybe help some people along the way. So.
Yeah. CBO is a Mason Tard, Jeep says. Yeah, kind of hard for me to disagree there. It seems like after listening last night, I don't know, Jeeps, I don't know if you noticed, but I thought Cock Buddy or Cock Booty or Cuck Booty, Cuck Buddy online, whatever you want to call him, he was going to do a stream, was he not? And he never did. Is it possibly because I did this stream? I don't know. Maybe it's possibly because I did the stream, and he's in the thumbnail. But maybe he just backed out because he didn't really have anything content-wise. Because it was supposed to be about the same topic that we're addressing here, but I guess rather on the opposite side of the fence and how rights and freedoms are stupid and sovereign citizens are retarded. When, of course, sovereign citizens are cops. But that's for another time. Anyway, so we could go over the Benton nonsense that Paul mirrored. Do you know where you are right now? I'm on the metaverse, apparently. But I'm also laying in my bed, and it's pretty comfortable. I'm glad I'm not in the chair anymore. Much more comfortable to just go to bed.
Yeah, I got stuff to do today, but I realize I have time, and I'm really pumped, man. Like things are just the way things are coming together lately, too, especially with this project and like the people that are coming out and with all the support and all these options and everything. It's just like making it clear. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun to see how many people want to put in the hard work. You ready? If you're Sean, if you're ready to put in some hard work, there will always be an option, and I will poke at you. I know, man.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Let's do it.
Can't really flex on the interwebs as much as you could flex in real life, but yeah, I mean, I don't know the full extent of what it entails, but it sounds intriguing, and I'm interested. So count me in.
Awesome. Yeti goes, "Am I safe here?"
Am I safe here? This is my
safe space.
I don't have that clip of my own. Safe space, gang. Hashtag shout out to the feds. Hashtag what was it, Mitch? Well, he's probably asleep, but
yeah, I was gonna say I think he's gone to sleep. Hey, you're at 11:11. Oh, 11:11.
11:11. I mean, shout out to 22 in the chat. Yeah, what does Amante? I should know my Spanish, but what does Amantes and Odiadores mean again? Hola, amantes y odiadores.
All I can hear is Bex going, "Hola, ¿cómo estás?"
Hi something and something. I'm not sure. Or hi somethings and something.
I can look it up. But I'm like trying to remember because like a Montes should be.
Yeah, I'm being lazy. I'm being lazy right now. Here, we'll play this one more time just for fun. I only played it once tonight.
I don't like fucking slavery and genocide, and I think you two, or you, Drew, whoever, whatever the fuck, you're caught up, bro. And your argument is weak to me.
What am I caught
You're caught up in a big city. You're caught up in not fucking going against the police at all. Just going with the easier, softer fucking thing. Hell, how about just being a fucking man and seeing the slavery and genocide and trying to fucking step up and do something about it instead of being a bitch? Getting me more deep in the conspiracy.
Church coming over, and I do not want it smelling like weed. So
Okay. All right, we'll do.
And them church folks don't want to smell that weed. Better open that window.
See, 48 years old I got. But it's all good. It's better than being in the car.
I love Chalk's face at the end though. It's pretty funny. Brian's smile makes up for it. Do you notice Pablo Escobar just creeping here in this meme next to Paul? Looking at the laws and statutes.
Yeah.
And then toilet bowl with his fucking meme ass face. Fucking clown.
Look how wide his mouth is. That real? Like, was that? Did somebody?
I think it is real, actually. Yeah. Oh, whoops. That's not the right one.
That's impressive.
Exodus. And then look what's right below him. Oh wait, you can't because it's cut off. So I have to literally switch to the other meme, the other half. Exodus. Right. See how it fits?
Left.
Exodus from the fucking slave states of slave America by just renouncing your fucking citizenship to it, dude. Little by little. I'm still in the process, so let me not get on my high horse. But I'm on the journey. That's the point.
That's right.
I'm interested in it because I care.
If you can call yourself out on your own shit, that makes such a huge difference. And then, like, little things I talk about is like, set your boundaries with your expectations and assumptions as well. And really, like, depend on yourself at the end of the day. And know that it does have to come down to you. And some things will come to you when you start to really focus on it that way, in my opinion. I think other people have had that experience too. So just manifest it, baby. Just manifest it.
Right.
I am thinking about bringing up.
Oh, they're pushing New Age Luciferian initiation and indoctrination here now.
My nickname's Ezra.
Do as thou will.
Shout out to CBO who ostracized me out of his chat. Like, this is so fucking long ago. Because my name was Ezra, and every time I come in, he'd be like, "What's fucking wrong? Sadistic ritual abuse or whatever?" And like, I had no idea. To be honest, I had no idea. And this is a nickname, again, like way pre-YouTube and even pre my awakening to even know there was an SRA to begin with. So, and there's 33. That's hilarious.
33 likes, and of course, Jackie Fox 333 would be the 33rd like with 22 in the chat. So, for your Masonic optics, there, you got all your master degrees and whatnot.
It helps that I put all those faces up. They're like, "Who the fuck is this people?"
Yeah, I would say it would not be a funny joke to jokingly call you SRA like spelled out. That wouldn't be funny. Like, what's up, satanic ritual abuse?
It was just like lame. It got old, and I kept trying to be like, no, dude. Like, and that's why the dash is in there. And I think I ended up like trying to make it, or I even set my name, on there so it was separated. I was trying to make it really obvious, and eventually I just said I'm over it. Like, and no offense, but I felt like it was a lot of that was going nowhere anyway for me. So I was looking for other information at that time. So I ended up looking for something else. Now CBO ended up coming back around in the verse because of this side of it that I didn't even know existed coming out of the Wide Awake show. And then I met Bex and she opened this whole new world. And I'm like, oh, this is where you guys all hang out.
I can't believe how much of a breeze 11 plus hours have been. But it's amazing. I haven't dozed off at all. This is fucking wild. A different energy this time, and I think it has to do with when you really resonate with certain truths, specifically the one truth, the almighty truth that's indivisible. Yeah, it's I think that's what it is, and the pineal powder, of course. But
That's
it's
right.
something about just knowing in my heart and soul that what I'm alluding to here for a loose, it's not even an appropriate term, but what we've been covering here, I very, very much stand by, and I think, and if anything I said during the stream, anyone wants to put on the record and challenge me on, I'd be curious, and I welcome the challenge. So, any claims that I made, anything, please clip it out and challenge me on it.
I can say the same thing, and like even try to go back, look at the Wide Awake show and say what I was talking about then. I can validate and back it up. And you can do a background check on me, go for it. I have to do it for my job anyway, or had to for my licensing. And I renewed it this year. So go fucking ahead. Please check it out. Love to see what you find. I don't know why did I say that? Like I got all defensive. Like why did I get all defensive?
I don't know, but I just realized this whole time this has been playing in the background. What the fuck?
Oh, what's in the
Well,
background?
the
I
sound's
can't
not
see
on.
it.
So
I can't see it.
I had yeah, no, because I have the what am I doing wrong here? Oh, I see. Derp. I'm also amazed how my neighbors still can't spell my name right, even though it's the name of my fucking channel, the URL for the channel, and she's like my neighbor of all people. You'd think like she'd get my name right, but it's okay. I'm not gonna cry about it. But gee willikers, brothers and sisters.
I get it right. Come on, DJM.
Imagine if people.
She's doing it to razz you, probably.
Imagine, I was about to say Imagine if people spelled Jack like hack or something, or like
Well, it's like,
whack.
do you know how many times people say when they say Sarah, they do it without an H, and it's my
Right.
name's with an H, right? And that doesn't offend me. And like, and I'll spell it. I'll even say like, love you, Sarah, you know, and they'll send me a message, and it's still Sara. It's because I think in their head they see Esra, and so when they're trying to remember how it's spelled, they just like go to that, and it's all good. It doesn't bother me at all, you know. Just go with the flow.
Go with the flow. Don't be a hoe, yo. Or bro.
Check it before you wreck it.
There you go. Paul Enslaved staged Brian's traffic stop. Paul Enslaved invented slavery. Pimp moiled my foreskin. Paul Enslaved paid me to arrest Brian. Paul Enslaved eats cheeseburgers off screen.
That sounds
Paul
delicious.
Enslaved faked the moon landing. Fascinating, dude. Absolutely, utterly fascinating.
What's
Paul
that one?
Enslaved shot.
I was like, wait, invented midget wrestling?
Where's that one? Oh yeah, how did I miss that one? Paul Enslaved invented midget wrestling. Holy shit, dude. Paul Enslaved.
Paul Enslaved shot Abe Lincoln.
Abe Lincoln.
That wins it. That wins it. I think.
Absolutely incredible.
Wait, let the chat put in the poll. Let's let the chat. What do you guys think?
Give it up to G. Yeah, who wins the prize? What do you think?
My vote is shot Abe Lincoln, I think.
Paul reverse engineered Cenemix.
Jesus.
Cenemix, for all you brothers and sisters who aren't aware, is also known as HEK 293, also known as aborted fetal cell lines. That's used in natural flavors and pretty much everything, all foods, hair care, you know, everything. It's in everything. The best part's that it's in the food. That's the best part. That we're eating aborted fetal cells. That's my favorite one. All right, let's listen in to the restream from the other day.
I gotta thank somebody.
Making a living right now. Where did you get
Being value regularly for yourself?
Well, that is one of the reasons, one of the hindrances. It's not to say that I can't be doing a lot more.
You can't make a living as a man because you don't have a car. That's going to be your weak ass job.
Who said I'm not making a living right now? Where did you get that impression?
I'm asking you. I just want to know that you're doing what you need to do to care for yourself, and you're not going to wind up like Sean Talcott, 60 years old with nothing online, going, brothers and sisters, all 8 of you down there, will someone just help me? I'm trying to avoid that with you and myself, quite hankly.
To be fair, I don't need to be doing this long of a broadcast, but great, you know, admittedly, I'll give that one in. So
yeah,
I'm going to probably fast forward to the Benton optics. So.
To be honest, I haven't gotten a contribution through streaming, and I can't even remember the last time. And I don't even bring it up
I gotta thank somebody. I'm tired of your nonsense. Okay? Do I have to come down and do 30 unslave jobs with you and work at fucking Applebee's for a week to get?
I actually do remember that. Maybe I didn't at that moment, but shout out to Awakened One. I haven't forgotten about you. I love you, sir. And who am I forgetting? Oh, an anonymous, But this was already like over a week ago. But I still haven't forgotten you. I want to know who you are. Again, I don't know if you're the same anonymous who's contributed before, but I love you, brother and or sister. Let's continue.
Get content and to just
No,
have
but
some
you can
fun.
pressure clean with me,
I'm
man.
so desperate to get away from here at this point, regardless. This is what you don't get. If you got contributions tomorrow and had to show up 7 days a week and felt the obligation and the burden, you'd quit that too. You tell me, Paulie, I don't know. I need Sundays off. I want to stay up all night, eat my baby meat, hang with Christos, take DMT, wear bizarre looking rainbow clothes. I just can't show.
I like the DMT part. It's been a long time. Bye, Neil. It's been a long time.
Don't listen to Paul with his horns as prophesized by Hardhat. Just don't get a job ever. Don't produce any value.
Holy shit.
Just keep looping.
Damn, 32 years? Shout out to 23 in the chat. Man, 11 hours, 23 minutes. That's crazy, Jackie. That is crazy. That's wild. My mom's been a PT for about that. Yeah, about that long, I'd say. Well, she was a PTA and then a PT and then, yeah. I guess 32 years can go back.
I got a beef to pick with you, Jackie, and you know what it's about because I just posted my credentials in the chat.
So get this, right? Jackie has been a respiratory therapist longer than I've been alive, dude. Longer than I've been fucking alive. Not by much, maybe, maybe months. But regardless, she's been a fucking respiratory therapist.
That's very, very
as long as not.
Considering too that she would have been she would have been pre some of the equipment I worked with. She would have been working with some of the original OG ventilator equipment, most likely as well. So that's super. I would love to talk to you because I'd love to talk to you about my perspective on the newer updated equipment and what I saw happening. And this is why I was joking about our credentials butting heads. I don't know if you ever experienced that because I did run into that a little bit, but just, my last job, I was working for a hospital in Central Oregon. And if you look it up, there's only one.
So have you been in Oregon forever?
No, 17 years. And I started I actually was grandfathered in. I got real lucky and I became obsessed with it. I really enjoyed it. And I was really lucky. Okay, definitely, Jackie, I will. And I was really lucky I got to work for the original sleep doctor, one of them. There's two of them in Oregon. I actually ended up working for both of them. But
I could see that.
He was a neurologist and he really did hands-on with me. But they noticed I was really good at being able to determine brain activity, like what stages and if there was anything abnormal. And I was really good at patterns. And then, so they trained me on the job. I couldn't even touch a patient for 3 months. I had to keep drawing on the top of a head, because we hook up electrodes, not directly into the skull. And then, and Jackie knows what I'm talking about just because I know you probably, well, maybe you did because some now respiratory therapists do work in sleep labs, but we work coinciding and they're more experienced with ventilator equipment overall, but I had to titrate patients, that was part of my job at one point. And I did have the daytime activity as well. So that's super. What the fuck is up with all these syncs today, Sean? How long have I been on here? It's just
sync after sync. Again, I meant to change my name to Sean of Sync or Syncs as opposed to Source, but
oh man,
at some point that may happen. I kind of think it makes more sense to sync because it's syncs is no, it's just one big synchronicity. Life is just one big synchronicity. It's not a series of, it's just one big one. That's what life is. I'm going to claim it as such. Let's continue the optics though. Feel free to pipe up.
Word. I appreciate
So like
it.
we're in different positions. You're desperate for what you think I have. I'm like, hey, I'm just gonna take a week off here. I'm gonna go work at Applebee's with peanut power and serve the blooming onion.
See, no, because we're not gonna work at Applebee's. We're gonna work at some fucking snooty, organic vegan joint, if anything. Some, maybe Whole Foods. Whole Foods Bakery, maybe possibly.
No, fuck Whole Foods. They're owned by Amazon. Fuck that.
No, I know. That's why I was saying that would be about as evil as I'd want to get. I'm not going to work at Applebee's
Right.
pushing GMOs. I guess Whole Foods got GMOs too, believe it or not. But at least
there's
it's.
gotta be a lot
Oh
of
man.
Well, it's just the truth. Even if their odds are way better, obviously, than your given grocery store by a long shot. But they still got, they're not perfect. And yes, they are owned by Amazon. Or at least it's like the biggest stakeholder in the company or some shit like that. So
Amazon bees.
Fucking ridiculous,
The the missing bee, or the missing bees.
The missing pink
Shout out Jesse Howe, the missing bees.
Yeah, shout out Jesse Howe, dude. I don't know what exactly we're about to get into here, but I have a clip request. So I'm just going to switch tabs here to the Paul Enslaved created the banking cartel in Cabal. And let's see the clip we got here.
Oh, that's Thomas Aquinas.
I guess so. He revealed it himself. What do we have here, though? Who's your daddy now?
And it turns me on, right? Yeah, sweetie, honey, you fucking simp-ass slaves want to be talked down to by women instead of looked up to or admired or adored or cared for or anything that represents respect for oneself and success. You're fucking pathetic, okay? And the women don't even respect you. They ain't gonna tell it to you.
Now, this is a fucking oldie, folks. This is like got to be almost a year ago.
Just like women get around their friends. Oh, look at Kathy. She looks so cute in her dress. Fat ass bitch.
Fat ass bitch, give a fuck, better weakness. Yeah, you got Z on panel. You got Freedom Grower. You have Wizard. You have R Singer. You got Timmy. You got Mitch. And you have Niall Roman. Where the fuck has Niall Roman been? Bottom right. Where are you, sir?
Right? A bunch of hoes won't tell each other you're a bunch of fat ass, weak ass hoes, and you go to say, "Oh, you got this, girl, pussy power." Soon as you walk out, weak ass hoe, fat ass bitch, she ain't getting nobody. This is how yous all are, right? I just tell you to your face, it ain't the dress that make you look fat. You just might be fat. Sorry, I don't white lie for your weak ass. Get it right. Get it together.
What amazes me is how they can flip the script with zero awareness when they're dealing with Mr. Lizzo. Everything is a hug-a-buddy type of situation.
Yo, this is so old. This goes back to OTW's second Grand Rising show.
I was wondering. I'm like, holy shit! Look at the panel.
Yeah, this is like a year ago.
Well, I'll be right back.
Good drop there, Yeti. Let's continue.
And then as soon as they switch to Pineal and you, it's like, oh man, you got to be stronger. I don't know why you can't
synchronicity
be stronger for that sort of thing. It's like, why not have that same perspective towards all? Where if you need to give them a pat on the back, that's fine. But tell them, hey, look, man, you got to step it up and be stronger. There you go. But they flip it and they don't even realize that they're doing that. Where they hold two different positions. What do you call it? Double think.
Cognitive dissonance.
I think you've been on before, but thank you, sir. Yeah, because we could definitely, I'm sure.
Like, I understand tough love. I understand the whole tough love aspect. But what I've learned,
mental health is a real thing. And, again, coming from a life where, I lost my dad by his own choosing when I was 17. I mean, it showed me a lot of things, And so, again, one thing I appreciate from certain people is, I appreciate fishers of men, Shout out to Freedom Grower. I mean, people who, at the end of the day, are trying to strengthen their brethren there, and realize that it's really, you could say it's really us against them.
Yeah, Dick is still, confused. He's in his imagination where he thinks monogamy is real. He thinks he's going to love these fucking slaves out of their fucking trance. He thinks he's going to talk real nice and slow and avoid yelling at motherfuckers like he has half a dozen times because deep in his heart that most of these bitch-ass motherfuckers are irredeemable. So he starts screaming, "Ah!" Like he's back out on the war field, right? Because, again, like they say, genetically, motherfucker who can grow facial hair had a history of war at some point in their past, right? Because it was used as a protective mechanism. If you didn't have that, you wouldn't have been talking because your jaw would have been broke. So I'm somewhere in the middle, right? If I grow mine out, it'll come out a bit. But Dick has a lineage of warriors. He has a full beard. So that tells you that his jaw, like Zetetic Warrior, would have been well protected and he wouldn't have gone around getting his jaw broke. These motherfuckers that can't grow a beard, genetically, they're weak. They have a lineage of feminine motherfuckers who never went to war. They sit around doing this while we're all out in the field getting our jaw broken.
Yeah, word on the street is that Dick has a big jaw, right? And a well, let's continue.
See? So there's a reason why the facial hair is there. It's a protective helmet. Oh, it's like cat whiskers. It's your connection to the. No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
Sorry, I sound a little bit like Z there, trying to make a gay allusion, alluding to a gay joke there. And Christos also dropped from the panel, so I'll drop the link again, sir.
No, it ain't. Okay? They did the test. If you didn't have a beard, you'd have got your jaw broken 90% of the time in combat. If you had a beard, it was 45%. Okay? So it was a survival protective mechanism naturally that evolved so you could go to war and protect your fucking weakest part of your face that'll have you knocked down on the ground. Okay? So if you can't grow that, you might want to think about maybe that other folks who can have something in them in their lineage that you might want to look to. I'm not saying that means you're bound by the fact that you don't have whatever. That's not what I'm saying. I'm also saying there's a good chance if you reactivate that thing, you probably might start having different biological results where you might start growing more hair in different places because it's genetic.
When I left the beast system, I guess it's 2.5 years ago or 3 years ago now, because it'll be 3 years. My body changed completely. My beard filled in. My muscle tone came back. My strength improved. My stamina, my endurance. I lost 30, 35 pounds without even doing nothing. Something reactivated in me, something archetypal when I got out of their fucking system. I got back in nature. I started hiking, riding my bike, eating better, exercising. I got jobs in construction, doing other things. My body changed in my 40s. I'm more healthy now in my 40s than I was in my mid-20s. Just by waking that up, man. You know?
Bro, let's go to the panel here. Again, I'm not like, because I know I was like, I don't want like Mitchell or whatever, because we say he has, I had the same thing, and I noticed I would have more facial hair come in as this process went along. So there's something to this. There's something to genetics being like one way based on a lineage, and then if you do this, it activates, and then stuff happens. Just like with Jennifer. I don't mean to keep bringing it up. I'm not trying to do whatever, but that's a miracle to me. Jennifer having her reproductive system activate again after a year and a half, at 50, that's a genetic switch.
Boy, am I grateful for my genetics, specifically the beard optics. Let's continue. Actually, you know what? I'm going to need a segue to the Benton optics.
Sorry, what?
Say what now?
I said, fuck yeah, I'm beard optics.
Beard optics are high, folks. And they're dark, and they can be kind of itchy at times once you shave, you know, for a little while, and the neck stubble.
Yeah.
But
my preference, you know, is mountain men. So mountain men criteria beards. So men, listen up, grow those beards.
Pretty cool beard, you know.
That's a good beard. That is a good beard, Sean. That's
Thanks.
nice. It's solid. You also keep it nice and trimmed, but you let it grow just a little long, so you got that kind of, you know, it's nice. So
yeah, Dick's got me beat there a little bit on the length. If it's about the length, I guess Dick's got me beat.
No, it doesn't have to be super long, but I like it, like, you know, as opposed to being super tight, just a little bit of length, you know, shows your character. You know, you've grown a little.
Tight and long. Now we sound like we're getting into some other territory with the tight.
I know.
Long.
I'm not. There's no beard analysis. I'm not a doctor.
But people have compared the similarities in appearance of Z to me and to Yeti as well. There does seem to be somewhat of something going on. I'd say more so with Yeti and Z. If you look here, and then you could bring Days of Noah into the equation as well.
Right.
So there could be the Conscious X might be onto something. There might be truthers, quote unquote truthers, playing multiple roles, embodying different avatars, flesh suits. So Zetetic Warrior might actually be Days of Noah, who is also actually Yeti life, LARPing and just going around playing these different characters.
What?
Just a theory.
What the fuck have you been doing, Yeti? What the fuck have you been doing?
Yeah, I think Conscious X needs to get on this case. But yeah, you know, I'm already at fucking coming up on the screen cap in less than 20 minutes, so I might as well get to the Benton optics to close out.
All right.
Z has to talk slow so he has time to think of the next loop of nonsense to preach. Oh, snap. Shout
That's
out to all
right.
the good beards. All right, let's continue, or rather, let's segue.
Nope, that experience was had for me and her to know that this is what this thing supernatural God is.
Where's it
That
at?
genetics
Here it
flip on and off based on the way you're living and who you're around and what you're doing and how you're thinking and feeling and all of it. So let's go back to these folks and look at them, right? Like the majority of them, Cage, he's got no facial hair. Ian, no facial hair. OTW, no facial hair. Right? Then you got two
Also,
women.
I just want to point.
Well, now times have changed, but he still doesn't really seem to grow too much facial hair. Although he does, he just likes to shave it. I was very disappointed when OTW went on the fuck beards rap a week or two ago. That was upsetting to hear. But
I've never seen him with a beard.
yeah, he can grow some beard, some beard at least. Maybe it's because it's kind of grayish that he doesn't want to grow it. But I think OTW, if you're listening, sir, grow the beard out. It looks good, and I get it. The neck gets itchy. Just shave the neck then. Shave the neck. MC and ETT are on. Oh no, dude! You're telling me McNemesis and ETT, N times teacher are both on Charles Waz? Oh
I don't
man,
know who that is.
good, lucky you, lucky you. You're blessed. Your thoughts, Christos?
Guess what, Pineal? I got alpha brain.
Yeah.
I'm about to
Oh.
I'm about to dry scoop it, even though there's no scooper. It's just a packet. I'm just gonna
Well,
dump it in my mouth and then drink water.
it's a very wise choice to take it at noon. It's actually noon right now on the dot here. I guess you're 2 hours before me, right?
It's 11 right now where I am.
Oh, that's right. Where are you again?
I'm surrounded by a bunch of Midwest tards, but there's definitely
Illinois?
a couple of cool ones.
Which end of the
in
Midwest?
between. I'm in
Which end?
Missouri.
Oh,
Missouri. Okay, that's a different kind of Midwest. I'm from the Wisconsin Midwest.
Right, yeah, up north. I have a lot of family up in Wisconsin. Yep.
It's okay that you're on Missouri as long as you're not in Missouri. So.
No, yeah, I'm not like the juggalos that play Tech 9 too loud. Even though I like Tech 9, my buddies and I have agreed for a while now. There's definitely a certain majority not majority, but a big cringe following of some of the certain rappers like Tech 9 or that scene, the juggalo scene. You talk about miscreants. I mean, my God. Y'all
Yeah,
got it.
I mean, much fucking wicked clown love for life, whoop whoop. But at the same time, I hear what you're saying. I threw Donut for a loop when he came by because he was a juggalo. But yeah, I kind of repped with the jugs for a little bit there. I was friends with this guy Joel who was really involved, and yeah, there's definitely a lot of miscreant activity that goes on there. That being said, why not just for fun? Just for fun, because it's
Hey, I
very
like
true.
jesters. Hey, don't worry, bro. I like jesters. Like, I get it. Jay Phillips, shout out Jay Phillips. Him and I had a couple good talks about some of the more esoteric sides to ICP and some of these type of artists. That type of the archetype, right? That underlying energy with some of these artists. Not even specifically the Juggalo thing, but that the Juggalo shit gets into it. That jester and clown energy, right? So the Jack in the Box. I mean, there's a lot that you could get into there, but I'll yield.
So,
educate us.
I mean, I might as well just say that again.
I said, educate us. I don't know about this shit, but what it starts to make me think about though is, and I'm gonna not go too far because I'm just trying to take it on over. I was trying to say about like binary beats, and then I also was like, I wonder what the somatics of that kind of music looks like, right?
Did you just hear that alarm that just came in?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, regardless, it's a perfect time that I'm winding down now in these last 20, 30 minutes because OTW is just starting up, and he's got quite a fire thumbnail there. I don't know who all these characters are. It looks like
Did she say binaural
OTW.
beats? Hold on, Pioneer.
Yeah, I
Esper said
did.
binaural beats. That's a good point. I'll keep that in mind. Cymatics of that.
Yeah, yeah. Like we could do experiments, in real time on it. It would be cool.
Okay, I should have figured JR if anybody would be. But yeah, it looks like OTW is going to be starting up, so it's perfect that I am winding down. I might go over the 12 hours like a little bit, but not much. But yeah, just because I am a little dysfunctional, clearly, that I'm going on a 12-hour stream that went all through the night. Why not a little karaoke to end out before we get to some Benton optics to finish strong? Dysfunctional Psychology 101.
First entry for Psychology 101. Dysfunctional.
First entry for Psychology Dysfunctional 101. Oh, there's no music?
Better give me the deuces. I have no tolerance for nonsense. Get away from me. Me, I want to get dollars. Don't want to holler, but you making me. I'm a little
Of course. Not only did I have the tab muted, but that's not fucking karaoke. That's just the song. So it's not gonna work. Let's try that again.
First entry for Psychology 101. Dysfunctional. Yeah.
And that one's not fucking karaoke either.
Bring me nothing stupid. If you don't want me to lose it, step back. If you don't want me to attack, I'm a beast. Better give me the deuces. I have no tolerance for nonsense. Get away from me. Me, I want to get dollars. Don't want to holler, but you making me. I'm a little dysfunctional. You the problem. Please don't awaken me. And I'm the way, cause back in the day, most have forsaken me. Lottie-dottie, I'm at the party on a drunk night with a punk might do it, try to pick a fight because he's sorry that he ain't got it like I because.
Punk Media Karaoke is the first one that came up. He's been on my channel. That's awesome. First entry for Psychology 101. Dysfunctional. Yeah, bring me nothing stupid. If you don't want me to lose it, step back. If you don't want me to attack, and I just realized that this is on 2-speed, and that's not gonna make it easy. It's gonna make it impossible because it's already really fast. Oh, it's on 1.2. Okay, it's still too fast. Yeah, you bring me nothing stupid. You don't want me to lose it, step back. You don't want me to attack. I'm a beast. You need to I can't hear it. I'm not paid because back in the day, no time to take me a lot of body. I don't think it's sorry, ain't got it. And I'm not really good at this time. I've been song in a long time and I'm getting you don't know I'm broken. We like loaded. We don't want no school. We didn't want listen, we are wonderful women. Come up, wonderful women. That's the meanest of the phone. A little bit, don't you know? I'm a little dysfunctional, don't you know? Push me not I'm making me mad. I'm a little dysfunctional, don't you know? Push me not mad. I'm making me mad. I'm trying to justify me. But I'm closing up the dudes. I got common sense. I can lose, I can cruise and I'll practice it. I got hit songs that I've been going through on that I don't hit. Yeah, that's wrong, but I can hit. I'm the lick. I write the songs that belong. I'm a shit. I'm hunting leads, just need. I hope it's coming quick. I wrap my brain on the lane. This change my life. I'm come around, I'm down. Someone comes. I'm functional. I do not know today like I'm emotional. First thing told me, because I am comfortable. Real shit, I'm needed, nigga. Oh, shit. Don't know. Put me in my man. Don't know. I'm a little dysfunctional, don't know. It puts me in my neck.
I ain't no killer, but good quiet boy, never been no pussy. Carrying something up under my hoodie. This would never stop and kill up all of it would be. Now, I wanna be so black, where black people are. You know how black people are. I'm now I try to stay even now. Wanna be one, but keeping on them out. No, you're like destiny. You're like, I wanna be destiny. I'm always sick. I can let it be. I'm the best recipe. It's gonna be the destiny. I need to go. Keep me close until down my throat. So this dysfunctional. I'm making give me one way. I wish that would be on one way. I can't really do this so fast. Take 9 animal, and I don't really gotta keep up. Gotta be fine though. Get too close, you'll find out I'm a little dysfunctional. Don't know. I'm a little dysfunctional, don't know. I've been dreaming for 12 hours, get a little emotional, don't know. I come around and make you mad, make you mad. Call it an attempt. It was an attempt, and yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I was shocked.
honestly, it was better towards the end because I think you had your mouth closer to the mic, but I actually was confused. I actually didn't realize you were singing at first. I thought we were listening to a recording of it, and I should have said something to you sooner because I couldn't hear you until the end, and then I was like, "Oh, there you are."
Fucking hey, dude.
It's all good, man. That's how we learn.
I'm a little,
It's hard to do
I'm
the
a little.
karaoke thing on here, right?
Oh yeah, it is. You gotta, if you don't have the right equipment, especially, and yeah, it can be difficult.
Exactly.
This is funny though, when Paul had me kind of like co-producing here, and he had me zooming in on the missing stink doing a rave dance, and
I need that. Zoom in all the way on how?
You might have it
now. Fuck
Zoom
yeah.
all the way on how?
Zoom in all the way on how?
Get all up in it.
I don't have it, bro. I don't have it. Right? I'm
They're
talking
a
my
little
screen right now.
jealous,
It's doing
but
nothing. And now you just made me look like an idiot.
get
I
weird.
just tried to touch screen my laptop that I knew was not touching.
There's some truth to that.
Thank you. Fuck that, huh?
Yeah.
Look at you. Look at those moves. Ladies, Jesse Hal, call us up. 223-9797 on the date line, tip line. Who's gonna fuck Jesse Hal tonight? Huh?
They're trying to summon Joe Cool.
Who wants a piece of that? I can see why Angelina is so hot and bothered for him. Look at those moves. He's coming from the hip with it.
Someone asked me, Penal, can you turn up speed so it's not under handle? And there's TBE. TBE. See, he loves it. He loves it over there. He can't deny that he fucking loves it over there. That he's learning and he's can't help but just deny the truth that he knows to be apparent and obvious to most. Well, not to most. Sorry, should be obvious to most. Isn't obvious to most. Sorry.
They want to call him the Alpha Dom Joe Cool.
They don't call him Raj Jesse Don for nothing.
Did you see Joe Cool in the chat last night? When I played his conflict.
All right, now can you touch screen over to her bizarre, broken, just empty look in her eyes with this huge chest cat smile? Yeah,
Can you request flight of the Bumblebee?
Touch screen on over to her and then go in on her, like go full in on her, and let's watch her and her reactions to insanity. Oh, come on, bro. You're not, bro. You know her face, on the face.
It's proof.
It's proof. Leave that poor woman alone. I shouldn't say poor woman. She's not poor.
Hey, Jason. I mean, doesn't that just fit the whole like lore? I mean, the whole bit. Then it was supposed to be dysfunctional. That's the bit, non-bit, total bit, not non-bit. It's a bit.
Face. Full screen, Angeline. Jesse's girl, right? She had to make sure that she put in quotes, I'm totally not going to fuck any. Jesse, I put Jesse's girl just so everyone knows I'm your girl and no one can fuck me. Totally not going to fuck anyone. I love you. All right, go in. Come on, man. Go in all the way.
All the way. On her?
All the way. I just want one person at a time. I want to view them one at a time.
Let's get to Benton
Is
here.
focusing on a female on a stream hard as well, Daniel? What is this?
She's definitely stoned.
Angeline is a
I hope she's
sweetheart.
I don't think I've ever been
Seems
a
like
heroin,
seems
PCP,
like a nice lady. Oh, and this guy, dude, the murderer guy, the rapist.
Or have you had
murderer guy.
anyone that you either regretted since
Well, he was a murderer of rapists, is what he alleged.
Or wished it would have gone different.
Jeez.
There's one that got real messy. He almost got away. That was the one where he knocked my fucking tooth out.
Like
And what happened with that one?
vigilanted it?
Say that again?
Like he became like a vigilante, is what he's saying?
Yeah, this guy basically alleges that he is a pedo poacher, essentially. A pedo roaster, a pedo poacher.
Is he and he's still doing it? No, he must be done.
That's what it seemed
Why
like.
would he
was
be
still
admitting
doing it.
to this live on?
Well, if he lives
with
in
his
Slab
face?
City, where they're not going to fucking bother him. I mean, you know, if he's in the fucking middle of the fucking, you know what I mean? And there's like a million guys who look like this guy too. So
He hates that. He hates that.
Guidelines and policy. That was all bullshit.
Right. That's just snafus.
like this looks like one out of every like 20 guys at a Deadhead festival. So
But
I mean,
but okay, like I'm pretty good. I'm pretty visual. Like I can pick them out, but I could now. I'm just imagining like 20 of these guys around this area in a desert or something, and nobody knows which one's the right one. And they all wear the same shirt, and they all like their hair's the same. Oh, that's good.
you know, I'm starting to realize this might not even be the fucking stream where he restreams Benton, dude. Fuck. Oh my god, it's fucking not. What the fuck? Are you serious? That means I'm not even gonna get to it because by the time I fucking play it, the stream's already about to hit the screen cap.
Yeah, Jennifer left for a couple days, right? I got the house to myself. I'm fucking beating off all over this house like you do at the Airbnb.
Whoa.
So, you know, no one can stop me.
Well, apparently I didn't get the right stream. So we can cover some of the Benton stuff, but it's gonna be off. It's gonna be an expired territory.
I'm just
Where
here for you because this is my first time in your show. So as long as you want to keep going, I'll stick around and laugh it up if it's not too annoying.
all right, well, shout out to everyone who's here. Shout out to everyone who's gonna watch this in the future, because in about a minute it's getting shaved off. Wait, I'm almost done. I'm about to end it. I'm gonna be done in like 10 minutes, dude.
Here we go.
Just give me some time here. All right. Let me fast forward here. I don't know why I'm fighting to go do some cleaning job that I would rather sleep, but I kind of want to hold
I
my
know,
obligation.
but like
So.
I gotta go, right? I gotta get shit done today too. I gotta make some phone calls. Not something I want to do, but I gotta do it.
Yeah, I literally didn't sleep, and I'm about to go clean a fucking house, but it's okay.
Honorable.
So okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, well, it's for someone who's done more for me than almost anyone, with the exception of, you know, my mother and some other people. But,
And then you can crash hard when you're done. It'll be worth it.
oh yeah.